Lin Xia gazed at the man seated opposite her, her emotions swirling in a tumultuous blend of confusion and disbelief. Just a week prior, she had been grappling with her thesis across the Atlantic, only to find herself wed to the very man before her, arranged by her own father. Rather than a marriage, it felt more akin to a facade of protection. As her father had put it, the union was merely a veil of matrimony intended to conceal something more significant. To comprehend what needed concealment, one must delve into the events of the past week. Lin Xia had been utterly bewildered on the other end of the phone. In this modern age, how could parents still dictate the terms of marriage? Moreover, regardless of the man's esteemed background, she had never even laid eyes on him. How could she possibly agree to such a union? Furthermore, it was common knowledge that professors at Harvard were often considerably older. Was her father out of his mind? As Lin Xia stood at the threshold, dragging her luggage, Lin Shikai felt a twinge of disorientation. Unbeknownst to him, his beloved daughter had blossomed into adulthood. The thought of what lay ahead shifted his expression to one of profound complexity. Lin Xia observed her father's demeanor closely. It became increasingly clear to her that he was concealing something significant. Yet, as she witnessed her mother joyfully take her belongings and usher her into the house, it seemed that her mother remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil brewing within Lin Shikai. Given the peculiar nature of Lin Shikai's profession, he had a tendency to withhold information from his wife whenever matters pertained to the criminal investigation team. This left Lin Xia with an unsettling feeling that her so-called marriage was likely tied to one of her father's cases. Lin Xia's decision to study abroad was motivated by her desire to eventually assist her father. After all, the cases dealt with by the criminal investigation team are often intricate and challenging, and she has a penchant for delving into various complex matters. This initiative to pursue her studies abroad was entirely her own suggestion. Lin Xia's mother, Xiao Lin, is the most naive member of the family, having been thoroughly indulged by Lin Shikai. Oblivious to the thoughts of the father-daughter duo, Xiao Lin began to chatter excitedly upon Lin Xia's inquiry. "If only I were 20 years younger, what would you have me do?" Before Xiao Lin could finish her wistful musing, Lin Shikai, holding a teacup, interjected with a leisurely remark. Lin Xia gazed at her adorably foolish mother, her expression a mix of exasperation and affection, realizing that she was practically sold out by her own mother like a daughter being bartered while the mother blissfully anticipates the profits. Lin Xia was acutely aware of her significance in her parents' hearts. While it was plausible that her mother merely admired the professor and hoped for a budding relationship between him and Lin Xia, her father, a man of keen intellect, would never so easily allow an unrelated man to whisk her away. Thus, it seemed more likely that Lin Shikai had orchestrated a clever scheme to draw his oblivious wife into the mix, indirectly involving Lin Xia. She could not bring herself to believe that her father, that cunning old fox, would so readily offer her in marriage simply because of the professor's myriad virtues. Lin Xia endeavored to suppress her displeasure, smilingly addressing Xiao Lin. "Mother, I have a rough understanding of the situation. Since this is someone you have confidence in, it must be reliable. However, I have yet to learn about this person's specific circumstances, so I need to discuss it further with my father. Additionally, I would love to savor your sweet and sour pork ribs and lotus root fritters." Upon hearing Lin Xia's lack of opposition, her mother, filled with joy, replied, "Very well, then you can go to the study to talk with your father. I will go buy the ingredients to prepare your meal. If you feel fatigued, you may take a rest. We can discuss this matter later. There is no rush." With that, Xiao Lin stood up and departed to purchase the groceries, while Lin Xia and Lin Shikai exchanged a glance and silently entered the study. "Speak. What matter could compel you to so readily betray me?" As soon as Lin Shikai closed the study door, he was met with Lin Xia's sardonic inquiry. He settled onto the sofa, casting a glance at Lin Xia before letting out a sigh. His daughter was exceedingly astute if she sensed any irregularity and did not fully comprehend it. No one could hope to manipulate her. This was precisely why he had initially opposed involving Lin Xia in this affair. Before long, it seemed Lin Shikai had reached a conclusion as he took a deep breath and began to speak. Chapter 2. What is the big deal about marriage? Just go ahead and do it. Can't you concoct a more plausible excuse? Who could possibly be fooled by such a pitifully weak pretext? Initially, I had no intention of placing you in harm's way, but this organization has lain dormant for years, only to suddenly resume its criminal activities, each case more severe than the last. The most alarming aspect is our suspicion that an individual from this organization has infiltrated the criminal investigation team. Therefore, prior to Xinyu's official entry into the team for investigation, we cannot hastily establish a dedicated investigative unit. Considering these factors, I reluctantly devised this plan. However, this matter must remain confidential from your mother. In truth, Xinyu is quite a decent person, and I harbor my own ulterior motives. If you two could develop a deeper relationship during this period, it would certainly be something both your mother and I would welcome. If indeed, at the very least, it would allow you to apply your knowledge and enhance your social experience, which is also beneficial. Lin Xia listened with downcast eyes as Lin Shikai elucidated his reasoning, which she found acceptable. After all, her decision to study abroad was motivated by her desire to join the investigation team and assist her father. She understood the rationale behind it. Lin Shikai even divulged confidential details of the cases to her, demonstrating that her father genuinely required her assistance. Nevertheless, an inexplicable fury simmered within her. This cunning old fox had acted unilaterally, and he was clearly aware that Lin Xia would prioritize the greater good and not refuse. Moreover, what did he mean by suggesting that she bore a striking resemblance to Shun Yu's missing girlfriend? Why on earth should she, Lin Xia, be compelled to marry a stranger and play the role of a substitute due to a case? What kind of absurdity was that? Observing Lin Xia's sullen expression, even though Lin Shikai was her father, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Although he accurately gauged Lin Xia's filial piety and sense of responsibility, evident in her willingness to study abroad solely to assist him, he remained uncertain during the planning stages. After all, she was his beloved daughter for 26 years. There was a looming possibility that this incident could irrevocably shatter Lin Xia's happiness for a lifetime. Moreover, he knew his daughter all too well. If Lin Xia were to lose her temper and throw a tantrum, the matter would soon be forgotten. However, the current state of Lin Xia was undoubtedly a calm before the storm. All right, I understand the situation. I will meet with him this week to collect the evidence. Whatever you need me to do, I shall do it. As for how I interact with him and how I will show my filial piety towards you in the future, that is for you not to concern yourself with. Lin Xia's final remark sent a chill down Lin Shikai's spine. Although he knew that Lin Xia would not be angry with him in the immediate future, her words clearly implied that there would be a reckoning later. Lin Shikai silently shed tears of bitterness. However, being perceived by Lin Xia as a cunning old fox, he still had other plans for this scheme. A few days later, Lin Xia met with Shun Yu at a CAF near the criminal investigation team, leading to the present scene. With a smile, Lin Xia observed Shun Yu for a considerable time, while Shun Yu graciously sipped his coffee, allowing Lin Xia to take in the sight. It must be said that her mother indeed had remarkable taste. Shun Yu possessed a demeanor that, at first glance, was not particularly striking, yet he exuded a gentle aura. With a complexion as fair as jade, embodying the refined qualities of a gentleman, devoid of any hint of aggression. A pair of alluring peach blossom eyes drooped slightly, imparting an air of innocent approachability. Even seated before her, Lin Xia could still perceive that Shun Yu was tall, standing at least above 1.80 meters. His youthful appearance belied his actual age, making him seem remarkably young even at the threshold of adulthood. Such a gentleman, exuding a gentle warmth akin to jade, would hardly be believed to be a specialist in criminal investigation, engaging daily with various offenders. How about it? Are you satisfied with what you see? Shun Yu inquired with a smile as he sipped his coffee. And you? Are you content? Lin Xia retorted without accepting his question. The mirth in Shun Yu's eyes deepened. Lin Xia's words held a double meaning, addressing both the matter at hand and her own nature. Since Lin Xia began to observe him, he had merely nodded slightly, never once meeting her gaze directly. Yet, Lin Xia was acutely aware that Xunyu had already scrutinized her thoroughly. It must be said that Lin Xia possessed a sharp intuition. Indeed, it seems we are of a similar mind. However, although Captain Lin has briefed you on the situation, I have a few additional matters to discuss. During this time, I shall not intrude upon your personal affairs or liberties, unless it pertains to the case. Of course, should you be inclined, I am open to the idea of nurturing a relationship. As Lin Xia absorbed Xunyu's words, she harbored her own calculations. In truth, upon encountering Xunyu, Lin Xia had resolved to transform this facade of a marriage into a genuine one. After all, she had never experienced romance. One must partake in life's offerings. Otherwise, becoming merely a pawn in a marriage contract, left to guard an empty home, was not in Lin Xia's character. Furthermore, Xunyu captivated her interest. She was drawn to intelligent individuals, particularly those like Xunyu, whose cleverness seemed paradoxical, like an undiscovered treasure. It awaited Lin Xia to gradually unearth its secrets. At this moment, Xunyu had become Lin Xia's target of pursuit. Although the resemblance between Xunyu and his missing girlfriend deeply concerned her, it did not deter her from marrying this man before her. Seamlessly blending the pursuits of solving a mystery and nurturing a romance, for indeed, practice is the only true test of knowledge. Lin Xia produced her household registration book and presented it to Xunyu, her smile radiating brilliance. Mr. Xin, I hope to receive your guidance for the rest of my life. Chapter 3. The Old Fox's Tender Shoot. As Lin Xia and Xunyu exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Xia gazed at the marriage certificate in her hand, a profound sense of unreality gradually enveloping her. So this is what marriage entails? Once, Lin Xia had envisioned entering this place with the man she adored, believing that receiving such a document would fill her with immense joy. Yet at this moment, she felt nothing but the surreal. Uncertain if her expression revealed too much, Xunyu glanced at her and inquired, "What's the matter? Do you find it unreal?" Lin Xia numbly nodded, and Xunyu's lips curled into a mysterious smile before he remarked, "It's not too late to have regrets now." Lin Xia lifted her gaze to meet Xunyu's. Regret? In Lin Xia's lexicon, such a word did not exist. I have never engaged in acts of regret. If it feels unreal, then let us make it tangible. With that, she raised her eyebrows in a slightly provocative manner. At that moment, Lin Xia appeared exceptionally endearing to Xunyu. Xunyu found himself profoundly intrigued by his little wife. It is worth noting that there are few things in this world that can pique Xunyu's interest, aside from the pursuit of solving cases. With this in mind, might I be so fortunate as to invite my beautiful wife to meet my future colleagues and my father-in-law? Upon finishing his statement, Xunyu revealed a smile imbued with significance. Lin Xia shrugged nonchalantly. Having accepted this task, what was destined to come would eventually arrive. And it would also provide her an opportunity to familiarize herself with the personnel of the criminal investigation team. Lin Xia felt a remarkable sense of rapport with Xunyu. Despite having known him for less than 2 hours, although there were no feelings yet, they shared an uncanny ability to anticipate each other's thoughts. When Lin Xia stood in the criminal investigation hall and called out to Lin Chikai, addressing him as Dad, the officers present were taken aback. After all, Lin Xia had been studying abroad for years and had not visited the criminal investigation team in a long time. Some officers, recognizing Lin Xia, immediately cast knowing glances at Lin Chikai, who feigned annoyance and said, Hey, what do you mean by looking at me like that? I must say, Captain Lin, how is it that such good fortune always seems to fall into your lap? Little she is already exceptional, and now with Xunyu, a man of outstanding caliber. As your son-in-law, you must be overjoyed. A young man teased Lin Chikai with a mischievous grin. Lin Chikai pretended to swat him, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. Li Chun, you little rascal. How dare you be so familiar? How was I to know that the boyfriend little she kept mentioning was Xunyu? I thought she was trying to find me a foreign son-in-law. Lin Xia quietly gritted her teeth as she watched her father, a master of theatrics, perform. Casting a sidelong glance at Xunyu, who merely smiled gently without revealing much emotion, she understood that their primary purpose for being there was not to publicly display affection. Thus, she chose not to delve deeper into her father's somewhat exaggerated acting. Suddenly, someone interjected, "Hey, I recall that Xin Yu is a professor of criminology at Harvard. And Lin Xia has been studying abroad. Could that imply a student-teacher romance?" Indeed, the insatiable curiosity of the Chinese populace remains unchanged regardless of location or profession. Noticing the puzzled expressions around her, Lin Xia smiled innocently like a naive young girl, playfully remarking, "Mr. Shin is a professor at Harvard. Why would he come to Stanford? It is girls like me, who admire him from afar, that would sneak into different campuses just to catch a glimpse of him." The audience was once again treated to a delightful display of affection, but soon, at Lin Chikai's command, a group of inquisitive officers had to return to their duties. Nevertheless, several female officers expressed their desire to hear about Lin Xia's romantic history with Shun Yu whenever the opportunity arose. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lin Xia and Shun Yu followed Lin Chikai into the captain's office. After closing the door, Lin Xia's innocent facade transformed. She reached into her bag and pulled out her marriage certificate, waving it in front of Lin Chikai, her eyes narrowing mischievously. "Dear father, your daughter is getting married. Don't you have any words of encouragement?" Lin Chikai wore an awkward smile, trying to usher Shun Yu and Lin Xia to sit down, while avoiding Lin Xia's remark and turning to Shun Yu with a question. "So, Shun Yu, have you made any discoveries just now?" "Not much yet, but I must express my gratitude to Lin Xia. Without her, we would not have executed the plan so effortlessly," Shun Yu replied. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow at Shun Yu, surprised that this rather unassuming husband of hers was actually on her side. Given this support, she was more than willing to accept it. "Old fox, what about me? Now that I am married, I must ensure that the dowry is not lacking at all. Furthermore, since I am wed, I cannot remain at home. I presume my husband has prepared a new residence for us." Lin Xia observed Lin Chikai's expression gradually darkening, clearly beginning to show signs of displeasure. However, she was unfazed. Her intention was to provoke the old man. He should not think that simply agreeing to her wishes would end the matter. Even if he was her father, she would still bear a grudge. "Fine. You can have whatever you want, but it is inappropriate for you to live with Shun Yu before the wedding ceremony, especially since you have only obtained the marriage certificate." Lin Chikai was aware of Lin Xia's resentment. After all, he had never hesitated to part with money for her. If providing a dowry would appease her, he was more than willing. However, the notion of Lin Xia wanting to cohabit with Shun Yu left him in a quandary. Logically, as a legally married couple, their living together was entirely justifiable. Yet, internally, he felt a sense of discomfort, akin to watching a cherished vegetable he had painstakingly nurtured being devoured by a pig. Chapter 4. Moving into the new household, Fox. Isn't it rather suspicious that you possess the credentials, yet do not reside together? Surely, you would not wish for all your meticulously arranged efforts to crumble at the outset. Fear not, I shall take good care of myself, and I trust my husband will tend to my well-being as well. With that, Lin Xia cast a meaningful glance at Shun Yu. Although Shun Yu understood that Lin Xia was merely trying to provoke Lin Chikai, the mention of my husband was nonetheless gratifying to him. This spirited young woman, who could hold her own against her father, only grew more appealing in his eyes. "Captain Shun, I believe Lin Xia is correct. Our immediate priority is to identify the mole. Otherwise, even if the operation commences, we shall find ourselves at an impasse. Our presence here may seem fortuitous, yet should any slip occur, all will be lost." Shun Yu spoke earnestly to Lin Chikai, who understood the gravity of the situation but felt a sense of unease within. "Very well, from now on, Lin Xia will require your vigilant oversight. Should anything happen to her," before Lin Chikai could finish, Shun Yu's words served as a soothing balm to his anxious heart. Lin Xia observed the two men as if partaking in a handover ceremony, feeling a peculiar mixture of amusement and sorrow. She and Shun Yu shared no genuine affection. They were merely entangled in this undertaking. While she harbored no doubts regarding Shun Yu's sense of responsibility, an underlying sadness lingered within her. Was it truly worth sacrificing her lifelong marriage for the sake of this scheme? Enough with the prolonged deliberation. You two gentlemen, you've said all that needs saying. Today, I shall move in with Shun Yu and embrace my role as his devoted fiancée. As for your affairs, manage them as you see fit. With that, Lin Xia rose to depart, and Xinyu promptly followed her lead. Lin Shikai attempted to interject, but upon seeing Xinyu gesture for silence, he refrained from further comment. The rift between him and Lin Xia could only be mended gradually by this man. Upon exiting the captain's office, Lin Xia instantly donned a different demeanor, appearing innocent and harmless, which surprised Xinyu, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. Lin Xia turned to Xinyu with a sweet smile, uttering the gentle words of a dutiful wife, eliciting envy from the single officers around them. With a beaming smile, Lin Xia nodded and, noticing Xunyu's tie askew, naturally reached out to straighten it, then patted it with satisfaction. I'm off now. Be careful on your way. Until Lin Xia's figure faded from view, Xinyu maintained a gaze filled with unspoken emotions. His beloved wife, a warm home, daily meals. The changing of seasons, all to share together in the ebb and flow of life, was more than enough. All right. Stop staring. She's already far away. I must ask. Have you truly been in love for several years? Why do you still seem like a love-struck youth? As Lin Xia exited the building of the criminal investigation team, her phone chimed with a message from Xinyu. After reading it, she promptly switched off her phone and glanced at the time before finding Xinyu's car and settling in. While adjusting the rearview mirror, Lin Xia caught a glimpse of a pink figure darting past the rear of the vehicle. Her expression darkened as she drove away from the criminal investigation team. Following the address provided by Xinyu, Lin Xia arrived at the Xinyuan Villa district, successfully locating Xinyu's residence. It could be said that from this moment onward, this place would also be her home. After parking her car, Lin Xia opened the door and stepped inside. What greeted her was the sight of minimalist, pristine white and blue European-style furnishings, refreshing and elegant, yet not overly austere. The villa was duplex. The first floor comprised a reception area along with a kitchen and dining space, while the second floor housed the bedrooms and a study. To her surprise, the basement featured a gym and a billiards table. It seemed that Xinyu possessed quite a refined taste in living. After touring Xinyu's villa, Lin Xia picked a psychology book from the bookshelf and settled down in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the balcony to read. Through the sheer curtains, she noticed the smart car that had been following her all along. Lin Xia had considered the possibility of being watched ever since she joined the criminal investigation team. However, she remained uncertain whether the one monitoring her was a mole within the team or a member of the organization mentioned by Lin Shikai. Disregarding the presence of the car, she immersed herself in her book until the sun began to set. Glancing at the time, Lin Xia prepared to make dinner. It would be a misconception to think Lin Xia was merely playing a role in the criminal investigation team. After all, Xinyu was her target of pursuit, and transforming fiction into reality required more than just a performance. Checking the refrigerator, Lin Xia was relieved to find that Xinyu often cooked for himself, as it was well stocked with vegetables, fish, and meat. While the task at hand was not particularly challenging, she was quite adept at preparing simple home-cooked meals. Before she could finish tidying up the kitchen, Xinyu's call came through. Have you eaten? Lin Xia asked instinctively. It's nothing. I'll eat when I'm less busy, he replied. All right then, taking care to rest, and also, please keep an eye on my father. At his age, he shouldn't be overexerting himself. As Xinyu listened to Lin Xia's concerned yet helpless tone on the phone, a tender expression graced his face, and he gently acquiesced. Taking a long while to finally end the call, Lin Xia gazed at the table laden with dishes, pouting in resignation. Could it be that her initial foray into this man's world was met with misfortune? Such a notion was foreign to Lin Xia. She firmly believed that if the mountain would not come to her, she would go to the mountain. There was nothing she aspired to that she could not achieve. Suddenly, she realized this was the perfect opportunity to visit the criminal investigation team once more. Chapter 5. The gentle and virtuous wife delivers a meal. Lin Xia neatly packed the prepared dishes into a bento box and placed it in an insulated bag. Thoughtfully, she included a can of yogurt, for it is said that to win a man's heart, one must first conquer his stomach. On her way to the criminal investigation team, Lin Xia also stopped by a convenience store to bring some snacks for the officers working overtime, hoping to enhance her rapport with them. As Lin Xia entered the criminal investigation team, laden with bags of food, she observed the bustling activity in the police hall, where the officers were overwhelmed with tasks. Yet the group accompanying her father was nowhere to be seen. Lin Xia gently caught the attention of a young officer organizing files and inquired softly, "Excuse me, could you tell me where Team Leader Lin is?" "Oh, it's you, Lin Xia. Team Leader Lin and Team Leader Gu are in a meeting right now. They just received a challenging case and will likely be occupied until late," the officer replied. Nodding in understanding, Lin Xia handed the food to the female officer, sweetly saying, "Thank you all for your hard work, especially for staying late with Team Leader Lin. Here are some snacks. Please help yourselves if you get hungry. After all, a person is like iron and food is like steel. We can't endure this without sustenance." The gathering of law enforcement personnel in the hall exchanged grateful smiles as Lin Xia set down her belongings and approached the conference room with the remaining bag. Standing outside the chamber, she could not discern the discussions within. However, through the glass, she observed Xin Yu standing before a whiteboard, fervently analyzing something for the investigators below. This man, already strikingly handsome, exuded an added air of mature charm while absorbed in his work. Even Lin Xia, with her acute appreciation for beauty, found herself momentarily entranced. Her usual indifference towards ordinary individuals momentarily dissolved. It was only when her gaze met Shen Yu's captivating eyes that she realized she had been staring at him for quite some time. Flushing with embarrassment, Lin Xia averted her eyes, intending to retreat to the lounge and wait for the meeting to conclude. Unexpectedly, Shen Yu opened the conference room door. "What brings you here? Why are you dressed so lightly? Aren't you cold?" As Lin Xia looked up, she was met with Shen Yu's intense gaze. She did not perceive her words as overly intimate, yet his eyes bore the tenderness of one gazing upon a cherished beloved. Although her voice was not loud, it resonated clearly among the assembly, eliciting a chorus of envious murmurs from within the room. "Oh, I wish to have a wife too. We haven't even had our meal yet. Captain Gu, you cannot hoard it all for yourself." To evade Shen Yu's fervent gaze, Lin Xia cheerfully maneuvered around him, placing the food bag on the table. With a playful shake of her shoulders, she announced, "The takeout has arrived. Only when you are well fed can you muster the energy to ponder over matters. You all are the pillars of our nation. What will become of you if you go hungry? Come, let us eat first." A group of individuals, having received a case in the afternoon, had not partaken of food, their hunger palpable as they gazed with gluttonous eyes. Yet, Lin Shikai remained present, despite their usual frivolity. They held a considerable respect for their leader when it came to matters of importance. They promptly ushered Lin Shikai into the office, where he found himself rendered speechless by Lin Xia's antics. Initially intending to assert his authority, he caught sight through the Venetian blinds of Lin Xia effortlessly mingling with the others, accompanied by Shen Yu's reassuring gaze. Thus, Lin Shikai chose not to pursue the matter further. His heart warmed at the sight of the evidently homemade dishes laid upon the table. Unexpectedly, his first experience tasting his daughter's culinary creations was under such circumstances. With a resigned smile, he picked up his bowl and chopsticks and began to eat. Meanwhile, in the hall, the diligent officers continued to consume their meals while tending to their work. Xin Yu had initially wished for a private dinner with Lin Xia, but Lin Xia insisted on joining everyone, feeling somewhat uneasy about being alone with him at that moment. Furthermore, dining with the group would afford her the opportunity to observe more, which she deemed beneficial. As Lin Xia retrieved a lunchbox from the thermal bag, Xin Yu noticed that his meal was distinct from those of the others. Watching Lin Xia gradually unveil the contents of the box, he was greeted by an enticing aroma. Given the evening hour, Lin Xia had opted for a light fare, simply braised ham with bamboo shoots, stir-fried Chinese broccoli, and tomato-flavored sole, accompanied by fragrant rice and a bowl of winter melon meatball soup, delicate yet utterly appetizing. Though Xin Yu had not felt particularly hungry, the sight of Lin Xia unveiling the lunchbox, coupled with her expectant gaze, inexplicably ignited a fierce appetite within him. It seemed as though something had collided within him, striking his stomach, his heart, and his very innards, inciting an uncontrollable urge to smile. Xin Yu awkwardly adjusted his collar, his throat slightly parched. "How does it look? I'm not quite sure what you enjoy eating, but I thought it best not to prepare anything too greasy for dinner, so I made these dishes." I brought a portion for you and the old fox, so hurry and eat. You have tasks ahead. Lin Xia whispered softly in Shen Yu's ear. Shen Yu refrained from further conversation, quietly picking up his chopsticks to begin his meal. He struggled to suppress the impulse to embrace Lin Xia. This little wife of his had bestowed upon him an abundance of surprises. I only arrived after finishing my meal, so have no worries. She continued. By the way, is your case today particularly challenging? It seems the entire investigation team had to work overtime, even the doorman. Though Lin Xia's statement was somewhat exaggerated, it held a kernel of truth. Shen Yu chuckled as he ate. It's not that dire, but never mind, if it's inconvenient to discuss. I understand the rules of the team, Lin Xia quickly interjected, indicating her lack of desire to pry. Yet, Shen Yu gestured to convey that was not his implication. It's fine. We merely discovered a body fashioned into a plaster model on Li Fa Street, and we are still examining the case. Lin Xia nodded thoughtfully, casually remarking, it appears the murderer is quite the avant-garde artist. Indeed, to audaciously commit such an act in a bustling urban area is certainly not the hallmark of an ordinary criminal. Lin Xia gazed at Shen Yu, who continued to eat in silence after speaking, then glanced at the photograph of the plaster cast of the corpse affixed to the writing board. Suddenly, she murmured, this deceased individual must have participated in some religious ritual. Shen Yu abruptly set down his chopsticks and inquired, what leads you to that conclusion? Chapter 6. The divine couple. The others present were drawn in by Shen Yu's question, their expressions filled with anticipation as they turned their attention to Lin Xia. After all, she held a master's degree in criminal psychology, and their curiosity about her abilities was palpable. Feeling a tad bashful, Lin Xia rose and pointed at the photograph, stating, her 2 index fingers have been severed. There exists a saying in Chinese, to eat one's words and grow fat, which in ancient religious customs was associated with a specific ritual. Individuals who overindulged and became corpulent were believed to need to consume one of their own or a loved one's index fingers to regain their slenderness. However, should both index fingers be devoured, it would pose a grave threat to one's life. Legend has it that this ritual constitutes a pact with the hungry ghosts of hell, should one's greed surpass limits, resulting in the loss of both fingers. These vengeful spirits would claim the individual's life. Yet, the veracity of such tales remains uncertain. Li Chun, munching on a chicken leg, mumbled, it's also possible that the murderer severed them. I assenti it? No, Lin Xia replied, gesturing toward the corpse. Observe how you extracted her from the plaster. The body exhibits an exceedingly distorted form. But setting that aside for a moment, look at the positioning of the fingers. As she spoke, Lin Xia indicated a close-up of the corpse's hand. Typically, such a well-preserved cross-section exhibiting atrophy indicates an injury sustained many years, perhaps even over a decade ago. Moreover, the woman appeared exceedingly frail, yet her abdomen exhibited a slight protrusion, suggesting the possibility of pregnancy prior to her demise. However, only a forensic examination could ascertain the precise circumstances. What manner of individual do you surmise the perpetrator to be? All eyes silently turned towards the questioner, Shen Yu, who remained composed, savoring his bowl of meatball soup. It must be said that Lin Xia's culinary skills are quite remarkable, particularly suited to his palate. I ponder the implications of positioning such a plaster statue in the bustling square, concealing within it a corpse. What am I contemplating? Why did I not directly unveil the body? Am I fearful of being discovered and apprehended? How absurd. Such a blatant revelation lacks any aesthetic appeal. The members of the criminal investigation team are utterly inept. If I were to encase a broken toy within plaster and display it in a crowded urban area, how long would it take for someone to realize that the artwork harbors a body? At that moment, panic would ensue, and the expressions of terror and confusion among the populace would be nothing short of a divine masterpiece. Yet, how long before I would be uncovered? The game of cat and mouse has commenced. Suddenly, Lin Xia began to speak to himself before the writing board, leaving the newly recruited officers bewildered. While the seasoned detectives understood that Lin Xia was engaging in criminal psychological profiling. Li Lin, prepare paper and pencil for a sketch, he instructed. Li Lin is a specialist in criminal profiling and crime scene reconstruction. She possesses the extraordinary ability to render any crime scene she has encountered into a rapid sketch with a mere pencil, as if capturing a photograph. No sooner had Shun Yu spoken than Li Lin was ready, her expression brimming with anticipation as she watched Lin Xia immerse himself in his thoughts. The perpetrator is male, aged between 20 and 25 years, standing at 175 centimeters tall, with a slender build not exceeding 50 kilograms. She enjoys wearing loose hoodies and denim jeans. And although she wears glasses, she is not nearsighted. She has a penchant for sweet treats and carries candy with her due to severe hypoglycemia. Her outward demeanor is demure, yet her inner self is rebellious. She is perceived as an exemplary student by society. Her childhood was marked by solitude and darkness, and her immature mind craved attention yet received little care, as she is someone engaged in the arts or has studied them. She harbors an obsession with perfection and is compulsive, exhibiting an intense aversion to discordant elements. She seeks thrill and provocation to affirm her existence, yet simultaneously lacks a sense of security. Cautious in her actions and meticulous in her lifestyle, she only engages when she can exert control over the situation. Moreover, she is likely a genius. As Lin Xia concluded her thoughts, a wave of vigorous applause erupted, momentarily leaving her dazed. It took her a moment to realize that she had been so engrossed in criminal analysis that she had completely forgotten her surroundings. My goodness! Lin Xia, are you and Captain Gu celestial beings? Your profiles of the suspects were nearly flawless. He was still speaking before you arrived. Li Lin exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Though she knew Xin Yu was a master detective, she was astonished to discover Lin Xia's remarkable abilities as well. It seemed they had truly become a couple of celestial beings. Indeed, if only you and Captain Gu had arrived sooner, our investigation team's success rate could have doubled. The crowd buzzed with enthusiasm, and it was only then that Lin Xia realized she had garnered some attention. Please, everyone, I owe all of this to Xin Yu. I have merely scratched the surface. I am still far from his level. Xin Yu chuckled softly, fully comprehending Lin Xia's sentiment. Due to the circumstances of the plan, Lin Xia's portrayal as the dutiful yet inconspicuous wife was undoubtedly the safest option. However, the sudden emergence of attention would inevitably attract the notice of those lurking in the shadows. After some contemplation, Xin Yu concluded that this was not necessarily a negative development. Rather than remaining passive and gradually investigating, it would be more prudent to hasten their actions, compelling that individual to reveal their true intentions. The quicker they solve the case, the more restless those individuals would become. Yet, this also placed Lin Xia in jeopardy, stirring a sense of reluctance within Xin Yu. Very well, let us conclude for today, he declared. Li Lin, having completed the profile sketch, proceeded to cross-reference it, meticulously reviewing surveillance footage from the vicinity of the crime scene for any suspicious individuals resembling those depicted in the sketch. Baomei, you and Uncle Lu should expedite the autopsy report. Additionally, Lu Xian, please re-examine all physical evidence from the scene to identify any further findings. What should we do? Lin Xia began, but Xin Yu gently pressed his index finger against her lips, signaling her to remain silent. He cast a glance towards the row of tables and chairs where the meeting had taken place, hinting at the possibility of eavesdropping. Lin Xia cautiously nodded, yet the cool, slender fingers of Shun Yu resting on her lips sent her heart racing. This man possessed an undeniable allure. Seemingly sensing Lin Xia's flustered demeanor, Xin Yu did not withdraw his finger. Instead, he leaned closer and whispered softly in her ear, Xia, your face is so red, it's utterly adorable. Instantly, Lin Xia's face flushed like fire as she pushed Xin Yu away, stammering, Why you? Could you please keep your distance and act more seriously? Xin Yu did not genuinely wish to tease Lin Xia. Rather, he sought to employ such flirtatious banter to dissuade the eavesdropper from continuing their clandestine listening. However, Lin Xia's actions and her adorably incoherent demeanor utterly charmed Xin Yu. Chapter 7. Emotional Intensification to Ensure Their Safety. Xin Yu felt it prudent to inform Lin Chikai and escorted Lin Xia to his office. Xin Yu's office was equipped with a counter-surveillance system, discreetly installed with the approval of superiors. After all, within the expansive criminal investigation team, it was paramount to avoid internal discord among colleagues. Once Xinyu closed the door and invited Lin Xia to sit, he spoke slowly. Let us continue discussing this case. Do you believe it bears any connection to the organization we previously mentioned? With her chin resting on her hands, Lin Xia squinted at Xinyu, her gaze laced with skepticism. You seem rather unfazed. Unfazed by what? My analytical skills? For someone I've only known for a day, your composure is rather excessive. Xinyu smiled, observing Lin Xia in silence, patiently awaiting her to elaborate. So, when did you begin investigating me? Lin Xia scrutinized Xinyu for an extended moment. Yet she could not discern a single flaw in his handsome visage. All right then, let us return to our previous topic. Xinyu regarded Lin Xia with a deep gaze and continued, smiling gently. So, what are your thoughts? Lin Xia pondered, lowering her head. The Original Sin Organization, a criminal entity that has lingered for years within unresolved cases in the Criminal Investigation Archives. Its members are prodigies from various fields. The methods of crime are diverse, yet they share a commonality. The victims all embody the 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins, often regarded as humanity's inherent vices, include pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, lust, and gluttony. Indeed, the members of this organization pride themselves on being the custodians of a degenerate era, meting out extreme retribution to those who have committed original sins yet escaped legal consequences. It is said that for those targeted by this organization, death is the least severe punishment. Often, they endure a fate worse than death. After finishing his statement, Xinyu handed Lin Xia a dossier pertaining to the current case. Initially, I too believed this case bore a connection to the organization, given the similarity in their modus operandi. However, the deceased exhibited no behaviors that would constitute a transgression of original sin, did they? Indeed, while it is true that every human being, to some extent, cannot escape the realm of original sin, a certain degree of indulgence is generally acceptable. The Original Sin Organization critiques not merely the sins themselves, but those they deem to have transgressed. An investigation into the deceased's identity revealed no excessive behaviors. Moreover, the plaster used to encase the deceased was not of a type typically reserved for sculpting. Lin Xia's observation caused Shun Yu's expression to grow grave as he revisited the scene photographs, suddenly awakening to a realization. How did you discern this? He inquired. Lin Xia pointed to one of the images and explained, Here, the texture of the sculpting plaster is relatively soft and dries slowly, which facilitates better shaping. However, the intricate corners and challenging angles were carved with considerable force and were far from smooth. This indicates that the plaster was quite hard and dried rapidly. This indicates that his surroundings lacked sculpted plaster but contained a notably hard and swiftly setting medical plaster. Xinyu gazed intently at the photograph for quite some time before softly uttering, You truly are my lucky star. It seems we are not far from closing the case. Then, my esteemed Detective Shun, since we have made progress with the case, should we not proceed with utmost urgency? Xinyu smiled at Lin Xia, his enchanting peach blossom eyes reflecting profound emotions, making Lin Xia feel somewhat uneasy. What is the matter? Are you so quick to burn bridges? Xia, you know that isn't my intention. Then what do you mean? How am I to know if you don't say? Lin Xia feigned ignorance, her large, innocent eyes fixed on Xinyu. Initially, Xinyu was concerned that Lin Xia might overthink things, fearing she would misunderstand his intentions of excluding her from the case. However, upon seeing the mischievous glint in Lin Xia's glistening eyes, he couldn't help but smile helplessly. Xinyu rose, leaning over the table towards Lin Xia, and whispered softly in her ear, I am merely worried about you staying up late. It's detrimental to your health and skin. Your Mr. Shun would be concerned. A warm breath brushed against Lin Xia's ear, and whether intentional or not, Xinyu's lips barely grazed her earlobe as he spoke, causing Lin Xia, who had initially intended to tease Xinyu, to blush suddenly. Her earlobes turned a shade akin to a southern pearl. Xinyu leaned in closer, and their breaths quickened. What began as a playful wager to see who would crack first unexpectedly revealed a compelling attraction between them. Just as Shun Yu's delicate lips were about to meet Lin Xia's slightly parted rosy mouth, the office door was abruptly thrust open. "Captain Shun, there is a new discovery." Li Chun blundered in, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he hastily retreated and shut the door, muttering, "I'm sorry, please carry on." "Captain Shun, I didn't mean to intrude. I didn't see anything." With that, before Lin Xia could react, he swiftly pecked her on the lips and turned to leave the office. 2 seconds later, a furious roar echoed through Shen Yu's office, shaking the very foundations of the building. "Shen Yu, you wait for me." Outside the office, the officers were bewildered, glancing at the emerging Shen Yu. Shen Yu, however, wore a smile as bright as spring, and seeing that all was well, the others ceased their curiosity about the couple's private matters. Outside, Shen Yu followed Li Chun to tackle the case, while Lin Xia pounded her chest in frustration at her desk. Having lived for over 20 years, she had never encountered a rival in psychological warfare. Even in jest, it was others who blushed and faltered in her presence. Recalling the earlier moment, Lin Xia's fingers trembled as they brushed against the corner of her lips, and in the next instant, her cheeks flushed anew. Shen Yu was simply an enchanting demon. Why must a man be so extraordinarily handsome? And how dare he tease her? Suddenly, a haunting phrase echoed in her mind. "Every cause has its effect. Your retribution is me." In stark contrast to Lin Xia's turmoil, Shen Yu was decisively and swiftly honing in on their target alongside the officers. Her flowing long hair cascaded over Lin Xia's slender figure, her fair skin and delicate features exuding a serene and exquisite beauty. In this unsettling dawn, Shen Yu beheld the most magnificent tableau of his life. Chapter 8. Case closure at the New Sea City Hospital. The influx of patients was incessant, akin to a relentless tide. A young nurse emerged from the emergency center, still clutching a patient's prescription. Director Chai truly bewildered him. He had personally covered the medical expenses for a patient whose family had not even arrived. If this patient were to vanish like the previous ones after their treatment, Director Chai would undoubtedly become a living bodhisattva. "My sincerest apologies. I did not mean to bump into you." The young nurse looked up, momentarily stunned. "Dr. Jean, what brings you here? Have you completed the surgery in orthopedics?" The man referred to as Dr. Jean smiled pleasantly, his demeanor radiating joy. "Thank you for your hard work. I still need to deliver medication to a patient. You should take this opportunity to rest." Dr. Jean nodded appreciatively and turned to descend the stairs. Observing his frail figure, the young nurse refrained from further conversation and continued her ascent to deliver the medication. By the time Shen Yu and the contingent of officers arrived at the New Sea City Hospital, it was already 9 in the morning. Initially, he had hoped to gain clarity the previous night and expedite the resolution. However, as Shen Yu pieced together the intricate threads of the case, he realized that a hasty raid was inadvisable. Furthermore, witnessing his petite wife selflessly deliver supper while assisting in the investigation only to ultimately fall asleep at her desk tugged at his heartstrings. Lin Xia had not slept so soundly in a long time. During her years abroad, for reasons unknown, she was constantly plagued by dreams, fragmented visions that seemed to harbor forgotten memories. Yet today, she basked in a comforting slumber, enveloped in a warm and familiar embrace. Far removed from the realm of nightmares, Shen Yu gazed at the peacefully sleeping Lin Xia in his arms, fully aware that should she awaken to find them sharing a bed, a commotion would undoubtedly ensue. Nevertheless, he found himself enchanted, reluctant to let her go. So be it. Let there be a ruckus. His wife deserved his utmost affection. As expected, Lin Xia stirred awake early in the morning, promptly chastising him for taking advantage of her vulnerability. Her fierce yet adorable demeanor made Shen Yu almost reluctant to attend to his case. "Very well. Once the matter is resolved, my dear, you may do as you please." "Humph. I'll keep a tally. Should you dare to act inappropriately again, you shall face dire consequences." Lin Xia shifted the topic. "Moreover, this case may not be easily resolved. While identifying the perpetrator may prove straightforward, the associated ramifications are complex. I share your sentiments, but I believe we must confront him face to uncover more information." "What kind of soup do you intend to prepare, my dear?" Yesterday's was delightful. Upon hearing this, Xinyu could no longer restrain himself and embraced the feisty Lin Xia. Laughing heartily, how could he bear to let go of such a charming little wife? Tonight, I shall endure the bitterness of ginger, my dear Xia. For your sake, I shall strive to live a few more years, so you shan't be widowed so soon. Lin Xia, filled with indignation, bit down on Xunyu's shoulder. Feeling that the refined and gentle gentleman she had first encountered was nothing but an illusion, this individual seemed intent on vexing her. After a morning filled with turmoil, Lin Xia was no naive young girl. Upon learning that Xunyu and the police officers were heading to the hospital, she understood it was time to conclude the matter. Thus, she ceased her antics and urged Xunyu to swiftly reunite with his team, ensuring that their presence at the hospital did not cause any delay. To avoid alarming the suspects, the group refrained from using police vehicles and opted for plainclothes instead. After coordinating with the hospital staff, they proceeded directly to the orthopedic department. However, to their surprise, the orthopedic office was deserted. Xinyu pondered, casting his gaze upon the computer on the desk. Lu Xian nodded and promptly removed the computer. Xinyu then surveyed the room, his attention landing on the nameplate of the attending physician, Li Lin. He inquired with the on-duty nurse if anyone had seen Jean Wenbin. "Are you looking for Dr. Jean?" Li Lin was about to step out when a young nurse appeared at the door, holding an empty bag. "Yes, have you seen him?" Xinyu stepped forward, and the nurse, taken aback by the strikingly handsome figure before her, flushed crimson. Yes, I saw Dr. Jean when I went to fetch medication today. He had just completed his surgery and went to the downstairs lounge to rest. However, by this time, he should be attending to patients. I'm not sure. Are there any other doctors in this office apart from him? Besides Dr. Jean, there are 2 intern doctors, both as students, who have just begun their internship at the hospital this year. Thank you. You may continue with your tasks. The young nurse, blushing, nodded and left. Xinyu glanced at the 2 tables beside Dr. Jean and then at the storage cabinet in the corner. Suddenly, everything became clear to him, and he hurriedly said, "Li Chen, take a few people to the lounge. The rest follow me to the rooftop. I fear others may meet a dire fate." The crowd quickly dispersed, acting upon Xinyu's instructions. Upon reaching the rooftop with the others, Xinyu beheld a frail man bound with medical gauze to the solar panel, resembling a mummy on the brink of dehydration. I had initially thought that the criminal investigation team was inept, yet it seems a few possess utility. However, it is too late. Those who err must face consequences. Since the police hesitate, I shall take matters into my own hands. A voice, dark yet somewhat juvenile, echoed from above. A young man clad in a hoodie sat atop the building, holding a device resembling a switch in his hand. The crowd noticed that he bore a striking resemblance to the sketch. With your intellect, you could have pursued a brighter future. Why resort to this? Xinyu questioned. The youth remained silent, merely gazing at Xinyu. At that moment, Xinyu's phone rang. Upon answering, he received the information he sought and promptly ended the call. Your girlfriend is encased in plaster for public display. Your friend is unconscious in a sealed cabinet awaiting death, and your teacher cannot escape your clutches either. Dressed in this white garb, why must you sell your soul to the devil? Xinyu's words instantly incensed the young man, who retorted with fury, "What do you know? They all deserve to die. Those with ugly and filthy hearts have no right to live." The young man's emotions were exceedingly volatile, as if everything that had transpired in the past had rendered him uncontrollably enraged. Yet, this was precisely the outcome Xinyu desired. A person easily swayed by emotions is far simpler to manipulate. At this moment, Jean Wenbin was bound to a solar panel, and the switch in the young man's hand evidently controlled it. Therefore, Xinyu's first objective was to seize the controller from the young man's grasp to rescue Jean Wenbin. As far as I am aware, your girlfriend is an intern nurse at this hospital, attending the same school as you. She is cheerful, kind, and gentle, earning the admiration of her friends. With a pristine personal life, I truly cannot fathom what she could have done to provoke such hatred that you would wish her dead. Upon hearing Xinyu mention his deceased girlfriend, the young man froze, then began to tremble, his words laced with disdain and loathing. Innocent? Everyone was deceived by her. Initially, I was drawn to her because of her perceived purity and genuine kindness. She claimed I was her first boyfriend, and I believed her. What was the truth? She was never a virgin, and she used to be as fat as a pig. I dismissed what others said until I discovered old photos of her on her phone. I have never subscribed to any religious belief, yet she had the audacity to claim that her weight loss was due to the amputation of her finger, despite having previously told me it was an accident from her childhood. The preamble is disjointed, and the fabrications are abundant. Such a woman harbors a heart far more sordid than what I perceive. It is evident that the topic broached by Shun Yu incited considerable ire within the youth, who fervently denounced the girl murdered due to his extremist ideologies. Shun Yu, moving forward discreetly, gestured subtly behind him, prompting the crowd to disperse in a graceful arc, gradually encircling the protruding section of the rooftop. Yet, such circumstances do not justify your indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. Even if you perceive your girlfriend's concealment as an act of betrayal, what of your classmate? He has been your confidant for 4 years, sharing the same dormitory. We even discovered a photograph of your travels together within his locker. How could you bring yourself to harm someone who has cherished you so dearly? Upon mentioning the friend confined within the lounge's cupboard, the youth paused, his expression a tapestry of complexity, half sorrow, half mirth, interwoven with an inexplicable anguish. He was bothersome, incessantly nagging me, disrupting my peace of mind. Upon learning of my relationship with Xiao Mei, he suddenly grew distant, an adjustment that bewildered me. It was only when he was inebriated that I grasped my true standing in his heart. Yet, I felt no revulsion, merely astonishment. Later, Jin Wenbin, under the guise of an internship, made unwelcome advances towards him. I expected resistance, only to discover that he was not entirely devoted to me. The youth's incoherent murmurs, though disjointed, offered Xinyu a glimpse into the intricate web of their relationships. So, is this your rationale for seeking vengeance against Jin Wenbin? Vengeance. Does he even deserve such a notion? This wretched creature has committed countless heinous acts for the sake of monetary gain from patients' families. That girl, merely 8 years old, was struck by a vehicle and suffered a broken leg. At such a tender age, her recovery should have been swift, a mere routine procedure. Yet, in his greed for bribes from the family, he callously caused a second fracture during surgery, leaving the poor child sobbing in excruciating pain. He informed the family of her critical condition, claiming that due to her youth, he could not administer a sufficient amount of anesthetic, while all the while knowing that her agony could lead to further complications. It is all utter nonsense. Ultimately, the child emerged unscathed, while he pocketed a substantial red envelope. Such incidents are far too common, and because he is a veteran of the hospital with undisclosed connections, the director turns a blind eye. One might wonder, does eliminating him not constitute an act of delivering the public from harm? Upon hearing the youth's words, the police officers present suddenly felt disinclined to rescue Jin Wenbin. He is nothing short of a soulless beast, driven by greed. Do you understand why I have him bound here? The bandages on him are laced with a significant amount of white phosphorus. The moment I flip the switch, the solar panel beneath him will absorb heat. White phosphorus burns at a high temperature and possesses strong adsorption properties, producing phosphorus pentoxide upon combustion, a potent dehydrating agent akin to concentrated sulfuric acid. Is the knowledge you've acquired truly meant for such purposes? Xinyu spoke gravely. The youth gazed at the bound Jin Wenbin, his feeble state reminiscent of a stray dog. As several officers approached Jin Wenbin, the youth calmly remarked, "I advise you to keep your distance. Should I press the switch, he will be seared beyond recognition in an instant. Moreover, the combustion of white phosphorus fills the air with dust, surely. You do not wish for your respiratory tracts to be corroded, do you?" None dared to recklessly advance, and just as the tension mounted, Xinyu's phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he discovered it was Lin Xia. "Xia, what is it?" "Xinyu, are you still in the hospital? Is the suspect before you?" "Yes." "What has happened?" "I have reviewed the case materials you provided once more. We have been deceived. The individual we pinpointed is not the true perpetrator. He is merely a scapegoat." Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, Xinyu remained remarkably composed, even displaying a look of appreciation. His young wife had indeed not let him down. He glanced at the youth above and signaled Li Chun, who stood a short distance away. Li Chen silently nodded, remaining still. If Lin Xia could persuade the youth over the phone to save Jin Wenbin's life, then his wife was nothing short of a genius. After a moment's contemplation, Xinyu activated the speakerphone and addressed the young man. "There is someone here who wishes to speak with you." The youth looked down at Xinyu, who had turned the volume to its maximum. They could hear Lin Xia's originally serene and cheerful voice transform into a steady and deep tone. "Fu Yu, you are not the demon they portray you to be. Xiaomei, you did not kill her. Do not be misled by appearances. Who are you?" Lin Xia's few words unsettled Fu Yu, who had previously been strategizing with confidence. "Who I am is inconsequential. But you must not sacrifice your entire life based on the unfounded words of an unseen individual. I am uncertain about your current endeavors. Yet I hope you comprehend that sacrificing your precious youth for the sake of societal scoundrels is not worth it." Chapter 10. The game after Xinyu departed. Lin Xia revisited the materials provided by him. Due to the time constraints last night, she had not thoroughly scrutinized the details. When Lin Xia compared the photograph of the plaster sculpture with the images of the deceased, she was taken aback. She had initially presumed that the victim had been suffocated within the plaster, as there were no visible signs of external injury. Moreover, this method of execution aligned with the organization's notorious modus operandi, the art of death. However, if it were indeed that organization, they would not commit such a fundamental blunder of using improper plaster, resulting in an incomplete artwork. Therefore, Lin Xia concluded that the perpetrator was likely an aficionado of crimes emulating the original sin. Following the clues from the photograph, along with Xun Yu's findings, she quickly pinpointed the hospital. Yet today, as Lin Xia once again examined the materials and compared the photographs, she realized she had overlooked a crucial detail. She had not reviewed the forensic autopsy report. Her entire line of reasoning was predicated on her assumptions and understanding of that organization, neglecting the most vital and fundamental aspect. The information gleaned from investigating the deceased would far exceed what was visible. However, had Xinyu overlooked it as well? She found it hard to believe that Xinyu, busy until the late hours, would have neglected the autopsy report. Yet, why then did Xinyu head straight to the hospital? Lin Xia was overwhelmed with thoughts. After uncovering the flaw, she realized she had been deceived, ensnared by her own arrogance. Cursing her own foolishness inwardly, she dialed Xinyu's number, hoping it was not too late to rescue the suspect they had identified. "Fu Yu, you are merely a pawn cast by them for the criminal investigation team, destined never to be part of their plans." Fu Yu sat high above, his expression a complex mixture as he gazed in Xun Yu's direction. He did not know who the woman on the phone was, but it seemed as though she had discerned the entirety of the situation through the mere conduit of the device. This sensation instilled both fear and a longing for the truth within him. He had been haunted by guilt over the accidental death of Xiaomei. Yet the arrival of that individual felt divine, salvaging his spirit and guiding him on how to confront his plight. However, he had never transcended the barrier of self-reproach, and Lin Xia's words seemed to ignite a flicker of hope within him. Fu Yu discarded the switch in his hand, voluntarily relinquishing his resistance. Xinyu frowned slightly. Could it truly conclude so easily? An ominous premonition began to spread within him. In an instant, all were caught off guard by a deafening blast that left their eardrums ringing. Officers near the explosion were thrown several meters by the shockwave, and Xinyu's arm was lacerated by flying fragments of metal, causing his phone to tumble to the ground. A cascade of unforeseen events left everyone reeling, but fortunately, Li Chen swiftly lunged at Fu Yu, preventing his frantic escape. Minutes later, Xinyu regained his hearing and clarity of thought, hurriedly picking up his phone, only to discover it had been rendered inoperable by the blast. Xinyu, disregarding the injury on his arm, rose to instruct Li Lin, who had remained at a distance untouched by the chaos, to contact the fire department and request additional personnel to secure the scene. It was only when he noticed the glint of a telescope from the opposite office building that he reluctantly closed his eyes in regret, lamenting the loss of the first round of this contest. Such a handsome visage, he thought. I cannot bear to see it marred. Fortunately, a rather sardonic man wielding a telescope gazed towards Xinyu on the hospital's rooftop. No matter how handsome, he is still someone else's husband. Why do you continue to stare? Another man can captivate your gaze for so long. Behind him, a corpulent man indulged in bloody morsels while sipping wine, seemingly at great leisure. Carmen, a person devoid of aesthetic sensibility like you could never comprehend this. He is akin to a work of art. How splendid it would be to display him in my collection. Call me Carmen one more time, and I shall dispose of you, the irate man exclaimed, tossing a piece of meat in retaliation. Enough, Xi, a Shao, we must take our leave. Xi retracted his telescope, while a Shao swallowed the last morsel, and the two followed the white-clad man out of the room. By the time the police arrived, the area had transformed into a conflagration. Shen Yu surveyed the devastation, his mind gradually settling into clarity. It was at this moment that he recalled the interruption of Lin Xia's call during the explosion. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Lin Xia was rendered dazed by the deafening blast, her mind soon succumbing to intense pain. Fragmented images flooded her mind, as if something had been unleashed. Once, it seemed she had also endured such an explosion, but then, what transpired? Lin Xia slowly crouched down, tightly clutching her head, the intense pain inducing a fleeting sense of suffocation. There was something she had forgotten. It felt as though an eternity had passed before Lin Xia's body could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed onto the ground. In her dazed state, she perceived a figure rushing towards her, familiar yet alien. Xia Xia, Xia Xia, call an ambulance. Xia Xia. Lin Xia's mind was a blank slate, as if she had been ensnared in a prolonged dream. In this dream were the boy from middle school who had pursued her relentlessly, the close friends from high school, and the university professor whose affair had been exposed by his wife, causing a scandal at school, and then a hazy figure whose features eluded her, tenderly embracing her, caring for her, kissing her affectionately, loving her. But who was he? Then came the senior from the art academy abroad, a man named Zuofeiyu. Their relationship had been quite amicable, and it seemed his sculpture had even won an award later. What exactly had she forgotten? Sculpture. Zuofeiyu. In an instant, Lin Xia's eyes flew open. Xia Xia, are you all right? Where do you feel unwell? It was only when Shen Yu's handsome face came into view that Lin Xia began to regain her composure. Shen Yu. What happened? Shen Yu gazed at the awakening Lin Xia, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. You fainted. It seems the explosion startled you. The noise was too loud, affecting your brain, but the doctor said you would be fine once you regained consciousness. Why did the explosion occur? What exactly transpired? Shen Yu gently covered Lin Xia with a blanket and softly remarked, It's a long story. Once you're well, I shall tell you. For now, rest well. As Lin Xia extended her hands, she noticed a significant gash on Shen Yu's right arm, the crimson bloodstain strikingly vivid. It's nothing. I was merely grazed by debris during the explosion. I've already tended to it. It's of no concern. Lin Xia rose and embraced Shen Yu, uncertain of her motivations but instinctively drawn to this man. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of security only in his embrace. Chapter 11. The hidden past. Shen Yu tenderly caressed Lin Xia's long hair, gently holding her close. He could sense her unease, reminiscent of her trembling hand gripping him tightly during her unconsciousness. It's all right. Do not be afraid. I am here, and I shall remain by your side. There is no need to fear. Shen Yu softly reassured Lin Xia, affectionately kissing her forehead and cheeks, hoping to soothe her frayed nerves. Lin Xia accepted Shen Yu's nurturing care, but buried her face deeply into his chest. This intimate sensation and scene felt both familiar and foreign to her. Shen Yu. Yes, I am here. What is it? Are you feeling unwell? Why are you so kind to me? We have only known each other for 2 days. Shen Yu held her tightly, greedily inhaling the fragrance of her hair while striving to temper his emotions. Is that so? I believed that we had been together for an eternity, long enough for you to consider marrying me. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia burst into laughter in Shen Yu's embrace, reflecting on how they had tied the knot over a case, truly displaying a spirit of selfless dedication. Yet, as Lin Xia laughed, tears began to flow. She was uncertain why she cried, but deep within her surged an overwhelming emotion. Shen Yu's words had stirred her to tears. I dreamt of someone whose identity eluded me. Yet his embrace was warm, his kiss captivating, and his affection utterly consuming, such beauty that I was reluctant to awaken. If you say this, the household staples may well be in an uproar. Why? Because I knocked them over. Now I feel rather uneasy. You are so close to my heart. Have you not sensed the bitterness? My dear wife, in your slumber, you seem to dream of someone other than me. Lin Xia looked up at Xinyu, who wore a face of helplessness, yet his eyes shimmered with an intense love yearning to break free. I long to forget many things, yet it seems I cannot. In retrospect, marrying you was indeed no mere coincidence. I had said, how could the old fox so easily part with me? However, I simply cannot recall. There is no need to ponder anything. Regardless of the past, whether you knew me before or not, it is of no consequence. What matters is that you are now my wife, my beloved, and I shall cherish you as my very life. If you truly wish to know about the past, once this organization's case concludes, I will reveal everything to you. So for now, cease your thoughts and rest well, shall you? Outside the ward, Lin Shikai comforted the frightened Xiaolin while anxiously awaiting Shun Yu's emergence. The doctor had assured him that as long as Lin Xia awakened, all would be well. Yet, should his daughter remain unresponsive and his wife suffer a grave shock, life would lose all meaning for him. Is Xia all right? He inquired urgently upon seeing Shun Yu. Rest assured, she merely experienced a significant auditory stimulus that affected her brain. She briefly awakened but has since fallen asleep again. If your mother-in-law has the time, she could come and keep Xia company, Xinyu replied. Xiaolin promptly entered the room, and upon seeing her peacefully sleeping daughter, her racing heart began to calm. Meanwhile, outside the ward, Xinyu regarded Lin Shikai, who understood the unspoken words. They stationed 2 guards at the door before walking to the end of the hospital corridor. Captain Lin, the explosion startled Lin Xia, causing fluctuations in her previously sealed memories, which is detrimental to her brain, Xinyu explained. Is it truly possible for someone to orchestrate such a scheme? Lin Shikai pondered. It seems unlikely. After Xia went abroad several years ago, all information related to me within the country was erased. Moreover, our marriage announcement was made only 2 days ago. They couldn't have discovered it so swiftly. Thus, this must be a mere coincidence. Yet, this coincidence has inadvertently triggered something in Xia. Although I have provided reassurance, it remains a hidden danger that could inflict significant harm on her neural health in the future. Lin Shikai sighed, and his gaze toward Xinyu Yu grew increasingly complex. If a hypnotist were to guide Xia, perhaps. Lin Shikai observed the determination and anguish in Xinyu Yu's eyes, and could only pat his shoulder. The presence of someone capable of loving Lin Xia granted him a semblance of self-forgiveness regarding his feelings of guilt towards her. Mom, please rest assured. I'm fine now. I was merely startled by the noise. Your daughter is far from fragile. You ungrateful child. Do you have any idea how terrified I was when I received Xinyu's call? Thank goodness Xinyu was there. What would I do if anything happened to you? As she spoke, Xiao Lin's eyes began to well with tears, prompting Lin Shikai to gently pull his wife aside, coaxing and comforting her. Meanwhile, Xinyu settled next to Lin Xia, smiling as he inquired, is there anywhere else that discomforts you? Would you like another examination? Lin Xia shook her head vigorously. She had no fondness for hospitals and felt perfectly fine now. Not a moment longer did she wish to remain there. Xinyu chuckled and nodded in agreement. But prior to her discharge, Lin Xia was coaxed and somewhat frightened into undergoing a comprehensive checkup by her parents and Xinyu, only to leave the hospital once it was confirmed that all was well. Lin Xia happily nodded and then asked Xinyu, what has transpired regarding Fuyu? Originally, the criminal investigation team was so busy today, and you and the old fox still came over. With my Xia unconscious, how could I focus on solving cases? Now that my dear wife is well, I can return to my work with peace of mind. Lin Xia felt her cheeks flush at Xinyu's words. How adept he was at charming her, each remark sweetly resonating within her heart. As Lin Xia blushed shyly, Xinyu suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on her slightly parted lips, a playful smile dancing on his face as he remarked, if my lady were to bestow upon me a kiss of her own accord, I would be even more motivated. How infuriating! Lin Xiao exclaimed, her cheeks aflame as she pushed Xin Yu's handsome face away. How could this man be so audacious? It was utterly annoying. Observing the two, Lin Shikai and Xiao Lin exchanged knowing smiles, surrounded by a whimsical aura of pink bubbles. Chapter 12. Interrogation. A file on the computer had been encrypted. If the password were entered incorrectly, the contents would be automatically destroyed. At present, Asun was still attempting to decipher it. There was also an email account filled with garbled messages, including one unopened email that we were hesitant to access for fear of triggering its destruction. Thus, we aimed to obtain the password from Fu Yu as swiftly as possible to mitigate our losses. Peering through the one-way mirror at Fu Yu in the interrogation room, Xin Yu's expression turned serious as he instructed, "Let Asun continue his decryption efforts. I shall speak with Fu Yu." Xin Yu pushed open the door to the interrogation room and nodded to Lu Exine, who was still engaged in a battle of wits with Fu Yu, signaling him to leave. Taking a seat across from Fu Yu, Xin Yu noted the latter's vacant demeanor. "The person you wish to see is my wife. Due to today's explosion, she has been somewhat affected. Though she was not present at the scene, the incident has agitated her mind. Consequently, she cannot come at this moment." Fu Yu opened his mouth slightly as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Xin Yu, unfazed, continued to express his thoughts from the very beginning. "I knew you were not the culprit. However, there are those who wish for me to believe that you are the murderer. Only by locating you can I possibly uncover the truth about them." Utilizing Jean Wenbin's work computer to receive information was also part of their scheme, was it not? Jean Wenbin has an insatiable appetite for wealth and pleasure, yet due to his age, he is not particularly adept with computers. Aside from the software required for his job, he is unfamiliar with anything else. Yu and Lu Tao, as his intern assistants, would frequently interact with his computer. We discovered an encrypted folder within the device, but regrettably, we do not possess the password. Furthermore, we are unable to access that email account. Therefore, I shall not divulge anything to you. Fu Yu recounted the first words he uttered upon joining the criminal investigation team. Xin Yu nodded and continued, "I understand that sharing this with you is merely stating the facts. Since you have not committed murder, at most you could be charged with complicity, which would not incur a lengthy sentence. However, do you not wish to know who truly killed your girlfriend and framed you for it?" Fu Yu's body stiffened. Xin Yu realized he had struck at the very core of Fu Yu's concern. In truth, Fu Yu is not a person devoid of discernment. Despite his disparaging remarks about his girlfriend, he still held a fondness for her deep within. Moreover, did you know she was pregnant? What did you say? Impossible. Fu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as Xin Yu placed the autopsy report before him. Lu Mei's physique was so frail that even at 5 months along, her pregnancy was not readily apparent. Had it not been for someone draining her body of fluids and sealing it in plaster, her corpse would not have appeared so grotesquely contorted. We examined all the wounds on her body. There was a blunt force injury on her head, likely inflicted by an object such as a vase. However, at that moment, she was not yet deceased. The fatal injury was to her carotid artery, where someone had injected a considerable amount of air while she was still alive. Fu Yu gazed at the autopsy report, listening to Xin Yu's account. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Had he acted promptly to provide emergency care to Xiaomei, both she and the child might have been saved. When he witnessed Lu Mei collapse, panic ensued, and years of medical knowledge evaporated from his mind. Yet, at that critical juncture, he received an email offering assistance in resolving this predicament, with the sender guiding him along the way, suggesting that the accidental death was not his fault. Since Lu Mei's body was entrusted to that individual, it seemed as though the incident had never occurred. He believed this person to be a divine savior. But how could there possibly be a free lunch in this world? Jean Wenbin was not meant to be a target. The exchange was a condition imposed by them, and he had been coerced onto an irrevocable path. He faced a dire choice: either eliminate Jean Wenbin, this societal miscreant, thereby securing his place among them while evading law enforcement, or face immediate arrest, having killed his girlfriend and sealed her within a sculpture, inciting panic in the city, a fate that would condemn him to prison for life. Fu Yu stared in shock at Xin Yu. When he first encountered Xin Yu, He perceived him as an attractive man devoid of aggression. Even during negotiations, he exuded an air of a cultured gentleman. Yet now he emanated an unsettling chill. What meticulous and sophisticated logical reasoning must one possess to analyze an entire event so thoroughly within such a brief span of time? It almost feels as if he were a mere bystander, observing the entire process unfold. Thus, you have never taken a life. Rather, you have gradually fallen into another's trap, reduced to a mere pawn in their scheme to test me. Do you still wish to conceal the truth? Should you assist the authorities? You may atone for your actions and potentially receive a lighter sentence, while also avenging Lu Mei. Given the current circumstances, even if I were to release you, do you truly believe that the members of that organization would let you go? Would they trust that you have divulged nothing? Shen Yu's relentless probing struck at Fu Yu's vulnerabilities, particularly the death of Lu Mei and the unborn child, causing Fu Yu's resolve to gradually crumble. I said, I will share everything I know, but you must do me a favor. Are you concerned about Lu Tao's safety? He has already been safeguarded by our people. They will not harm him. Fu Yu offered a wry smile, realizing that even this thought had not escaped the notice of the man before him. Just how formidable is he? By the time Shen Yu completed the interrogation, over an hour had elapsed. Upon exiting the interrogation room, he discovered Lin Xia had been waiting for him in the observation room for quite some time. Why aren't you staying home? What will you do if you feel unwell? Shen Yu feigned anger, playfully pinching Lin Xia's cheek. Unfazed, she embraced him tightly, declaring how incredibly handsome he was. Mr. Shen, you are truly magnificent. I admire you so much. Lin Xia even made a gesture of adoration, her round almond-shaped eyes filled with admiration, causing Shen Yu's cheeks to flush crimson. Moreover, with the presence of the police officers from the team nearby, Shen Yu, attempting to maintain a facade of seriousness, remarked, "This is preposterous. We are in the Criminal Investigation Unit. You, please do not be upset. You have had a long day. I came specifically to bring you soup, ginger soup that I personally brewed." In that fleeting moment, Shen Yu comprehended Lin Xia's purpose for being there. She must have been troubled by the incident involving Fu Yu, using the pretext of delivering food to check on him. Upon witnessing him interrogating Fu Yu, she realized he was fully aware of everything, yet had chosen not to expose her flaws, instead following her line of thought, which made her feel somewhat deceived. Lin Xia was publicly granting him face, while inwardly, she was seething with the urge to confront him. With an apologetic smile, Shen Yu said, "Thank you for your efforts. My lady, I shall partake in it immediately." He instructed Lu Xin and the police personnel to complete the report based on the interrogation, leaving a group of forlorn bachelors under the lemon trees, before escorting Lin Xia out of the observation room. Chapter 14. The peculiar man Lin Xia recalled that when she departed from the Criminal Investigation Unit yesterday, someone had been trailing her until she reached the villa district. By the time she left the villa area, that figure had vanished. Now, without a vehicle, Lin Xia leisurely strolled along the road, and not far behind her, a shadow continued to follow at a measured pace. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Xia turned and entered a clothing store, casually selecting a garment before stepping into the fitting room. Before long, the door of the clothing store was pushed open. Through the crevice of the fitting room, Lin Xia observed a man of unremarkable appearance yet appropriately attired entering the clothing store, evidently in search of her. His anxious demeanor suggested urgency, yet there was no hint of malice in his expression. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xia captured a photograph of the man through the gap and sent it to Shen Yu before stepping out of the fitting room. "Are you looking for me?" Upon hearing a voice behind him, the man turned to find Lin Xia standing at the fitting room door, her expression serene and unflinching, devoid of any sign of panic. The man appeared somewhat flustered, clearly taken aback by her presence. His expression conveyed a sense of hesitation, as though he had a matter of importance requiring Lin Xia's assistance. "Who are you? Why have you been following me?" The man nervously bit his lip and anxiously inquired, "May I ask if you are Lin Xia, the wife of Shen Yu from the Criminal Investigation Team? First, tell me who you are." Perhaps intimidated by Lin Xia's commanding presence, the man grew more apprehensive. "My name is Lu Tao, an intern assistant to Dr. Jean Winbin at the Municipal Hospital's Orthopedic Department. Understanding dawned upon Lin Xia. Lu Tao was indeed the individual whom Fu Yu had confined within a locker. It seemed there existed a complex and unclear relationship between them. However, she recalled that Lu Tao was supposed to be under the protection of Xin Yu's men. Why was he here? Fu Yu's decision to incapacitate Lu Tao and confine him was primarily driven by a desire to safeguard him, as he did not wish for Lu Tao to fall into the clutches of that organization. This was also the reason Xin Yu had dispatched individuals to protect Lu Tao in advance. The conversation here is rather inconvenient. There is a CAF next door. Lin Xia interrupted Lu Tao's words and walked directly past him towards the adjacent coffee shop. Lu Tao, seemingly resolute, followed Lin Xia into the CAF. Meanwhile, not far away, a boy wearing glasses and chewing on a lollipop observed everything from a smart car. Upon seeing Lu Tao, Lin Xia sent Xin Yu his location and a photograph. In response, Xin Yu promptly instructed Arson to secure the area around the location. Lu Tao, who should have been under police surveillance, appeared before Lin Xia, which filled Xin Yu with an ominous premonition. Haihara Lu Chuan, of mixed Japanese and Chinese descent, had been discovered 2 years ago to have joined the original Sin organization. His last appearance in public was when he used a specimen from his recently awarded particle explosion experiment to obliterate the Haihara ancestral home, leaving no survivors from the entire clan. He was classified by the police as the #1 dangerous individual, yet the following day he vanished without a trace. It is said that his motive for the crime was rooted in the plight of his mother, who endured relentless abuse from his father after giving birth to him, with no one to plead for her. Ultimately, she succumbed to the unbearable torment right before his eyes. Before his heinous act, no one would have believed that this frail, reclusive boy, who merely dabbled in scrap metal, could become the ticking time bomb for the annihilation of the Haihara family. Initially, with this lead, Xin Yu intended to find an opportunity to draw out this individual. However, the fact that Lu Tao, who was supposed to be under surveillance, quietly sought out Lin Xia raises questions about a possible connection, the nature of which remains uncertain. At that moment, Lin Xia and Lu Tao were seated in a CAF. Lin Xia appeared nonchalant, yet internally, she was quite anxious. However, she needed to stall for as long as possible. The longer she delayed, the more information Xin Yu would uncover. Lu Tao's sudden appearance was jarring. All superficialities would crumble under scrutiny. "Speak. What do you want from me?" Lu Tao sipped his coffee, steadied his nerves, and replied, "Fu Yu is innocent. He did not commit murder. Whether he is guilty or not is a matter for the police to investigate. I am, however, curious as to why you choose to aid him after the way he has treated you. I heard that had the forensic team not arrived in time, you might have suffocated in that cupboard. No, Fu Yu did not intend to harm me. He sought to save me. In truth, he possesses a kind heart. Even upon realizing my inappropriate feelings for him, he neither despises me nor distances himself. I am timid and lack eloquence, yet he treats me with great kindness. I do not wish for him to be wrongfully accused." Lin Xia calmly sipped her coffee, her half-lowered gaze betraying no emotion, seemingly indifferent to Lu Tao's words. "His kindness to you does not imply he is kind to everyone. You are aware that he intended to kill Jin Wenbin, correct? Rather than his claim that he targeted Jin Wenbin because the latter is a scoundrel, I am inclined to believe that his motive for wanting Jin Wenbin dead may be linked to someone else." Lin Xia's words immediately caused Lu Tao's cheeks to flush with an unnatural crimson hue. However, Lin Xia chose not to reveal this, for the motives behind Fu Yu's deliberate act of violence against Jin Wenbin remained ambiguous, whether it stemmed from Lu Tao or the coercion of original sin, or perhaps a combination of both. She could not ascertain. Moreover, you claim he acted to save you? What connection exists between his murder of Jin Wenbin and your salvation? This eludes my comprehension. Upon hearing Lin Xia's remarks, Lu Tao hesitated. He yearned for Lin Xia's assistance, even as a witness, in hopes of rescuing Fu Yu. Although the youth appeared to be a minor, he had insisted that as long as Lin Xia could be located, Fu Yu would still have a chance. The crux of the matter lay in the organization mentioned by the youth that resided within Fu Yu's computer. Yet, would revealing that organization jeopardize Fu Yu's safety? In that moment, Lu Tao found himself ensnared in contemplation. Hurry and leave. Lu Tao might be carrying a bomb. Chapter 15. Coercion. Lin Xia glanced at her phone, calmly stowing it away before turning her attention back to Lu Tao, sipping her coffee. It was not that Lin Xia possessed an extraordinary bravery. Given that Xinyu had indicated Lu Tao was armed with explosives, it was evident that some information had been uncovered. However, Lu Tao's demeanor at that moment did not suggest intentions of harm towards her, and Lin Xia yearned to discern Lu Tao's true intentions. Although she was uncertain of why he had sought her out, she felt compelled to express her regrets. I am merely a family member of a police officer, and I cannot interfere with Shun Yu's professional matters. Rather than squander time here, it would be far more efficient for you to communicate directly with Shun Yu at the criminal investigation team. With that, Lin Xia set her coffee cup down and pretended to rise, preparing to depart. Lu Tao hurriedly stopped Lin Xia, his eyes filled with anxiety, yet hesitating to speak. It was evident that he had something to convey to her, but was deeply concerned about the implications. Lin Xia sighed. Lu Tao should not have been embroiled in this case. His involvement was solely due to Fuyu. Rest assured, Fuyu is fine. I just came from the criminal investigation unit, and I've heard that the police have found evidence proving Fuyu's innocence. However, since he is still connected to other cases, the investigation will continue. Really? That's wonderful. If that's the case, Fuyu won't have to serve time. Lin Xia's words acted as a balm for Lu Tao's frayed nerves, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Seizing the moment, Lin Xia continued, however, it seems he has some connection to a suspect. If he cannot clarify his situation, the criminal investigation unit will have no choice but to keep him detained. I advise you, if you know anything, it would be best to go directly to the criminal investigation unit rather than waste time here. No, Fuyu is being coerced. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, waiting for Lu Tao to elaborate. Realizing he had let slip too much, Lu Tao decided to be candid. He was trying to protect you, to shield you from those people, to prevent them from exploiting you. In fact, Fuyu even suggested that officers from the criminal investigation unit keep you safe. But why did you dismiss them and come to me? At this moment, Lin Xia saw no reason to feign ignorance. The silhouettes of several officers were already visible in the nearby window. She believed that Lu Tao had no intention of harming her. However, if someone sought to exploit his desperate desire to save Fuyu, it was not difficult to surmise why he was in possession of a bomb. He asserted that Fuyu would not be released from custody, and as long as she was held as a hostage, there would be hope for Fuyu's release. Though she claimed that Fuyu would not serve time or be in danger, she still yearned to witness it with her own eyes to find solace. Apologies escaped her lips as Lu Tao abruptly rose, gripping Lin Xia and using his elbow to restrain her chin, while clutching a diminutive button in his left hand. He dragged Lin Xia step by step towards the exit. Many present were left in shock by this spectacle, and soon a crowd fled in terror. Outside the CAF, law enforcement had established a perimeter, and the riot squad encircled the establishment, with Shun Yu standing resolutely at the forefront. Had I known I would see you so soon, I would not have departed early, Lin Xia thought, still managing to jest with Shun Yu. At that moment, however, Shun Yu's demeanor was as dark as a storm cloud, devoid of his usual gentleness. Even Lin Xia, who was threatened yet remained nearby, sensed that Shun Yu might erupt at any moment. Ignoring Lin Xia, Shun Yu fixed his gaze on Lu Tao, articulating each word with precision. Before I contemplate eliminating you, release her. I demand to see Fuyu. Do not test my patience. Let her go. I want to see Fuyu. Before Lu Tao could finish his sentence, Shun Yu suddenly drew his weapon, firing a volley of bullets that shattered the floor-to-ceiling glass behind Lu Tao, narrowly missing his ear. Lu Tao was instantly struck with a tremor of fear, unable to fathom that in a situation where hostages were being threatened, Shun Yu would dare to fire a gun, especially since it was his own wife who was being held at risk. Lu Tao, have you not considered what will happen once Fuyu is released after you take me hostage? Will you spend your days hiding from the relentless pursuit of the police, living like a rat in the shadows? Or do you genuinely believe that after provoking the police, those individuals will allow you and Fuyu to join their ranks? Awakened to reality. At that moment, Lin Xia, who was being coerced by Lu Tao, remained surprisingly composed, even calmly dissecting the situation's implications for him. It is too late. The die is cast. Even if I were to surrender now, they would not spare me. Rather than that, would it not be better for us to perish together? Do not blame me for not warning you. With a second shot, you will surely meet your demise. Lin Xia said, her tone eerily tranquil, as if she were not the one being held hostage. Lu Tao, at this juncture, found it increasingly challenging to contain his emotions. In a state of confusion, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the smart car parked at the end of the street, a sight that did not escape Shen Yu's keen observation. He is your husband. Does he not care for your safety? Lu Tao bellowed at Lin Xia. Then you ought to inquire of him. Lin Xia retorted. Suddenly, she raised her foot and stomped down sharply on Lu Tao's instep with her stiletto heel. Seizing the moment of his pain, Lin Xia crouched and rolled sideways. In the blink of an eye, the small bomb Lu Tao held was knocked from his grasp by Shen Yu and clattered to the ground. In the next moment, the bomb detonated, causing the ground to tremble violently. Lu Tao was immediately thrown off balance, but fortunately, the surrounding riot police had established a protective perimeter, allowing Lin Xia to swiftly distance herself from the epicenter of the explosion, thus escaping unscathed. Shortly thereafter, Lu Tao was apprehended, bringing this chaotic scene to a close. Kurosawa Rukawa, who had been observing the entire spectacle from his vehicle, let out a sigh, realizing that the intellectually challenged were devoid of any utility. As he attempted to drive away from the neighborhood, he discovered that the police had set up roadblocks at the intersection, indicating that his presence had been compromised. TSK. What a blunder. But do you really think you can capture me this way? Kurosawa adjusted his glasses and an unsettling grin, incongruous with his age, spread across his face. He rolled down his car window and flung an object towards the surrounding officers. Everyone braced themselves, only to soon realize that Kurosawa had tossed out lollipops. Just as the officers began to relax, he snapped his fingers, and in an instant, all the lollipops exploded. The blasts were accompanied by a thick cloud of tear gas, plunging the police into disarray. Meanwhile, Kurosawa leisurely drove away from the scene of the incident. A group of officers attempted to pursue him, but they were halted by Shen Yu. No need for that. Let us first assess everyone's injuries. Lu Xian and the rest of you, handle the situation promptly. Shen Yu hurried over to Lin Xia, enveloping her in a tight embrace, as she brushed off the dust from her clothes with a force that might have suffocated her. Brother, ease up. I might not have been killed by the explosion, but I could very well be choked to death by you. Cough, cough. Xia. It is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Lin Xia rolled her eyes skyward, pondering how Shen Yu seemed to possess a dual personality. Just moments ago, he appeared as a fearsome figure, yet in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a clingy companion. Chapter 16. Estrangement. Shen Yu held Lin Xia tightly, refusing to let go. In a voice barely above a whisper, Lin Xia remarked, Brother, enough already. Where was this concern when you were firing your weapon? If you do not release me soon, I may very well suffocate. Shen Yu. Cough, cough. I apologize, Xia. Are you all right? I am so sorry. What are you sorry for? Is it for Lu Tao's failure to kill me, while you nearly choked the life out of me? Or perhaps for firing without a thought to the possibility that I could be harmed? Now that the crisis had passed, Lin Xia felt compelled to confront Shen Yu. Although she had appeared calm and composed during the hostage situation, much to the admiration of the police force, only she understood the terror that had gripped her heart. Who could remain unafraid when held by such an emotionally unstable individual? Shen Yu had acted without regard, firing his weapon while neglecting the fact that Lu Tao might, in a moment of sheer panic, trigger the bomb, potentially leading to Lin Xia's demise right before his eyes. The more she reflected on the matter, the more her anger simmered. Yet, in that dire moment, she had to suppress her fear and strive to divert Lu Tao's attention, engaging him in conversation while seizing the opportunity to escape, all the while granting Shen Yu sufficient time to corner the true instigator behind the chaos. Despite their seamless cooperation that efficiently resolved the chaos without instilling panic among the citizens, Lin Xia's perception of Shen Yu grew considerably more composed. Perhaps the man before her did not genuinely care for her, or cherish her as he portrayed. From his readiness to pull the trigger without hesitation, Lin Xia discerned that although Shun Yu presented a gentle facade, he possessed an exceedingly unyielding spirit that refused to be threatened or controlled. He would not permit himself to be in a position of vulnerability against others. Though her heart felt somewhat desolate, this realization brought her a measure of clarity. Over the past couple of days, she had been elevated to such heights that she momentarily forgot they had only just met. Moreover, her visage bore a striking resemblance to Shun Yu's missing girlfriend, which rendered his emotional appeals seemingly justified. As Lin Xia scrutinized Shun Yu for the first time, she found herself increasingly perplexed by the depths of his character. "What? Do you not intend to provide me with an explanation?" she inquired with a smile. Observing Shun Yu's palpable discomfort, he sensed that Lin Xia was indeed irked. However, he bore his own burdens and stubbornness, despite his eloquence. He found himself at a loss on how to elucidate matters to her. If he failed to clarify, it would undoubtedly become the most significant chasm between them. Seeing Shun Yu's hesitance to speak, Lin Xia chuckled, reflecting on her own naivety in so readily placing her trust in him. Believing wholeheartedly, without a trace of doubt, in his affection for her. "It matters not. You perhaps have your own reasons, which you need not disclose, and I have no desire to hear them. As your wife, I shall naturally present myself as a good spouse before others, ensuring that you do not suffer embarrassment. Conversely, in private, apart from matters pertaining to the case, I implore you not to impede my freedom, as you initially promised. It is of no concern. Asen has already installed a tracker in his vehicle, so it will not be lost." "That is reassuring. Is sister-in-law well? Captain Shin must be anxious. I hope he was not frightened earlier." Li Chun, with an innocent grin, continues to express concern for Lin Xia, completely oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere between them. "I have told you not to call me sister-in-law. It makes me feel aged. I am fine. Should I lack composure as the wife of your Captain Shun? It would indeed be a source of great embarrassment." Sister-in-law V5. "Oh, do not strike." It slipped out. Li Chun quickly covered his mouth upon seeing Lin Xia feign an attack. "Just call me Xiao Xia. If you keep addressing me in such an elderly manner, you shall remain single for life." Li Chun chuckled and nodded, eager to continue conversing with Lin Xia, but was abruptly interrupted by Shun Yu's frown. "Is that so? If there is something amiss, you must not conceal it from mother. If it pertains to the two of you, it is crucial to clarify matters. After all, you have only recently become acquainted, and some adjustment is inevitable. Perhaps there exists a misunderstanding or conflict. Once addressed, all shall be well." "Yes, I understand. I am truly fine. I may simply be a bit fatigued after just being discharged from the hospital. Please do not worry. You should rest early. And I shall retire as well." "Shin Yu, do you not comprehend the panic that indiscriminately firing a weapon in public can instill in the citizens? This lapse in judgment is mine. I acknowledge my negligence. Is a mere act of negligence all it takes to end this? On a professional level, you should not have acted impulsively by firing your weapon. If the assailant had detonated the bomb or hurled it into a crowd in response, could you truly bear the consequences of such an outcome? On a personal level, the one held hostage is your wife, my only daughter. You once vowed to protect her with utmost diligence, yet today you pulled the trigger without so much as a blink. If anything were to happen to Lin Xia today, how could you possibly compensate me?" 1. Regarding the direction of Chapter 13, it seems the narrative has been obscured, possibly due to censorship. I have made significant revisions, yet the restrictions remain in place. I have done my utmost. Nevertheless, this does not impede the overall progression of the story. Whether it can be released later depends on circumstances. If it cannot be, we shall simply disregard it. Chapter 17, Hidden Truths. In response to Lin Chikai's inquiries, Shin Yu remained silent, infuriating Lin Chikai to the point of slamming his palm on the table. "Surrender your sidearm. During this period, you are barred from attending to any cases, and I expect a report regarding today's events." "Understood." With that, Shin Yu placed his firearm on Lin Chikai's desk and continued to remain mute. Observing Shin Yu's troubled demeanor, Lin Chikai's tone softened. "I trust that. Given your rationality, you would not easily commit such a thoughtless act." "Shin Yu, what were you thinking at that moment?" After a prolonged silence, Just as Lin Chikai was beginning to despair of obtaining an answer, Xinyu spoke up. I will not allow the events of 2 years ago to repeat themselves. Xia cannot be my Achilles heel. I realize this is unfair to her. However, should such an incident occur once more, I would prefer to perish alongside her rather than allow her to bear the entirety of the anguish alone due to my capitulation. The two men fell into a contemplative silence, each grappling with their own concerns. After a prolonged moment, Lin Chikai gestured for Xinyu to proceed with his duties. While he pondered how to conceal this matter and provide an explanation to his wife, Xiao Lin. Otherwise, given Xiao Lin's protective nature, she might well choose to divorce Lin Xia by the following day. Xinyu's thoughts were in disarray, rendering him incapable of interrogating Lu Tao at that moment. He instructed Li Chun to monitor Fu Yu and Lu Tao's movements from the surveillance room, meticulously documenting their actions. Furthermore, he recognized the necessity for communication between those two, as it might yield insights beneficial for the impending interrogation. Moreover, Lin Xia had never possessed a substantial emotional foundation with Xinyu. Her recent immersion in the role had merely skewed her perspective. With proper mental adjustment, it would likely have no lasting impact. Seeking solace, Lin Xia entered Shen Yu's study and meticulously revisited the case of Fu Yu. Up to this point, the inclusion of Lu Tao and their discoveries regarding Hei's Luchuan suggested that the case was indeed a bait set forth by the original Sin organization to test Xinyu. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Initially, the profile crafted from the sculpture posed no issues. It aligned impeccably with the external and internal characteristics of Hei's Luchuan. Yet, Lin Xia remained unsettled, suggesting the presence of an individual within the original Sin organization possessing extraordinary artistic talent, perhaps even of a masterful caliber. However, if such a person truly exists, he ought to comprehend that entrusting the task of sculpting to Kuroso Irukawa would inevitably unveil the flaws in his technique. Furthermore, why must Kuroso Irukawa embark on this endeavor with a medium in which he is not proficient? Lin Xia felt as though she had stumbled upon a thread. Yet this thread was tangled in numerous knots that required patient untangling to reveal what she sought. Lost in thought, Lin Xia unknowingly dozed off on the sofa in her study. In a hazy state, she sensed herself being lifted, accompanied by a gentle sigh above her. Lin Xia wished to open her eyes and see, but her eyelids felt unbearably heavy, refusing to part. Yet, the embrace was warm and comforting, leading her to drift back into slumber. Xia, are you awake? Come and have breakfast. I've specially made your favorite sticky rice porridge and marinated duck eggs, along with egg pancakes and stir-fried lotus root. Observing her mother's cheerful smile, Lin Xia felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She was most reluctant for Xiao Lin to learn of the events that transpired yesterday, as there were far too many inexplicable matters at hand. Mom, you shouldn't tire yourself so early in the morning. Why all this? As she spoke, Lin Xia had already taken her seat at the dining table. Watching her mother ladle porridge into her bowl, and the sight of her mother's joyful expression inexplicably tugged at Lin Xia's heartstrings. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xia glanced at the large bag of breakfast her mother had prepared and managed a wry smile. Only her silly mother could provide solace to the most tender corners of her heart. Lin Xia drove to the Criminal Investigation Division, and upon entering the hall, she observed that everyone appeared utterly exhausted, their eyes resembling those of pandas. The atmosphere was so fraught with fatigue that it nearly mirrored a crime scene. Lin Xia placed the breakfast she had brought in the break room and encouraged her colleagues to partake in a meal to rejuvenate themselves. At this rate, they would all be on the verge of transcendence before the case was resolved. The officers lamented that since Lin Xia became part of the Criminal Investigation Division, their culinary experiences had markedly improved, and even their lifespans seemed to have increased. After exchanging playful banter with Li Lin and the others, she knocked on Lin Chikai's office door. Chapter 18. Location tracking. Upon receiving permission, Lin Xia entered with 2 portions of breakfast. Xia, what brings you here? Lin Chikai inquired, somewhat taken aback. Seeing the weariness etched on his face, Lin Xia felt a pang of sympathy, despite her habitual teasing of him as an old fox. He was, after all, her father. Glancing at Xinyu, who was no better off than Lin Chikai, She chose to overlook the anticipation in his gaze and engaged Lin Shikai in light-hearted repartee. I came to see how your cultivation is progressing. Have you all forgotten to eat and sleep altogether? As she spoke, she retrieved the breakfast from the thermal bag. Ms. Chiao prepared breakfast for the entire team this morning, so I thought I would deliver takeout. Set aside your tasks for a moment, enjoy your meal, and take a brief respite before continuing. If you keep this up, your old bones might just fall apart. Lin Shikai scratched his head at Lin Xia's gentle admonitions, but he felt an overwhelming joy at being cared for by his daughter. Gazing once more at the breakfast prepared by his beloved wife, Lin Shikai felt a mixture of tenderness and heartache. The peace of mind he enjoyed was largely due to Qiaolin. To have such a wife was truly a blessing. His glance shifted to Xinyu, whose despondent demeanor made Lin feel somewhat guilty for his own happiness. Yet, this was not a matter he could resolve. The person who tied the knot must also be the one to untie it. Let them navigate their own turmoil. Well then, I shall go and have my meal. Afterward, we can convene to discuss matters further, Lin Shikai declared, taking his portion of breakfast and departing with alacrity. This left Xinyu and Lin Xia in a silent standoff, their gazes exchanging unspoken words. Xinyu was at a loss for how to initiate a conversation, fearing that Lin Xia might turn away in frustration. Lin Xia looked at Xinyu, whose countenance was marred by regret, yet devoid of any explanation. She couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling oddly as though she were the one at fault despite his misdeeds. Even if he hesitated to clarify, surely he could utter a simple apology? His expression, one of expecting her forgiveness while simultaneously threatening to shed tears, only made her want to throw a bowl of porridge at him. Xia, I am sorry. I understand that whatever I say now will not be believed, but one day you will come to comprehend my actions. Lin Xia rolled her eyes heavenward, letting out a silent sigh. She had no expectation of receiving answers. It would be best if this disorganized case could reach a swift conclusion. On a more pertinent note, I meticulously reviewed the case analysis from the past couple of days and found some peculiarities that need addressing. Since I am not a member of the team, it is difficult for me to intervene directly. Please take a look and see if anything has been overlooked, and let us resolve this case as soon as possible. All right, you speak, and I shall take note. There is no need to remember. I am merely hypothesizing, not asserting any truths. You indulge in your thoughts while I share mine. Lin Xia observed Xinyu, who appeared visibly fatigued, yet was steadfast in his demeanor. A sense of discomfort stirred within her, prompting her tone to soften considerably compared to before. She recounted to Xinyu the thoughts that had occupied her mind the previous night, continuously replaying the details of the entire case in her mind. You suggest that Hei's Luchuan's initial actions are inconsistent with his subsequent behavior. Given his character, would it not be more rational for him to detonate a bomb in a crowded urban area to incite panic? Lin Xia nodded in agreement. Why would Hei's Luchuan expend such effort employing a method he is not adept at as a starting point? Furthermore, even as a diversion, this approach cannot conceal his intentions for long. What motivates him to undertake such a laborious and thankless endeavor? Is it conceivable that the individual who taught him sculpture is, in fact, the true mastermind seeking to declare war on the authorities? Xinyu fell silent for a moment, contemplating. But who could this person be? He mused. It remains unclear. However, it is certain that Hei's Luchuan is responsible for the deaths of Lu Mei and Jin Wenbin, while Fu Yu and Lu Tao have unwittingly become his pawns. Lin Xia extracted paper and a pen from her desk, intertwining the relationships of the individuals involved. The only unknown was the identity of the individual they had deduced to be the most likely orchestrator of the entire affair. Arson has planted a tracker in Hei's Luchuan's vehicle. We should receive news shortly, Xinyu remarked while eating. Lin Xia furrowed her brow and questioned, Are you certain that the young man will be so easily traceable? If I were to escape from beneath the watchful eyes of numerous police officers, I would undoubtedly ponder the possibility of being tracked. Moreover, it has been an entire night without any news from Arson. Report. As soon as Lin Xia's words fell, a voice called out from the entrance. Xinyu raised an eyebrow with a faint smile. Here they come. Lin Xia cast a suspicious glance at Xinyu, who, after inviting the person in, returned to her breakfast. quietly marveling at the reason behind Lin Xia's culinary prowess. After all, even her mother-in-law's simple porridge was exquisitely delicious. The tracking has been established. Arson stood at the door, his expression devoid of emotion. Very well, project the tracking information onto the conference room screen. I shall join shortly. After Arson nodded and stepped out, Lin Xia felt a twinge of confusion. Surely, someone as astute as Hei's Luchuan would not overlook the possibility of being tracked? Could it be that they have swiftly located the lair of the original sin? Xinyu finished his meal in a few bites and led Lin Xia to the conference room. Initially, Lin Xia felt uneasy. After all, she was not part of the law enforcement here, and her repeated involvement in their case discussions was hardly in keeping with protocol. Arson, a man of few words, possessed an extraordinary talent for electronic devices and computer networks. He projected the tracking location onto the large screen and spoke in a low voice. This is the location of Hei's Luchuan. You mentioned that your tracker was placed in the car, so this location can only indicate where his vehicle is, not his actual whereabouts. It's possible that he has already abandoned the car, isn't it? Li Lin furrowed her brow in confusion, but noticed that Asen's gaze was directed toward Xinyu, prompting everyone present to turn their attention to him as well. Xinyu, with a sense of resignation, remarked, Asen, if you are too lazy to explain, must I assume the role of your commentator? He shook his head in exasperation, yet proceeded to elucidate for the group. The device Asen placed in Hei's Luchuan's vehicle is not an ordinary tracker. It is a newly developed explosive fragmentation tracker. Hei's Luchuan is certainly aware that he is being followed, and the source of the tracking must be within the car. Thus, he will undoubtedly destroy the vehicle in a secluded location, which aligns perfectly with his modus operandi. If he merely abandoned the vehicle without detonating it, we would be unable to ascertain his whereabouts. The brilliance of this tracker lies therein. In its initial state, it possesses no locating capabilities and cannot be detected by instruments. However, once subjected to external force and detonated, it will automatically activate its locating function. Inside are at least a dozen miniature trackers, each no larger than a grain of rice, which have a significant chance of adhering to Hei's Luchuan himself. Moreover, this type of tracker has a certain degree of adhesion, enabling us to know his location for a considerable duration. Chapter 19. A test of wits. In the conference, everyone present was astonished by Asen's invention. It was nothing short of extraordinary. If such a tracker were to be employed within a criminal organization, it would facilitate an instantaneous sweep of the entire group. The key feature is that in its stationary state, it remains undetectable, and only upon experiencing external impact do the numerous miniature locators activate, adhering to whoever is nearby and pinpointing their location. Such a fantastical device has indeed been brought to fruition. In the midst of their astonishment, a sense of trepidation washed over the crowd. Fortunately, Asen was one of their own. Such a brilliant inventor could prove to be a formidable adversary if he were to clash with the police. After Xinyu concluded his remarks, Lin Xia could not help but let out a quiet sigh, recognizing the diverse talents within the criminal investigation team. Simultaneously, she discreetly observed the expressions of everyone present, until her gaze landed on Lu Xian, coincidentally locking eyes with him. Instantly, Lin Xia adopted an innocent demeanor, looking at him with a puzzled expression, as if to inquire, "What's the matter? Is there something you need?" Lu Xian chuckled softly and shook his head, signaling that all was well. However, the moment he turned away, Xinyu perceptibly caught the shadow of disquiet that lingered in Lu Xian's eyes. Xinyu then looked up and gestured for Asen to continue. In the face of the adoring gazes from the crowd, Asen maintained his usual stoic expression and turned to elaborate. "Here we are at Yangshan Park. This location has been established for half an hour. Is he meeting someone here? Otherwise, what reason would he have to linger alone for such an extended duration? But we have no knowledge of whom he might be meeting. Is there still time to send someone over?" The group below began to discuss animatedly, and after a moment of contemplation, Xinyu was about to speak when someone suddenly exclaimed, "The location signal has dispersed." Asen replied languidly, "Song Erzi." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, and then Li Qin suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed in realization, Asen's tracker possesses a certain stickiness, adhering to clothing much like the burrs of the plant known as cyanur. Whenever an animal brushes past a cyanur plant, its fur becomes ensnared with the seeds of the burrs, which utilize this very mechanism for propagation. Upon concluding his explanation, a collective gasp escaped the lips of those present, a shiver of apprehension coursing through the crowd. This tracking device is essentially a means of transmission. Anyone who comes into contact with Hezi Luquan would inevitably be located. A rather indirect, yet comprehensive method of capture. The admiration in the eyes of the onlookers towards Asen transformed into a gaze tinged with discomfort, as they regarded him with a sense of unease. Despite his usual silence, it was evident that a person capable of inventing such a peculiar device is not to be trifled with. Xinyu pondered for a moment before articulating, "Surround Yangshan Park. But proceed discreetly, we must not alert the quarry." One of the officers promptly exited to execute the order, while the rest continued to analyze the case. Xinyu shared Lin Xia's deductions with the group, encouraging everyone to deliberate on their next steps. Meanwhile, Lin Xia sat quietly in the back corner, observing everyone intently. 20 minutes later, news from Yangshan Park arrived. The tracking did not yield any suspicious individuals, and simultaneously, the red dot on the large screen vanished. Asen, feeling the eager gazes of the crowd upon him, scratched his face awkwardly and murmured, "It's out of battery." "Uft. What?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Utterly unprepared for this revelation, they all helplessly covered their faces, bursting into laughter. It was indeed amusing to consider that such a remarkable invention must surely harbor some flaw. Was it not? Moreover, the duration is indeed quite lengthy. The remote satellite positioning operates without distance limitations within an hour, a feat that other trackers cannot even begin to compare. After the meeting concluded, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. However, when the crowd dispersed, Xinyu noticed that Lin Xia remained seated, motionless. He approached her, crouched down, and locked eyes with her for a few seconds before inquiring, "What troubles you? Have you discovered something? Now is the moment to speak. What has the lady uncovered?" Xinyu asked with a cheerful grin. Despite having encountered a setback, he remained unfazed, his expression betraying a hint of awkwardness. Lin Xia pondered for a moment and then murmured to herself, "Let us set aside any issues for now. I have a more intriguing question to pose to you. Pray tell, how did you manage to engage someone as taciturn and introverted as Arsene in such earnest banter?" Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter. Indeed, nothing escapes Lin Xia's keen perception. Her insight and analytical prowess are truly commendable. It's quite simple. Arsene spoke only the truth, without deceit. Yet, your blend of reality and illusion confounds the issue. While Arsene may lack eloquence, his abilities are beyond question. You adeptly exploit other psychological vulnerabilities, weaving a tapestry of half-truths that leads a group by the nose. Xinyu let out a rare laugh, though it quickly faded under Lin Xia's piercing gaze. After clearing his throat, he proceeded to clarify the matter at hand. Firstly, Arsene has indeed developed a long-range positioning tracker, and the principle of anti-explosion is consistent with what I previously explained. However, the positioning map for Yangshan Park displayed on the large screen was prearranged. Last night, Arsene informed me that he had confirmed that Hezi and Lu Chuan had entered Yangshan Park and had not departed since. Just before the meeting, Hezi met with 2 men but left swiftly. Lin Xia nodded in understanding, contemplatively murmuring, "So, you devised a strategy to test the team?" Xinyu shifted his posture, nodding with a sly smile. "Is that all? What ulterior motives do you have for this?" Lin Xia gazed at Xinyu, unable to fathom what further revelations this man might extract. "Tell me, if there truly is a mole, how would he respond upon discovering this matter?" Chapter 20. A place to vent anger. Lin Xia observed Xinyu's gaze, which seemed to radiate a sense of offering. Although he still harbored resentment towards Xinyu for that shot, he could not deny that the man's bone structure significantly enhanced his appeal. The sharply defined jawline, the striking brow ridge, the prominent nose, and especially those deep, affectionate eyes that always shimmered with a soft light, made Lin Xia instinctively want to avert his gaze. It was surprising that he hadn't initially perceived this man as so captivating. Shen Yu inherently possessed a demeanor as gentle and refined as jade, complemented by his striking appearance. When he smiled, the subtle hint of youthful charm in his expression effortlessly disarmed any defenses. Lin Xia found herself inexplicably flustered, her fingers trembling slightly. After all, it was merely a glance. What was happening to her? Xia, what is wrong with you? Why is your face so flushed? Shen Yu, puzzled, reached out to touch Lin Xia's forehead, concerned that she might be unwell. As his fingers grazed her warm cheek, she abruptly stood up, stammering, "I am fine, you carry on. I'll be going now." Shen Yu was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xia's reaction, but understanding dawned upon him almost instantaneously, prompting a suppressed chuckle. Did this imply that although his wife was upset, she still harbored feelings for him? He made no effort to prevent her departure. Instead, he gazed at his fingertips, as if lingering warmth from her cheek still resided there. Lin Xia hurriedly exited the building of the criminal investigation team. Standing at the entrance, a gentle breeze swept by, bringing her back to her senses. What is wrong with me? Why am I so flustered? I haven't done anything wrong. As she pondered this perplexity, she couldn't comprehend why she had felt such a way, especially when she had previously shared tender moments with Shen Yu without any such reaction. The memory of his expectant and tender gaze lingered in her mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. Isn't that Lin Xia? What is she doing standing at the door? Oh, I was just wondering why you were lost in thought all alone. Lin Xia nodded in understanding, exchanged a few polite remarks, and prepared to depart. However, as she turned, she accidentally knocked the documents from Wang Lily's hands and hurriedly apologized while helping to gather them. As Lin Xia bent down to pick up the papers, she discovered a photocopy of an identification card nestled among them. Sister Lily, is this the person who reported the case? Wang Lily glanced at it and continued organizing the scattered documents, saying, No, this is the defendant's associate. Alas, it is quite tragic. The defendant is actually the elder brother of the complainant. Initially, the ownership of the residence was registered under the brother's name, but the complainant, who desires the house, already possesses a property of his own. This house was the brother's marital home, yet their family insists on transferring it to the younger sibling. The brother opposes this, and their family has persistently pressured him. Ultimately, the brother acquiesced and signed a division of property agreement, ostensibly transferring the house to the younger sibling. He then left with his wife, abandoning their home. Who would have imagined that over 20 years later, the complainant would realize that the property title must be transferred? Since the younger brother already owns a house, he cannot have the title transferred to him, so he is now coercing the brother to transfer it to his son. The brother refuses, as doing so would not only leave his family renting, but also result in the loss of the last property granted by the state. Lin Xia furrowed her brows, recognizing the complexity of the situation. After all, the elder brother had signed the division of property agreement, thereby acknowledging the transfer of the residence to the younger sibling. Despite the underlying poignant circumstances, the law is unwavering in its demand for evidence. Should this matter escalate to court, the elder brother would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. The younger brother's actions are truly despicable. How could one treat their own flesh and blood in such a manner? Lin Xia felt a surge of indignation. How can such individuals exist in this world? What can be done? Although I sympathize with Lin Nan, legally he stands to gain nothing. If the case proceeds to court and the property is awarded to Lin Bei, Lin Nan will be left completely homeless. Furthermore, Lin Nan cannot afford a lawyer. Should an appeal arise, he may be led astray due to his lack of legal knowledge. I feel a sense of compassion for him. Despite being the defendant, I am curious about the events that transpired over a decade ago when the separation agreement was signed. However, Lin Xia gazed at the photocopy of the ID, which depicted a man who appeared earnest yet resolute. Recently, she had been feeling an inner turmoil that needed an outlet. Sister Lily, please provide me with Lin Nan's contact information and home address. I intend to pay him a visit. Wang Lily, observing Lin Xia, quickly comprehended her intentions and handed over the phone number and address. Though she cautioned with concern, Lin Nan's family is comprised of honest and simple folk, but Lin Bei, there is a possibility you may encounter him. He is the local bully. Exercise caution in your dealings. Lin Xia accepted the address slip from Wang Lily and nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, Wang Lily's apprehension seemed largely unnecessary. If Lin Xia could not handle a petty thug, her years spent in police academy would have been in vain. Chapter 21. The young ladies of the Lin family are not to be underestimated with the address slip in hand. Lin Xia swiftly located a village near the urban area where Lin Nan's family resided in rented accommodations. Ironically, the house that should have been theirs lay less than 10 kilometers away in another village. Indeed, didn't your family own a house? I heard you were evicted? How pitiable. Our teacher spoke of Diyu's diligent efforts to control the floods, passing by his home thrice without entering. Yet your household seems even more remarkable. You possess a home yet choose to rent elsewhere. How amusing. Laughter erupted among the surrounding children, while the small girl at the center trembled in anger. Yet not a single tear fell from her eyes. Speak up. Are you on the verge of tears? The laughter only intensified. Lin Xia felt a surge of indignation. What a bunch of unruly children. It was evident that their elders had indulged in idle gossip, which the children had picked up, leading them to mock others without discernment. Just as Lin Xia was about to intervene, the small girl suddenly smiled. What are you laughing at? Speak up. One boy, feeling awkward from her smile, responded with irritation. I only converse with people. Why would I speak with barking beasts? The girl's calm retort ignited fury among the 4 or 5 children, who began to threaten her with heated words. Who are you cursing at? Who do you call a beast? Little girl, don't provoke us. The successive shouts and threats instilled a visible fear in the girl's eyes, yet she stood her ground, unwavering and dignified, gazing calmly at her tormentors. Lin Xia felt a profound admiration for the girl. Her courage and composure were commendable. Initially intending to assist, Lin Xia now found herself curious to see how the girl would respond next, as it was evident that she was preparing to unleash a powerful retort. I stated I wouldn't converse with beasts. Anyone who engages is merely affirming their own bestial nature. With a single sentence, the previously raucous children fell silent. Their faces flushing like ripe eggplants, yet their eyes remained fixed in furious glares at her, clearly taken aback by the girl's unexpected defiance. They were each seething with rage, ready to strike. How peculiar the world is, where one can pick up gold and silver, and even insults. Anyone who opens their mouth implicitly admits to receiving such slander. Should any of you dare to lay a hand on me, I shall report you for your unwarranted mob assault on a mere girl. In such a case, not only will you face the police, but your parents will also have to spend their resources to extricate you. If this results in your expulsion, how? In this village, nay, in this city, will you and your family survive? Ah, Lin Xia silently commended the girl. She truly had a remarkable strategy. With such subtlety, she had managed to turn the tide. If she continues to develop like this, she will undoubtedly become a master of deception. The thought of deception brought to Lin Xia's mind the image of Shun Yu's smiling eyes, causing her to shake her head in a fit of nerves. She had no intention of dwelling on him. Don't try to intimidate us. What's wrong with beating you today? You're just a beggar. If you have the ability, go live in your own house. Enough chatter with her. It's just one person. If we strike her, no one will admit it. And who would believe her words? This declaration seemed to invigorate the children's spirits, and soon, some began to shove and jostle, preparing to engage. Just as Lin Xia intended to intervene, the girl responded with a smile. Then hurry up and strike me. After all, my sister is watching every one of you. Initially, threats and curses escalated into a collective act of violence. My sister just captured it all on camera. If I were to exchange myself for your entire group, each of you would find yourselves behind bars. Worth it, indeed. This single utterance from the little girl sent all the children into a frenzy as they glanced around nervously. And indeed, they spotted Lin Xia leaning against a nearby tree, waving her phone at them. Lin Xia was genuinely taken aback. This clever little girl had outsmarted them. It seemed that upon noticing her presence, the girl devised a counterattack. Regardless of Lin Xia's intention to intervene, the child had already dragged her into the fray. Yet, Lin Xia harbored a fondness for this child. After all, she had called her sister, and how could she possibly turn a blind eye? With a leisurely gait, Lin Xia approached the group of children, some of whom contemplated fleeing. However, a single phrase from her immobilized them all. In a moment, I shall examine each photograph. Whoever is absent from the image will be identified as the one who harmed my sister. At this, the children became statuesque, frozen in place. Despite their antics, they were merely a gaggle of preteens, easily unnerved by a mere threat. Lin Xia playfully pinched the little girl's nose, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Observing the anxious and trembling children around her, Lin Xia inquired of the little girl, "What do you think? Should I escort them all to the police station? They might never see the light of day again." Her words sent several of the children into tears, their calves quivering uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear. Standing there in a pitiable state, the little girl watched them, sensing a sudden twist in the narrative. After observing for a while, the young girl shook her head and remarked, "No, they merely listened to idle gossip and sought to trouble me out of boredom." Lin Xia squinted at the girl, reasoning that such a patient and astute individual would not be easily lenient. She was more likely to be vengeful. How could she possibly let this group off so easily? However, the girl regarded the rowdy boys with a serious demeanor, her smile tinged with a hint of malice and cunning. "Regardless, my sister possesses evidence, and I can choose to report them at any time. If they encounter me again, they ought to steer clear and treat me with utmost respect. Otherwise, I will ensure that the photograph never reaches the police. From this day forth, should anyone dare to bully me again or utter even a whisper about today's events, I will hold each of you accountable. None shall escape. Do you understand?" Some of the children trembled in fear, as they were merely village boys unaccustomed to such confrontations. They nodded vigorously, too intimidated to speak. The girl smiled in satisfaction and concluded, "Today, nothing has transpired. You have not seen me, nor my sister. You must not divulge this to anyone. If I discover that anyone has spoken of today's events, then all the blame shall fall solely upon that individual." With that, the girl beamed brightly at them and waved her hand, signaling their departure. All the children turned to Lin Xia, and upon receiving her nod of approval, they hurriedly fled the scene. Lin Xia finally understood what it meant to take off running. Watching the group of mischievous boys scamper away, she turned to the young girl with a smile and said, "Well done, little one." She had expected the girl to bask in the praise, but to her surprise, the girl bowed deeply and said, "I apologize, sister, for using you without your consent. However, if I had not acted today, it would have brought trouble to my father. If you are angry, you may scold or hit me, but please do not tell my father. I do not wish to burden him." Lin Xia gently ruffled the girl's hair and asked softly, "What is your name?" "I am Lin Shi," the girl replied. "Is Lin Nan your father?" Lin Shi nodded, likely aware that, judging by the words of those boys, Lin Xia had already made some deductions. Lin Xia was now exceedingly curious about Lin Nan, pondering what kind of father and environment could mold a child of merely 10 years to possess such maturity and a clear sense of right and wrong. Considering Lin Nan's current situation and observing Lin Shi's apologetic demeanor, Lin Xia took the girl's small hand and reassured her, "Do not worry. Since you call me sister, I shall be your sister, and as I share your surname, we are naturally family." Lin Shi looked at Lin Xia in astonishment, uncertain whether she was serious or jesting. "I am from the criminal investigation team, and my name is Lin Xia. I have come here to assist your father with a property issue, and fortuitously, I encountered you during this incident. Perhaps this is fate." As Lin Xia finished speaking, she noticed Lin Shi, her face streaked with tears, beginning to sob uncontrollably. Despite enduring bullying from numerous children without shedding a tear, she broke down emotionally at Lin Xia's few words. "Can you truly help us? Can you assist my father?" Lin Shi cried, and in a sudden gesture, she knelt before Lin Xia. Startled, Lin Xia quickly pulled her up, her heart aching with a wry smile. "Why does this child always act without a word of warning? Xiaoxi, let us have a proper conversation. I am perfectly fine. There is no need for such gestures." Lin Xia jested, hoping to alleviate any undue psychological burden on Lin Shi. Lin Shi hastily waved her hands in explanation, and Lin Xia gestured for her to calm down, indicating her understanding. Gradually, Lin Shi began to regain her composure. "Do not worry. First, take me to meet your parents. I would like to have a thorough discussion with them, Lin Xia assured. With a firm nod, Lin Shi took Lin Xia's hand and led her home. Upon reaching the doorstep, Lin Shi cautioned Lin Xia not to disclose the recent events to her father, fearing it would cause him distress. After Lin Xia agreed, Lin Shi opened the door, her innocent, radiant smile illuminating the space as she ushered Lin Xia inside. This scene intensified Lin Xia's affection for the young girl before her. A tall man emerged from behind the curtain, revealing himself to be Lin Nan. Observing Lin Xia standing behind Lin Shi, he inquired with a hint of confusion, "Hello. May I ask who you are?" "Hello, I am Lin Xia, daughter of Lin Shikai, the captain of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. I am here primarily to discuss matters regarding property rights," she replied. Lin Nan hurriedly invited Lin Xia into the room. As Lin Xia surveyed the modest dwelling, it was evident that although the space was small, it was meticulously maintained by Lin Shi's mother, spotless and orderly. Upon entering, one felt an immediate sense of comfort, suggesting that Lin Shi's mother was indeed a woman of diligence and propriety. "Officer, please take a seat. I appreciate you coming all this way for this matter," Lin Xia said softly as she accepted the tea offered by Lin Shi's mother. "You needn't stand on ceremony. Just call me Lin Xia. I am not here on behalf of the police force. I have come personally to discuss something with you." Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp Lin Xia's intention. Casting a glance at Lin Shi and her mother, Lin Nan discreetly suggested they retire to the bedroom. Once the living room was left with only Lin Xia and Lin Nan, Lin Xia spoke candidly. "I wish to be your attorney, to help your family secure this property." Lin Nan's eyes widened in astonishment, skepticism lacing his voice as he inquired, "We are not related. Why would you wish to assist me? Those who are close to you are pursuing legal action against you. It seems only those unconnected would offer help." A wry smile crept across Lin Nan's face at Lin Xia's remark, for it struck a chord with his predicament. His own brother had taken him to court over the property, and were it not for the safety of his wife and daughter, he would have fought back with all his might, refusing to be so shackled. Yet now, he found himself burdened with unspoken troubles and unshed words. Every word spoken by Lin Xia pierced Lin Nan's heart, causing him to clutch his head in anguish as he mournfully expressed, "Initially, I truly contemplated relinquishing this property, severing ties with Lin Bei and those from my hometown, and simply living my life. Yet, witnessing Xiao Shi endure relentless scrutiny, and Su Xiang willingly accompany me through hardship, I feel indebted to them. I yearn for them to lead lives filled with peace and joy. We have committed no wrongs. Why is this so?" Observing the torment etched on Lin Nan's face, Lin Xia recalled Lin Shi's defiant demeanor when bullied, and Su Xiang's outward gentleness that belied her inner resilience, igniting a fierce determination within her. Though they were not bound by blood, they shared the same surname, and she resolved to assist them to the fullest extent. "I possess a means to help you attain what you deserve, but you must recount the events from over a decade ago in their entirety to me." Lin Nan hesitated. Throughout his life, he had faced betrayal, deceit, and scorn, leading him to doubt the sincerity of anyone willing to assist him without ulterior motives. He could believe that Lin Xia was sent by Lin Bei to test him, yet the notion of her offering unconditional aid was difficult to accept. Perceiving Lin Nan's skepticism, Lin Xia presented him with the documentation she had procured from Wang Lily, stating, "I understand your doubts. That is perfectly acceptable. This is a certificate issued by the personnel of the Criminal Investigation Division. As I am not a formal member of the division, but merely a family member of an officer, you may take this certificate to the division for inquiry. Once you are assured of my existence and trust in me, I shall assist you without hesitation." Taking the document from Lin Xia, Lin Nan pondered deeply. As Lin Xia stood to leave, Lin Shi suddenly dashed out of the bedroom, preventing her from departing. "Sister, please don't be angry. Dad is just." Lin Xia knelt down and gently stroked Lin Shi's small face, saying with tenderness, "Sister is not angry. Father has done nothing wrong. The adult world holds many unseen complexities. Only through a small measure of evidence can one form a judgment. You must be obedient. It is not easy for Mom and Dad. Little Shi, you are so intelligent and capable. When you grow up, will you be able to protect Mom and Dad?" "I can. For Mom and Dad, I would do anything. Lin Xia, moved, embraced Lin Shi. What heart could remain unsoftened by such a child? From her pocket, Lin Xia retrieved a button-sized device and handed it to Lin Shi, saying, "Little Shi, if I leave and you find yourself in any conflict with mom and dad and feel endangered, press this. An uncle and auntie from the criminal police will come to protect you swiftly." After gently patting Lin Shi's head, she departed from the Lin family home. The Lin family sat in the living room in silence. After a long pause, Lin Nen muttered to himself, "What is meant to come will come, regardless of its truth. There is nothing left for me to fear." Upon receiving a call from Xinyu, Lin Xia hurriedly made her way to the criminal investigation team. As she entered, she noticed numerous officers seated in the conference room. Upon seeing Lin Xia, Wang Lili promptly pulled her inside. Xinyu, upon spotting Lin Xia, looked at her with a mixture of helplessness and complex emotions, causing Lin Xia to feel uneasy. What on earth had happened? Why the urgency for me to come? Arson, please synchronize the surveillance footage from that location. Xinyu's words prompted Lin Xia to glance at the multimedia display screen behind him. Upon seeing the content of the images, Lin Xia, in a fit of rage, shattered a teacup that belonged to someone unknown. This was utterly outrageous. Was there no law left to uphold? Observing Lin Xia trembling with fury, Xinyu hurried over to embrace her, gently patting her back to soothe her. He spoke. "I am aware that you previously sought Lin Nan, and Officer Wang has informed me of the situation. Please, try to remain calm. Allow me to explain the current circumstances, and then we shall plan our next steps." Gradually, Lin Xia regained her composure as she gazed at the screen. There stood a family of 3 quietly, while on the other side, ruffians were wreaking havoc, throwing things about. On the sofa sat Lin Bei, exuding an air of nonchalance, alongside the so-called village committee officials. Lin Xia vowed that even if it were not for Lin Nan's family, she would ensure these people faced dire consequences. "Once you activated the surveillance, Arson received the signal. I understand your intentions and have instructed Arson to monitor this place closely." Less than half an hour after you left, Lin Bei and the village committee officials arrived. Xinyu pointed to the middle-aged man beside Lin Bei, stating, "This individual is a high-ranking official from Lin Nan's village, and next to him is the village secretary. The 3 are playing their respective roles, coercing and enticing Lin Nan. They have promised that if Lin Nan transfers the land use rights to Lin Bei's son, his family will be able to live here peacefully while also receiving government subsidies. Should Lin Nan refuse, he risks losing everything in a lawsuit and facing a life of unrest." Lin Xia's expression grew increasingly grim, and Wang Lili, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Is it just these matters? These individuals have spoken at length, yet the Lin Nan family remains silent, merely standing there quietly as they distort the truth." Consequently, a group of thugs stormed into Lin Nan's home, wreaking havoc and causing destruction, while those 2 village officials turned a blind eye. And now, the turmoil continues, doesn't it? Lin Xia was perplexed. If Lin Bei possessed the division of property documents, why stir up trouble? Would it not be wiser to await the legal judgment in silence? The current uproar could only hinder his claim to this territory. Moreover, those 2 village officials were colluding with criminals. Should this information come to light, they would face dire consequences. What could be the reason behind this? As Lin Shi pondered, the alarm system of the police station suddenly blared. It was the alert Lin Xia had given to Lin Shi. Watching the surveillance footage, where Lin Shi shielded her parents from harm while they enveloped her in their embrace, Lin Xia's expression fell completely. Xinyu urged Lin Xia into the police vehicle. Acutely aware that such a demeanor from her was rare, when she wore that expression, it foretold calamity for someone. "Asen, ensure all individuals captured on the surveillance are documented. The commotion has been so significant that the local police station has yet to intervene, which raises suspicions. Record them all. And as for my status as a non-officer, no one is to obstruct my actions." All right, we won't interfere, but do exercise caution yourself and try not to let your anger overwhelm you. Xinyu was acutely aware of Lin Xia's thoughts. Everyone present who was monitoring the surveillance footage harbored a desire to take out their frustrations on the group of offenders. However, as law enforcement personnel, they were strictly prohibited from resorting to violence. Lin Xia, not being part of the police force, was at liberty to act as she pleased, unconstrained by others' authority. The police car soon arrived at the village where Lin Nan resided, to avoid alerting the perpetrators and ensuring a thorough capture. Shen Yu instructed the officers to refrain from activating the sirens. Nevertheless, a few individuals loitering near the village seemed to be on watch. Just as they retrieved their mobile phones, the officers swiftly apprehended them. Upon reaching Lin Nan's doorstep, a crowd had already gathered outside, yet none dared to approach. And there were evidently no personnel from the township police station present, indicative of Lin Bei having made prior arrangements. The onlookers, witnessing the arrival of multiple police vehicles, quickly surrounded Lin Nan's residence. Suddenly, the sirens blared, startling those inside. "Didn't you say you told Luga not to let anyone come? How was I to know? Everything was arranged on the township side. How could there still be police showing up?" Amidst the chaos within the house, a contingent of law enforcement officers burst in, handcuffing Lin Bei, 2 village officials, and the gang of ruffians. Lin Xia immediately rushed toward Lin Shi, observing the tiny figure sheltered in her parents' embrace. Yet, a bruise marred her fair complexion, and there were multiple signs of trampling on her small frame. Enraged, Lin Xia approached Ah Sun with a grim expression and commanded, "Turn off the surveillance." Shen Yu moved closer to Lin Xia, casting a cold glance at Lin Bei and the village officials, and remarked, "Do not harm them too severely. We still need to follow legal procedures." After a few words, the ruffians were led away in a line, leaving only Lin Bei and 2 village officials handcuffed in place. With a sly glance from his triangular eyes, Lin Bei ominously inquired, "Do you know who I am? You foolish police officers, don't tempt fate." Shen Yu, unfazed, crouched down to meet Lin Bei's gaze and leisurely replied, "I care not who you are. If our little ancestor is displeased, you shall spend a lifetime behind bars." After stating this, he rose and instructed Bao Mei and Li Lin to take the Lin Nan family for medical treatment. Lin Shi wished to remain but was taken away by Lin Nan. At this moment, the room was left with only Lin Xia and the 3 scoundrels in cuffs. Shen Yu closed the door and stood outside, waiting for Lin Xia. He had witnessed Lin Xia's ruthlessness before, yet it had always been in response to harm inflicted upon loved ones, an emotion that dissipated once expressed. Now, Lin Xia had shed the earlier fury and regarded the 3 seated miscreants with a chilling smile. She approached them and gently sealed their mouths with tape. The trio's eyes widened in horror as they recognized the object in her hand, the very bed frame they had used to brutally assault the Lin Nan family. In her grasp was a solid stainless steel rod, one end dragging on the ground, producing a piercing sound that grated against the ears of the 3, who were desperately writhing in vain attempts to escape their bonds. Chapter 24. The blade suspended above. Half an hour later, Lin Xia emerged from the room, appearing invigorated and lighthearted. Shen Yu, with a smile, inquired, "Have you calmed down? If it weren't for the principle of not granting them such ease, I would have relished the opportunity to dismantle their bones and feed them to the dogs." With a sense of helplessness, Shen Yu gently ran his fingers through Lin Xia's long hair and murmured, "So, have you clarified everything? The division agreement contains discrepancies, it lacks a date, and the signatures of the witnesses are not genuine. They have consulted a lawyer who indicated that, with only this agreement, the court may refuse to hear the case. His legal counsel advised him to seek a private settlement, employing any means necessary to secure what is rightfully his. It seems this lawyer is not of the noblest character either." Lin Xia cast a sidelong glance at the still smiling Shen Yu, pondering why she had never noticed his penchant for laughter before. His charming visage, perpetually adorned with a smile, stirred a sense of vexation within her. "Enough of your laughter. We are discussing serious matters," she admonished. Shen Yu raised an eyebrow, purposely leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "Very well, I shall reserve my smile solely for you. My lady, would that be agreeable?" As Lin Xia spoke, a cunning expression akin to that of a little fox graced her face. Shen Yu silently felt a twinge of concern for those unfortunate souls. Lin Xia's vengeful nature starkly contrasted with her gentle demeanor. Yet, neither of them could cast stones. For if this situation were left in Shen Yu's hands, those individuals would be facing a lifetime of imprisonment. I shall have Xiaoyang accompany you, along with a few officers. After all, having him there will facilitate discussions. Moreover, to catch a thief, one must seize the evidence. Since this incident occurred recently, Lin Bei's bribery materials should still be intact, particularly as they involve government personnel, where cash and valuables are most reliable. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Xiaoyang was the head of the Criminal Investigation Team's Inspection Division, specializing in the investigation and deployment of serious cases. The saying goes, a higher official can crush you. And with Xiaoyang present, those individuals likely felt as if a blade was hanging over their heads. After parting ways with Xunyu and the others, Lin Xia accompanied Xiaoyang to the local town government. Xiaoyang explained their purpose, and the officials of the town government were all seated in the conference hall, awaiting them. Thank you for your hard work, esteemed leaders. Originally, Director Xiao intended to directly address the issue of accountability today. However, given that this matter involves my sister's family, I felt it necessary to engage in a discussion with all of you. The attendees were aware that Lin Xia was the daughter of the city's criminal investigation team leader, assuming she was merely there to inquire about the investigation's progress. Little did they expect that her words would evoke cold sweats from some of them. With narrowed eyes, Lin Xia focused on the pale-faced officials and softly stated, "The Lin family is a close friend of my father, and their daughter is my beloved sister. I never anticipated that an issue would arise here regarding matters that had not yet received approval from the city's land bureau. The instigators have already been apprehended. Why is it that, for such a significant incident, the relevant personnel were not present? I have sought clarification on this matter. Although I am not a member of the team and possess no authority to reproach any of you, since this is a criminal case. Director Xiao will verify the details with each individual involved. I kindly request your cooperation." Each of Lin Xia's words pierced the hearts of those present like a blade. Just a few hours earlier, some of them had been counting money with ease, but now, holding on to those bills felt more like clutching a death sentence. The atmosphere grew tense, and it was evident that some could no longer remain seated, beads of sweat cascading down their faces. As Lin Xia observed that the timing was nearly perfect, a smile crept across her face. I trust that most of those present were not involved in this matter. To safeguard everyone's safety and privacy, I will, on behalf of Director Xiao, engage in individual conversations with each leader shortly, confirming that there are no connections to this incident, allowing for a swift return to normal duties. Lin Xia's words elicited a mix of relief and dismay. Those uninvolved breathed a sigh of relief, while those entangled wore expressions reminiscent of a painter's palette. As the saying goes, it is not the swift blade that cuts through chaos that one fears, but the dull knife that kills without bloodshed. Lin Xia was merely stalling for time, drawing the officers from the precinct closer, until the direct leaders from the district government were compelled to intervene. Was Lin Bei not a notorious local tyrant? Did he believe that the higher-ups were oblivious to the collusion between local officials and criminals? Originally, Lin Bei's appeal for review was to be escalated step by step. But due to a property issue dating back over a decade, it necessitated a check from the Municipal Land Bureau. Ultimately, a trivial land dispute spiraled into the jurisdiction of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. Lin Bei had not anticipated such complexities, and compounded by discrepancies in the division of property. He himself was not a virtuous individual. He feared scrutiny from above, worried that property investigations would unearth further issues. Thus, he resorted to bribing local leaders throughout the night, privately coercing Lin Nan, unaware that his actions had long been under surveillance. It can only be said that it was all fated. Lin Bei's misfortunes were well-deserved. Lin Xia had merely sought to vent her frustrations, feeling stifled by that troublesome organization in Xinyu in recent days. Little did she expect that a trivial land dispute would unravel such a tangled web of individuals. Thinking of the Lin family and the child Lin Shi, Lin Xia felt a pang of sympathy. She was determined to address this group of individuals. After half a day's investigation, it was evident that the local government could no longer remain idle and sent representatives to ascertain the situation. Upon learning the details, they immediately collaborated with Xiaoyang to ensure a stern response towards those involved in the case. It was a strategic move, No one was foolish. Lin Xia did not intend to escalate matters unduly, considering that the Lin family might continue to reside in the area. A sense of deterrence would suffice. After recounting the events to Lin Shikai and Xinyu, Lin Shikai nodded repeatedly. Although he felt a twinge of anger at his daughter for using his name to exert pressure on others, he had to admit that Lin Xia handled the situation commendably. This time, not only Lin Bei, but also those officials were brought to justice, alleviating a considerable burden from the local government's shoulders. Lin Xia inquired about the Lin family's well-being, intending to visit them in the hospital, only to be halted by Xinyu. Xinyu pulled Lin Xia into his office, drawing the blinds shut, which made Lin Xia immediately alert. "What are you up to?" Lin Xia thought, regarding Xinyu with suspicion akin to that of a thief. Xinyu, bemused by her reaction, chuckled mischievously. Upon hearing that laughter, Lin Xia gasped inwardly, thinking, "Please, spare me that grin. With such a mischievous look on your face. Aren't you inviting trouble?" Chapter 25. Zhuofeiyu, then speak your mind, but do not stand so close to me. Lin Xia attempted to distance herself from Xinyu. Being scrutinized so intently made her feel rather uneasy. Unfortunately, Mr. Shun extended his arm, effectively trapping Lin Xia between him and the desk, leaving her no room to escape. Upon noticing Lin Xia's evasive gaze and the flush of embarrassment adorning her cheeks, Xinyu felt an undeniable sense of delight. After relishing in his secret amusement for a moment, he chose not to further tease Lin Xia. Instead, he cleared his throat and addressed her with a serious tone. "There are two matters to discuss. First, the issues concerning the Lin family have largely been resolved. You should find the time to visit them in the hospital. As for the property rights, it has been entrusted to the District Tax Bureau and government personnel for resolution. So I trust there will be no oversights." "That is reassuring. And what about the second matter?" Lin Xia inquired, her round almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on Xinyu, awaiting his continuation. Xinyu regarded Lin Xia with a complex expression, causing her to feel increasingly anxious. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke softly. "You are undoubtedly a blessing sent from above. What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Xia retorted, utterly perplexed. Indeed, some habits are hard to break, and he should be condemned to a lifetime of confinement. Later, after examination, the doctor revealed that there were no signs of physical assault on him. While the two village officials shook their heads in ignorance, provoking Lin Bei to lash out in madness. Those two men were not foolish. They knew that to evade entanglement, they must cast Lin Bei aside. "Now, what is the second matter you wish to convey? Could you please get to the point?" Xinyu observed Lin Xia's ire as she glared at him, her expression undeniably captivating. He leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on her lips, eliciting her playful retaliation as she pinched his waist and tugged at his ear. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Dear wife, be gentle. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, let us continue with the matter at hand." With her cheeks flushed crimson, Lin Xia huffed, "Humph. Who is your dear wife? How shameless. Are you going to speak or not? Do not simply say that I am leaving. Listen closely. You are aware that during the interrogation, Lin Bei divulged all the malevolent deeds he has committed over the past several decades with astonishing speed, akin to pouring out beans. Among the multitude of revelations, I discovered an individual connected to the original sin. Who could it be? Could it be that this ruffian Lin Bei has ties to that organization?" Lin Xia's interest was instantly piqued. This was entirely an unexpected windfall. It is crucial to note that the information they currently possess indicates that there are 7 core figures within the original sin organization, each representing one of the 7 deadly sins. However, the number of subordinates is countless. If they could swiftly grasp the intricacies of their connections, it would significantly aid the criminal investigation team in dismantling this organization more efficiently. "Give me a kiss, and I shall reveal it to you," Xinyu quipped mischievously. "If you continue to jest during serious matters, I would not mind embracing solitude," Lin Xia retorted coldly, her gaze sharp as a blade directed at Xinyu. This man was insufferable, 3 days without reprimand, and he would dare to unravel the very roof above him, emboldened by the slightest encouragement. Lin Xia cursed him silently in her heart. "All right, I shall cease my teasing. From now on, Express your grievances openly. Harboring them within is far too distressing. Let us return to the matter at hand. Observing Lin Xia's growing impatience, Shen Yu quickly apologized and steered the conversation back to seriousness. Lin Bei recounted that he had previously sought to make a farmer's daughter his mistress, but had struggled to find an appropriate pretext or means. By sheer chance, during a visit to a nightclub, he encountered a man who suggested an idea. Following the man's advice, Lin Bei soon obtained what he desired. I shall refrain from detailing the method, as it would sully your ears. However, according to Lin Bei's description, this man is exceptionally ruthless in his deeds. Yet he possesses an air of elegance. Although Lin Bei has only interacted with him a few times, whenever he finds himself at a loss for malevolent schemes, this man always provides him with clever suggestions, and Lin Bei regards him as a strategist. How can you ascertain that this man is connected to original sin? Lin Bei mentioned that this man has a fondness for a carving knife, often taking it out to admire. On one occasion, when Lin Bei observed him sculpting a small object, he inquired about it, to which the man replied, "This is a wedding gift for my beloved." At that moment, Lin Xia felt an unsettling sensation. The notions of carving and wedding gifts seemed awry, yet she could not articulate why. Shen Yu noticed Lin Xia's perplexity and retrieved a small object from the evidence bag behind him, presenting it to Lin Xia while stating, "It is this." Lin Xia gazed at the miniature sculpture that bore a striking resemblance to her profile, her expression turning icy. Where did this come from? From Lu Mei's womb. Recalling Lu Mei, who had been encased within the sculpture, Lin Xia initially believed her abdominal swelling was merely due to pregnancy, but little did she know. Why was I not informed sooner? Lu Shu and Bao Mei must have discovered this during the autopsy, right? Lin Xia inquired sharply. Zhuo Feiyu, a senior for my overseas art program. Lin Xia scrutinized the object in the evidence bag, her brow furrowing in disbelief. She had not anticipated Zhuo Feiyu's connection to that organization. Madam, it is imperative that you take the time to discuss the matters between you two thoroughly with me. This will allow me to prepare in advance to confront this senior who harbors feelings for you. Listening to Shen Yu's sarcastic remarks, Lin Xia felt her mood inexplicably brighten. Why? It was all in the past. Why bring him up? Lin Xia smiled slyly like a little fox. In a week's time, a friend from my homeland is hosting a banquet in my honor to celebrate my marriage. Among the guests will be your former senior, Zhuo Feiyu. Chapter 26. Born as a human, I apologize. Shen Yu's words plunged Lin Xia into silence. Over the past 2 years of further study, Lin Xia had met many Chinese individuals and forged numerous friendships. However, Zhuo Feiyu was an awkward presence. From the moment he first entered Lin Xia's field of vision, she instinctively felt a sense of wariness towards him. Now, with a series of incidents inexplicably linked to him, Lin Xia felt even more unsettled. It was as if Zhuo Feiyu's appearance 2 years ago marked the beginning of a trap, yet the specifics eluded her. Xia, just who is Zhuo Feiyu? How much do you truly know about him? Shen Yu noticed the confusion in Lin Xia's eyes, yet at this moment, she was the only one who had encountered this man. His existence was peculiar. How so? The first time I met him was at an on-campus art exhibition. I was observing a rather strange piece when I later realized that Zhuo Feiyu had been watching me. He claimed to have sculpted that piece. He was a graduate student from the art department, thus my senior. To be candid, after viewing that artwork, I felt an inexplicable aversion towards Zhuo Feiyu. What kind of work is that? A crimson camellia blooming amidst a myriad of white bones, it possesses an artistic quality and is undeniably beautiful. Yet, it evokes a sense of inexplicable discomfort within me. Moreover, Zhuo Feiyu is a master of concealment, devoid of any discernible emotions. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that his emotions are imperceptible. As someone who specializes in psychology, I understand that no individual can perfectly hide their true self. Even the slightest micro-expression betrays their psychological state. However, Zhuo Feiyu has never exhibited such signs. He resembles a machine, a flawless entity in the eyes of others, without a trace of imperfection. During our interactions, regardless of the topics we discussed, his emotional fluctuations remained minimal, as if the affairs of the world bore no relevance to him. Even his previous pursuit of me appeared utterly formulaic, devoid of warmth. And then, when was the last time you saw him? I recall that after the farewell gathering concluded, he uttered a perplexing remark to me just before departing. At that moment, I did not comprehend it and did not take it to heart. What did he say to you? Shin Yu's eyes flickered with a strange light. It's nothing. If I can't recall it, then I shall not dwell on it. It is more prudent to consider how we might guard against him next week. Lin Xia nodded gently, her expression still somewhat dazed. Zhuo Feiyu gives off an ethereal aura, and one cannot shake the feeling that the true essence of him is not what others perceive. Yet, why would Zhuo Feiyu, who has been abroad for so long, choose to appear at Shin Yu's homecoming banquet? Reflecting upon Lin Bei's words regarding the cherished lady's wedding gift, the sculpture, and the original sin, what exactly did Zhuo Feiyu articulate that day? Captain Gu, arson has tracked the whereabouts of Hei's Lukawa. However, his location is alarmingly close to your villa. A sudden jolt of apprehension surged through Shun Yu's heart. Did Hei's Lukawa seek to court death by brazenly approaching his residence? Was he plotting to plant a bomb to eliminate him? Or did his presence there serve an alternative purpose? Li Lin nodded, glancing anxiously into the office, where she observed Lin Xia's somewhat dazed expression. With concern, she inquired, "What's wrong with you, Xia? Your complexion appears quite peculiar." "It's nothing, don't worry. Please attend to your matters," Shin Yu interjected, gently obstructing Li Lin's line of sight while offering a faint smile. Though Li Lin harbored doubts, she refrained from probing further, responding affirmatively before departing. Once Li Lin had left, Shin Yu cast a subtle glance at the entrance of the evidence department, where the door, previously ajar, now stood closed. "Xia, are you all right? What thoughts occupy your mind that render your expression so bleak?" Lin Xia raised her gaze to meet Shun Yu's concerned visage, her voice vacant as she uttered, "As a human being, I am deeply sorry." Shin Yu furrowed his brow, steadying Lin Xia by her shoulders, and solemnly asked, "What did you say? Repeat that. Have you been unsettled by something?" Upon hearing this, Shin Yu's taut nerves began to ease slightly. Yet, why would Zhuo Feiyu utter such words to Lin Xia? This phrase, drawn from Osamu Dazai's No Longer Human, embodies a profound critique of existence and the ultimate loss of self, resonating as a hallmark of a cultural phenomenon steeped in despair. However, why did Zhuo Feiyu utter those words to you? Lin Xia shook her head, uncertain herself. I possess a rather limited understanding of Zhuo Feiyu. Even during his pursuit of me, it was an indistinct and nebulous affection. I could sense his fondness, yet it remained remarkably restrained, akin to something uncontrollable concealed beneath the facade of a person. Shin Yu pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes brightened, as if a realization dawned upon him. He softly remarked, "I believe I understand his meaning now. Perhaps when we meet him next week, the truth will reveal itself." Chapter 27, Couples Attire Mom. Are you certain I must don this to attend? How splendid it looks. Moreover, Shin Yu's acquaintances are esteemed figures in academia. One cannot simply appear in casual attire. Lin Xia gazed at her reflection in the mirror, on the verge of tears. Xiao Lin had transformed her into a figure reminiscent of a medieval noblewoman. Where on earth did her mother procure this voluminous gown that resembled a Barbie doll's? Your taste would undoubtedly signify aristocracy in the Middle Ages. Xiao Lin feigned a strike, waving her hand dismissively. Reluctantly, she remarked, "Stop disparaging me. Every time I ask you to dress more elegantly, it feels like I'm demanding your life. You are undeniably beautiful. Why not enhance your appearance a bit?" Lin Xia's lips twitched as she sighed. "All right, Mom, I understand. This time, I shall obediently wear something beautiful, ensuring that neither the Lin family nor Shun Yu suffers embarrassment. Is that acceptable?" "This is more like it." As Lin Xia began to undress, she argued, "Don't even think about it. I absolutely refuse to wear that. I'll choose my own clothes. I assure you, I won't embarrass myself. Can I have Tong Tong help me pick something out?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin felt relieved. She took the luxurious outfit that Lin Xia had discarded and muttered to herself, "Well, that works. Isn't Tong a girl who opened a high-end bespoke gown shop? Perfect timing to help pick something for Shin Yu as well." Lin Xia nodded absent-mindedly, sent a WeChat message to Li Tong, and then changed her clothes before driving to a bespoke clothing store located in the commercial center. Observing that the once small shop had transformed into a three-story establishment with floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Xia could sense the opulence radiating from each garment, prompting her to exclaim, Li Tong has truly turned her humble beginnings into something akin to the CBD over these past 2 years. Lin Xia, you little ungrateful wretch, you actually came? Lin Xia knew Li Tong was reproaching her and quickly approached, playfully clinging to her and nuzzling up to her. Once she saw that Li Tong was no longer so upset, she seized the opportunity to explain her purpose. Li Tong shot her a knowing glance, fully aware that this little ungrateful one had no reason to seek her out otherwise. However, it wasn't the first time she had told Lin Xia that with such an enviable figure and appearance, any striking outfit would make her resemble a flower of wealth and nobility. Yet Lin Xia insisted on wearing casual short sleeves and pants every day, lacking any semblance of femininity. Nevertheless, the fact that Lin Xia was keen on dressing up for this particular occasion indicated that something extraordinary was afoot. Primarily, Li Tong was quite eager to meet the host of this event. I happen to possess a newly released design that would be perfect for a small gathering of discreet yet prominent individuals, as you suggested. However, Lin Xia, observing the calculating glint in Li Tong's eyes, feigned astonishment and remarked, You aren't expecting me to pay for it, are you? The prices for your garments often soar into the 4 or 5 figures, which I certainly cannot afford. I came solely to borrow your attire. Li Tong, slightly exasperated, pinched Lin Xia's high-bridged nose and retorted, This is the first time I've encountered someone who speaks so brazenly about freeloading. Lin Xia, in her usual manner, continued to flatter and ingratiate herself, leaving Li Tong exasperated yet unable to resist her charm. Nevertheless, she had not forgotten her point. This outfit is a couple's design. Wearing it alone is out of the question. You must summon your unremarkable fiancé. If he compliments this ensemble, I shall gift it to you. However, if you present me with a less than stellar specimen, do not expect to don this attire. Li Tong grimaced, thinking to herself that this man certainly had the audacity. She turned behind the screen to see what sort of man Lin Xia had managed to procure. Upon her first glimpse of Xinyu, she was left utterly speechless. Li Tong furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Xinyu with a gaze filled with skepticism and confusion. This man, why does he bear such a striking resemblance to someone she knows? What is the matter? Is there an issue? Xinyu seemed unfazed by Li Tong's doubtful expression, noticing Lin Xia's puzzled look directed toward her. Unsure of what was troubling her, Li Tong opened her mouth to speak but ultimately remained silent. It's nothing. He simply resembles someone I am acquainted with. Who is it? Why am I unaware of this? Lin Xia inquired, her curiosity piqued. Li Tong waved her hand dismissively, saying nothing, and led Lin Xia into the inner room, with Xinyu following closely behind. From the towering wardrobe, Li Tong retrieved 2 exquisite dresses and directed the 2 to the fitting room. Meanwhile, she remained in place, her brow furrowed in contemplation. The men's attire predominantly featured suits. However, Li Tong had ingeniously pressed subtle patterns into the collar, elevating the otherwise plain black suit to an extraordinary level. Xinyu, already a tall and slender figure, exuded a commanding presence as he donned the ensemble. As he emerged from the fitting room ahead of Lin Xia, Li Tong inquired, her voice low, Do you know Guyan? Xinyu's expression betrayed no hint of emotion. He merely raised an eyebrow at Li Tong through the mirror, offering a faint smile as he shook his head. Li Tong seemed reluctant to concede. Yet Xinyu's demeanor revealed no cracks, leading her to ultimately refrain from further questioning. At that moment, Lin Xia stepped out from the fitting room, and both Li Tong and Xinyu were momentarily taken aback. Li Tong had believed that this champagne-colored, fitted, off-the-shoulder gown would suit Lin Xia perfectly, as the unique design demanded a flawless figure, and only a woman of considerable poise could carry such a hue. Yet, Lin Xia embodied the essence of the dress with remarkable grace. For the first time, Li Tong, who had always thought clothing merely complemented the wearer, felt that her design radiated a heightened sense of haute couture solely because Lin Xia wore it. Indeed, this young lady was truly suited to be a model, wasted for over 20 years. Lin Xia felt rather indifferent. Glancing around, just as she was about to inquire about Xinyu's feelings, She caught Xinyu staring at her with a slightly dazed expression. After exchanging glances, Lin Xia was surprised to see a faint blush on Xinyu's cheeks. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Xinyu softly remarked, very beautiful. Initially, Lin Xia had not thought much of it. But Xinyu's demeanor and words compelled her to unconsciously stand before the mirror to take a look, and she found herself smiling shyly. Li Tong observed the striking compatibility between the two, momentarily setting aside her doubts. If it truly involved Gu Yun, Lin Xiao's father would not so readily allow her to marry this man. With this thought, Li Tong felt less conflicted. I knew my judgment was not flawed. Xiao Baobei, do come model for me from time to time. With you around, my business is bound to flourish. Lin Xia chuckled helplessly, nodding in agreement. After all, she had little to do in her spare time, and judging by Xinyu's expression, he seemed to genuinely appreciate her in this style of clothing. A sense of inexplicable joy filled Lin Xia's heart. Then tomorrow it shall be this outfit. Tong Bao, please pack it up for us to take. With that, Lin Xia went to change, and Xinyu followed suit. Li Tong, bustling with energy, took the two outfits to prepare them. The fitting room was now left with only Lin Xia and Xinyu. Lin Xia watched Li Tong's busy figure, noting the skepticism in Li Tong's eyes towards Xinyu, as well as her questions directed at Xinyu outside. Yu Yun, who is he? What connection does he have with Xinyu? Chapter 28. The turmoil of the homecoming banquet regardless of the nature of the soiree or the theme that initiates it. The scene invariably unfolds as a tapestry of clinking glasses and convivial exchanges. Lin Xia, accompanying Xinyu, navigated through a myriad of prominent figures. Her expression betraying a hint of rigidity, yet she steadfastly clutched her tall glass. One could not help but admire Xinyu's extensive network. What appeared to be a modest homecoming banquet was, in fact, graced by luminaries from various fields. There were also numerous individuals seemingly unrelated to Xinyu's academic pursuits present among the guests. Perceiving Lin Xia's puzzlement, Xinyu leaned in and murmured, "Those individuals are acquainted through legal matters and cases. It is merely a professional acquaintance." Lin Xia nodded subtly, her understanding tentative. Xinyu, ever watchful, continued, "Previously, I instructed our son to monitor Heze Lu Chuan. He has been spotted near the villa but is not engaged in any activities. Our son suspects that Heze Lu Chuan may very well make an appearance at tonight's banquet. Then these individuals are in peril, are they not?" "That lunatic!" Lin Xia exclaimed, her concern evident. Xinyu gestured for her to remain calm. Just then, a middle-aged man, seemingly well acquainted with Xinyu, approached briskly, arms outstretched to embrace him. "Mr. Zhao?" Xinyu greeted, releasing a hearty laugh. Upon noticing Lin Xia standing nearby, Mr. Zhao, eager to converse, was preempted by Xinyu's introduction. "Mr. Zhao, allow me to introduce my fiancée, Lin Xia. She is also the daughter of Captain Lin from the Criminal Investigation Team. Xia Xia, this is Mr. Zhao, the General Manager of Changfeng Weiya Technology. I previously handled an economic case for Mr. Zhao." Zhao, the general, was quite pleased by Lin Xia's composed yet assertive remarks, bursting into hearty laughter. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, he finally broached the main topic. "I have come today to present you with a gift, as I will be traveling abroad shortly and fear I might miss your wedding." With that, he beckoned to someone behind him, and two security guards wheeled over a towering container. Lin Xia and Xinyu exchanged glances, puzzled by the enigmatic intentions of Zhao. Observing Xinyu's demeanor, it was evident that Zhao was not particularly familiar to him, their relationship confined to professional interactions. Nevertheless, Zhao's ostentatious display today struck Lin Xia as rather peculiar. As the container was brought before them, curious onlookers began to gather around. Once the guards opened the box and removed the plastic covering, everyone could finally discern the contents within. Inside the container stood a life-sized sculpture, depicting a pair of affectionate lovers, tenderly cradling a bouquet of flowers together. The craftsmanship was remarkably exquisite, and it was astonishing to learn that the material used for the sculpture was jade. Setting aside the specific variety and quality of the jade, the mere existence of such a substantial, pristine piece was already a rarity. Coupled with the intricate artistry that had transformed it, this was undoubtedly a priceless work of art. Zhao, Observing the expressions of those present, beamed with satisfaction and cheerfully proclaimed, "This is fine mutton fat, white jade." After much contemplation, I deemed that only such a masterpiece could befit your wedding, Xinyu. Mr. Zhao, you are far too courteous. Such a priceless treasure, how could we? Xinyu chuckled awkwardly, sensing that Mr. Zhao harbored ulterior motives. However, one should not strike a smiling face, especially when such a lavish gift has been presented. Given the gravity of the situation, further words would seem superfluous. Xinyu took Lin Xia's hand, addressing Mr. Zhao. "In that case, I shall graciously accept. Thank you for your generosity. Fei Yu, over here." Mr. Zhao beckoned towards Lin Xia and the others. Lin Xia turned to see Zhao Fei Yu in a gray suit, holding a wine glass and smiling at her. Her heart skipped a beat. It was that very smile. During her visit to the exhibition, she had been engrossed in her observations when she felt a gaze upon her, only to turn and find Zhao Fei Yu looking at her with that same smile. Xinyu, noticing Lin Xia's fluster, coolly placed his hand on her lower back, drawing her closer to him, a clear declaration of ownership. He did not miss the fleeting glimmer of animosity in Zhao Fei Yu's eyes. Approaching Zhao Fei Yu with an unyielding demeanor, he stated, "We are profoundly grateful for the exquisite piece you have created for us as a couple." Zhao Fei Yu glanced at Xinyu and then turned his gaze towards Lin Xia. After a prolonged silence, he solemnly inquired, "Do you like it?" Lin Xia felt a pang of distress. It was evident that Zhao Fei Yu was being deliberate. Those present could discern that Zhao Fei Yu was familiar with Lin Xia, while Xinyu appeared indifferent, though his grip on Lin Xia's hand tightened. "If my husband likes it, then I shall like it as well." After Lin Xia spoke, she gazed at Xinyu with profound emotion, as if the rest of the attendees were mere phantoms. Xinyu, stirred by Lin Xia's words, found his previously tumultuous thoughts settling. He affectionately kissed Lin Xia and nodded at Zhao Fei Yu before leading Lin Xia away. Zhao Fei Yu remained rooted in place, his expression vacant, lost in contemplation, while the malice in his eyes went unnoticed by anyone. Upon returning to General Zhao, the two engaged in polite conversation until Zhao announced his departure, citing fatigue and the need to rest in his hotel room. Before leaving, he warmly embraced Xinyu and patted his shoulder with vigor. After Zhao's departure, Xinyu and Lin Xia chatted with several of Xinyu's friends, who raised their glasses in celebration of Xinyu's return and to congratulate him and Lin Xia on their marriage. While the wedding gift from Zhao remained prominently displayed in the banquet hall, as midnight approached, the celebration drew to a close, and guests began bidding farewell to Lin Xia and Xinyu. Those who had overindulged were escorted to their hotel rooms for rest. Just as the last guests were about to leave, a sudden, thunderous explosion erupted from the hotel rooms, causing the entire building to tremble. Lin Xia and Xinyu exchanged a knowing glance, aware that something had gone awry, and promptly instructed the security personnel to investigate. When the guests arrived at the site of the explosion, they discovered that it had occurred in General Zhao's room. Chapter 29. The turmoil of the homecoming banquet. The scene was chaos. Xinyu immediately contacted the standby medical and riot teams and began evacuating the guests. Lin Xia surveyed the charred remnants of the room, recalling the conversation between Zhao and Xinyu during the banquet. "I will be going abroad soon, and I fear I might miss your wedding. This is a wedding that cannot be overlooked." Lin Xia glanced at the busy officers in the distance and whispered, "Where have you hidden Zhao?" Xinyu sighed and pretended to be distressed, saying, "How is it that nothing escapes your notice? If only those criminals were as astute as you, I would surely be exhausted. Darling, be gentle. You might pull it off. This is not the place for such discussions. I have already instructed Li Qin to safeguard that jade sculpture, and Zhao Guoqiang should now be at the criminal investigation team." Lin Xia, irritated, pushed Xinyu away and immediately noticed Li Lin and Bao Mei in the distance, gazing at them with a look of gossip, causing her to feel somewhat embarrassed. "We always thought that Captain Gu was a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. It seemed unimaginable that he would ever be scolded by his wife. Who would have thought?" Upon hearing that the hard-earned exquisite specimen might be confiscated, Bao Mei immediately wilted. She hastily reassured, "I haven't said anything. I haven't seen anything. Captain Gu hasn't said anything either. I'm off to play with the puzzle pieces. You all carry on." Saying this, she grabbed the curiously Lin and ran away. Lin Xia twitched her lips, wondering what peculiarities resided in the forensic department of the criminal investigation team. Don't be so hands-on, and do not call me that. Lin Xia fiercely warned Xinyu. This man was simply too bothersome. A facade of seriousness often conceals deception. The cunning disguise of a pig devouring a tiger, the serpent that, once given a stick, will climb ever higher, takes inch by inch. Lin Xia, while silently cursing, was unaware that beside her, Xinyu burst into laughter. Xia, you truly are utterly delightful. It is the first time I have encountered someone who can vocalize their innermost thoughts in such a manner. My dear silly treasure, how can you be so charming? Lin Xia's face flushed crimson, her mind intent on berating Xinyu, yet she unwittingly murmured her thoughts aloud, much to Xinyu's amusement. It felt akin to public execution. You. Cease your laughter, hypocrite, Valroque. I shall ignore you. Xinyu's laughter grew louder, and as Lin Xia became increasingly exasperated, he finally restrained himself. Clearing his throat softly and soothing Lin Xia. All right, from now on, if you wish to curse, do so freely. Do not bottle it up inside. In any case, no matter how you scold me, I shall never leave your side. Lin Xia shot Xinyu a glare, opening her mouth to respond but ultimately remaining silent. Yet, she persistently recalled the moment Xinyu had fired without hesitation. In this man's heart, what significance did Lin Xia truly hold? With the term treasure on his lips, what lay beneath the surface of his heart? The sudden melancholy that washed over Lin Xia caused Xinyu to temper his expression. Lin Shikai had remarked that this incident would forge a profound chasm between Lin Xia and himself. Indeed, it was not as easily resolvable as one might hope. Lin Xia furrowed her brows, gazing at the lifelike jade carving, and suddenly thought of Zhuo Feiyu. Looking around the venue, she realized Zhuo Feiyu had vanished, likely swept away with the crowd. Zhuo Feiyu and Hei's Luchuan were both connected to the original Sin organization. With Hei's Luchuan apprehended, what would Zhuo Feiyu's next move be? Where was Hei's Luchuan? Lin Xia suddenly posed a question. In a place where he could not inflict harm with explosives, should he take a look? Curiosity sparked within him. How had this individual been so easily apprehended? He nodded in agreement and followed Xinyu to a modified container truck parked outside the hotel. This was a vehicle reinforced with bulletproof materials, its interior equipped with blast-resistant walls, ensuring that even a substantial explosion would not endanger those outside. It seemed to be a custom-made cage specifically designed for Hei's Luchuan. Upon opening the door, Hei's Luchuan sat quietly within, his head bowed in silence. Lin Xia observed Hei's Luchuan's figure, noting its striking resemblance to the initial psychological profile, yet the constant lowering of his head felt rather peculiar. Noticing a multitude of lollipops and their wrappers scattered at his feet, Lin Xia felt compelled to step closer. However, before he could advance, Xinyu suddenly pushed him to the ground, and before Lin Xia could react, a deafening explosion erupted from within the container, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Fortunately, the reinforced structure of the vehicle withstood the blast, and no one else was injured. As Lin Xia attempted to survey the situation inside the truck, he found himself embraced by Xinyu, who gravely whispered, "Don't look, he is already dead." Lin Xia understood that Xinyu feared the scene within would frighten her. Yet, why had Hei's Luchuan chosen to take his own life? And why wait for Xinyu's arrival before doing so? The once vibrant and fearless bomb enthusiast had met such an abrupt end. Lin Xia found herself in a state of bewilderment. After being pulled up by Xinyu, she did not cast another glance at the car, yet the blood dripping from its body was a startling crimson. Taking the paper from the boy's hand, she watched as he turned and sprinted away, and when she looked up again, he had vanished from sight. Furrowing her brows, Lin Xia examined the paper, then glanced back at Xinyu, cautiously unfolding it. The words read, "Born as a human, I am deeply sorry. Therefore, let us reacquaint ourselves with my most cherished possession." The signature was Mammon. Chapter 30. Signs of a coming storm. Lin Xia stared at the paper in disbelief, murmuring to herself, he seemed so indifferent and restrained, as if nothing in this world could disturb his emotions. How could this be? Perhaps this encapsulated the essence of what he meant by born as a human. I am deeply sorry. Although reluctant to admit it, she undeniably held a unique place in his heart. Lin Xia stood frozen, initially believing that this gathering would lead to the capture of the perpetrator behind the explosion, while also probing into the truth of Zhou Feiyu. However, with Izay Luchuan having eluded capture for so long, now dead, and Zhou Feiyu abruptly revealing his concealed identity, she was left questioning the reasons behind it all. In an instant, Lin Xia felt an invisible net closing in around her, filling her with an overwhelming sense of dread and panic. A foreboding thought crossed her mind. Perhaps a storm was brewing. Noticing Lin Xia's slight tremor and her furrowed brow as she examined the paper, Xinyu wrapped his arms around her, kissing her hair, providing a sense of solace to her quaking form. No matter how the world may change, I shall remain by your side. With my presence, there is nothing to fear. Lin Xia, with trembling hands, slowly embraced Xinyu. Though reluctant to admit it, Xinyu's existence bestowed upon her a profound sense of security. It felt as if, nestled within his embrace, the world was a beautiful place. Lin Xia gently shook her head while in his arms. Despite her fears, she knew she must confront them. The issue would not cease to exist simply because she chose to evade it. It was time to seek out Zhao Guoqiang and the team. Since he reached out to you in this critical moment and matters escalated so swiftly, he must possess knowledge regarding this organization. I wish to accompany you. Be good. The villa is equipped with surveillance and anti-intrusion systems. Should anyone attempt to invade, the alarm will sound immediately. You will be safer at home than at the police station. Lin Xia gazed at Xinyu in astonishment. Was he implying that the hidden traitor within the criminal investigation team had already begun to act? Everything was unfolding far too rapidly. It was as if the death of Izay Luchuan had triggered a series of events that caught everyone off guard. Lin Xia, her mind in disarray, followed Xinyu into the car. Throughout the journey, Xinyu held Lin Xia's hand, reassuring her not to be afraid. As they approached the villa, Xinyu received a phone call. After hanging up, his expression shifted to one of peculiar distress. What is it? Has something happened? Lin Xia felt increasingly paranoid. Her mind clouded with confusion. Once Xinyu ensured that Lin Xia had securely locked the doors and windows of the villa, he drove off towards the criminal investigation team. Moments ago, I received a call from Lin Chikai, informing me of Zhao Guoqiang's demise, occurring right beneath the watchful gaze of their surveillance. The ensuing events had begun to evoke an inexplicable sense of agitation within Xinyu. He could sense the once tranquil waters being disturbed. The members of that organization were no longer able to remain composed. It appears that his true identity has been compromised. Xinyu hurried to the criminal investigation team, where Zhao Guoqiang's body had already been retrieved by the forensic department for examination. The exquisite jade sculpture gifted by Zhao Guoqiang had also been placed in his office as per his instructions. Prior to his arrival, he had informed Li Qin that no one was to approach or touch the jade sculpture. Xinyu carefully removed the jade sculpture from its pedestal, revealing a wooden base adorned with a delicate layer of pine oil varnish, resembling a solid piece of timber at first glance. After a moment's contemplation, he procured an exceedingly thin blade and gently pried open the upper wooden cover along the seams of the pedestal's varnish. Indeed, the center of the base was hollow. As Xinyu explored the interior of the pedestal, he swiftly discovered an object resembling a card. Upon extraction, it revealed itself to be a pitch-black VIP membership card, devoid of any markings save for the 3 letters VIP. The memory of Zhao Guoqiang's first embrace, when he implored Xinyu for salvation, and the second, when he whispered a phrase in his ear, resurfaced in his mind. Old Tao's food is exquisite. Gazing at the membership card in his hand, Xinyu tucked it away. He then looked at the jade sculpture and its pedestal, took a piece of paper, inscribed his thoughts upon it, and placed it inside the pedestal. With meticulous care, he restored the original varnish layer and repositioned the jade sculpture atop it. After finishing his task, Xinyu opened the blinds and caught sight of the evidence team rummaging through Zhao Guoqiang's belongings. He opened the door and said, "Lu Xian, summon someone to lift this jade sculpture." Lu Xian raised his hand, and 2 young men quickly approached. Xinyu pointed to the jade sculpture in the office. instructing them to handle it with utmost care. The two rookie officers, having recently joined the force and likely lacking sufficient training, initially struggled to lift it. It was only after adjusting their angles that they slowly managed to raise the jade sculpture, placing it on a prepared map beside them as per Shin Yu's request. "Xiao Jia, have you finished?" At that moment, Lu Xian hurried over and, noticing that the two had just set the jade sculpture down, said to Shin Yu, "Since this jade sculpture was a wedding gift from Zhao Wuqiang to you and Miss Lin, it should be perfectly fine to keep it here. However, just to be safe, the base must be placed among the evidence for our examination. Once cleared, it will be returned to you." Shin Yu waved his hand with a smile. "It's all right. I merely wish to ascertain whether there are any clues within the base, but it is quite cumbersome for me to lift alone. In that case, please proceed with your investigation. Has the autopsy report for Zhao Wuqiang been released?" Lu Xian shook his head, replying, "Not yet. You haven't reviewed the surveillance footage from the time of his death, have you? It's quite bizarre. He was sitting there normally when, all of a sudden, he seemed to go mad, clutching his own neck as if his eyes were about to pop out. He ultimately strangled himself." Furrowing his brow while listening to Lu Xian's account, Shin Yu eventually nodded, signaling for them to exit, as he intended to investigate further. As Lu Xian and his companions departed, Shin Yu did not opt to review Zhao Guoqiang's surveillance footage. Instead, he retrieved his mobile phone and activated the remote monitoring system within the villa. The images displayed on the screen sent a chill down Shin Yu's spine. Chapter 31. Under surveillance. As he continued to observe, an unsettling sensation suddenly washed over him. The steps outside the floor-to-ceiling windows appeared somewhat altered. The architectural style of Shin Yu's villa was symmetrical, featuring floor-to-ceiling glass in the dining room and the open-concept living area. Lin Xia sensed a discrepancy between the two sides. In previous instances, she might have overlooked such details, but amidst the current turmoil, she had become acutely sensitive to any peculiarities in her surroundings. Standing still for a moment, Lin Xia quietly moved to the side and turned off the living room lights. Bathed in moonlight, she confirmed that the steps outside the living area were indeed slightly elevated. Exercising caution, she glanced outside before swiftly stepping out. Beneath the elevated steps, it appeared something was buried. Approaching the area, she began to dig around the soil beside the steps, and to her astonishment, she uncovered an object wrapped in newspaper to shield it from moisture. It was additionally encased in a plastic bag. With utmost care, Lin Xia extracted the item, feeling that it bore little weight despite its sizable packaging. Although she had no inkling of its contents, she was certain it was not something Shin Yu had buried. Gazing at the plastic bag placed on the table, Lin Xia took a deep breath and slowly began to unwrap it. Meanwhile, Shin Yu watched the surveillance footage. Noting that Lin Xia had brought something into the house and placed it on the table, where she proceeded to unveil its contents. Shin Yu immediately recalled Aisen's mention of Hizhe and Lu Chuan wandering around the villa, and his heart was instantly filled with alarm. He intended to call Lin Xia, but unexpectedly, Lin Xiao's call came through first. "All right, I will. Remember, do not disclose anything to anyone, and ensure no one perceives that you are in trouble. At this moment, I can only trust you." Shin Yu stepped out of his office, where the officers were still occupied. Upon seeing him emerge, they greeted him one by one. Li Lin, who was engaged in collecting physical evidence, looked up and casually inquired, "Oh, is there a matter at home? The analysis report will be out later, and we might need to hold a meeting." Just then, Aisen and Li Chun entered from outside. Spotting Shin Yu, they were about to greet him when he had already vanished. The two exchanged bewildered glances, and noticing Li Lin standing there with a sorrowful expression, Li Chun asked, "What happened to Team Leader Gu? Why did he leave in such haste? Is there another issue? Why is it that all the good men in this world are already taken?" He mumbled before returning to his task of cataloging the evidence. Li Chun and his companion were equally perplexed. Shin Yu reached the entrance of the villa and swiftly opened the door, embracing Lin Xia upon sight. He promptly closed the door behind them. "Let me tell you, Wait a moment. I've informed the team that there's a power outage at home. Fortunately, your quick thinking prevented you from turning on the lights. I will go and restore the power. Where are the items?" "I placed them in your study on the second floor." That location makes surveillance rather challenging. The two made their way to the study, where Xinyu approached the window and lifted a corner of the curtain to gaze outside. Not far from the villa, an SUV was concealed amidst the woods, barely visible from the second floor. How did you realize you were being watched? I am uncertain, yet I was intentionally glancing around. They must have known I was searching for something. Xinyu nodded once more, but with a hint of concern, he advised. Please refrain from engaging in such perilous activities in the future. If you sense any trouble, contact me immediately, and I shall handle it. Do not put yourself in danger. Lin Xia pouted and murmured, I refuse. I wish to grow and solve problems on my own. You cannot always be by my side. And should there come a day when you cannot assist me, I must at least ensure that I do not hinder your efforts. Xinyu, moved, kissed Lin Xia gently, surprised that she did not shy away. Were it not for pressing matters at hand, he would have wished to nurture their relationship further. All right, what did you discover? Lin Xia pointed to the open package and said to Xinyu, take a look at the contents, but be prepared mentally. Xinyu scrutinized the package, and as he recognized its contents, a chill ran down his spine. Inside the package lay a collection of photographs, varying in age, yet all depicted members of the criminal investigation team. Beneath the photographs was a blueprint illustrating the analysis and operational procedures of a specific case handled by the team. It was evident that someone had been meticulously monitoring every move of the investigation team. The presence of detailed plans for high-stakes operations indicated that there were indeed informants within the ranks. Chapter 32. A tangle of conspiracies. At the bottom of these photographs and documents, there exists a group photo. Most of the individuals captured in this image are unfamiliar to Lin Xia. However, one person stands out with an undeniable familiarity, her father, Lin Shikai. Xia, please calm down and listen to me. Setting aside the identities of the others in the photo, you must trust that your father is definitively not a traitor, nor would he ever harm you. Lin Xia inhaled deeply and replied slowly, I understand, but seeing all this makes my heart race. Do you comprehend? I fear that any member of our team could be a hidden bomb, not only instilling fear within the investigative unit, but also causing immense pain to my father. If there exists even the slightest chance that my father is indeed connected to those individuals, the entire investigation team would be doomed, and the credibility of our national police force in the eyes of the public would be irrevocably shattered. Do you grasp the magnitude of this terror? Xinyu certainly understood the gravity of Lin Xia's words. However, it was imperative to maintain composure and not succumb to chaos. He pulled Lin Xia into his embrace, hoping to provide her with an additional sense of security. Do not be afraid. Remain calm. We are yet to determine whether these items signify a threat or if someone is attempting to incite discord. What we do know is that the person who placed this here is already deceased, and we must rely on ourselves to investigate. Do you know who placed it? Lin Xia, taken aback, inquired as Xinyu picked up the photograph from the table, glancing at it again as he spoke. Before, when his son was monitoring Heize Lu Chuan, he mentioned that Heize Lu Chuan had lingered around our villa. However, there were no suspicious activities observed, and later, after a thorough mine detection survey of the villa, no hazardous materials were found, which is why a detailed search was not conducted. Lin Xia furrowed her brow in confusion and questioned, that doesn't seem right. I hadn't noticed any changes in the height of our steps before this. The team's assessments yielded nothing unusual, indicating that whatever this is was not placed there while Heize Lu Chuan was approaching the villa, but rather after the area was cleared when no one was home. At that time, Heize Lu Chuan should have already been deceased. Otherwise, a Sin would have reported back to you. Oh, our home. Does Xia have an affection for it? Xinyu felt a surge of joy upon hearing Lin Xia naturally refer to the place as theirs, even though there were still barriers between them. Lin Xia's fondness for him signified a mutual understanding of their feelings. Hey, I'm being serious here. Can you please stop changing the subject? Lin Xia elbowed Xinyu in the abdomen, but as he had her enveloped in his embrace from behind, she struggled to break free, feeling slightly annoyed as she squirmed in his arms. Don't move. Are you really going to be fierce with me? Clearly, it's you. What? Are you being obedient now? Xinyu chuckled mischievously close to Lin Xia's ear, and it was evident that she grasped the implications of his words. Why you? Don't act recklessly. I will accuse you of harassment. I yearn for intimacy with my beloved wife. How could that be deemed inappropriate? Lin Xia, on the verge of tears and feeling utterly despondent, found herself overwhelmed. How could this hypocrite? Please, do not behave this way. I am frightened. Xinyu, you must not act like this. Silly girl, do you think you can continue to resist? I jest not. Just allow me to hold you for a moment. I shan't trouble you. As he spoke, Xinyu tenderly pressed a kiss to Lin Xia's forehead. Startled into stillness, Lin Xia found her tumultuous thoughts, which had been stirred by the earlier photograph, settling considerably. She recalled the unfinished thought from earlier. Did you hear what I said? This item may very well not have been planted by Heeze Lu Chuan. Indeed, I am aware. However, it is evident that the other party knows Heeze Lu Chuan has been here, hoping we would believe it was he who placed it. Furthermore, we cannot yet ascertain the veracity of the contents. If they are genuine, then Heeze Lu Chuan's demise harbors deeper mysteries. Someone wishes to convey a message to us, providing further clues. Conversely, if all of this is fabricated, then the individual who left it aims to create discord within the criminal investigation team, eroding trust among us, thus hampering any chance of collaboration. Lin Xia nodded thoughtfully, her eyes suddenly brightening as she turned to say, I have a method to discern the authenticity of the contents within. Xinyu gently pinched Lin Xia's prominent nose. Smiling tenderly, what clever scheme do you propose now? Lin Xia shot him an indignant glance before excitedly continuing. Does this not contain an analysis and process of a case? One may directly consult the archives to ascertain the year of the case, subsequently unveiling all pertinent details surrounding it. The individuals involved will also be revealed. Should the matter indeed hold truth, every aspect within warrants our meticulous examination. Since it is made accessible for your discovery, it surely cannot be a mere fabrication. How then shall one discern authenticity? Xinyu retorted with a hint of challenge. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow at Xinyu, her cunning nature endearing him to no end. The sage has his own ingenious strategies. Since the clues have presented themselves, how could he let them slip away? Xinyu was amused by Lin Xia's demeanor, chuckling at his little wife's whimsicality. Mere moments ago, she was mired in deep thoughts about the pile of documents, yet now she transformed into a clever little fox. As the lady rightly stated, one cannot allow these matters to confound us. As the saying goes, return the favor in kind. Merely clarifying the situation is not enough to satiate one's curiosity. Lin Xia gazed at Xinyu with sparkling eyes, fully aware that this man had a shrewd side. She quickly patted his shoulder and inquired, What is your plan? Do tell me swiftly. I am nearly rotting away with boredom at home. Kiss me, and I shall divulge. Xinyu replied. Without hesitation, Lin Xia planted a kiss on his cheek, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she continued to gaze at him. Xinyu suddenly felt a pang of frustration. Could it be that a mere case held more allure for Lin Xia than he did? At that moment, he completely forgot the fervor with which he had immersed himself in the case's mysteries. Very well, I shall tell you, if this matter unfolds as you suggested. Upon hearing the events recounted by Xinyu, Lin Xia couldn't help but burst into laughter, playfully striking Xinyu, asserting that he was unjustly labeled as a white-cut-black character. In truth, he was far more than that. He was akin to bamboo sprouting on a cooking stove, an utter nuisance. Once Lin Xia had sufficiently amused herself, Xinyu suddenly posed a question. Xia, do you ever feel wronged? Huh, what do you mean? Lin Xia was puzzled. Xinyu, holding Lin Xia tightly, whispered, With your remarkable intellect and talents, you are a rare gem in the criminal investigation team, and indeed within any governmental system. This is a realm where you could truly showcase your abilities. Yet, because of this case, you have married me and can only assume the role of a housewife. Do you not feel a sense of grievance? Chapter 33. Confession of Feelings. Lin Xia gazed up at Xinyu, surprised that this man would inquire about her sense of grievance. In truth, she harbored more than mere feelings of being wronged. She had diligently pursued her studies with the aspiration of serving her country within the public security system, aspiring to solve more cases alongside Lin Chikai, to provide justice to the public, and to ensure that her aging father had a worthy successor. Otherwise, Why would this pampered princess, raised in comfort, choose to apply to the police academy? Why would she seek further education abroad after graduation? Her family lacked for nothing. She could easily devote herself to writing her detective novels and embrace the life of a literary young woman. Reflecting on the time when Lin Shikai was shot by a criminal during a case, injuring his shoulder, had the bullet struck just a little lower, it would have claimed his life. Her mother, Xiao Lin, had wept nearly to the point of suffocation. Lin Xia believed that had Lin Shikai not survived, her mother would not have endured alone. Yet, even in the face of such peril, her mother had never uttered a word urging Lin Shikai to resign from his position as a detective. Lin Xia once inquired of her mother whether the constant anxiety was truly worth it. This was a career she cherished dearly. She expressed that nothing brought her a greater sense of accomplishment than witnessing the exoneration of the wronged and the punishment of the wicked. Undoubtedly, your presence was what brought her the utmost fulfillment, as you were the pride of both her father and mother. At that time, she could not comprehend her mother's sentiments, only realizing that if she could become strong enough, perhaps it would instill even greater pride in her parents. It was only later that she understood that the truest manifestation of love for someone is to support their chosen path and face the future together. Now, she found herself married to this man due to a particular case. Despite his remarkable abilities, he could only assist her in private, while publicly she had to assume the role of a leisurely lady of leisure. Initially, Lin Xia felt a profound sense of grievance, even suffocated. The predicament was set up by her father, and the trap was one she willingly fell into. However, the discomfort she felt was genuine, which led her to oppose Lin Shikai in everything at first. Yet, as she gradually interacted with Xinyu and observed the nature of the criminal investigation team's work, she found that she had long forgiven her father. She merely indulged in occasional bouts of frustration with him. As for Xinyu, she could sense his love for her, not a substitution nor an act, but a sincere and profound affection. Anyone would find it difficult to resist the allure of being cherished by such a seemingly perfect man. Although he was arrogant, cunning, and a hypocritical scoundrel, Xinyu felt an even deeper pang of affection for his little wife when he noticed Lin Xia's silence. He embraced her gently, resting his chin upon her shoulder, affectionately nuzzling against her. Lin Xia was tickled by Xinyu, prompting her to burst into laughter. At that moment, Xinyu resembled a large dog unsure of how to comfort its master, resorting to this form of body language to convey his presence. "Stop it, it tickles." "Haraha. Enough. Can we not think about it? In the future, I will always be here for you. Whenever you feel down, I will cheer you up. If you are angry, you can vent your frustrations on me anytime. Whether you want to cry or laugh, I will be by your side, all right?" Lin Xia bit her lip, stifling a giggle, and seized the moment to tease Xinyu. "Are you confessing your love to me?" "Yes, I love you very much." "Oh, really? What is it that you love about me? Do tell." Lin Xia playfully lifted Xinyu's chin, adopting a mischievous demeanor. With a gentle smile, Xinyu kissed Lin Xia lightly and replied softly, "I adore your delightful smile, akin to the pure waters of a mountain spring that always cleanse my soul. I cherish your clear eyes, which hold the vastness of the starry sky, brimming with curiosity for the unknown. I love the way your lips pout when you're angry, reminiscent of a feisty little kitten. I admire your confidence when you ponder, your stubbornness that seeks support while trying to be strong, and I love every single aspect of you, because you are Lin Xia, and that is why I love you." Xinyu's heartfelt declarations of love left Lin Xia feeling as if she had fallen into a jar of honey, sweetness surging through her veins. The corners of her mouth betrayed her, curving upward, while her heart swelled with a bittersweet ache. Despite her overwhelming joy, her eyes could not help but sting with tears. Lin Xia, unable to contain herself, sniffed and took a deep breath, exclaiming, "Where on earth did you learn such flattery?" "The rustic charm of sweet nothings is all too apparent, yet I assure you, I am not easily swayed by such trivialities. Do not presume that your silver-tongued flattery will absolve you from the schemes you and that cunning old fox have orchestrated against me. I am still aggrieved." Xinyu expected Lin Xia to express heartfelt sentiments upon being touched, But to his surprise, he found himself bemused by Lin Xia's disjointed ramblings. Clearly moved to tears, he still maintained a facade of stubbornness. Very well. If you choose not to forgive me, I shall strive harder, hoping to earn your pardon in the future. Should I continue to weep, it might very well result in a flooded home. Lin Xia shot him an exasperated glance, secretly cursing Xinyu for his childishness. She seized his shirt and began to wipe her tears and nose, and once she was composed, Xinyu surveyed his now oversized shirt, managing a wry smile. Well, I suppose there will be a meeting soon, but there is no rush. Li Lin will call me in advance. Are you feeling tired? Perhaps you should retire for the night? What do you think? Upon hearing Xinyu's suggestion, Lin Xia indeed felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. So much had transpired throughout the day. Stretching lazily, she nodded and began to tidy up the documents once more. Once Lin Xia had settled comfortably under the covers, Xinyu reluctantly bid her good night before departing from her home. In a bid to ensure Lin Xia's safety, he activated the home security system and infrared cameras before leaving. Observing a vehicle lurking in the distance, Xinyu drove towards the criminal investigation team. Meanwhile, in the forest, two young men sat in a car, one with striking red hair exuding an air of menace, while the other appeared to be an ordinary university student, exuding a gentle demeanor. Are you certain they will believe us? This is a matter that will inevitably reveal discrepancies upon investigation. I am aware. Yet it is only through this method that we can leverage their hands to exact vengeance for H1. Standing before the villa, now devoid of light, the two remained silent, patiently awaiting the dawn and the unfolding of subsequent events. Chapter 34, Case Analysis. All incidents began with the Sculpture Corp's concealment case on Li Fa Avenue, which unearthed a long-hidden organization known as Original Sin. This organization has committed countless crimes across various regions of our nation. Within it are 7 individuals, each a leader of Original Sin, whose network of subordinates spans the entire country. However, this organization operates under the guise of the End Times Cleanser, inflicting brutal punishments on those whom the laws of the state cannot touch. For a time, the populace even regarded them as judges. Oh, it comes to mind that a few years ago in Han City, there was a massive human trafficking case. All involved were sentenced, yet the mastermind behind the scenes was released in court due to insufficient evidence. However, he was found dead in his own home the following day, dismembered, with the scene being extraordinarily horrific. To this day, the perpetrator remains at large, and it is rumored that it was the work of this organization, claiming to rid society of evildoers. Although Kurosawa Rukawa died before the public eye, there are undoubtedly unresolved matters that we have yet to clarify. Therefore, the evidence collected from the scene must be re-examined. Are there any clues beneath the base of that jade sculpture? Lu Xian took a deep breath. Pondering for a moment before speaking, there are indeed some findings, but this. If there are issues, just speak up. What is the point of hesitating? Observing Xin Yu's unwelcoming expression, Lu Xian, somewhat disheartened, continued. It's not that I am reluctant to divulge. It's just that the only thing found within this base was a note. However, the content, you may read for yourself. Lu Xian handed the evidence bag to Xun Yu, who furrowed his brow, glanced at it, and then his demeanor visibly softened. He subsequently passed the evidence bag to those present. It contained but a single line. Someone wants to kill me. Your colleague is involved. Is this the reason for your reticence, Lu Xian? I understand your apprehensions, but you must also have faith in your brothers who share both trials and tribulations. Furthermore, no one would hastily draw conclusions based solely on these words. Lu Xian fell silent thereafter, as Xinyu gestured for him to take a seat. He placed the evidence bag aside, unconcerned, and proceeded to inquire about any findings from the forensic department regarding Zhao Guiqiang's death. Lu Da, a middle-aged man from the forensic team with over 20 years of experience, handed the autopsy report to Xinyu. Bao Mei, Lu Da's assistant, stepped forward to elucidate the cause of Zhao Guiqiang's demise to everyone present. Zhao Guiqiang had succumbed to asphyxiation, consistent with the surveillance footage. However, from a scientific standpoint, it is impossible for one to strangle oneself. The instinct for survival in humans often surpasses the consciousness of the mind, while physical discomfort can render one's actions sluggish. This explains why individuals who contemplate suicide often resort to tools or find themselves in situations from which they cannot escape. Hence, I have resolved to formally establish a task force to address various cases related to the original sin organization, encompassing both past incidents and those yet to unfold. Consequently, I shall select one individual from each department within the team to join this task force, and an announcement will be made shortly. In the meantime, I urge everyone to continue their current endeavors in order to unearth additional clues. Meeting adjourned. Li Chun, escort Lin Bei to the interrogation room. Understood, Captain Gu. After the others departed, Xin Yu gazed at the clues inscribed on the whiteboard, then glanced at the note within the evidence bag, a fleeting smirk gracing his lips. Lin Xiao awoke well into the day, having enjoyed a rare, deep slumber amidst the turmoil of recent events that had left her restless at night. Once she had tidied herself, she noticed the vehicle still lingering in the woods. Peering through the curtains of her study with binoculars, she discerned two youths, roughly the same age as He Zhe and Lu Chuan, slumbering atop the car, utterly defenseless. Lin Xiao pondered that the items she had acquired could very well have been placed there by these two individuals. However, if they were indeed affiliated with original sin, their lack of vigilance was perplexing. How could they sleep so soundly while monitoring others? Conversely, if they were merely friends of He Zhe and Lu Chuan, then the items she possessed were likely genuine. Yet, how could she ascertain the true nature of these two individuals? Hong Mao and the bespectacled man had kept vigil in the car throughout the night, yet no signs of activity had emerged. Originally, it was presumed that such an occurrence would capture the attention of Lin Xia and Shun Yu. Although Shun Yu departed shortly thereafter without taking anything, Lin Xia, on the other hand, simply succumbed to sleep. As the night wore on and fatigue overwhelmed them, they both drifted off. At this moment, with eyes still closed, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Having fasted throughout the night, his stomach began to grumble audibly. The bespectacled youth, still in a haze, adjusted his glasses and, upon opening his eyes, found Lin Xia standing by the car window, beaming at him. Ah, a ghost. What ghost? His exclamation startled the red-haired companion awake, and they both erupted into cries. With a swift slap on the car door, Lin Xia huffed indignantly. You little brat, which of your eyes saw me as a ghost? Is there such a beautiful ghost? Be quiet. Why are you shouting? Chapter 35. The silly big sister persona. Lin Xia's sharp rebuke indeed silenced them. Yet they soon recognized her as Lin Xia and realized they had been exposed. Expecting her to come seeking retribution, they were surprised when she extended her hand, offering them breakfast. You've been awake all night. Aren't you hungry? I made delicious egg pancakes rolled with savory meat. Go ahead and eat. If it's not enough, I'll get you more. The two exchanged glances, uncertain of her intentions. The red-haired youth cleared his throat and said, we're not hungry. But before he could finish his sentence, a loud grumble emanated from his stomach, prompting Lin Xia to burst into laughter from her position at the car window. Red-haired and glasses exchanged a glance, which Lin Xia misinterpreted, believing them to be trainee detectives sent by Xin Yu to protect her. Just as Glasses was about to clarify, Red-haired silenced him with a rap. It's necessary for work. Please don't take offense, Red-haired said, scratching his head awkwardly, his embarrassed demeanor resembling a genuine situation. He had a well-thought-out plan, aligning perfectly with Lin Xia's assumptions. If he could gain her trust, perhaps their progress would accelerate. If not, they could simply abduct her, forcing Xin Yu to assist them for Lin Xia's sake. Lin Xia chuckled inwardly, pondering whether to commend the innocence or the cunning of the young ones. They eagerly climbed the ladder without considering the dangers lurking behind them. Nevertheless, she discerned that these two were undoubtedly connected to He Zhe and Lu Chuan, and they might unearth clues related to the original sin. With this thought, Lin Xia smiled innocently. After finishing their meal, she suggested taking a break, remarking that Shun Yu was overly cautious. Why is he always watching me? Why must he send someone to protect me? I'm merely a family member. Who would want to abduct me? She queried. Coughing, Red-haired nearly choked on his rap upon hearing Lin Xia's words. Glasses shot him a look, and both felt inexplicably guilty. Lin Xia found amusement in the thought that these two genuinely considered abducting her. How naive they were to wear their intentions so plainly on their faces. Seriously, Lin Xia said with a sigh. Why are you so stubborn? Are you really that afraid of Xinyu? Perhaps it would be better if you came to my house directly, where you could relax in the living room and simultaneously protect me. It must be quite uncomfortable in the car. The two, red hair and glasses, were taken aback. Was this truly a possibility? While they secretly lamented Lin Xia's innocence, they were also elated at the prospect of seizing the opportunity to manipulate her, thereby avenging He Zhe and Lu Chuan. Glasses hesitated, stammering, "Isn't this inappropriate?" "What is inappropriate about it? My brother is about your age. What harm is there in coming over for a meal and a brief respite?" Upon finishing her words, Lin Xia unceremoniously opened the car door and, like a naive older sister, ushered the two into the villa. Lin Xia embodied the persona of a silly big sister to perfection. Upon reaching the living room, she presented them with an array of delectable treats and even fetched 2 blankets to lay upon the sofa. "Once you're full, you can rest on the sofa. Although it may not be as comfortable as a bed, it's certainly better than huddling in your car." Once the two entered the villa, they scarcely exchanged a word. This was not out of caution, but rather due to Lin Xia's exuberance, which left them somewhat flustered. After finishing their meal, perhaps weary from a night of vigil, they reclined on the sofa and drifted off to sleep. Lin Xia gazed at the two carefree souls, unsure whether to laugh or cry. In truth, Lin Xia was also taking a gamble. Observing their youthful demeanor, she speculated that if they were indeed individuals of original sin, they would never succumb to slumber while surveilling others in a vehicle. Nowadays, aside from those guilty of original sin, few would harbor curiosity about Lin Xia's actions. The only plausible explanation was that the items Lin Xia possessed were left by them, either testing her or providing her with clues. Given their reluctance to reveal themselves directly, and considering that Lu Chuan had previously made an appearance here, it is likely that these two individuals are acquainted with him. This line of thought emboldened Lin Xia to brazenly masquerade as a simpleton, which in turn led the two children to lower their guard. Lin Xia infused the tea with a tranquilizing agent, causing them to fall into a deep slumber promptly. 2 hours later, Hong Mao and the bespectacled one gradually roused from their sleep, only to realize something was amiss. How had they been inexplicably led away by Lin Xia? As they attempted to rise, they heard her voice nearby. "Awake, are we? Now that you're up, let us discuss some serious matters." Upon noticing the package in Lin Xia's hand, the two instantly comprehended that they had been tricked. Just as they contemplated taking action, they discovered that they were both handcuffed to the sofa. Now, don't thrash about. You might injure yourselves. I have no intentions of harming you. Otherwise, you would have already been enjoying tea at the criminal investigation team." Lin Xia maintained her cheerful demeanor. Yet the two felt as though they were frogs ensnared by a serpent's gaze. The guise of the simple-minded sister long vanished. "What do you want?" Hong Mao asked, a hint of impatience in his tone. "Firstly, what is your relationship with Lu Chuan? Secondly, how much do you know about the personnel within the criminal investigation team? What is the purpose of this?" she inquired, gesturing toward the package. "Thirdly, what knowledge do you possess regarding the original Sin organization?" Upon hearing her questions, the two immediately wilted. It became evident that Lin Xia was privy to everything, while they were still plotting to coerce her into agreeing to take revenge on Lu Chuan. She had already pinpointed the crux of the matter, completely reversing the dynamics of the situation. However, at the same time, the two understood that Lin Xia was likely to assist them. After all, had Lin Xia wished to intervene, she could have simply reported them to the authorities, leading to their immediate arrest. Yet, she did not. Aside from restraining them in this place, Lin Xia treated them with more kindness than anyone else. Both of them yearned for a beautiful and caring sister like her. After a prolonged silence, the bespectacled one finally spoke. "Chuan, she is our savior. My name is Wang Jing, a student at the University of Science and Technology, and this is my childhood friend, Qin Jin. We became entangled with some thugs due to a dispute and were nearly beaten to death, but it was Chuan who rescued us." Chapter 36. Intricate connections. Wang Jing and Qin Jin were, in fact, exceptional students. Wang Jing was a master's student at the Municipal Political Science and Law University, while Qin Jin, despite his red-dyed hair and intimidating demeanor, was a doctoral candidate in finance at the Academy of Social Sciences. Both were orphans, 15 summers ago. The two 10-year-old boys went to stay at Wang Jing's grandmother's house, having lost both their parents in a gas explosion. Unfortunately, Qin Jin's younger sister, merely 8 years old, did not survive either. They were left with only each other and their grandmother, who was over 60. Fortunately, Wang Jing's family had some means, and the elderly lady single-handedly supported the two boys through university, and they made her proud by advancing to master's and doctoral studies. However, just a year ago, the old woman passed away. After attending to her funeral arrangements, the two were utterly alone in the world. Ultimately, Wang Jing liquidated all of his grandmother's assets and purchased a 2-bedroom apartment in the city center, and thus they relied on each other ever since. The two individuals, having devoted themselves solely to their studies, found themselves ill-prepared for the vicissitudes of life and were consequently ensnared by the machinations of unscrupulous individuals at their school, leading them into a confrontation with local delinquents. On that fateful day, as they were besieged and beaten, thoughts of survival scarcely crossed their minds, for they believed that in death, no one would mourn them. However, by a stroke of fortune, Heisei Rukawa happened to pass by and, for reasons unknown, intervened to rescue them. Later, Heisei would claim that his actions were merely a diversion from his boredom, yet the two regarded him as their savior. Upon learning that Heisei was also an orphan, they invited him to reside in their home. They recognized Heisei's formidable nature, although his profession remained a mystery to them. It was not until Heisei confided in them that, should he ever meet his demise, they must urgently seek out a man named Shinyu and deliver a certain item to him, for he would exact vengeance on their behalf. He warned them that if Shinyu was skeptical, they should first approach his wife, Lin Xia, but under no circumstances should they attempt to avenge him independently. He added that if they were unwilling to assist, they ought to forget they ever knew him and continue their lives without peril. Qin Jin continued Wang Jing's narrative, noting that Lin Xia perceived the sincerity of their statements and recognized their unwavering trust in Heisei Rukawa. However, if their claims were indeed true, it suggested that within the depths of the original sin, many matters remained beyond their comprehension, and Heisei Rukawa's demise could serve as a pivotal point for investigation. They feared that Heisei and Shinyu might indeed mirror the sentiments expressed by Heisei Rukawa and refuse to aid them. Thus, they contemplated drawing my attention through the item. If I did not take the initiative to investigate, they intended to monitor me and subsequently hold me captive, believing that Shinyu would pursue this matter due to my involvement, correct? Wang Jing and Qin Jin felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment, unable to meet Lin Xia's gaze. Their limited experience in society rendered them ill-equipped for such psychological maneuvers, particularly against someone as astute as Lin Xia. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Jing bit his lip and spoke, "Please, assist us. We cannot allow a Chuan to perish without reason." Moreover, he claimed that what he provided was genuine. Discovered at the residence of a certain Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao? Lin Xia's mind stirred at the mention, yet her expression remained composed as she inquired, "What business does this individual engage in?" Qin Jin shifted in his seat and added, "It seems to be related to technological research. He is quite affluent and has connections to the company where Chuan worked. Is it Zhao Guoqiang?" The implication struck Lin Xia. Zhao Guoqiang was not merely a businessman. He had ties to Original Sin and the criminal investigation team. His demise within the precinct could not be mere coincidence. Yet, the exact nature of their connection eluded her. Observing the two still bound to the sofa in an awkward posture, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You two have truly found yourselves in a peculiar predicament. If you wish for my assistance, I am amenable, but what do you offer in return?" The two exchanged troubled glances, and Wang Jing spoke first. "We possess nothing of value to offer. Material possessions would surely not pique your interest. However, I can offer you my life, should you help avenge a Chuan. I will do whatever you ask." Qin Jin quickly echoed, "Indeed, after all, our lives were saved by him. In this world, we have no family left. We entrust our lives to you. After avenging us, we shall comply with any of your wishes." Lin Xia furrowed her brow as she gazed at them. The two individuals were genuinely righteous, knowing how to appreciate kindness. Yet, how could they so recklessly disregard their own lives at such a tender age? What would become of them in the future? Initially, they were perplexed, but upon realization, their eyes reddened. Lin Xia feared that if they learned of certain matters, they might impulsively seek revenge, and she wished to shield them from such folly. After their grandmother's passing, they had not received care from anyone else, and Lin Xia's gestures stirred a deep sense of emotion within them. "My dear, you truly managed to complete your investigation without shedding a drop of blood? I feel quite distressed for you, keeping you cooped up at home every day." Lin Xia playfully pinched Shen Yu's handsome face, teasing, "Cease your banter. Do you dare believe I could transform you into a slime? All right. If I keep pinching your dashing husband, he won't be able to face the world. And that would be quite embarrassing for you." Lin Xia continued to pinch and knead Shen Yu's face. Who was this charming and smooth-talking man? Bring back the aloof and refined Shen Yu. As they frolicked, they completely overlooked the two bystanders still restrained on the sofa. Eventually, it was Wang Jing who cleared his throat softly to assert his presence. Shen Yu sat beside Lin Xia, a smile gracing his face as he listened to her recount the events once more. Wang Jing and Qin Jin observed Shen Yu closely. Moments ago, they had harbored suspicions about Lin Xia's seemingly mischievous smile, fearing Shen Yu was a person of considerable depth and difficult to approach, especially since Hei's Luchuan had initially mentioned seeking Shen Yu. However, it appeared that Shen Yu was not only strikingly handsome, but also exuded an amiable demeanor, reminiscent of a gentleman, approachable and easy to converse with. Aside from his somewhat irreverent flirtation with Lin Xia, he appeared to be a remarkably gentle man. However, the two would soon discover the truth that one should not judge a book by its cover. Chapter 37, The Inside Story. After listening, Shen Yu uncuffed the two without uttering a word. Wang Jing and Qin Jin finally had the opportunity to stretch their limbs, yet they silently observed Shen Yu, aware that although Lin Xia had consented, it was only Shen Yu's agreement that would allow the criminal investigation team to proceed. After a prolonged silence, Shen Yu spoke in a low, somber tone. "Although Xia has agreed to assist you in locating the perpetrator behind Heizi Luchuan's murder, the intricate connections between Heizi Luchuan and other cases we are handling cannot be overlooked. If you genuinely wish for our help, you must disclose everything you know." Upon hearing Shen Yu's words, both men felt a tremor within. The man before them maintained a serene smile, yet an inexplicable sense of dread enveloped them. "We have already shared what we know. We are not familiar with Heizi, a terrorist capable of orchestrating explosions. Why would you allow him to reside in your home? He saved us. We cannot repay kindness with treachery. Is that so? Your parents perished in an explosion, leaving an indelible psychological scar from your childhood. Just because of gratitude, you would keep someone equally capable of causing destruction close to you?" Shen Yu's words struck a nerve, rendering Wang Jing and Qin Jin speechless. Lin Xia observed as the two lowered their heads, their fingers intertwined in a white-knuckled gesture of prayer. This reflected their inner turmoil, a silent plea for the interrogation to cease. "We promised to assist, yet your lack of cooperation renders us powerless. Do you truly believe that uncovering the identity of the murderer of Heizi Luchuan will lead us to the one responsible for your parents' demise?" Lin Xia spoke with a gentle, tranquil voice that seemed imbued with an enchanting quality. The once tense Wang Jing and Qin Jin felt their spirits deflate almost instantaneously. Subsequently, they unleashed the anguish that had festered for over a decade. "We have never believed that their deaths were mere accidents. Our parents were very close friends, both employed at the same company. However, we were too young at the time to recall the name of that company. Ever since that tragic event, we have sought to find the perpetrators behind the murders of our parents and sister. Yet, our grandmother told us that our lives were exchanged for theirs. And at that moment, our investigation felt futile. She urged us to grow strong, so that one day we could avenge our parents and sister." As Lin Xia listened to the two young individuals, their hearts overflowing with sorrow as they recounted years of suppressed pain, her heart ached in sympathy. What immense fortitude must they possess to carry such hatred throughout their lives? What wisdom must that elder have imparted to prevent them from being blinded by vengeance and veering down a dark path? Lin Xia felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart and secretly resolved that, regardless of whether their parents' case was connected to original sins, she would strive to deliver justice for them. Xinyu handed over a tissue and remarked, "Then it is all the more essential for you to share what you know with us. Only then can we aid in avenging your parents and Heezy Luchuan. The individuals responsible for their deaths may not be the same, yet there may indeed be a connection." Thus, we welcomed Ah Chuan into our midst. Indeed, his daily routines and behaviors closely mirrored those of our parents in their time. He could vanish without a trace, and at times, he would remain secluded in his room for several days. Even the reminders he left prior to his demise evoked memories of a summer long ago, over a decade past. After H1's death, we meticulously sifted through his belongings. Aside from the package he entrusted to us, his room appeared untouched, as if no one had ever resided there. Eventually, we unwrapped the package, and within the photographs, we discerned images of our parents. Lin Xia and Shun Yu gazed in astonishment at the pictures. Lin Xia hastily retrieved the final group photo and inquired, "Who are your parents?" Wang Jing and Qin Jin pointed them out one by one, identifying the four individuals standing beside Lin Chikai. Lin Xia and Xinyu exchanged glances and continued to ask, "What about the case contained within?" "Yes, it pertains to our parents' case. However, it was not H1 who placed it there. It was we who substituted it. The case originally included was also an unfortunate explosion incident, and all the procedural details were therein. We thought that since the cases bore similarities, we could utilize this information to have you investigate our parents' matter. We had not anticipated that it would be uncovered so swiftly." Qin Jin shook his head with a wry smile, expressing a hint of regret as he added, "It was wrong of us to deceive you, yet we genuinely seek to uncover the truth, whether regarding the case from over a decade ago or H1's death. Our resources are woefully insufficient. Now, we have no choice but to implore your assistance." The two nodded in understanding, exchanged contact information, and departed under the cloak of night. After the two departed, Xinyu thoroughly checked the security alarms and the anti-violence system at home, ensuring that everything was in order and that there were no signs of surveillance. Only then did he allow himself to feel a semblance of relief. He then turned, his expression tinged with anger, towards Lin Xia. "Have you disregarded everything I said?" Chapter 38. On personal freedom and independent thought. Lin Xia's heart sank momentarily. She had initially felt a sense of pride for handling the situation independently and uncovering such significant clues. However, Xinyu's countenance reminded her of the previous night, when he had repeatedly cautioned her against taking risks. Today, she had dared to invite a stranger into her home, which made her feel somewhat guilty. "Oh, I was just..." It turned out fine, didn't it? Moreover, if I hadn't managed it this way, how could I have unearthed so many leads? Lin Xia shifted slightly closer, attempting to charm him with a playful smile. Yet, seeing Shun Yu's anger, her own irritation began to surface, causing her smile to fade. "I understand your concern, and I acknowledge my oversight. However, you cannot restrict my autonomy because of this. I possess my own judgment, and I refuse to remain at home, shielded by you. While I am incapable of contributing, I am not a delicate flower in a greenhouse, nor am I your previous fragile girlfriend. Our relationship is one of equality. No one holds the right or obligation to perpetually safeguard the other. If you cannot confront this reality, then there is little left for us to discuss." As Lin Xia spoke, her frustration grew. She recognized Xun Yu's concern for her well-being, but his protective instincts felt overly intense. It was as if he treated her like a fragile object. At the slightest disturbance, his instinct was to shield her, often at the expense of his own safety. This kind of love suffocates her. What she desires is a mutual progression rather than a stifling protection under the guise of affection. "How was I unaware that I once had such a delicate girlfriend?" Xinyu remarked with a hint of helplessness, acknowledging that his capricious and willful little girlfriend, who was a constant source of exasperation for everyone, was indeed a reality. But is it not the very person before me? Yet, how much longer can this matter be concealed? Do not divert the topic. I am discussing the issues of personal freedom and independent thought, Lin Xia exclaimed after much discourse, only for Shunyu to focus on the mention of his little girlfriend, inciting Lin Xia to stamp her foot in frustration. In truth, Lin Xia previously paid little heed to the old fox's musings about Shunyu's missing girlfriend. However, whether it was due to their newfound bond, she found herself increasingly concerned about Shunyu's past. Observing Lin Xia's vexation, Shunyu could not help but chuckle. He realized he had been overly protective. Lin Xia was no ordinary person, and even in the past, she had never been submissive simply because she was shielded. Shunyu stepped closer, wishing to embrace Lin Xia, but she evaded him. Lin Xia lifted her chin and firmly declared, "You are not to touch me until this matter is clarified. I am still angry." Shunyu raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, repeatedly affirming, all right, you are absolutely right, my dear. It is indeed my fault. I should respect your independence and personal freedom, treating you as an equal. Henceforth, unless danger is involved, you may do as you please. Is that agreeable? You better mean it. If you ever get angry over such matters again, I will no longer associate with you." Lin Xia was unaware that she had subconsciously accepted Shunyu as her husband. Gradually, their casual banter began to take on a more genuine tone. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, Shunyu smiled broadly, his eyes sparkling with delight, nodding in agreement. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Lin Xia felt that her earlier demeanor had been somewhat inappropriate, yet she found it difficult to lower her pride. Ultimately, with some reluctance, she said, "I was wrong to raise my voice at you just now. I understand you are concerned for me, and I will be more mindful in the future. However, you two can be quite unreasonable. Let us consider it even between us. This topic ends here. We shall not speak of it again." Observing Lin Xia's adorable yet bashful demeanor, Shunyu could not resist embracing her and planting a firm kiss on her lips. How charming his little wife was. After indulging in a tender moment, Lin Xia suddenly recalled that there were still pressing matters to attend to. She quickly lifted her head and inquired, "Let us return to the main topic. Although what Wang Jing and the others said was quite moving, I have been pondering whether their claims are entirely true. What doubts linger? Over a decade ago, their parents, who were officers in the Criminal Investigation Unit, were colleagues of Captain Lin during the same period. However, their true identities were as insiders of the original sin, which only adds layers to the intrigue. Let us hypothesize, more than 10 years ago, Wang Jing and Qin Jin's parents were indeed colleagues of my father and simultaneously members of the original sin, strategically placed as moles within the Criminal Investigation Unit. Their deaths were orchestrated by the original sin, yet the investigating officers at the time merely reported it as an accidental incident without pursuing further inquiries. In other words, it is highly probable that by then, my father and his associates had already discovered their status as informants. To prevent matters from escalating, they ceased further investigations. Presently, the circumstances surrounding Koizumi Rukawa's suicide are fraught with suspicion. Before his untimely demise, he entrusted Wang Jing and his companion with a photograph linked to a similar explosive incident that had occurred previously. This implies that such explosive occurrences are not isolated events. Yet there has been a conspicuous absence of significant media coverage regarding them. Koizumi Rukawa does not appear to be an informant within the Criminal Investigation Division, nor is there evidence of betrayal. Nevertheless, why would the original sin seek to eliminate him? Furthermore, according to Wang Jing, the photograph along with the case was allegedly pilfered from Boss Zhao's company, who is likely Zhao Guoqiang. If this is indeed the case, then there exists a connection between him, the original sin, and the internal affairs of the criminal investigation team. What, then, was the motive behind his death? Lin Xia articulated her thoughts in one breath, leaving Shunyu gazing blankly at the intricate web of relationships on the whiteboard. Once Lin Xia concluded, Shunyu produced a black card from his pocket, stating, "Before Zhao Guoqiang's death, he placed this beneath the base of the jade sculpture. He also mentioned to me, Old Tao's food is exceptionally delicious. I suspect this may be a membership card for a restaurant, granting access to exclusive dining experiences. Moreover, I hinted at the formation of a specialized task force within the team dedicated to investigating significant unresolved cases related to the original sin in past years. with the aim of dismantling this organization promptly. Thus, by synthesizing these elements, we can embark on our investigation from the following angles. Chapter 39. The inside story of the explosion case. Firstly, I will personally verify the identities of Wang Jing and Qin Jing. Once confirmed, I shall have these two past cases retrieved from the archives as the foremost priorities of the task force. Secondly, I will instruct Arson to promptly investigate the information on this card and identify the corresponding restaurant. Tomorrow, we shall pay a visit to ascertain the truth. Thirdly, there is a task I must assign to you. At this juncture, Xin Yu suddenly paused, a playful smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Lin Xia. As if to imply, "Can you guess what it is?" Lin Xia, with a hint of annoyance, playfully struck him and rolled her eyes, responding, "I must go and extract information from the old fox, and for your sake, I even have to set traps for my own father. Do not take pride in this. Let us not forget that it was you and the old fox who conspired to ensnare me. Should I become truly incensed, you shall face the consequences alone." Xin Yu laughed heartily for a while before settling down, and Lin Xia felt as though he had transformed. When she first encountered him, he exuded a gentle elegance that, while amiable, maintained a certain distance, rendering him inscrutable. Although he bore a smile, it was tinged with aloofness. Now, however, he appeared more akin to a playful child, as if he could not find comfort without teasing her daily. Not wishing to engage further, she resolved that since everything was already arranged, she would accompany him to work the following day. She planned to have a casual chat with the old fox and hoped that Arson would yield some results by then, perfectly timing their dinner outing for the evening. Upon awakening in the early morning, Lin Xia discovered that Xin Yu had prepared breakfast, which genuinely astonished her. This was her first experience tasting Xin Yu's cooking. While it might not be labeled as exquisite, it nonetheless filled her heart with warmth. After the two had finished their meal, they hesitated little and promptly made their way to the criminal investigation team with the photographs and case reports in hand. Upon Lin Xia's arrival, the team greeted her warmly. Some of the female officers even wished to gossip about her romantic history with Xin Yu, but Lin Xia tactfully declined, citing a matter to discuss with Captain Lin. In truth, she indeed sought her father, yet the mere thought of conversing with this cunning fox left her feeling exasperated. Lin Xia approached the captain's office and knocked on the door. After receiving an acknowledgement from Lin Shikai, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon seeing Lin Shikai seated at his desk, Lin Xia walked over. Lin Shikai was somewhat surprised to see her. "Xia, what brings you here?" he inquired. "I missed you, so I came." "What? Am I not welcome?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xia decisively asked, "Did you have any contact with the original Sin individuals over a decade ago?" Lin Shikai, holding a teacup, nearly scalded himself at her unexpected question. Observing Lin Xia's resolute demeanor, he contemplated denying it, yet he knew she would likely not believe him. "Why do you ask? Have you uncovered a lead?" Lin Shikai's hand faltered, and his expression darkened. Lin Xia, opting to forego any further circumlocution, knew that engaging with the old fox in such a manner would only waste precious time. She placed the photographs forcefully onto the table. Noticing the images, Lin Shikai met Lin Xia's questioning gaze and finally sighed. "I suspected you would eventually uncover this, but I didn't expect it to occur so swiftly. Over 10 years ago, I was still a deputy captain, and these individuals were my colleagues at the time. Then came that explosion case. During the investigation, I fervently sought to uncover the truth. Yet I was intercepted by Captain Han. He did not divulge the specific reasons for his intervention. However, later on, Captain Han also perished, did he not? It was under similar circumstances of an explosion." Lin Xia harbored a dreadful thought, one she desperately wished were not true, but upon witnessing the astonishment in her father's eyes, she helplessly closed her own. "After Captain Han's demise, I was promoted to captain, and the higher-ups issued a stern order to thoroughly investigate this matter at any cost. Subsequently, as you mentioned, I engaged with individuals from the original Sin, yet I did not encounter their leader. The victims of both explosions were moles planted by original Sin within the criminal investigation team. However, they had chosen to cease their collaboration with original Sin, yearning for a tranquil life, yet ultimately, none of them survived. For a moment, Both fell into silence until Lin Xia suddenly spoke. No, there are others. What do you mean? This elucidates why Original Sin was able to wield such influence over numerous unresolved cases, resolving them in their own way and inciting people to revere them as deities. Yet, what is their ultimate objective in doing so? Father, why did Original Sin abruptly vanish over the past decade? I am not entirely certain. When we discovered their hideout and stormed in, it was already deserted. All that remained was a note that read, "See you in 10 years. Thus, Lin Chikai scratched his head. The matter of selling his daughter for collaboration was something Lin Xia could not overlook. However, once everything concluded and Lin Xia comprehended the full context, she would come to understand her father's intentions. Observing Lin Chikai's silence, Lin Xia pursed her lips. Although her relationship with Shun Yu was presently stable, she could not shake the feeling that Shun Yu and Lin Chikai were concealing something from her, reminiscent of the peculiar words Shun Yu had uttered during their hospital visit. Furthermore, there was the inquiry posed by Li Tong on that day. Father, I have another question to ask you. Lin Chikai lifted his gaze, indicating for Lin Xia to continue. After a considerable pause, she finally inquired, who is Gu Yun? What is his identity? What is his connection to Shan Yu? And what does he mean to me? Chapter 40. Shan Yu's admirer. The name Gu Yun seemed akin to a Pandora's box as Lin Xia spoke it. Strange figures flashed through her mind, and the more she attempted to clarify them, the more her head throbbed. She endeavored to regain her composure, fixing her gaze on Lin Chikai, hoping to elicit answers from him. Lin Chikai's expression was as cold as frost, and he remained silent. At that moment, a knock resounded at the office door. Responding to the call, Shan Yu entered. Upon seeing the father and daughter seated across from one another, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the room, leaving him puzzled about what had transpired. Captain Lin, he began, we have been investigating several cases that, at first glance, appear unrelated. Yet they are all intricately connected by an invisible thread. The deaths of Lu Mei and Jin Wenbin have unveiled Hei's Luchuan, while the land disputes within the Lin family inadvertently implicated one of the masterminds behind the Original Sin, Mammon. Following my rescue of Zhao Guoqiang, who had faked his death, Hei's Luchuan subsequently took his own life. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Guoqiang met an equally mysterious demise. The breakthrough we currently possess lies within a case from a decade ago, alongside a restaurant mentioned by Zhao Guoqiang before his passing. Shan Yu nodded subtly, casting a glance at Lin Xia, signaling for them to depart together. However, at that moment, Lin Chikai interjected, Xia, why don't you wait outside for Shan Yu? I have matters to discuss with him. Lin Xia looked at Lin Chikai, opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained, rising to leave the office. Once Lin Xia exited, only Shan Yu and Lin Chikai remained in the office. Come, sit down and chat. Lin Chikai gestured toward the chair Lin Xia had just vacated. Shan Yu approached and took a seat, awaiting Lin Chikai's words. Observing Shan Yu's serene expression, devoid of any discernible emotion, Lin Chikai couldn't help but chuckle softly. After all these years, you remain unchanged. No one can fathom your thoughts. A subtle smile crept across Shan Yu's handsome visage, and he replied softly, the same could be said for you. Had you been willing to divulge the events that transpired a decade ago, perhaps many occurrences could have been averted. Lin Chikai shook his head in resignation, fully aware of the helplessness that accompanied his situation. The initial directive from above was for you to infiltrate their ranks. Yet your remarkable capabilities led to your placement within the military instead. It is also possible that by that time, your true identity had already been compromised. Lin Chikai nodded and remarked, earlier, Xia asked me who Gu Yun is. I am uncertain who revealed that name to her, but it is likely that this individual harbors ulterior motives. In an instant, Shan Yu recalled Lin Xia's acquaintance, Li Tong. I shall remain vigilant. Even if Xia wishes to know, it is for me to disclose. I shall not allow anyone to exploit this opportunity. Lin Xia is currently a priority protection subject. Not a single moment of negligence can be afforded. After conversing for a while, Lin Chikai finally allowed Shan Yu to leave. As soon as Shan Yu stepped out of the captain's office, he spotted Lin Xia leaning over a table in the lobby, engaged in hushed whispers with Li Lin. Upon noticing Xinyu's presence, Lin Xia immediately ceased her chatter and greeted him with a bright smile. For some inexplicable reason, the sight of Lin Xia's fox-like grin made Xinyu feel that misfortune was lurking nearby. Finished your discussion? That old fox, didn't he give you a hard time? Did he? Lin Xia's eyes sparkled with anticipation, clearly sensing some promising development. She promptly declared her intention to wait for him at the team, encouraging him to attend to his duties while she found something to occupy herself. Xinyu regarded her with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, glancing back at Li Lin at the desk behind Lin Xia. Yet he could not decipher the gossip they had been sharing. All right, just don't wander off. I'll be done shortly. Of course, I witnessed it myself. Xiao Li has been in the evidence department for at least 2 or 3 years, and I have never seen him idolize anyone. Yet, he secretly keeps a photo of Captain Shen. Moreover, during meetings, he is utterly transfixed by Captain Shen. His eyes filled with admiration, something you would have to see to believe. If he weren't a man, I might even suspect he harbored romantic feelings for Captain Shen. Lin Xia discreetly noted the name of this individual, Li Xiaoheng, and continued to banter with Li Lin. After all, in this day and age, who cares about gender when it comes to affection? Hey, Sister Lin, could you point him out to me? I'm curious to see who has their eye on my man. Li Lin pouted and gestured to the left. Following her direction, Lin Xia observed that Li Xiaoheng's desk was unoccupied, containing only a few routine work documents and little else. Li Lin regarded Lin Xia's words as mere jest. After a brief exchange, Lin Xia excused herself to seek out Xinyu. Upon entering Xinyu's office, she found him engrossed in the investigation of Wang Jing and Qin Jin's information. Lin Xia chose not to intrude, instead sitting quietly as she contemplated Li Lin's earlier remarks. A bold thought crossed her mind. Could this officer, Li Xiaoheng, have ties to that organization? After all, what motive could a man have for constantly monitoring Xinyu? Moreover, the fact that he concealed photographs suggested a deeper interest. If he truly harbored affections for Xinyu, that might be acceptable. However, if her suspicions were accurate, it would certainly be intriguing. Lost in her reverie, Lin Xia sensed a shadow looming above her. Upon glancing up, she met Xinyu's gaze, which bore an amused yet enigmatic expression. What are you contemplating so intently? He inquired, a smirk playing on his lips. Why? Lin Xia teased, playfully pinching Xinyu's face. His skin, smooth and flawless, could incite envy in any woman. It was delicately fair, with pores so minuscule they were nearly imperceptible, and his striking features only heightened her desire to keep him hidden away, for only her eyes should behold such beauty. After all, his captivating visage seemed to attract attention from all quarters, ensnaring both men and women alike. Xinyu, bemused, allowed Lin Xia to indulge in her playful antics. When she finally grew weary, she extended her arms, requesting him to lift her. What have you heard now that has made you so jealous? She teased. I cannot divulge that, he replied with a grin. Are you finished with your work? Might we take a break for a meal? Xinyu nodded, producing the black card previously given to him by Zhao Guiqiang. With an air of mystery, he declared, Today, I shall treat you to something extraordinary. Chapter 41. Feast. The entire structure was adorned with exquisite carvings and paintings, with the establishment's name, Feast, elegantly displayed along the edge connecting the first and second floors. This was the place Zhao Guiqiang had mentioned, a restaurant specializing in ancient-style cuisine, renowned for its dishes that were nearly forgotten or unheard of in contemporary times. Lin Xia gazed at the name, pondering aloud. Is that why it's called Feast? The insatiable appetite that devours the heavens and the earth. The proprietor certainly has a grandiose perspective. Whether the claims are as lofty as they seem will become evident once we step inside, Xinyu replied, gently taking Lin Xia's arm as they advanced into the establishment. Upon entering, they were promptly halted by a waiter clad in attire reminiscent of ancient dramas. Lin Xia couldn't help but internally scoff at the proprietor's apparent infatuation with antiquity. Esteemed guests, may I inquire if you have made a reservation? Is dining here contingent upon having a reservation? Lin Xia jested. May I ask if you have a referral? And if we do not? Xinyu replied with a subtle smirk that hinted at amusement. It appeared that this establishment was shrouded in mystery. I beg your pardon, but our establishment is rather modest. and as the proprietor has stated, we cannot accommodate guests without a reservation or a referral. Might I suggest you explore other options?" Before the waiter could finish, Xinyu produced Zhao Guoqiang's black card, interjecting, "Would this suffice?" The waiter was momentarily taken aback, accepting the card with hesitation before ushering the pair inside, merely stating to wait a moment before darting off to the back. Lin Xia surveyed the layout of the establishment, which, though ostensibly a dining venue, resembled a tranquil tea house. Not only were there no patrons dining, but the enticing aroma of cooked meals was also absent. "Are you certain this is the right place? It hardly seems like a restaurant," she remarked, gently poking Xinyu in the lower back and pouting as she gazed around. "My apologies for the oversight, esteemed guests. I am the proprietor of this establishment. My staff, lacking in discernment, I hope have not caused any offense," he said. "You are too kind. May I inquire as to your surname? I am unworthy of such formality. My surname is Tao. You may call me Old Tao." "Thank you, Master Tao. We have come here by reputation and regrettably did not inform you in advance. I hope it does not cause you any inconvenience. Since you are friends of Zhao, there is no need for such formalities. Forgive my forgetfulness. Please, allow me to escort you upstairs." With that, Master Tao ushered Xinyu and Lin Xia up to the second floor into a private room, while Lin Xia observed Xinyu engaging in elaborate conversation with Master Tao. Feeling overwhelmed, she inwardly grumbled, "It's just a meal. Must it be such a grand affair? Is it not possible to simply converse?" Upon reaching the elegant room, Master Tao presented them with a menu, apologizing, "I sincerely regret the inconvenience. As you did not make a prior reservation, my last guests have yet to depart. Please feel free to order. I shall join you shortly." Xinyu maintained his pleasant demeanor, uttering a polite "please proceed" as he focused on the menu. Once Master Tao exited, Lin Xia, wearing a pained expression, inquired, "Must you always speak in such a manner? I now harbor doubts. Either I have traversed time, or this shopkeeper is an aficionado of antiquity, perhaps even a madman." Xinyu astonishingly refrained from responding to Lin Xia, merely staring blankly at the menu in his hands. Lin Xia, puzzled by his demeanor, decided to circumvent his distraction and join him in examining the menu, only to be taken aback by the dishes listed. Delicacies such as Shisher's tongue, concubine chicken, Jiaochan tofu, and Zhaojun duck graced the pages, items that could only be savored by ancient emperors. Could it be that the chef of this establishment hails from the imperial kitchen? The further Lin Xia perused, the more astounded she became. It was not merely the opulence of the dishes that astonished her, but rather the fact that they were all ancient taboos. Viewing the menu revealed dishes like tofu with loach, boiled monkey brain, dragon whiskers with phoenix claws, and braised donkey meat, though devoid of illustrations. The mere thought of preparing such meals sent her stomach into a tumultuous upheaval. Moreover, setting aside the cruelty involved in crafting these dishes, where does one even procure ingredients like monkey brain? Monkeys are a protected species, and consuming such fare is illegal. How could this Tao shopkeeper brazenly operate such an establishment without fear of denunciation? Observing Lin Xia's indignant expression, Xinyu sighed softly and remarked, "Do not be hasty. Those that can still be offered are likely far less than what Zhao Guoqiang consumes. If they are serving illegal fare, what then must the dishes that cannot be presented be like? Regardless, I shall not partake, nor shall you. The thought alone is terrifying." Xinyu signaled to Lin Xia, prompting the entrance of shopkeeper Tao. Upon entering, Manager Tao immediately began to apologize profusely. After exchanging pleasantries with him, Xinyu finally broached the subject. "Manager Tao," he began, "I have been consistently advised by Boss Zhao that you offer an unparalleled array of delicacies. As a self-proclaimed gourmand, I thought it would be splendid to bring my wife along to sample your offerings. However, I find the menu rather peculiar." Manager Tao, maintaining his genial demeanor, inquired with a smile, which made Lin Xia feel somewhat uneasy. "Are there any issues with the menu? The dishes merely cater to the capricious tastes of the powerful and the elite. We find ourselves rather disinterested in such fare," Xinyu replied, his tone dismissive. "It seems you have no intention of allowing us to dine here, so we shall not impose further. How unfortunate. Boss Zhao passed away a few days ago and is unlikely to join us," Xinyu remarked nonchalantly, as if commenting on the pleasant weather. That is truly regrettable. Brother Zhao had reserved a delightful dish here. It appears he will miss out, Manager Tao lamented, yet his smile remained unchanged, suggesting that the death of Zhao Guoqiang was a matter of little consequence to him. Lin Xia felt a sense of foreboding. Few could engage in a psychological duel with Xinyu without a flicker of emotion. Manager Tao, indeed, possessed a profound depth, leaving Lin Xia with an impression of inscrutability. Chapter 42. The identity of Manager Tao. At that moment, the door downstairs was suddenly thrust open. A jarring voice abruptly pierced the air. Lao Tao, Lao Tao. Hurry and give me something to eat. I am famished. Manager Tao frowned slightly, yet his expression remained largely impassive. Apologetically, he addressed Xinyu. I have some matters to attend to. It is my oversight that I could not provide you with a satisfactory meal today. However, I cannot allow you and your lady to leave in disappointment. With that, he gestured behind him, and several attendants entered in succession, bringing forth 7 or 8 exquisite dishes, each emanating an enticing aroma. This feast is on me, and consider it an opportunity for you both to sample my culinary skills. Should the food prove palatable, I assure you that your next visit will feel like a homecoming. Despite the table laden with delicacies, Lin Xia found herself devoid of appetite. Moreover, with Manager Tao's peculiar demeanor, who could ascertain whether he had poisoned the dishes? Xinyu, however, was utterly unfazed as he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, exclaiming, to be honest, this is quite delicious. Since they are treating us, we might as well indulge. Lin Xia felt a surge of indignation, akin to the frustration of witnessing a child's reckless behavior. How can you eat at a time like this? Aren't you afraid it might be your last meal? Do not fret. He has yet to discern my true nature. He wouldn't dare act rashly. Besides, sitting here in silence, merely eavesdropping, is dreadfully dull. Xinyu replied, winking at Lin Xia and casting a glance at her phone. It turned out that in the moment Lin Xia had retrieved her phone, she had inadvertently stuck a modified version of Tsang Air Z, taken from Arson, on Manager Tao's long gown. As long as he did not change his attire, Lin Xia would be able to overhear his conversations with others. Lin Xia launched the application, each donning a headset, as they indulged in their meal while eavesdropping. He has become obsolete, hasn't he? It's been entrusted to Chong Lu to handle. Old Tao, Master Tao, please, assist me. You cannot abandon me like this. I will pay you. I will give you anything you desire. I implore you, save me. You have already given me everything. Is there anything left to barter with? I have a daughter. I can offer her to you in exchange for sustenance. I crave food. Your daughter? At best, she is merely a morsel to be savored. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this exchange? Yes, I am willing to trade. Anything that allows me to eat, I shall exchange. Come, let him sign and leave his imprint. Ah, delectable. Exquisite. Following this, a heavy thud resonated, and after a rustling sound, Master Tao remarked, let Chong Lu marinate his flesh further. This food lacks sufficient flavor for him to relish. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia could no longer contain himself and dashed to the restroom, retching uncontrollably. The thought that the meat he had just consumed might contain human flesh made him nauseous. In stark contrast, Xinyu remained composed, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Once Lin Xia had expelled the contents of his stomach, he emerged from the restroom to find Xinyu scribbling on a piece of paper beneath a bowl. This Master Tao is truly a cannibal. It is utterly terrifying. What are you writing? Xinyu pressed the completed note under the bowl and offered Lin Xia a cup of water to rinse his mouth. Once Lin Xia had freshened up, Xinyu guided him away from the establishment. I express my gratitude for the hospitality and eagerly anticipate savoring the delectable dish reserved by Boss Zhao in 7 days. The signature bears the character, prompting a satisfied smile from Master Tao, who has successfully hooked another substantial catch. What are you fussing about as if you have nails protruding from your backside? You are the one with nails sticking out. The mere thought of food makes my stomach ache and leaves me feeling unwell. Xinyu sighed helplessly and spoke softly. Do not fret. The food you consume consists solely of ordinary animal meat. He would not present us with the cured meats, at least not at this moment. Lin Xia was taken aback, then inquired, how do you know? Ever since you began dining, you've been acting strangely. Are you concealing something from me? Shen Yu glanced at Lin Xia, contemplating whether to divulge the truth. If he refrained from speaking, he would undoubtedly be unable to placate her, and fabricating a tale might provoke this little tyrant's wrath. However, if you did reveal it, should you dare to concoct nonsense to deceive me, be prepared to live a life of solitude. What absurdity are you spouting? Is it customary to curse your husband in such a manner? Will you speak or not? Is it not permissible for me to speak? My reluctance to share stems from concern for your comfort. This Master Tao is likely the infamous Tao Yin, known for gluttony in the realm of original sin. It is said that Tao Yin delights in culinary arts, but not in the preparation of ordinary dishes. Instead, he crafts meals that cater to humanity's insatiable craving for food. He offers delectable dishes to those he favors, subsequently demanding a trade of goods for sustenance. In turn, he preserves that individual using an array of exquisite delicacies. When he becomes utterly devoid of utility, when he can no longer consume anything but Tao Yan's culinary creations, at that moment, this individual is marinated in a plethora of exquisite delicacies, and only those of greater worth may partake in the meticulously preserved flavors he offers. Tao Yin exploits the insatiable appetites of others to acquire all that he desires. Of course, this is merely a legend, as we have yet to witness it ourselves. What manner of twisted individual exists to perpetrate such acts? What could he possibly gain from such behavior? Shen Yu spoke of it with nonchalance. Yet Lin Xia found herself increasingly engulfed in fear. Can humanity truly descend to such depths for the sake of sustenance? Chapter 43. Who is the undercover agent observing Lin Xia's pallid visage? Shen Yu tenderly reached out to caress her cheek, softly assuring her, "Do not worry. Regardless of whether this Tao shopkeeper is indeed Tao Yin, based solely on his statements, I will gather evidence to ensure he is incarcerated." Lin Xia nodded slightly, then curiously inquired, "I still find it perplexing. Even if his dishes are exquisite, how could one forsake everything, their home, their spouse, their children, for a mere taste?" "Indeed," Shen Yu replied, "which leads me to suspect that he has infused his food with illicit substances, creating a dependency akin to a slow-acting poison. Ultimately, those individuals lose their humanity, abandoning all not merely for the sake of food, but for the sake of survival." Lin Xia's eyes widened in realization, and she exclaimed with excitement, "As long as we can detect the presence of forbidden substances in his dishes." Before she could finish, Shen Yu interrupted. "It is not as simple as it sounds. If this establishment is indeed tied to original sin, then such substances will not be found in ordinary dishes. It seems that a return visit after a week is indeed necessary." Observing Shen Yu, who was lost in thought, Lin Xia felt a tinge of despondency. With each unfolding event, it seemed impossible to reach a conclusion. In truth, compared to the matter concerning the shopkeeper Tao, she was more preoccupied with the unresolved issues at hand. Lin Xia had an unshakable feeling that she and Shen Yu were being led by an unseen force, progressing step by step without any resolution in sight. Every case was merely a continuation. The individuals orchestrating these events remained elusive, perhaps never encountered, or perhaps seen without recognition. If Xiao Guoqian's demise were linked to the shopkeeper Tao, it could be construed as a tragic consequence of his illness. However, the circumstances surrounding Hei's Luchuan's death were decidedly perplexing. Moreover, Lin Xia harbored a suspicion that Hei's Luchuan was connected to the two cases mentioned by Wang Jing and his associates. "Shen Yu, what do you think?" Shen Yu had intended to temporarily set aside thoughts of the shopkeeper Tao, hoping to rest with Lin Xia upon their return home, as the recent cases had left him feeling mentally exhausted. Just as he started the car, Lin Xia initiated a conversation. "Do you think we've all been deceived? What has crossed your mind?" Shen Yu too sensed that something was amiss in recent events, yet he had yet to pinpoint the thread that might unravel the mystery. From the outset, they had assumed that all troubles stemmed from original sin. However, thus far, the only individuals I could definitively attribute to original sin are Hei's Luchuan and Zhuo Feiyu. Hei's Luchuan met an inexplicable end, while Zhuo Feiyu had appeared only once, thereafter vanishing entirely. Others, whether scapegoats or mere figments of our imagination, we unconsciously attribute the case to original sin. This, however, is a fallacy. There are those who wish to lead our thoughts astray, compelling us to investigate the concept of original sin. But why? Moreover, the demise of Heisei Luquan has piqued my interest profoundly, to an almost obsessive degree. I sense a connection to the case from a decade ago, even if merely a thread of it. I am convinced there exists a link, yet I find myself devoid of evidence. Observing Lin Xia, who is ensnared in her own world, Xinyu feels an intensifying turmoil within his heart. He has come to grasp the underlying intentions behind these events. Someone seeks to issue a warning to him. He has already been exposed. Using Heisei Luquan and the case from 10 years prior, they caution him against further entanglement with anything related to original sin, lest dire consequences ensue. Xinyu glanced at Lin Xia beside him, his thoughts drifting back to 2 years ago. His gaze darkened, concealing the chill within his eyes. Xinyu hesitated, contemplating how to convey the events of 2 years past to Lin Xia, when her sudden exclamation interrupted him. I understand. I comprehend why Heisei Luquan met his end. Xinyu, taken aback, inquired, you know? Because he, like the parents of Wang Jingqin, was an implanted informant. Wang Jingqin's parents were embedded within the criminal investigation team by original sin, yet they betrayed their purpose and ultimately could not escape their fate. Conversely, Heisei Luquan was likely an informant placed within original sin by our side, who, upon being discovered, had all blame thrust upon him, leading to his suicide. Thus, all the bombings could be attributed to him, bringing closure to the case. This is precisely why, before his demise, he insisted on having Wang Jing and the others seek you out. Why would a member of a terrorist organization specifically request assistance from the police for revenge? The only plausible explanation is that he was one of your own. Lin Xia articulated her thoughts in one breath, exhaling deeply afterward. As Xinyu listened to Lin Xia's reasoning, his mind wandered back to Lin Xia from 2 years prior, her formidable logical prowess unchanged, yet now she had matured. Heisei Luquan was not a member of the criminal investigation team. To be precise, he belonged to the military. Having just caught her breath, Lin Xia was taken aback by Xinyu's words. Why would a military personnel become an undercover agent in the original sin? How could you be so certain he was from the military? Moreover, were you acquainted with him beforehand? It was then I realized he was one of us. Later, when Zhao Guoqiang narrowly escaped death by explosion, I promptly ordered the capture of Heisei Luquan, who lingered nearby, actually to protect him. However, I did not anticipate that a portion of the intelligence regarding the members of original sin was relayed through him. This enabled us to grasp numerous clues, and with his death, we find ourselves one step further from dismantling this terrorist organization. Lin Xia was astonished that her conjectures were so closely aligned with reality. Even more surprising was the fact that Xinyu had concealed so much from her. It was only then that Lin Xia understood the significance of Xinyu's gentle sighs as he held her when Heisei Luquan passed away. Lin Xia could not help but admire Xinyu's multifaceted background, having served in the military, studied abroad, and now standing as a professor of criminal psychology. He currently served as both a consultant and deputy chief of the criminal investigation team. How is it that Xinyu has lived such a fulfilling life over the past 30 years? Yet, she seems to know nothing about him and his past. Chapter 44, Incursion. Xinyu, I have never inquired about your hometown. It appears you have never mentioned your parents. My parents sacrificed their lives during a mission. I hail from Han City, but later I enlisted and came to Xinhai, and then... What happened afterward? Lin Xia was filled with curiosity about Xinyu's past. She yearned to understand the experiences he had endured and the people he had encountered. Later, I went to conduct specialized training for students at a police academy, where I met a young woman. It was the first time I had encountered a girl so audacious. Dozing off in a military stance, and after being punished, she had the audacity to tease the instructor. During a surprise inspection at midnight, she was found sleeping in a most ungraceful position, clutching a gigantic dinosaur plush toy, completely oblivious to how she had smuggled it in. So, what happened next? For reasons unknown, as Xinyu recounted these tales, Lin Xia felt an uncomfortable pang in her heart, a bittersweet sensation that compelled her to listen despite her reluctance. Eventually, this unruly young lady became my girlfriend. Although I was merely an instructor conducting specialized training, I inadvertently found myself in a relationship. I faced a reprimand from my superiors, who accused me of corrupting the atmosphere and having a negative influence. However, they did not oppose the relationship, merely advising me to keep it low-key. In time, I initially perceived her as merely a daring and playful young girl, yet to my astonishment, she excelled in all aspects of the training, even achieving victory in simulated firearm combat, where she remarkably outperformed several burly special police officers. It was then that I first felt the immense energy concealed within that petite frame. You truly cherish her, don't you? Lin Xia sensed that as she uttered those words, her lips trembled, a sensation akin to the brink of tears, yet devoid of jealousy. She simply found herself unable to contain her emotions. Yes, I cherish her deeply. It is a love that acknowledges her formidable strength, even in my absence. Yet I still wish to indulge her with boundless affection. It is a fondness that I cradle delicately in my hands and treasure close to my heart. However, it is precisely this love that led to my loss of her. Why? Does she not love you? Lin Xia felt a surge of urgency. The more she heard Shen Yu speak, the more her emotions spiraled out of control. Surely, his kindness towards her paled in comparison to his devotion to that girl. So why did she choose to leave him? Shen Yu shook his head, an absence of sorrow on his face, and continued softly, to be precise. It was I who departed from her. My kindness towards her became the very weakness exploited by my adversaries. At that moment, watching her, so small and confined within a closed space, I was utterly oblivious to the identity of those who sought to harm her. Although I ultimately rescued her, I had to leave to ensure her safety. Tears streamed down Lin Xia's face, and she was at a loss as to why she wept. She simply felt an overwhelming sadness, her mind a tumult of confusion. Shen Yu approached her, enveloping her in an embrace, gently patting her back to soothe her. Through her sobs, Lin Xia managed to utter, "Why does it hurt so much? Here, it hurts so deeply." Observing Lin Xia clutching her chest and weeping uncontrollably, Shen Yu regretted broaching such painful memories. He feared that mentioning these matters might disturb Lin Xia's sensibilities. However, an increasing number of questions pointed towards Shen Yu's past and identity. If he did not seize the opportunity to clarify things with Lin Xia, this matter would inevitably be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Alternatively, it might be better for Lin Xia to recollect everything, though painful, rather than being manipulated once more, becoming the catalyst for discord. All right, Xia, do not dwell on it. This is merely a story, and there is no need to feel distressed. As Lin Xia gradually ceased her tears, Shen Yu realized that the emotional turmoil of the past few days, compounded by tonight's upheaval, had exhausted her to the point of slumber. He gently carried Lin Xia to the second-floor bedroom, laying her down on the bed. Gazing at her serene visage, Shen Yu could not resist bestowing a tender kiss upon her, tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. Unbeknownst to him, the basement, apart from the fitness equipment and billiard table, harbored a side cabinet, filled with boxes that seemed to have been sealed away for ages, though it was improper to meddle with another's belongings. Lin Xia found it impossible to suppress her curiosity. She opened one of the boxes and discovered an array of trinkets, glass marbles, little rings, greeting cards, clay figurines, Swiss Army knives, and various small components reminiscent of a childhood toy chest. Another box brimmed with letters, a veritable treasure trove of correspondence, all addressed to the same recipient, Gu Yun. As Lin Xia beheld the name inscribed upon the letters, an answer surged forth within her mind. She began to comprehend what she had previously felt was lost. To her astonishment, he had concealed these items here. "Junior, it has been a long time." A peculiar and mocking voice suddenly emanated from behind Lin Xia, startling her into dropping the letter she held. In an instant, she grasped her Swiss Army knife and turned to confront the source of the sound. Standing behind her was a man she recognized, yet felt uncertain about, Zhuo Feiyu. Why this ambiguity? Despite it being Zhuo Feiyu, his entire demeanor starkly contrasted with the person Lin Xia had once known. Yet, one truth remained clear. This was the genuine Zhuo Feiyu, a man exuding an aura of malevolence and sardonicity. How did you get in? Lin Xia positioned the knife defensively across her chest. Zhuo Feiyu glanced around, half sitting on the pool table, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded her. I simply walked in. I wanted to see how my junior is faring in her married life. But it seems you've what a man who enjoys spinning tales. That is none of your concern. Please leave. As she spoke, Lin Xia began to retreat. Xinyu had once mentioned that every room was equipped with a button connected to an alarm system. All she needed was to locate it. Are you looking for this? Lin Xia was taken aback as Zhuo Feiyu brandished a button connected to a thin wire, the very alarm button of the room. Observing Lin Xia's alarmed demeanor, he gleefully pressed the alarm, and in an instant, the entire villa was filled with the blaring sound of the siren. Before Lin Xia could regain her composure, she was struck fiercely from behind, and in the next moment, darkness enveloped her as she lost consciousness. Chapter 45. Kidnapped. Lin Xia felt an unusual heaviness enveloping her body, and the world around her was shrouded in darkness. After a moment of stillness, she realized that her eyes were covered. She listened intently, discerning the faint sound of water, mingled with a briny scent in the air. As the water stirred, she sensed a gentle swaying around her. Tentatively, she shifted from side to side, only to discover that her hands and feet were bound to a chair. The friction between the chair and the floor produced a subtle noise with her movements. After a brief interval, Lin Xia noted the absence of any approaching footsteps, indicating that she was alone in this place for the time being. She sat quietly, straining to catch the sounds around her in an attempt to ascertain her whereabouts. Lin Xia believed she had not been unconscious for long, suggesting that she had not strayed far from Xinhai City. Originally a coastal city, Xinhai was dotted with numerous seaside locales, yet the ports designated for fishing boats were few. Typically, coastal cities boasted harbors for international trade and cargo, alongside tourist attractions. Areas suited for local fishing were often secluded coastlines or aquaculture farms, significantly narrowing her search. Having delineated the likely area of her captivity, she could also extrapolate the duration of her abduction. Fortunately, it had been less than 3 hours. However, since Zhuo Feiyu had triggered the alarm, Xinyu would have been alerted immediately. The fact that she had not yet been located indicated that this place was relatively concealed. Lin Xia shifted her body once more, realizing that it would be futile to attempt an escape by sheer force alone. Yet, succumbing to inaction was not in her nature. Suddenly, her fingers brushed against a metallic object. The bracelet that Xinyu had gifted her was accompanied by a stern warning not to remove it. Lin Xia hurriedly explored the bracelet, finally discovering a recess on the inner side. As she pressed it, a wave of relief washed over her. Just then, footsteps echoed from above, and someone descended the staircase. The individual swiftly approached Lin Xia, seizing her by the neck and cursing, "You filthy wench, you're still wearing a tracker." Lin Xia struggled to speak, her vision obscured, rendering her unable to identify her assailant. Choking and gasping for breath, she felt herself on the brink of losing consciousness when suddenly, another person intervened and pulled the aggressor away. "That's enough. If you choke her to death, how will you explain it to the boss?" "But she has a tracker. The signal has already been transmitted. The cops will be here any minute. You can't kill her. The boss still has use for her." "Ugh, what a hassle. Where's the boss?" As the two argued, a familiar voice broke through the tension. "It's just a tracker. Why are you so frightened? Remove her blindfold." Lin Xia felt the covering over her eyes being lifted, and bright lights flooded her vision, forcing her to squint until she gradually adjusted. Before her stood Zhuo Feiyu, impeccably dressed yet exuding an air of charming malevolence, which made Lin Xia want to smile. How had she never noticed how fitting this aura was on him before? "Junior, it's been a while," he remarked. "What exactly do you intend to do, Zhuo Feiyu?" Zhuo Feiyu raised his hand towards the two individuals beside him, prompting them to ascend the staircase and head towards the deck. Turning to Lin Xia, he remarked, "I have 2 matters to discuss with you. First, it has been quite some time since we last met, and I wish to reminisce. However, your eagerness to send out a signal suggests that there is no time for nostalgia. Thus, let us proceed directly to the crux of the second matter. Where has Gu Yun concealed the items? You share a bed with him every day. How could you possibly not know him? My husband is Shen Yu. I am not acquainted with anyone named Gu Yun, Lin Xia replied. Huh, you share the same bed, yet he still keeps secrets from you? What kind of man have you married? Regardless of whether you are genuinely unaware or merely feigning ignorance, speak quickly. Where are the items hidden? Lin Xia, nearly amused to the point of laughter as Wu Feiyu's relentless inquiries, retorted, You keep asking where the items are hidden, but you haven't even told me what they are. I have no idea what you are referring to, nor do I know anyone named Gu Yun. If you have apprehended me for this reason, then you have indeed made a grave mistake. Zhuo Feiyu raised an eyebrow, his impatience evident as he clicked his tongue. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, a knowing smile spread across his face. He then retrieved a syringe from a nearby box, the slender needle glinting ominously. Lin Xia instinctively recoiled, but her body was restrained to the chair, rendering her immobile. As Zhuo Feiyu advanced towards her, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped Lin Xia. Her intuition warned her that this injection could precipitate a cataclysmic shift in her life. Observing the fear reflected in Lin Xia's eyes, Zhuo Feiyu felt an exhilarating thrill. He smirked as he injected a transparent liquid into Lin Xia's body. Her eyelids grew increasingly heavy, and her mind became sluggish. Just before losing consciousness, she heard Zhuo Feiyu say, Sweet dreams, my dear junior. Watching Lin Xia succumb to sleep, Zhuo Feiyu discarded the syringe and lifted her from the chair. He carried her out of the cabin and placed her into a modified vehicle designed to block all signals within. There was no time to search for the tracking device she carried. It was imperative to sever all connections and leave the area immediately. Lin Xia was taken away from the coast, heading toward Jindi City, not far from Xinhai City. Meanwhile, Shen Yu was in a meeting when the alarm was raised. Shortly after he arrived at the precinct, he gathered recent case information, intending to discuss it with the team. However, before the meeting could conclude, a communications officer rushed in, reporting an emergency call from Shen Yu's home. Without hesitation, Shen Yu passed his tasks to Lin Chikai and, without waiting for a response, led a group of officers straight to his residence. Upon witnessing the tampered door lock and the disarray in the basement, he immediately understood the intruder's intentions. Lin Xia's abduction meant that she would be facing the terrifying organization known as Original Sin for the first time on her own. The mere thought sent a chill down Shen Yu's spine. He ordered everyone to conduct thorough inspections, emphasizing the need to intercept any suspicious vehicles and monitor the city border roads of Xinhai City. They could not allow Lin Xia to be taken away from Xinhai City. Chapter 46. Special Training. Darling Xia, may I opt out of participating? Of course. Then you should inform your class instructor that you have no desire to participate in the police academy training and would rather enjoy a holiday binge-watching dramas featuring your heartthrobs. Let's see if she approves, Lin Xia remarked with a mischievous grin as she observed the woeful expression on Li Tong's face. Li Tong shook her head, her lips twitching in distress as she lamented, That fierce creature dared to slice me with a blade. Please, I am merely a communication officer, at most. I will be confined to an office making phone calls. Perhaps I won't even pursue a career in law enforcement, but rather open my own ideal clothing store. Why must I undergo this rigorous training? Lin Xia, amused by Li Tong's pitiful demeanor, teased her gently. In truth, the training was not as daunting as it seemed. It merely provided police academy students a taste of military life. As the two were engrossed in their conversation, a sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling assembly. Lin Xia leisurely positioned herself at the back of the line, the scorching sun of summer capable of rendering one nearly lifeless. If only she could indulge in a bowl of shaved ice at that moment, it would be sheer bliss. As Lin Xia pondered this, Li Tong suddenly yanked at her clothing with great urgency, as if intent on ripping it off. Xiaobao looked quickly. There's a handsome guy, she exclaimed. Goodness, if all soldier boys looked this dashing, I could happily reside in the barracks every day. Lin Xia observed Li Tong, who had moments ago protested against the training, now electrified with excitement. What kind of striking man could evoke such fervor in her? Following Li Tong's gaze, Lin Xia spotted a tall man on stage, surveying the police academy students below. He was indeed quite handsome, his features sharp and defined, his gaze piercing, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. Unmistakably, he was a soldier. Though slightly tanned, Lin Xia preferred equally attractive but fair-skinned young men. Everyone below, lend me your ears and listen closely. I shall speak only once. I am your training officer, Gu Yun. Over the next 2 months, I, along with several instructors, will guide you through rigorous training. This military training differs significantly from the military drills you experienced at school. For these 2 months, you shall embody the essence of a soldier. Here, there are no privileges, nor distinctions based on gender. What others can accomplish, you must also achieve. The foremost lesson for any soldier is the unwavering obedience to orders. Have you heard me? Heard you. Well, we shall now commence standing at attention for 1 hour. Any deficiencies will incur an additional 5 minutes for each infraction. As she listened to the handsome officer on stage, Lin Xia noticed that Li Tong, who was usually full of energy, appeared disheartened. It is worth noting that during previous military drills, Li Tong dreaded standing at attention, with 20 minutes being her utmost limit. Lin Xia, however, remained unfazed. After all, she had a father in the criminal investigation team. This is not to suggest that Lin Xia relied on connections, but rather that her upbringing, with such a father, had accustomed her to standing at attention from a young age. Yet, for reasons unknown, she often felt drowsy while doing so, leaving her quite disheartened. Gu Yun surveyed the group. While most did not maintain perfect form, at least their attitudes were commendable, and there was no sign of laxity. He felt a sense of satisfaction in this regard. Among them, one particular girl stood out, not due to her beauty, which was indeed striking, but rather because she seemed to be sleeping. Though her posture was commendable, with her form upright, her eyes were closed. Gu Yun approached her without her noticing, and his curiosity about this girl grew immensely. Standing at attention may appear simple, yet it poses a considerable challenge for new recruits, demanding intense concentration. Even a moment of distraction can lead to wavering, let alone falling asleep while standing. The young lady not only stood tall and graceful, but also slept soundly, completely devoid of any guard. This stark contrast between her physical poise and mental tranquility caused Gu Yun to linger beside her for quite some time. As the moment arrived and everyone else took a break, Lin Xia awoke groggily, only to find a magnified handsome face nearly pressed against hers. Startled, she fell onto the ground, prompting her classmates to erupt in laughter. As Lin Xia sat there, she regained her senses, realizing that it was Gu Yun before her. "What are you doing, Commander Gu? Are you trying to frighten me?" she questioned, patting her chest, oblivious to the fact that sleeping in a standing position was an issue. "I'm merely curious how someone can sleep while standing like a horse." Gu Yun found Lin Xia's wide, startled eyes genuinely endearing. Furthermore, it was rare for new recruits to speak so freely with their superiors in the military. Clearly, Lin Xia treated everyone the same, showing no awareness of Gu Yun's rank. Shen Yu's pupils narrowed. He hadn't anticipated this little girl would dare to retort. If left unchecked, who knew how much chaos these students could wreak? "Everyone, in 5 minutes we'll commence physical training. You, with a 20-kilogram load for 2,000 meters. Lin Xia immediately objected, feeling that Gu Yun was clearly targeting her. However, if she raised her voice against him, Gu Yun would surely seize the opportunity to accuse her of insubordination. "Fine, I'll run. But Commander, others will say you are showing favoritism. For the sake of fairness, I believe you should run alongside me." "Why? Look, while others are engaged in physical training, I am merely running. If no one is watching, perhaps I wouldn't even run. Moreover, you didn't call me out when I fell asleep, standing at attention. Did you? Thus, it is only fair to say that you bear some responsibility. Running together not only prevents my slacking off, but also compensates for your negligence." A win-win situation. Gu Yun found himself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal, utterly amused by Lin Xia's nonsensical reasoning. As Lin Xia observed Gu Yun's smiling face, she couldn't deny that, despite his annoying demeanor, he looked quite charming when he smiled. 5 minutes later, while others were immersed in their physical training, Lin Xia, laden with weights, began to jog leisurely, accompanied by the equally burdened Gu Yun. Lin Xia was not one to remain idle. She incessantly chatted with Gu Yun, like a little chatterbox. Hey, Commander Gu, how old are you? Do you have a partner? Are you married? Do you have children? With your looks, I bet many young ladies adore you. By the way, what is the purpose of this 2-month special training? Graduating from the police academy doesn't mean heading straight to the military, right? Honestly, you are quite gentle when you don't wear that stern expression. You look rather adorable when you smile. If only your complexion were a bit lighter and your facial features softer, that would be even better. Do you know? Nowadays, young ladies are fond of mature, composed, elite men, handsome, fit, and intellectually gifted. If such a man could also be gentle, considerate, and utterly indulgent, he would be the perfect partner. For Lin Xia, 2 kilometers were not particularly exhausting, but her constant chatter left her somewhat breathless. Conversely, the run took a toll on Gu Yun, leaving him mentally and physically drained. In my mind, a single thought persists. How can this girl be so articulate? Chapter 47. Is it about signing a document? After enduring a particularly arduous day of serving the opposing side, Lin Xia retrieved a half-human-sized dinosaur plush from her backpack and flung herself onto her military cot, exclaiming, "Ah, indeed, nothing is more comforting than my dinosaur." Her classmates, accustomed to her peculiar habits, merely shook their heads. Lin Xia had always relied on her dinosaur pillow to ensure a good night's sleep, and it was surprising that she dared to bring such a toy to the troop. "Oh, Xia, aren't you afraid that Commander Gu might confiscate it? Given your behavior today, he has clearly taken notice of you." The classmate who had posed the question sighed in resignation before departing. After a brief respite, they all returned to partake in the evening's practice activities, Lin Xia maintaining her nonchalant demeanor. In the face of Gu Yun's stern glare, Lin Xia had chosen to selectively ignore him. Once the training concluded, she washed up and collapsed onto her plushie, falling into a deep slumber, leaving her neatly folded blanket atop her suitcase, justifying it by claiming it did not need to be arranged. Just as everyone was drifting into the realm of dreams, a piercing whistle shattered the silence, startling all awake. Gu Yun, stationed in the hallway, declared, "In 5 minutes, all personnel gather downstairs. Those who are late will face a 2,000-meter weighted run." The group scrambled to rise. In anticipation of such midnight surprises, most had slept in their clothes. However, gathering and forming an orderly line within 5 minutes proved challenging, resulting in several tardy individuals. Gu Yun lingered in the hallway, eager to witness Lin Xia's frantic escape from the chaos she had unwittingly invited. As a result, everyone hastily descended, yet he failed to catch a glimpse of Lin Xia. He never doubted his vision, so he promptly made his way to Lin Xia's dormitory. Upon pushing the door open, he beheld Lin Xia soundly asleep upon a dinosaur-shaped pillow. Seemingly exhausted from her ride, she turned over, stretched her limbs, and continued to slumber peacefully. Gu Yun, filled with irritation, felt an urge to toss Lin Xia outside. However, witnessing her defenseless and contented demeanor, he couldn't help but smile. How did he come across such an eccentric girl? Gu Yun settled onto the bed opposite Lin Xia, observing her with increasing amusement, pondering whose child she might be, so carefree and oblivious. "Lin Xia," he called out. "Commander Gu, what are you doing here at this late hour? You nearly scared me to death. Did you hear the emergency assembly call just now?" "Emergency assembly? Huh. Wait a moment. Why are you in our dormitory?" Lin Xia finally awoke fully, noticing the stern expression on Gu Yun's face and realizing that everyone else had vacated the premises. She understood that her nonchalance had led to her current embarrassment and sheepishly scratched her face. Despite Lin Xia's every action seemingly challenging his authority and the rules of the military, Gu Yun discerned that she was a daughter of privilege, likely unaccustomed to hardship. Though somewhat oblivious, she harbored no malicious intent. Lin Xia indeed possessed excellent physical capabilities, suitable for a criminal investigator. However, her scatterbrained and dreamy disposition rendered her ill-suited for frontline duty. Lin Xia was displeased by Gu Yun's words. Sitting up with a pillow in her arms, she coldly replied, "I have no interest in these activities. I find them utterly useless. Moreover, the special training focuses on practical combat and adaptability. This kind of willpower training is not suited for me. It seemed as though she believed proficiency in practical exercises alone would suffice. Gu Yun unabashedly expressed his disdain for Lin Xia, viewing her as a pretty and charming girl in the outside world, yet in the military, she appeared to be nothing more than lazy and clever in a trivial manner, completely incapable of rising to the occasion. Leaning against the bed railing, he looked at Lin Xia with a smirk of disdain. Lin Xia's temper flared up at once. The reason she had chosen to participate in the military's special training was to witness firsthand how soldiers respond to bandits in real combat situations. If I come in first during the practical exercises, will you cease your insistence on making me engage in these tedious foundational trainings? Her words astonished Gu Yun, raising his eyebrows in surprise. What audacity did this little girl possess to utter such a challenge? Did she truly understand the significance of practical exercises to speak so boldly? I don't care about the specifics. Just tell me, if I secure first place, will you stop pestering me? Gu Yun scoffed. If you manage to secure first place in the practical exercises a month from now, I will cater to your every whim for the remaining month, granting you whatever you desire. Lin Xia relished the thought of proving others wrong, particularly Gu Yun, who seemed to believe she was merely a pampered girl. Very well. That's your commitment. I want it in writing. Otherwise, what if I achieve first place and you refuse to acknowledge it? Lin Xia's arrogance and lack of self-awareness left Gu Yun feeling somewhat exasperated. He mused that if he were to spend every day in Lin Xia's company, he would surely lose 20 years of his life, inevitably succumbing to frustration. With a mocking tone, Gu Yun remarked, "What if you fail to secure first place? For the remaining month, I shall attend to your every whim. The timid are like little dogs." With that, Lin Xia dashed off for her run, leaving her bewildered roommates in stunned silence. Before the official practical exercises commence, all students must undergo a comprehensive training regimen encompassing defense, offense, combat, stealth, and physical conditioning. A week later marks the initial drill, attended by students from the Police Academy's special training program. A month hence, the true practical exercise will unfold, requiring students to escape from soldiers portraying bandits. Capture equates to mission failure. Those who fail will face a doubling of their training workload post-drill, while those who successfully navigate their escape from the woods will be deemed as having completed their task, facing neither penalty nor reward. During this interval, any student who can eliminate a bandit will be exempt from basic training for the following month. Moreover, the individual who kills a bandit while rescuing a hostage will be crowned the champion of the entire exercise. Lin Xia perused the rules, then glanced at Gu Yun, who regarded her with undisguised disdain from the stands, and she offered a disingenuous smile. Chapter 48, Are We in Love? The Kind That Leads to Marriage. The content of the initial drill, taking place a week later, was straightforward. Teamwork was key. The team that faced total annihilation would be eliminated, while the last remaining team would emerge victorious. Given that Lin Xia's team comprised mostly females, only Lin Xia and 3 male students remained from an initial group of 10. The 3 boys, eager to showcase their gallantry, ultimately met their demise at the hands of their opponents. Observing the wisps of smoke emanating from the helmets of the crowd, Lin Xia rolled her eyes and surveyed the towering trees around her. In a matter of moments, she ascended to a vantage point, concealing herself within the canopy. Gu Yun could discern the unfolding situation through the monitors. Upon witnessing Lin Xia's actions and reflecting on her recent physical training, he furrowed his brow. What manner of background does this Lin Xia possess? The instructor behind him pondered for a moment before responding. She appears to be the daughter of a police team captain, known for her commendable character and amiable disposition. However, her conduct at the police academy has been somewhat unconventional. Fortunately, her overall performance has been satisfactory, which has led the faculty to overlook some minor indiscretions. As Gu Yun observed Lin Xia silently eliminate several individuals from her elevated position before swiftly retreating to the underbrush, he noted a stark contrast to the impression she had previously left on him. In this moment, Lin Xia exhibited agility and sharpness, demonstrating remarkable adaptability. Her excellent physical condition and psychological resilience allowed her to frequently shift locations without betraying any sign of panic. Gu Yun quickly connected Lin Xia with her father, the police team captain. If she were indeed his daughter, her impressive qualities would be quite understandable. Just as Gu Yun was lost in thought, he was abruptly roused by the judge's announcement. The drill is concluded, and the Fengyu team emerges victorious. Gu Yun silently marveled at the cunning of the old fox's daughter. Indeed, a clever little fox. Although their team did not triumph, Lin Xia's social standing was undoubtedly enhanced. Fengyu, having won due to Lin Xia's elimination, felt a sense of elation while simultaneously lowering his guard against her. A month after the practical exercise, Fengyu and the others no longer fixated on Lin Xia. Primarily, this little fox intended to feign weakness, hoping to lower Gu Yun's guard. However, the more Lin Xia adopted this demeanor, the more Gu Yun seemed to care. Following the conclusion of the exercise, Lin Xia reverted to her playful self, as if the decisive figure who had navigated the forest was someone else entirely. Since that initial practical exercise, Lin Xia had sensed something peculiar about Gu Yun. During routine training, should she neglect her duties, Gu Yun would invariably invent various excuses to intensify her training regimen. Yet recently, he had scarcely troubled her, and it appeared his presence in the unit had diminished, leaving Lin Xia somewhat disoriented. On this particular day, after all training sessions had concluded, Lin Xia was walking towards the dormitory with Li Tong when Gu Yun unexpectedly appeared. Lin Xia regarded Gu Yun, standing before them, uncertain of his intentions. She exchanged puzzled glances with Li Tong. "Commander Gu, do you have any instructions?" Noticing Lin Xia's carefree demeanor, Gu Yun maintained a neutral expression. "I wish to speak with you. Let us converse as we walk." Lin Xia shrugged nonchalantly and followed Gu Yun as he strolled around the training ground. Yet, despite his declaration of wanting to talk, Gu Yun remained silent, which left Lin Xia feeling an inexplicable awkwardness. "Gu Yun, if you wish to discuss something, please do." "Has silence rendered you mute?" Gu Yun glanced at Lin Xia and softly inquired, "Isn't it exhausting to maintain such a facade of indifference every day?" "I do not comprehend what you mean." "I mean, pretending to be carefree and untroubled daily. Does that not wear you out?" Gu Yun sensed Lin Xia's wariness. In truth, he disliked witnessing her feigned cheerfulness, a facade of carefree existence that did not reflect her true self. As the daughter of the captain of the criminal investigation team, she had been pampered since childhood, living a life of luxury. He could not fathom why the genuine you would strive so desperately. Lin Xia remained silent, her face cold. And Gu Yun refrained from pressing further, continuing instead on his own. "I always believed you to be a carefree wild girl. But then I noticed your physical resilience surpassing that of your peers. You are not someone born into hardship who must toil incessantly to survive. This contradiction is perplexing." "So, you are investigating me?" she retorted, her tone laced with irritation. "This is merely the instinct of a soldier. I hope you can forgive me," he replied. Lin Xia rolled her eyes and turned to leave, only to be halted by his grip. "Aren't you just trying to say this?" She glared at him, her voice icy. "Now that you've said your piece, may I leave?" "Apologies, but I must insist that you refrain from participating in the upcoming drill." Lin Xia was taken aback. "Why am I being excluded?" Observing the furrowed brow of Gu Yun, she discerned that he was not jesting. If he were concerned about her being embarrassed, he would not prohibit her from joining. That seemed implausible. The only explanation was that the drill was far from simple. "What do you mean? Do you intend to serve me directly?" "I am not jesting. In any case, you cannot take part." "What about the others? Why can they participate, but not I?" "Commander Gu, please do not be so overtly biased." Gu Yun felt a sense of urgency. He knew persuading Lin Xia would not be an easy task. Despite their brief acquaintance of merely a few weeks, he had truly grasped her unwavering resolve and vengeful temperament. However, he was acutely aware that the forthcoming practical exercises would pose certain dangers, and he harbored a deep-seated concern for this little fox. He could not quite fathom why. But the thought of her injury troubled him immensely. "Ultimately, you cannot participate. Should you defy this order, you will leave the unit tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lin Xia, albeit naive, comprehended the gravity of the situation. Gu Yun's apprehension mirrored that of her father, Lin Chikai, who was always worried about her mother, Xiao Lin. Feeling a surge of defiance, Lin Xia stepped forward, a mischievous smile illuminating her face as she regarded Gu Yun. This sudden boldness unsettled him. He was unsure of her intentions. Gu Yun, do you harbor feelings for me? Is that why you constantly challenge me? Unable to feel at ease unless you capture my attention? Gu Yun, taken aback by her proximity, was aware of Lin Xia's audacity, but had not anticipated her audacity to flirt with him. Nevertheless, her casual words ignited a wave of tension within him, as if she had laid bare his innermost thoughts. If you care for me, why not simply articulate it? I won't bite. Lin Xia, undeterred by the gravity of the moment, inched closer, her gaze fixed on Gu Yun's evasive eyes and tense demeanor, fueling her desire to tease him further. Are you even aware of what you're saying? Gu Yun's voice was low, the girl before him testing the limits of his patience. Sensing his restraint, Lin Xia leaned in, her voice a whisper against his ear. Commander, shall we embark on a romance? The kind that leads to marriage. Chapter 49. Practical Training 1. Beneath the Veil of Night. Lin Xia's eyes concealed stars, each flicker echoing with his shadow. Gu Yun wished to maintain a distance from Lin Xia's life. His identity and mission rendered him incapable of providing the future she yearned for, regardless of his feelings for her. Gazing at Lin Xia's delicate visage so near, and hearing the playful essence of youth in her voice, a string of rationality within Gu Yun trembled. I have no time for jest. In any case, you are not permitted to participate in the training. Is that a refusal? Since we share no connection, why should I heed your words? Lin Xia's smile gradually faded, replaced by a flicker of suppressed anger. Gu Yun inhaled deeply, attempting a conciliatory tone. If you refrain from attending, starting tomorrow, you need do nothing. I shall attend to you daily, if that pleases you. Let us consider that wager as my loss. Upon hearing Gu Yun's words, Lin Xia did not pause for a moment, turning on her heel to leave. Gu Yun grasped her arm, yet fell silent. They remained in silence for what felt like an eternity until Lin Xia, filled with indignation, uttered, Gu Yun, you coward, standing rooted in place. Gu Yun observed Lin Xia's retreating figure, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Tong Bao, I am somewhat fatigued. Let us speak of this later. Tong Bao, for the upcoming practical training, find an excuse to abstain from participation. I do not wish to attend either, but absence incurs punishment. Even if it means facing punishment, you must feign illness, fever, menstrual discomfort. Any excuse will suffice. In short, do not go. Li Tong cautiously nudged Lin Xia, her voice laced with concern. Xia, has something happened? Do not frighten me. What did Gu Yun say to you? And what about you? Are you going? Is there any danger for you? Lin Xia turned around and embraced Li Tong, smiling brightly as she said, Of course I must go. Besides, I have Gu Yun with me. Are you certain you'll be all right? Lin Xia nodded, choosing not to elaborate. Li Tong sensed that Lin Xia harbored concerns, yet she felt powerless to compel her to speak. Since that fateful night, Lin Xia had not seen Gu Yun again until 2 weeks later when the practical exercises commenced. The military leaders addressed the assembly, outlining precautions, the use of emergency distress signals, and the expanse of the exercise area, but Lin Xia absorbed none of it. Her mind was consumed by the image of Gu Yun's anxious countenance from that night. All right, those are the points of caution. Did you all hear clearly? We heard clearly. The mountain air of midsummer was considerably cooler than outside. Even clad in military training attire, one did not feel stifled. Once they entered the mountains, everyone dispersed. This exercise was an individual combat scenario. While some might initially form alliances to eliminate others, ultimately, survival depended on one's own abilities. To avoid interactions with her classmates, Lin Xia discreetly concealed herself within the forest. The troops had prearranged bandits lurking in the woods, and the primary task was to evade these brigands while traversing the mountain to reach the campsite on the other side. However, to secure an opportunity to forego further training or even to claim the top position, one would need to outsmart the bandits, potentially rescuing hostages from their clutches. This was Lin Xia's true objective. Thus, Lin Xia initially sought to distance herself from her classmates. Otherwise, in an effort to avoid being hindered, she would also have to guard against their potential betrayal. After all, in a survival game, who would spare a thought for the lives of others? As Lin Xia navigated through the uneven thickets, she suddenly heard a noise not far ahead. Ah, there S1. Should she circumvent or confront? Better to avoid. This burly figure is beyond our capacity. How cowardly. It's just one person. Can't we, 4 or 5 of us, handle him? Why overthink it? If we can take him down, we can take down others, and then we'll have them all. Lin Xia surveyed her surroundings and spotted a sturdy tree. Quietly climbing up, with her agile limbs and slender physique clad in military green attire, she quickly blended into the foliage. Perched upon the trunk, she raised her binoculars to observe. The group of men was slowly approaching the bandit, who had evidently sensed their presence, gripping his realistic dagger tightly. Less than 50 meters away, several individuals sprang from the underbrush, charging towards the bandit. Yet, lacking the discipline of regular soldiers, they were merely a disordered mob. Without any semblance of teamwork, they each fought independently, attempting to subdue him. As a result, the bandit swiftly employed a few grappling techniques, binding the boys with ropes like dumplings and tossing them aside. He then reported through his walkie-talkie to the campsite, and shortly after, a few soldiers arrived to escort them away. The faces of those men were long and sorrowful. The thought of the intensified training awaiting them over the next month made their legs feel weak. Lin Xia, having observed the bandit's techniques, began to formulate a plan in her mind. Surveying her surroundings and finding no one else in sight, Lin Xia swiftly descended from the tree and strode purposefully towards the bandit. Just as the bandit contemplated taking a break, he was taken aback by the sight of an exceptionally beautiful girl approaching him with a cheerful smile, utterly unguarded. Who would have thought a lovely maiden could be found in these mountains? He mused. I've heard that the boss possesses something I desire. Might you consider parting with it on account of your beauty? Lin Xia, half joking, caught him off guard with her carefree demeanor, causing him to lower his guard. Certainly. Defeat me, and I shall grant your request. How utterly unrefined, Lin Xia declared, launching a swift hand strike aimed directly at his face, providing him no time to react. The bandit hastily raised his defenses, internally lamenting the folly of being distracted by beauty. However, due to the initial disadvantage and the fact that Lin Xia was a girl, he refrained from using his full strength. After several failed attempts to subdue her, he called for a halt. Chapter 50, Practical Training 2, Major. She has already left my side. Is she unharmed? No, but what? Yes, Major. Lin Xia strolled languidly through the woods, relishing the rare, refreshing atmosphere after a month of exposure to the sun. As she walked, a sensation of being followed crept over her. She sensed a shadow trailing her. Quietly, she slowed her pace and retrieved her Swiss Army knife from her sleeve. A gift from her father upon her entrance into the police academy. A keepsake she had always carried with her. Lin Xiao's pace slowed, and the person trailing her maintained an equal distance. After a moment, Lin Xia discerned that the individual did not appear to intend her any harm. Consequently, she chose to disregard their presence and continued her journey. According to the map, she was now halfway up the mountain and needed to traverse the peak to reach the campsite on the other side. She stowed the map away but kept her Swiss Army knife at the ready. As she passed through a grove, Lin Xia faintly heard voices. Initially, she assumed they belonged to classmates, but the conversation was fragmented and unclear. Crouching in the underbrush, she inched closer, gradually making out the dialogue. Is this the right place? Qin Yan's intel should be reliable. Once he arrives, we can proceed with the handover. However, it is said that his daughter is participating in this exercise. A sardonic tone emerged. What are you up to now? If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have halted for so many years. Finding his daughter and keeping something as a memento wouldn't be such a bad idea. The words exchanged between the two were shrouded in ambiguity, and Lin Xia struggled to grasp their full meaning. However, it was evident that these individuals were not affiliated with the military, perhaps explaining Gu Yun's reluctance to allow her participation. Regardless of their identities, Lin Xia was acutely aware of one thing. She needed to distance herself from them. These were not individuals she could afford to provoke. Just as she turned to leave, she noticed a pair of legs standing behind her. Look what I found, a little rabbit. A mocking voice chimed from above her. Lin Xia sprang to her feet and lunged at the assailant's throat with her knife. In an instant, The opponent evaded her grasp and seized Lin Xia's wrist. She pivoted to break free, but as she liberated her wrist, her left arm was captured once more. Her left wrist was twisted behind her back, and her military knife was knocked to the ground, ignoring the tingling in her hand. She bent her elbow and charged her opponent's abdomen, forcefully stepping on their foot with her heel. Seizing the moment of their pain, she hastily broke free and fled. However, after taking just 2 steps, Lin Xia halted, as a dark, ominous gun barrel pressed directly against her forehead. "Mammon, you've retreated. You can't even capture a mere girl." This was Lin Xia's first encounter with a gun pointed at her head, and her mind struggled to keep pace. She stared blankly at the individual wielding the weapon, one of the very people she had been conversing with moments ago. Had they been lurking here for long? What had they overheard? Perhaps she could share it with her brother. The opponent taunted Lin Xia with a cynical demeanor, yet their gaze was laced with malice. With a nervous gulp, Lin Xia's mind began to whirl. "I just arrived here. I haven't heard anything. Do you expect me to believe that? Not all police academy students can so effortlessly escape Mammon's grasp. Your foundation is quite solid. You must practice often." Despite having spent over a decade in academia, Lin Xia found herself unprepared for such encounters, even with her father Lin Chikai's teachings and admonitions. She was uncertain of her adversary's intentions, yet their words dripped with insinuation. "I do not comprehend what you are saying. To remain so composed while being threatened at gunpoint suggests you are no ordinary student. Let me take a guess. Do you know someone named Lin Chikai?" Lin Xia's pupils instantly contracted, her heart sinking with dread. These individuals recognized her father and were evidently his adversaries. A troubling thought struck her as she recalled their earlier discussion about the daughter of someone involved in this training. Upon noticing the panic in Lin Xia's eyes, the expressions of her captors grew increasingly sinister, their grins revealing a row of stark white teeth, reminiscent of malevolent specters. Bingo! Could this be the manifestation of the saying, "When heaven offers a path, you refuse to tread, yet hell's gates open wide on their own"? Mammon stepped forward, seizing Lin Xia's tied-back hair and yanking it backward, forcing her to tilt her head up. To her dismay, this face bore a striking resemblance to that of Lin Chikai's eldest daughter, though she appeared far superior to that worthless sibling, exhibiting resistance and commendable agility. Yet, it remained uncertain how much torment she could withstand. One could only hope she wouldn't expire before the game had even begun. Lin Xia's body stiffened at the mention of her sister, who had departed from this world when she was merely 5 years old. It was her sister's untimely demise that drove her father to train her relentlessly, ensuring she would possess the means to safeguard herself in perilous situations. "What are you talking about? I cannot comprehend. Aren't you military personnel?" Mammon scoffed. "Everything seems fine, just a tad foolish. However, it's of little concern. If you can become my prized possession, your intellect is inconsequential." With that, Mammon shoved Lin Xia forward, and the 2 men opposite her swiftly bound her tightly. The trio then led her deeper into the forest, halting before a dilapidated house. A girl emerged from within, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age. Her long black hair obscuring her face, exuding an aura of profound glow. The girl, known as Xiaoyan, raised her gaze to Lin Xia without uttering a word, directly pulling her into the house and following suit. Once the sounds of departing footsteps faded into the distance, Lin Xia quietly observed the girl. A long case rested on the girl's back, one that Lin Xia had seen in the firearms catalog at home, specifically designed for carrying a sniper rifle. This girl was a sharpshooter, taciturn and seemingly melancholic, exhibiting no curiosity regarding Lin Xia's identity or the circumstances of her abduction. Instead, she sat silently, lost in thought. "May I ask your name? Why are you associated with those people? Please let me go. I am merely a student participating in specialized training. And I had no idea there were others in the mountains. I haven't heard or seen anything. Please, release me." At that moment, the girl across from her suddenly spoke. "Is school enjoyable?" Chapter 51, Practical Exercises 3. Lin Xia was taken aback, about to respond when the walkie-talkie in the girl's hand crackled to life. "Xiaoyan, find a vantage point. The hyenas will be passing through shortly. Hurry, and take him out with a single shot. Give me your position." To the northwest, There's a tall man in black military attire. And, just look for the most arrogant one. Damn it, I'll make sure to eliminate you. With that, she switched off the walkie-talkie. Lin Xia watched as the girl hoisted the case onto her back, casting a lingering glance at her before departing. In the desolate house, Lin Xia found herself alone, bound at the wrists and ankles, leaning against a wall. She surveyed her surroundings, searching for something sharp to sever the ropes. She was now desperately yearning to escape this place, not merely for her survival, but more importantly, she believed the man mentioned by the voice on the radio must be Gu Yun. Lin Xia scanned the surroundings for quite some time, but could not find anything suitable. Just as anxiety began to overwhelm her, the door suddenly swung open. Lin Xia looked up, her heart filled with hope, only to find a frail, hunched man with an unsettling demeanor entering. Upon seeing Lin Xia tied in the corner, a predatory gleam ignited in his eyes. Initially, he had been reluctant to be summoned from his perch halfway up the hill to guard a hostage. After all, he preferred the freedom of surveillance over the confinement of watching a captive. If the hostage were to escape, he would be doomed as well. However, upon stepping through the door and laying eyes on the young girl bound before him, her exquisite features and slender form made him forget everything else in an instant. It was Lin Xia's first experience of being scrutinized so brazenly, the malice in his gaze making her feel nauseous. Yet, she found herself utterly immobile, for this man, consumed by his base desires, was her only potential chance for escape. TSK, how could such a beautiful girl end up tied up here? It pains me to see this. Will you let me go? I swear I know nothing. Please, I beg you to free me. That's out of the question. If I let you go, I'd be signing my own death warrant. However, if you behave, I will be obedient, utterly compliant. As long as you release me. These ropes are so tight, they hurt terribly. Please help me untie them. Watching the young girl, her face awash with fear and tears streaming down like rain-soaked petals, he could not help but feel a twisted sense of satisfaction. The hyena, heedless of anything else, promptly untied Lin Xia's bonds and lunged at her like a ravenous wolf. However, as soon as the ropes fell away, she delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity while the hyena was still reeling, Lin Xia hurriedly extricated herself from the remaining ropes and dashed for the exit. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself pinned to the ground by the hyena, who, while cursing, taunted, "You stubborn little girl, where do you think you're running to?" With that, he raised his hand to strike her. Having been bound for so long, her limbs were numb and unresponsive, leaving her with no choice but to close her eyes and brace for the blow. Instead of the anticipated pain, she heard the hyena let out a chilling cry as he collapsed to the ground. A Swiss Army knife embedded in his right hand, an item she had carelessly left in the woods. Lin Xia quickly rose to her feet, but before she could turn around, she was enveloped in a strong embrace. The unfamiliar yet familiar scent stirred emotions within her, and she felt tears welling up. "I'm sorry for being late. Are you hurt? Where does it hurt?" Burying her face in his chest, she listened to the frantic rhythm of his heartbeat and the urgent concern emanating from above her. For reasons she could not fathom, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "It hurts. Where does it hurt? Did they harm you?" With a sense of grievance, Lin Xia extended her arm, revealing the angry red marks left by the ropes, an alarming sight. "Those scoundrels! Send the word out. Seal the mountain. No one is to leave this place, not a single soul." Upon receiving the order, the surrounding soldiers began to rush out in unison. While Guyan held Lin Xia tightly, cautious not to apply too much pressure, fearful of causing her further pain. The hyena, shrieking in agony, had not anticipated the sudden intrusion of soldiers, nor had anyone forewarned him of the impending danger. In light of his current predicament, he likely comprehended why he had been assigned to guard the hostages. He had been sacrificed by the organization to preserve their leader. "Major, you still bear injuries that require immediate attention," Lin Xia remarked, finally lifting her gaze towards Gu Yun, only to discover that his left shoulder was seeping blood. A memory of the sniper flashed in her mind, prompting her to exclaim in distress, "You're hurt. Don't move. You must seek treatment at once." "All right. It's the perfect opportunity for me to check on you as well." With that, He lifted Lin Xia effortlessly, catching her off guard. Panic-stricken, she struggled to free herself. Guyan, have you lost your mind? Do you intend to sacrifice your arm? If you set me down, I can walk. What will you do if you can't extract the bullet like this? Hiss. If you wish to preserve my arm, then refrain from squirming. You are utterly unreasonable. Huh? Who, pray tell, is being unreasonable here? Remain still. I am fine. Besides, you are not heavy. And we shall reach the campsite shortly. Realizing further resistance could exacerbate Gu Yun's injury, Lin Xia ceased her struggles, guilt gnawing at her conscience. She clung to his neck, shifting her weight to her right side to alleviate the burden on his injured left arm. Noticing her stillness, Gu Yun chuckled softly as he carried her out of the building. At that moment, one of his subordinates inquired, "Major, how shall we deal with this individual?" Without answering, Gu Yun continued onward, Lin Xia casting a glance over her shoulder to see the hyena retreating, its eyes filled with fear and despair, growing ever distant from her. Lin Xia nestled like an ostrich in Gu Yun's neck, listening to his steady breathing, feeling a twinge of guilt in her heart. In truth, when Gu Yun sought her out that night and told her not to go, she sensed the lurking danger. Yet, consumed by a stubborn defiance, she couldn't admit how much she cared for him. Why, if she harbored such affection, was she reluctant to acknowledge it? The more she pondered, the deeper her remorse grew. She quietly leaned against Gu Yun's shoulder and murmured, "I'm sorry." Why apologize? It's my immaturity, insisting on being obstinate, that led to this. Now I've caused you harm. I won't do it again. So, does that mean you wish for another chance? That's not it. I didn't mean to. It won't happen again. I told you not to move. Noticing Gu Yun's cold sweat, Lin Xia pleaded with a forlorn expression. Please let me down. I can walk. If you keep holding me like this, your arm will truly be damaged. Can't you see I've learned my lesson? Suddenly, Gu Yun smiled, turning to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek. If I let go, I want to be able to hold you. And then what would become of our lifetime together? Chapter 52. Wounded yet unfazed in love, Gu Yun gazed down at Lin Xia, who remained silent and visibly troubled. He could guess the thoughts swirling in her mind, and after a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. You know my profession, when the nation is at peace, one can live a safe life. However, should the unexpected arise, I fear I may not be able to provide you with the future you desire. Moreover, the gentle, considerate, and indulgent love you seek, I cannot offer. All I can do is exert my utmost efforts to provide you with everything you desire. Lin Xia gazed at the man's sharply defined jawline, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of security in his embrace. Listening to Lin Xia's tearful confession, sweet despite the absence of sugar, all her previous grievances and disappointments were swept away. If you believe you cannot give me what I seek, then why do you still come to my rescue? Are you not afraid I might become dependent on you? Perhaps human nature is insatiable. Even when one comprehends the other's feelings, they still contrive to provoke them with words, yearning to hear just how much the other cares. Gu Yun was not unfamiliar with Lin Xia. He could discern the little schemes nestled within her heart. Originally, he intended to complete his task this morning and personally visit her to see if his valiant heroine could claim the top spot. I wondered why it felt as though someone was tailing me. You didn't come yourself, but sent someone to watch over me? If you cannot protect the girl you adore, how can you speak of a future? Thus, he brought his team directly, encountering those individuals head-on, which led to a skirmish. When I heard the enemy calling on the radio, I had a vague notion of your whereabouts. In my haste to find you, I was unfortunately struck in the shoulder by a sniper, but fortunately, the shot was misaligned, so there is no need for you to worry. Gu Yun's lengthy explanation truly warmed Lin Xia's heart. Although their acquaintance had not spanned a long duration, the interactions between them hinted at a subtle transformation. Especially in Gu Yun's demeanor towards her, Lin Xia felt a renewed sense of certainty blossoming within her. At that moment, Gu Yun had already carried Lin Xia into the campsite, where the medical team quickly rushed out to greet them. Nevertheless, Gu Yun personally placed Lin Xia onto the hospital bed before collapsing into a chair beside her. Lin Xia gazed anxiously at his shoulder, which was bleeding profusely. Gu Yun intended to have the doctor examine Lin Xia first, but she became agitated. If you do not attend to your wound, I will not be examined. No one is allowed to touch me. Lin Xia, by neglecting your injury, you are merely delaying my treatment, which makes your command an abuse of power. Gu Yun felt a throbbing pain in his head. How could this little tyrant so effortlessly twist the truth and create chaos? All right, I concede to you. After saying this, he complied with the doctor by removing his shirt. It was then that Lin Xia noticed several scars adorning Gu Yun's body, which made her heart ache. Seeing Lin Xia's eyes welling with tears, Gu Yun feared that his injuries had frightened her. He attempted to rise and leave, but Lin Xia commanded him to stay. You are not allowed to leave. We will handle this here, and I want to watch. There's nothing to see, he replied. Do not go, I need to see that you are all right. Amused yet exasperated, Gu Yun considered teasing Lin Xia, but she shot him a glare and ignored him. Her eyes fixated on the military doctor as he carefully sliced open Gu Yun's skin with a scalpel and delicately extracted the bullet with tweezers. Only after the bullet was entirely removed and the doctor assured Lin Xia that Gu Yun's arm would heal without complications did she finally relax. Subsequently, she obediently lay back on the hospital bed, awaiting a thorough examination from the doctor. In truth, she bore no significant injuries, perhaps just a few bruises. However, after a day of turmoil and emotional upheaval, Lin Xia, lying on the hospital bed, soon succumbed to slumber. After tending to her wounds, Gu Yun observed Lin Xia drifting into a deep sleep. He exchanged a few words with the military doctor before taking his leave. The thoughts of the nurses were unknown to Gu Yun, yet he was compelled to meet with the regiment commander, as the results of their mission remained uncertain. As Gu Yun exited the medical room, he encountered the regiment commander, his superior, Colonel Yin Zhengwo, who was just entering. How are you? Is everything all right? Yin Zhengwo inquired, his gaze resting on Gu Yun's left shoulder. Colonel, I'm fine. I was just about to look for you. I was looking for you as well. Come, let us step outside to talk. Gu Yun followed Colonel Yin Zhengwo out of the medical unit, observing the police academy students undergoing training outside the encampment. Suddenly, Yin Zhengwo broke the silence. Xiaogu, how old are you this year? Well, I'm not exactly a child anymore. It might be time to consider finding a partner. However, that girl is Lin Chikai's daughter. If you dare to mistreat her, the old fox will have your skin, and I won't be able to intervene. That is good to hear. Also, remember, she is still a student. Don't be too conspicuous, as it would reflect poorly within the military. You all truly have a knack for getting injured while still pursuing romance. Yin Zhengwo gestured for Gu Yun to come closer, then asked, What have you discovered? We know that while we are conducting our exercises here, they are in contact with an informant. This informant is either a police academy student or someone from the military. Didn't you see anything when we ascended the mountain? No. At that time, I did not observe any suspicious individuals nearby or interact with them. Among those people, only Mammon had encountered me, but after seeing me, he called for a sniper and vanished without a trace. I understand. Please rest assured, Captain. Yin Zhengwo patted Gu Yun's uninjured shoulder before departing, while Gu Yun gathered the students to provide a brief summary of this practical exercise. However, he refrained from mentioning Lin Xia, knowing that information relayed from the victims would carry more weight than if it came from him, the organizer. Chapter 53. Sweet Everyday Life. Oh my goodness. Tong Bao, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Listening to Li Tong's lengthy lamentations, Lin Xia found herself in a state of amused exasperation. Yet the intricacies of the situation could not be divulged to Li Tong. She could only smile wryly and endure Li Tong's grievances. You must tell me honestly, when did you and Gu Yun start your affair? What do you mean by affair? Lin Xia's expression darkened. The timeline of their relationship was one that everyone was well aware of. However, if she were to say so, Li Tong would undoubtedly be skeptical. It's only been a matter of days. TSK. Remember when I suggested you check out Handsome Guys? I told you Gu Yun was quite persistent. I thought he was so noble, but it turns out he had his sights set on you all along. And you? How could you yield so quickly? Lin Xia offered an awkward smile. thinking it inappropriate to mention that she was the one who had shattered the fragile barrier of their feelings. Why are you reacting so strongly? Have you had your eye on Guyan all along, and are now jealous because I snatched him away? Lin Xia teased playfully. Li Tong playfully tugged at Lin Xia's cheeks, scolding her with mock annoyance. You ungrateful little thing. I was worried you might be Na'vi enough to get abducted. No good deed goes unpunished. Lin Xia laughed carefree, their playful banter interrupted by a knock on the ward door. Responding to the sound, Guyan entered. Awake? I've brought you some food. You should eat something first, he said gently, placing the food on the table. Upon seeing Guyan, Li Tong stood up, preparing to take her leave. All right, now that you're fine, I can breathe easy. We have training later. Fortunately, your esteemed Commander Gu has spared me from additional training duties since I requested a sick leave. I'll come back to see you in the evening. Li Tong mischievously winked at Lin Xia, grabbed her belongings, and bid farewell to Gu Yun before exiting. Once Li Tong departed, Gu Yun settled beside the bed, gazing at Lin Xia with a tender smile, which made her feel a bit shy. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked. Just checking if my little piglet recognizes me after waking up, he replied. You are the little pig. Lin Xia pouted, clearly displeased. Suddenly, Lin Xia felt a cool, soft sensation pecking at her lips, only to retreat immediately. Her face flushed crimson as she stammered, pointing at Gu Yun. Why you? What's wrong? Struggling to speak after just waking up? You've had plenty of rest. It's time to eat something. Gu Yun responded. Lin Xia's mind felt somewhat disoriented. How could the seemingly wooden Gu Yun have transformed overnight into someone so captivating? Gu Yun took out a bowl of millet porridge, stirred it gently with a spoon, and sampled a spoonful to ensure it was not too hot before offering it to Lin Xia's lips. You've slept for too long, and your stomach is empty. Start with some porridge to settle your stomach. You can eat something else later in the afternoon. Lin Xia obediently opened her mouth for the porridge. Her gaze fixed on Gu Yun as he fed her spoonful after spoonful until the bowl was nearly empty. All right, I've also bought some fruits and snacks. Is there anything else you'd like? Lin Xia promptly shook her head. She felt as though upon waking, she had somehow acquired a boyfriend who catered to her every need, and he was quite pleasing to the eye. The suddenness of her happiness left her somewhat disoriented. Silently, she reached out to touch Gu Yun's cheek, tugging gently until she noticed the wince of pain on his face, which reassured her. What on earth are you doing? Does it hurt? What do you think? My face is not made of dough. If you tug any harder, I might end up disfigured. Oh, that's good to hear. Gu Yun responded with a bitter smile, his patience wearing thin. What exactly do you intend to do? Why are you suddenly tugging at my face? I fear I might be dreaming. After all, waking up to someone attending to me feels surreal. But if you're in pain, then it must be reality. You are truly a genius of logic. Gu Yun had become almost numb to Lin Xia's often absurd reasoning. To engage with her seriously would surely lead to an early demise. Am I the only girl in your life? Gu Yun sighed and took an apple from the basket. As she peeled it, she remarked, I recognize that your skills and defensive instincts were honed by your father, Lin Shikai. However, I fail to comprehend why he insists that a girl like me must possess such military-like self-defense capabilities. Nodding in understanding, Gu Yun deftly sliced the peeled apple into small pieces, placing them into a nearby bowl. She then skewered a piece with a toothpick and offered it to Lin Xia. Lin Xia, unaccustomed to being served in such a manner, could only smile wryly as she accepted each bite. Chapter 54, Birthday Gift. Lin Xia continued. Lost in her own thoughts, my sister passed away at the tender age of 16, a flower-like age, yet she endured almost cruel torment. It seemed she was captured because our father had found clues regarding the crimes of this organization and had pinpointed one of its leaders. My sister had never undergone any training. Once captured, she was utterly defenseless. At that age, when one is enamored with beauty and naturally attractive, her capture was. Enough, Xia. Let us not dwell on this. I should not have allowed you to think of such things. Lin Xia shook her head and persisted. After my sister's death, our mother suffered from prolonged depression and required the daily support of a psychologist to avoid following my sister into despair. I was only 10 years old when my father brought me to a special forces training base. The soldiers there were quite taken aback by my father's decision to have me trained. However, I am aware that he does not wish to lose me again. Only by becoming strong can I protect myself in moments when he cannot. Ultimately, in this world, the only one capable of saving oneself is oneself. That is perhaps the essence of it, yet I must express my gratitude to my father. Had it not been for his initial harshness, I might not have endured until yesterday for you to rescue me, and you would not have had the opportunity to tend to me. After saying this, Lin Xiao playfully cut a piece of apple and offered it to Gu Yun. Gu Yun did not accept it. Instead, he gazed at Lin Xiao with eyes full of compassion, silently vowing to become stronger and more diligent, ensuring that the person before him would no longer suffer harm. Moving forward, with me by your side, you will not endure pain again. You need not burden yourself with thoughts. I will strive to provide you with everything you desire, cherishing you, loving you, and understanding you in my own way. Therefore, in my presence, you need not be strong. Simply be yourself. Lin Xiao pursed her lips, a hint of emotion welling in her nose. Anyone hearing such words would be touched. Moreover, the tone in which Gu Yun spoke resembled a solemn vow, leaving Lin Xiao with no doubt about each word he uttered. If I follow your logic, I would indeed become a little pig, spending my days in thoughtlessness and inactivity, consumed solely with eating and sleeping. Lin Xiao's jest broke the weighty atmosphere. Gu Yun chuckled softly and playfully pinched Lin Xiao's nose, brimming with affection. From then on, the two were nearly inseparable. However, to avoid gossip, Lin Xiao adhered to the so-called modesty championed by the team leader, participating in daily training. Those who had previously disapproved of Lin Xiao's association with the officer found no ground for criticism, and gradually, the idle chatter diminished. The events of that day were soon shrouded in obscurity, yet Lin Xiao's prowess was evident to all. Even those who harbored doubts could hardly voice their objections. In the blink of an eye, the 2-month special training concluded, and the following week marked Gu Yun's birthday. With special permission granted by the commanding officer, Gu Yun was allowed to take a day off from the team, returning the next day. For an entire day, Gu Yun was in the company of Lin Xiao. They strolled through the streets, indulged in delightful meals, watched films, visited amusement parks, and in the evening, enjoyed the vibrant fireworks display of midsummer. This was undeniably the happiest birthday Gu Yun had ever celebrated. Unable to contain his amusement, Gu Yun playfully teased her. I seem to recall someone promising me a grand birthday gift. Is there no sign of it at all? What gift? Lin Xiao stammered. With a wry smile, Gu Yun replied, It appears you've forgotten entirely. No matter, you still owe me a birthday gift. Do remember to make up for it next year. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xiao halted, standing still as she took deep breaths, seemingly preparing for something. Gu Yun watched her with amusement, puzzled as to what antics she might be up to this time. I have prepared a gift for you, she finally confessed. Where is it? Gu Yun asked, taken aback, and then realized Lin Xiao's intent. His surprise mingled with a hint of concern. Are you certain? What? Is my presence not a substantial gift? Lin Xiao mumbled awkwardly. Gu Yun couldn't help but laugh at her words. He stepped closer and embraced her, whispering softly in her ear, This is the most cherished gift I have ever received. How unfair, taking advantage of my kindness. I shall ignore you now. After speaking, she pushed Gu Yun aside and walked forward. Gu Yun stood in place, chuckling as he remarked, Little ancestor, you've gone the wrong way. My home is this way. Lin Xiao's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She was at a loss for her own thoughts. During her time with Gu Yun, he had indulged her without restraint, anticipating her every need. Even the menstrual cycle that Lin Xiao often forgot, Gu Yun remembered and would remind her in advance, preparing everything she might require. Furthermore, in matters of intimacy, Gu Yun had never made any demands. Even after sharing a kiss, he would remain composed, never pressuring her or crossing any boundaries. She could feel the depth of his affection, an exquisite care that was meticulous to the utmost degree. Although they had known each other for less than 3 months, it seemed premature to engage in such relations. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao could not conceive of any other signal to indicate her complete trust in him. Thus, she made her decision, yet as night fell, she faltered. Having never experienced this before, She found it nearly impossible to voice her feelings. Fortunately, she eventually managed to express herself. Observing Lin Xia's silence and her somewhat awkward demeanor, Gu Yun struggled to suppress his laughter, nearly doubling over in amusement. Chapter 55. The virtuous man is not easily made. As it turned out, Lin Xia remained hesitant. From the moment she stepped through Gu Yun's door, she was a bundle of nerves, unsure whether to stand or sit, her mind a blank slate. Gu Yun, witnessing her awkwardness, could only chuckle and say, "Please don't wear that gallant expression as if you're heading into battle." Lin Xia, ever the spirited one, could not resist retorting, revealing her inherent unwillingness to concede. If Gu Yun truly intended to cause trouble, given Lin Xia's temperament, there would be no escape for her today. However, Gu Yun never had any intention of doing anything to her, and coupled with the expression on the little ancestor's face, his interest waned further. "All right, I appreciate your sentiment, but I do not wish to partake in this matter today. Your company alone is the finest birthday gift I could receive." "Really?" Upon hearing this, the lump in Lin Xia's throat suddenly settled in her stomach. Yet, she couldn't resist the urge to retort, "Well, you said it. It's not that I'm untrustworthy. Then I shan't leave today. After all, it's my first visit to your home." "Indeed, indeed. But, little ancestor, have you not grown weary after a day of frolicking? Go wash up and get some sleep." At this, Lin Xia suddenly chuckled awkwardly, her voice dropping to a whisper. I forgot to bring my pajamas." Gu Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Xia was truly his source of joy. There could be no one more delightful than her in this world. "There's a wardrobe in the bedroom on the second floor. My clothes are inside. Choose whatever you deem suitable for sleepwear." "All right. May I also take a moment to explore your bedroom?" With the crisis averted, Lin Xia's spirits soared. She looked around curiously, her eyes filled with wonder at Gu Yun's home. "Go ahead. There's a bathroom on the second floor. After your bath, you can wander about. After a day spent outdoors, it would be more comfortable to change into fresh clothes." Gu Yun, like a father gently admonishing his daughter, continued to offer advice. Lin Xia stuck her tongue out at him playfully before scampering up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Xia discovered Gu Yun's room. As she stepped inside, she was greeted by a pristine bed and a solid wooden wardrobe. To be frank, the decor felt somewhat monotonous. Opening the wardrobe, she found it predominantly filled with shirts and work attire. Aside from the standard military green, there were merely black and white shirts and t-shirts. Lin Xia examined the garments and, upon selecting a white shirt, realized that Gu Yun's height allowed her to wear it as a dress, its length gracefully reaching her thighs and modestly concealing her form. Eagerly, Lin Xia trotted off to the bathroom for a shower, while Gu Yun busied himself in the kitchen downstairs. Although the sweltering heat of midsummer had significantly abated by September, the autumn sun remained quite fierce. When Gu Yun completed his tasks, he noticed Lin Xia had yet to come down, and upon checking the time, deduced that she should have finished her shower by now. Thus, he decided to ascend the stairs to see what Lin Xia was up to. Upon reaching the upper floor, he found Lin Xia standing in the corridor, captivated by a sketch hanging on the wall. Having just emerged from her shower, her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore his white shirt, which appeared somewhat oversized on her, gracefully reaching her thighs and perfectly obscuring her rear. It seemed she had not found slippers in the bathroom. As she stood barefoot on the floor, intently gazing at the artwork, upon noticing Gu Yun's presence, she beamed at him and cheerfully inquired, "Did you draw this? It's so beautiful." At that moment, Gu Yun felt a pang of regret, lamenting his earlier declaration of noble intentions made merely minutes prior. Yet, there she stood, a mermaid-like figure, smiling sweetly at him. He felt a tightening in his throat and inwardly chuckled, realizing that it was indeed challenging to uphold the virtues of a gentleman. "Why are you barefoot?" he asked. Her hair still damp, she wondered what to do about her cold. "Oh dear. It's nothing in this kind of weather." Before Lin Xia could finish her sentence, Gu Yun stepped forward and lifted her into his arms. Instinctively, Lin Xia wrapped her arms around his neck. After uttering a few words, Gu Yun carried Lin Xia downstairs, gently placing her on the sofa. He then took a tissue to dry her feet. set out yogurt and watermelon juice on the coffee table, and fetched a hairdryer to dry her hair. You can only drink one. Having both will upset your stomach, he remarked while using the hairdryer. Lin Xia obediently sipped the watermelon juice. Enveloped by the gentle hum of the dryer and the sensation of Gu Yun's long fingers weaving through her hair, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Though Lin Xia basked in bliss, Gu Yun endured a quiet torment, and once her hair was dry, he excused himself to take a shower. Lin Xia, not overthinking it, finished her juice and began to explore Gu Yun's home. As she wandered, fatigue began to creep in, after a day of play and constant tension. The relaxation from her shower left her drowsy. Slipping into the slippers Gu Yun had prepared for her, she hurried to freshen up, and after finishing, she collapsed onto the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. When Gu Yun finally emerged from his shower, feeling composed, he was greeted by the sight of Lin Xia. Blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly on his bed, softly snoring. Resigned, Gu Yun tucked her in with a light blanket before retreating to the guest room. He certainly dared not share the bed with this little tyrant. The suffering would undoubtedly be his. In the stillness of the night, Lin Xia was roused by the tantalizing aroma of breakfast. Groggily departing her bedroom, she leaned over the corridor railing to gaze below, where she spotted Gu Yun, who had already prepared the morning meal. Upon noticing Lin Xia's awakening, Gu Yun smiled and waved, saying, "Now that you're awake, go freshen up and come down for breakfast. Oh, and your clothes are dry, so you might as well change." "All right, just give me a moment," Lin Xia replied, still dazed. After she took the time to wash up and finally descended the stairs, feeling refreshed and dressed, she was taken aback to see Gu Yun with dark circles under his eyes, meticulously arranging the dishes. "Did you not sleep well last night? You seem rather weary," she inquired. Chapter 56. What is regret? Can it be consumed? Over 2 months had passed since Gu Yun's birthday, and as the weather gradually turned colder, Lin Xia's attire shifted from light summer dresses to substantial autumn wear. The time had stretched into nearly half a year, and due to the confidentiality of her tasks, Lin Xia was unaware of which city Gu Yun resided in. He mentioned that they had a centralized receiving point, and if Lin Xia ever felt lonely, she could write to him or send him items, although everything would be subject to inspection before reaching his hands, and he could only send letters in return. In today's world, the art of letter writing has become increasingly rare. However, this method of communication became a bridge to deepen their bond. Occasionally, Lin Xia would craft small trinkets, charms, dolls, and little embroideries, sending one each day to Gu Yun. This seemingly time-consuming and indirect form of communication accompanied them through countless days and nights together. This winter seems particularly frigid, and Lin Xia feels as though no matter how many layers she dons, the biting wind invades her body without restraint. What troubles her most is the absence of her affectionate boyfriend, who is not by her side during this chilling season. As she gazes at the myriad of Christmas decorations adorning the streets and malls, she notices staff dressed as Santa Claus distributing promotional gifts amidst the bustling crowd. Walking alone on the vibrant streets, she observes couples laughing and sharing intimate moments, which inexplicably stirs a sense of grievance within her. Despite having been in a relationship with Gu Yunlin for nearly half a year, they have only ventured out together for shopping and dining on one occasion, his birthday. It is not that Gu Yunlin does not wish to accompany her. Rather, the nature of his profession restricts his availability for leisure activities. Lin Xia cannot entirely blame him. Yet her heart is heavy with discontent, and the more she contemplates, the more aggrieved she feels. Lost in her thoughts, she accidentally collides with someone. "I'm sorry. It was unintentional." Lin Xia lifts her gaze, initially mistaking the tone of the stranger's voice for that of Gu Yunlin. However, standing before her is an unfamiliar man, a mischievous grin plastered across his face. "I don't know you. Please step aside." Lin Xia is particularly averse to overly familiar strangers, and her mood today is especially sour. Without sparing him a glance, she turns to leave. Yet, the man, undeterred, grasps her wrist. Frustration wells up within her, and she instinctively prepares to strike. However, before her hand can land, she hears a pained cry as the stranger's grip tightens painfully around her wrist, causing him to wince in agony. Has no one taught you not to touch another man's girlfriend? The familiar voice startled Lin Xia, causing her to lift her head in astonishment. Before her stood a tall and recognizable silhouette, and tears streamed down her face. Brother, I was wrong. I didn't know she was. I'll leave now. Please let me go. Gu Yun gently raised a hand, and the other person staggered away, disappearing into the crowd. Once this matter was settled, Gu Yun turned to find Lin Xia weeping like a sorrowful child. He hurriedly embraced her, wiping away her tears. I dislike you. All right, it's my fault. Please don't cry. If you keep crying, your little face will turn completely red. I missed you so much that I finished my task ahead of time. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Shall we go dine together? I want to eat the meals you prepare. Months passed, and Lin Xia found herself once more in Gu Yun's home. This time, however, Gu Yun was in the kitchen, cooking for her while Lin Xia remained closely by his side. She had not seen him for quite a while, and her heart ached with longing. Please wait in the living room. The smoke here is thick. I don't want you to get suffocated. I'll call you when the food is ready, all right? No, I want to watch you. What if I blink and you disappear? That won't happen. I'm not a ninja. How could I suddenly vanish? Silly girl, stop overthinking. Lin Xia held Gu Yun tightly, saying nothing, merely clinging to him. She had never considered herself overly sentimental, believing she could thrive without anyone. Yet, after just 2 months of being cherished by Gu Yun, she found herself unwilling to part with that feeling of happiness. Although the two had maintained a correspondence during this time, it could not compare to the intimacy of face-to-face interaction. Lin Xia nestled closer to Gu Yun, refusing to leave his embrace. Gu Yun glanced at the clingy Lin Xia in his arms, and then at the ingredients on the counter, softly suggesting, If you wish to be held, I shall indulge you today, but I must first prepare dinner. You need to eat well. After our meal, you may do as you please, all right? Reluctantly, Lin Xia released Gu Yun but remained at the kitchen door, watching him cook. Their light-hearted banter filled the air as dinner was prepared. The meal, though not visually appealing, radiated warmth and abundance, which kept a smile on Lin Xia's face. I may not be the best cook, but at least I can eat. For now, let us make do. I will learn and prepare whatever you desire in the future. She mused, chewing on the fragrant celery, her cheeks flushed with delight at Gu Yun's affection. After dinner, Lin Xia settled onto the sofa, observing Gu Yun as he tidied up. Just as he finished and sat beside her, she suddenly cleared her throat, exclaiming, Ahem. Gu Yun, caught off guard while sipping water, choked and coughed awkwardly. He quickly composed himself and replied, Well, I shall prepare the guest room. The summer bedding is still there. As soon as Gu Yun stood to leave, Lin Xia narrowed her eyes and leaped toward him, causing both of them to tumble onto the sofa. Lin Xia gazed down at Gu Yun with a fierce intensity, gritting her teeth as she inquired, What are you pretending for, Gu? Gu Yun managed a wry smile and sighed. Did he not wish otherwise? Yet, the memory of Lin Xia on the night of her birthday weighed heavily on his heart, preventing him from being indifferent. I fear you might regret it. You have seen, I could disappear for half a year on a single mission. The reason I hesitated to confess my feelings for you was also out of concern for your potential regret. Before Gu Yun could finish his thought, Lin Xia silenced him with her lips. After the kiss, she angrily declared, Regret does not exist in my vocabulary. In fact, I have no vocabulary at all. Chapter 57. The proposal. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, Gu Yun could not help but chuckle. The fierce tone she had initially struck gave way to something far more amusing. You truly think you can provoke me, as if I were some paragon of virtue? He whispered into her ear, lifting her effortlessly in his arms as he ascended the stairs. Despite Lin Xia's bold proclamations, the palpable shift in Gu Yun's demeanor made her heart race with trepidation. It wasn't until she found herself falling onto the bed that she became utterly dazed. Observing Lin Xia's bewildered expression, Gu Yun recognized her lingering fear. However, this time, he had no intention of letting her escape. Xia, do you know what I was contemplating on your birthday? What? I was thinking that as long as you do not consent to this, I shall never bring you here again. Then today, very well, Gu Yun. Gu Yun lowered his head and pressed his lips against Lin Xia's incessantly chattering mouth. Indeed, actions proved far more effective than words. Discussing matters could wait until tomorrow. The morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, and Lin Xia, still in a daze, attempted to turn over, only to feel every bone in her body creak, pain causing her to gasp. Awake? Gu Yun murmured softly in her ear, his raspy, deep voice instantly recalling last night's events to Lin Xia. She was not awake. Like an ostrich, she burrowed deeper into the covers. Gu Yun held her waist tightly, chuckling at her antics. This little darling of his, so adorable, had intentions this early in the morning. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Lin Xia quickly tugged the blanket around herself, cocooning herself like a silkworm, stuttering. You mustn't come near me. Why? Have I not done enough? He inquired. You've done far too much, you jerk. Lin Xia mentally screamed obscenities as she observed Gu Yun's mischievous grin. Resolutely, she distanced herself from him. In any case, you are not allowed to come near me today. Get up and make breakfast. I am hungry. Lin Xia commanded Gu Yun imperiously, knowing full well she was the patient today, and no one could persuade her to leave this bed. Still hungry? Gu Yun replied as he dressed and moved toward the door. Lin Xia hurled a pillow at him. Scoundrel! Rogue! Hypocrite! She chastised him thoroughly, feeling a sense of relief after venting her frustrations, before sinking back into a comfortable position on the bed. All day long, Lin Xia reclined in bed, recuperating, while Gu Yun delightedly tended to her every need, serving tea, preparing meals, and feeding her, treating Lin Xia like a revered empress. The two indulged in their affectionate exchanges, and the day slipped by in a haze of bliss. Eventually, Gu Yun returned to his duties, yet fortune smiled upon them as they remained in the same city. During her breaks, Lin Xia would seek out Gu Yun, bringing along an assortment of whimsical trinkets. Some were exquisitely beautiful, while others merely amused Lin Xia's playful spirit. Each time Gu Yun awaited her arrival, he found himself eagerly anticipating what delightful bauble his little sprite would present him with. Yet, as time flew by, their moments together grew fleeting. It felt like just a blink since their acquaintance, and now graduation loomed on the horizon. In preparation for her impending graduation, Lin Xia busied herself with a multitude of tasks, submitting materials, penning her thesis, and completing her internship at the police department. Consequently, she found herself somewhat neglectful of Gu Yun. At last, once all was settled, and only the collection of her diploma and graduation photographs remained, Lin Xia finally had the leisure to seek out Gu Yun. However, upon arriving at the barracks, she discovered to her dismay that Gu Yun was absent. Despite having informed him of her visit, inquiries yielded no sightings of him. Frustrated, Lin Xia pouted and dialed his number, but her call went unanswered. Before long, she heard the familiar sound of his phone ringing from the nearby training room. With a hint of suspicion, Lin Xia dialed Gu Yun's number once more, confirming that the source of the ringing indeed came from the training room. Irritated, she made her way toward the training area, pondering what could possibly be keeping him from her, why he was unreachable and unresponsive. Upon pushing open the door to the training room, she was taken aback by the sight that greeted her. The once empty space was now filled with her beloved fragrant lilies and pink roses, while delicate pastel balloons floated serenely above. Lin Xia nervously swallowed, gradually stepping inside. She observed that with each few paces, there was a small pedestal adorned with trinkets she had once gifted to Gu Yun, each object accompanied by a slip of paper. Upon seeing the felt toy she had fashioned into a donkey, Lin Xia picked up the paper beneath it. To be honest, when you pointed at this and declared it a cat, it ignited my fascination with the concept of species mutation. A soft chuckle escaped Lin Xia's lips as she continued to the second slip of paper. Even though you referred to this clay figurine as mine, I initially resisted every pore of my being. Yet, you are a fairy, and having descended to the mortal realm is arduous enough, so your words are unequivocally right. As Lin Xia perused the humorous and whimsical phrases inscribed on each paper, she found herself unable to contain her laughter until she reached the final note. Xia, please forgive me for not being able to accompany you daily like an ordinary boyfriend, for not being readily available to bring you joy. and for once being too timid to promise you a future. However, every promise I made to you will be fulfilled through my actions. I am uncertain how long I can remain in the river of time, but even if it is but a minute, I wish to dedicate it to safeguarding you." Lin Xia gazed at the modest slip of paper in her hand, feeling its immense weight. The grand and powerful characters mirrored Gu Yun himself, instilling her with an unparalleled sense of reassurance. With her eyes glistening, still immersed in emotion, she suddenly heard a familiar voice resonate from ahead. "So, my adorably mischievous and formidable little ancestor, would you grant me this opportunity?" Lin Xia looked up in surprise, only to see Gu Yun kneeling before her, holding a small box and gazing at her with a gentle smile. Tears streamed down Lin Xia's face, but this time they were tears of joy. The entire proposal ceremony encapsulated the emotions they had shared over the past 2 years. The moment she laid eyes on Gu Yun, Lin Xia resolved within herself that she could never marry anyone but him. Gu Yun placed the ring on Lin Xia's finger, earnestly reminding her that this engagement ring held profound significance and that she must cherish it. They planned to wed once Lin Xia officially graduated. At that moment, she didn't dwell on it much, believing that even without Gu Yun's insistence, she would safeguard the ring diligently. However, on the day of the graduation ceremony, just after taking her graduation photos, Lin Xia received a message on her phone. That message marked the beginning of an unending nightmare. Chapter 58. Original Sin Zuofeiyu sat across from Lin Xia, observing as the smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by pain and fear. It was then that Zuofeiyu revealed a peculiar smile. Just a moment ago, Lin Xia had been joyfully taking graduation photos, her heart brimming with happiness at the thought of Gu Yun's promise to marry her after graduation. Yet, upon receiving a message from her father, Lin Xia could no longer find joy in her heart. "Do not seek out Gu Yun any longer. Do not leave the school. Wait for me to come and get you." Lin Xia sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly attempted to call her father, but the line was unreachable. She then called Gu Yun several times. Each attempt met with a message indicating his phone was turned off. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xia stood still, forcing herself to regain her composure. Once again, Lin Xia called her mother, Zhou Lin. The call connected, yet her mother remained oblivious to the matter at hand. In an effort to spare her mother any worry, Lin Xia chose not to elaborate further. As she stood there, caught in uncertainty, her phone chimed with a new message. The message contained but a single photograph, depicting the wooded mountains adjacent to the military base, the very same woods where Lin Xia had undergone intensive training 2 years prior. Within the image, 2 figures were engaged in conversation. One was Gu Yun, and the other, Lin Xia instantly recognized, was the man named Mammon who had previously taken her hostage. Beneath the photograph was a chilling message. "If you wish to know what transpired, simply take a seat in the white sedan at the school gate, and I shall provide you with the answers." Suppressing her burgeoning curiosity, Lin Xia averted her gaze from the phone and hastened towards the teaching building. Meanwhile, her phone incessantly buzzed, a cascade of messages flooding in. Lin Xia forced herself to refrain from looking, attempting once more to call her father, yet the line remained unreachable, just as it did when she tried to reach Gu Yun. Images of Gu Yun flooded her mind, but this was not the Gu Yun she recognized. He appeared arrogant and reckless, an aura of mischief emanating from his otherwise impassive face, now adorned with a haughty grin. She envisioned him in the company of nightclubs and flirtatious companions, embodying the very essence of a debauched playboy. Were it not for her profound familiarity with his visage, she might have mistaken him for Gu Yun's twin brother, for the Gu Yun she knew was never like this. Even as Lin Xia endeavored to maintain her composure, she found herself trembling uncontrollably. Her mind was acutely aware of the danger that loomed over Gu Yun, yet as she beheld these images, a wave of fear began to wash over her. At that moment, Lin Xia's thoughts were in utter disarray. Gu Yun's kindness towards her remained vivid in her memory. She never doubted his affection. If these photographs were genuine, it could only signify that Gu Yun had received a special assignment. Yet, if that were the case, how could he possibly still be visible in the military and even meet someone named Mammon? Lin Xia incessantly dialed Gu Yun's number, followed by attempts to reach her father. Lin Shikai, but to no avail. Her father had just sent her a message. Why, then, was she unable to get through? Lin Xia grew increasingly anxious, contemplating whether to contact the criminal investigation team when her class mentor entered the classroom to find her. Lin Xia, your father has sent someone to fetch you. Upon hearing this, a weight lifted from her heart. Distracted and flustered, Lin Xia hastily followed the man behind her mentor out of the classroom. The gun that had been pressed against her mentor's lower back vanishing from sight. As Lin Xia and the man exited the building, her mentor swiftly dialed the criminal investigation team, acutely aware of Lin Xia's family background, should anything happen to her while in her care. Her own future in the police academy would be jeopardized. She caught sight of a white sedan at the entrance, with Mammon inside, smiling at her. Lin Xia's heart raced with fear, but before she could flee, she was struck from behind and lost consciousness. After an indeterminate period, Lin Xia stirred, hearing a cacophony of voices and feeling a throbbing pain in her head. Gradually regaining consciousness, she realized she was bound to a chair. Oh, the little beauty has awakened? A slithering voice echoed before Lin Xia, prompting her to gaze upward and realize she was in a spacious room, adorned solely with a few sofas and some unfamiliar individuals. What a stunning beauty! Would you care to indulge in a little game? A man reached out to caress the nape of Lin Xia's neck, sending a shiver down her spine. Wu Jin, retract your filthy hand. My belongings are not for your touch. Mammon, standing nearby, regarded Lin Xia with a smirk, sending chills racing along her back. TSK, the things you desire are hardly worth it. It would be better to amuse me. At least I would leave you intact. Wu Jin cast a pitying glance at Lin Xia, shook his head, and turned away. Lin Xia anxiously surveyed the room full of strangers, aside from Wu Jin and Mammon. There was a corpulent man devouring raw meat, glaring at her with a menacing intensity, as though the flesh he chewed was hers. Beside him sat a man clad in a pale blue robe, his hair tied back with a silk ribbon, smiling benignly at Lin Xia. On another sofa lounged a woman of exquisite form and enchanting beauty, engrossed in painting her nails, barely acknowledging Lin Xia's presence. The only man in a white suit had his back turned to her, obscuring his visage. As Lin Xia beheld the grotesque assembly, despair enveloped her. Noticing her despondence, Mammon approached Lin Xia and kindly remarked, I suppose you are yet unacquainted with us? Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are the original sin, as your father would say. Terrorists. Oh, and by the way, your sister Lin, you met her demise right here. Such a beautiful girl, and Wu Jin would never let her slip away. Do you comprehend the anguish of witnessing your own torment leading to death? A mere injection of a pain-inducing nerve agent can amplify the pain of a single hair being plucked to excruciating levels. Are you aware, Lin Yu, of the torment your sister experiences, unable to end her own suffering? Lin Xia bit down hard on her pale lips, her eyes aflame with hatred as she glared at Mammon. After a prolonged moment, she managed to regain her composure and quietly inquired, what is it that you truly desire? Chapter 59. The Identity of Gu Yun. 1. Mammon strolled leisurely before Lin Xia, nonchalantly stating, your fiancé has stolen our possessions, and we require your assistance. Is this how you plead for help? Lin Xia retorted with a cold laugh. A woman seated on the sofa suddenly approached, a sinister smile gracing her lips as she grasped Lin Xia's chin, examining her from side to side. With a face full of jealousy, she delivered a sharp slap to Lin Xia, the crisp sound bringing her a momentary sense of satisfaction. Such a dull and insipid girl. How could Guyan possibly find her appealing? FIA, are you merely bitter about the grapes you cannot reach? She mocked. After all this time trying to seduce Gu Yun, he still refuses to share his bed with you. Who was it that claimed Gu Yun was frigid? Carmen, shut your mouth. You filthy wench. Call me Carmen one more time, and I shall end you. FIA and a corpulent man, who appeared to dine on raw meat, erupted in a verbal altercation. Mammon sighed, displaying an air of resignation, as though this scene were an everyday occurrence. Sitting opposite Lin Xia, Mammon continued to speak with a smile, all the while deftly carving something with a chisel in hand. At this moment, Lin Xia had shed the initial tension and anxiety that once gripped her. Acknowledging her role as a mere pawn, She felt a semblance of security, knowing that until Gu Yun's arrival, she was not in immediate danger. Furthermore, Lin Xia required time to glean more information about the organization and to secure ample opportunities for Gu Yun. What are you carving? Upon hearing Lin Xia's inquiry, Mammon looked up, bemused. Lin Xia had managed to regain her composure, her demeanor now tranquil, which elicited a sense of admiration from Mammon. A small likeness. Whose? Yours. Why? Once Mammon had completed the carving, he presented it before Lin Xia, chuckling softly. I intend to create a small likeness for each of my collectibles, gradually adding them to my exhibition. Where? Lin Xia inquired directly. Mammon paused for a moment, then broke into laughter. Leaning closer to Lin Xia's ear, he whispered, Once you survive today, I will find an opportunity to take you to my gallery, where you can converse with my collection. You may even encounter familiar artworks that I believe you will appreciate. Lin Xia remained silent, gazing intently at Mammon, fully aware of his implications. The thought that her sister's long-lost body might lie within Mammon's so-called gallery sent tremors coursing through her. What did Gu Yun take from you? Lin Xia forced herself to remain composed, striving to suppress her emotions as she swiftly redirected the conversation. A trinket, one that you need not concern yourself with. However, since I have stated that once you enter the vehicle, I shall reveal his true identity to you, I am a man of my word. Mammon concluded, gesturing to Wu Jin behind him. Wu Jin, with an air of impatience, swatted Mammon's hand away and approached Lin Xia, lifting both her and the chair she occupied with ease. Lin Xia was unceremoniously tossed into the adjacent room, where a surveillance monitor allowed her to witness the events transpiring in the previous chamber. To stifle any potential cries from Lin Xia, Wu Jin affixed tape over her mouth, casting a lascivious glance at her before reluctantly departing the room. Before long, a knock echoed from the earlier room. Gu Yun entered with a cold demeanor, surveying the assembled individuals with a mocking smile. You truly think highly of me, don't you? You've all gathered here. Where is Lin Xia? When Gu Yun chose to ignore her, Fia leaned in menacingly and whispered in his ear, eliminate her. Such an unrefined girl is unworthy of your attention. Gu Yun strode directly to the back of the white-clad man who had yet to turn around, slamming an object onto the table. I have brought what you requested. Now release Lin Xia. I have never understood why you refused to become the 7th member and join our ranks. Do you not realize how perfectly suited you are for this role? I have made it clear that I abhor constraints. To relinquish hard-won evidence for the sake of a woman. To forsake the singular opportunity to free yourself from our grasp. Do you not see her presence as a form of bondage? Release her, and I shall acquiesce to your demands. For a woman I have known for 2 years, my life has become utterly worthless. Gu Yun, you have profoundly disappointed me. Gu Yun, suppressing his anger, restrained the impulse to commit violence. Release her, and I will consent to join your ranks, to become one of the leaders of a terrorist organization, and to abandon any hope of being with the daughter of the chief of the criminal investigation team. What purpose does this serve? When I saved you, you proclaimed that you would give your life for me. All the training, all the missions were executed beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. It was then that I realized you were no mere boxer. When you were placed in the military as an insider, your demeanor was calm, devoid of any emotion, leaving no trace of flaw. I secretly reveled in the thought that perhaps I had found the 7th person. But perhaps, having spent so long in the military, you genuinely believed yourself to be a righteous soldier. Your disregard for us grew, while your completion of assignments diminished, until you became involved with this woman, even injuring Mammon for her sake, and gunning down everyone we had ambushed on that mountain. Do you think I still care whether you join or not? Lin Xia gazed at the monitor, enveloped in profound shock. The man who professed his love for her and was about to marry her turned out to be a terrorist, a planted soldier who had risen to the rank of major, ready to take the lives of those around him. Gu Yun coldly fixed his gaze on the man's silhouette and continued to inquire, what do you intend to do? Upon his conclusion, a man donned in a black mask and a duckbill cap entered the room. He activated a specialized laptop and connected the device that Gu Jun had brought. After a thorough examination, the man declared, the chip is intact. It has not been tampered with. Nodding affirmatively, He continued, "Since there are no issues, I shall keep my word. She is in the adjacent room." Gu Jun cast a skeptical glance at the man, who remained motionless, with those surrounding them showing no inclination to intervene. Each face bore an unusual expression, instilling a sense of unease within him. Ultimately, Gu Jun resolved to enter the next room. He flung open the door, revealing Lin Xia, whose face was marred by fury and tears as she gazed at him. In a swift motion, Gu Jun rushed forward, enveloping Lin Xia in an embrace, murmuring, "My dear, I am so sorry for being late. Perhaps you should not have come at all." Lin Xia's words rendered Gu Jun utterly frozen in place. At that moment, the door to the room abruptly shut, and the ominous sound of a countdown filled the air. Through the surveillance monitor, Gu Jun observed the individuals outside gradually departing. Before leaving, Mammon turned to the camera and announced, "We are leaving. The boss keeps his word. You are spared. However, whether you can escape alive depends on your fortune. Good luck." Chapter 60. Gu Jun's Identity. 2. As Lin Xia wept in the familiar warmth of his embrace, Gu Jun held her silently, attuned to the relentless ticking of the timer surrounding them. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Xia asked calmly, seeking an answer, one that could sustain her love for him. "Once we leave here, I will tell you everything. But we must find the bomb timer quickly. We cannot perish in this place." "Xia, trust me, will you?" Gu Yun endeavored to soothe Lin Xia's anxious spirit. His identity was too intricate to explain in a moment. He required her trust, and their immediate priority was to escape. For time was slipping away. Lin Xia understood that now was not the moment for such discussions. Yet she was engulfed by fear. Fear that the man holding her could be like those who regarded human life as mere trifles. "You are on my side, aren't you? Just say it, and I will believe." Her voice trembled with desperation, her body shaking yet fiercely clutching Gu Yun. It was as if his words were her lifeline. Compared to the surrounding dangers, they seemed insignificant. Gazing into Gu Yun's determined and tender eyes, she found it impossible to doubt him. She inherently believed every word he spoke. "All right, I trust you. Thank you, my dear. We do not have much time. Look around for a timer display. We must trace the wiring to halt the explosion." Lin Xia nodded and began to survey the room. However, aside from the monitor before them and the chair binding Lin Xia, the room was utterly bare. "Can't we simply break down the door and escape?" "Absolutely not. The door is not locked. It may appear as a potential exit, but opening it will trigger an explosion throughout the room. It is merely a detonator. If we do not locate the timer to halt its countdown, we shall perish here." As time relentlessly marches on, both Gu Yun and Lin Xia grow increasingly anxious. Just as they find themselves in a state of panic, voices can be heard from outside the room. The outside voice declares that they are surrounded and demands the immediate surrender of the hostages. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia is struck with a mix of shock and joy. It is her father, Lin Chikai. "Father, we are saved," she exclaims. However, they must ensure that the assailants remain at a distance, for once the bomb detonates, everyone will be caught in its destructive grasp. In her current state of distress, Lin Xia realizes that her father's arrival does not alleviate the predicament. It may, in fact, place more lives in jeopardy. Gu Yun surveys the surroundings and calmly asserts, "Do not panic. You continue searching for the timer. Fortunately, we are in a desolate area, providing ample space for them to retreat at any moment. I will devise a way to communicate with them." His mind races, needing to convey the internal situation to the outside while ensuring Lin Chikai trusts his words. Gu Yun approaches the wall, tapping it lightly until he finds a weak spot. He swiftly turns and shatters a wooden chair with a powerful kick, tearing off one of its legs to begin tapping against the wall. Lin Xia watches Gu Yun, comprehending that he intends to use Morse code to send a message to the outside world. Without a moment's hesitation, she resumes her frantic search. Outside, Lin Chikai calls out several times, noticing the silence within, and just as he contemplates sending someone to investigate, he hears the faint tapping sound. "Wait, do not move," he instructs. Lin Chikai immediately halted the advance of the bomb disposal team. Everyone held their breath, quietly listening to the sound of tapping. As the others listened intently, Non-bomb disposal personnel retreated 2 kilometers away, while the bomb disposal team prepared for a potential rescue. Upon hearing Lin Chikai's loud commands from outside, Guyan felt a sense of reassurance. Turning around, she spotted Lin Xia crouched on the ground, prying at the floorboards. Xia, you. The voice came from below, urging for assistance. Guyan quickly approached Lin Xia, and together they pried open the floorboards. Upon discovering what lay beneath, both of them gasped in shock. Beneath the floorboards was a timer, with less than 10 minutes remaining. However, what astonished them was the intricate maze of wires connected to the timer. The wires sprawled across the entire room, ultimately disappearing into the walls. It was evident that the walls were filled with explosives. The entire room was a colossal ticking time bomb, and escape was utterly impossible for the two of them. Guyan promptly relayed the internal situation to Lin Chikai, leaving him equally astonished outside. Asen, is there any way to stop this timer? What do you mean? Given the explosives densely packed throughout the room and the complex wiring, there would likely be a brief pause of several seconds before detonation. Is there no other option? The time was simply insufficient for them to flee. Asen closed his computer, sighing. So, only one person can survive. At that moment, Guyan in the room began to contemplate this grim reality as well. He glanced at the door that had remained unopened, and suddenly he smiled. Xia, are you swift in sprinting? The record holder of the police academy, what are you thinking? In truth, we had all overcomplicated matters. Although that door could provoke an explosion, there should be a delay of several seconds, given the quantity of explosives in the room. Are you certain? Well, there's no other option at this point. So let us give it a try. After saying this, he tapped on the wall, instructing Lin Chikai's men to open the outermost door. Just a door away. It was sufficient for Lin Xia to escape from this place. Standing before the door, Lin Xia gazed at Guyan, her heart laden with an overwhelming sense of unease and trepidation. This anxiety felt far more daunting than being confined together. We can both leave, right? Rest assured, I can run faster than you. Xia, you must strive to escape. We have a wedding to attend. We cannot afford to lose the wedding ring. I know. I have secured it safely. All right, Xia, I love you, as dearly as I cherish my own life. Therefore, you must survive this ordeal. You can do it. Guyan, your words sound strange, you. Prepare. 1, 2, 3. Run. In an instant, Guyan swung open the door, and Lin Xia instinctively dashed out upon hearing the command. Just as Lin Xia was caught and knocked to the ground, a deafening explosion reverberated through the mountains. Guyan's final words lingered in the air, drifting into Lin Xia's ears. Xia, I love you. Live well. Chapter 61. The Death of Guyan. Guyan. Xia, calm down. There may still be a secondary explosion. You mustn't. Let go of me. Guyan is still inside. Lin Chikai held Lin Xia tightly, but she struggled to break free, her sobs turning into heart-wrenching cries. Dad, Guyan is still in there. Please save him. Guyan. Without Lin Xia saying a word, Lin Chikai had already begun to formulate a rescue plan. However, under such dire circumstances, the chances of Guyan's survival were exceedingly slim. Xia. Just then, members of the search and rescue team rushed over. Lin Xia broke free from her father's grasp and ran towards them, desperately clutching one of the rescuers, her voice trembling with anguish. Where is Guyan? Where is he? He is alive, isn't he? Please, speak to me. The rescue team officer could not bear to meet Lin Xia's pleading gaze. After a prolonged hesitation, he slowly replied, There are no signs of life beneath the rubble. Impossible. He can't be dead. He promised he would marry me. He would never leave me alone. Lin Chikai stepped forward, embracing the distraught Lin Xia, who had collapsed to the ground. He repeatedly reassured her, Xia, dear. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Big liar. Guyan, you deceitful wretch. You promised you would marry me. You said we would leave together. You lied to me. At that moment, no matter what Lin Chikai said, Lin Xia was unable to absorb any of it. Her expression was vacant, her gaze lost in the distance, suddenly questioning the very purpose of living. Yet, Guyan's words to survive pierced her heart like needles. Big liar. How could you be so selfish? By what right do you decide my fate? You are dead. and I am alive. What purpose does this serve? Lin Shikai sensed something was amiss with Lin Xia, when suddenly she drew his sidearm and aimed for her own head, intent on pulling the trigger. Quick as a flash, Lin Shikai seized the gun from her grasp and delivered a swift blow to her neck, rendering the uncontrollable Lin Xia unconscious. As he gazed at the weapon beside her, a cold sweat broke out on Lin Shikai's brow. Quickly, summon the medical team. She must be taken to the hospital. Remember, she must not come into contact with any sharp or dangerous objects. If necessary, administer a tranquilizer. He instructed Wang Zhao, who stood nearby, before entrusting Lin Xia to him. He was determined to find Gu Yun, whether dead or alive. Shortly after Lin Xia was transported to the hospital, Lin Shikai received word from the search and rescue team Gu Yun might still be alive. Meanwhile, Lin Xia drifted like a piece of flotsam on the sea, lost and despondent. In her haze, her mind was flooded with memories of Gu Yun's every emotion, flashing by like a revolving lantern. Before long, Lin Xia regained consciousness. To everyone's surprise, she exhibited an unusual calmness, sitting quietly on her hospital bed, devoid of her previous frenzy. "Please, leave me alone for a while," she requested. However, the medical staff exchanged worried glances, fearing that her solitude might lead her to despair. "I won't do anything reckless. I promised him I would live well. I will. Live well." The nurses present could no longer contain their tears, prompting Wang Zhao to gesture for them to leave. Once the room was empty, only Wang Zhao remained in the corner, silently observing the taciturn Lin Xia. As Lin Xia gazed out at the dimming twilight, it felt as though her once bright hopes were gradually engulfed by the encroaching night, rendering her unable to perceive any light. "Director Wang, you needn't watch me any longer. I am fine now. I won't leave before team leader Lin arrives. Then please have him come over. I have something to discuss with him." After a moment's hesitation, Wang Zhao ultimately called Lin Shikai. Shortly thereafter, Lin Shikai arrived at the hospital. Upon seeing the serene Lin Xia, a heavy weight settled in his heart. "Xia, Daddy's here. Are you feeling any better?" Once Lin Xia noticed that only she and her father were left in the room, tears streamed down her hollow eyes. "Dad, he is gone, isn't he?" "Xia." Upon returning home, Lin Xia first soothed her anxious mother, using her own melancholic state as a reason to retreat to her room. She opened the safe, where a ring lay quietly. It was the engagement ring that Gu Yun had offered her, and with trembling hands, she slipped it onto her ring finger, weeping silently. "You promised you wouldn't make me cry, yet here I am, on the verge of tears. Why haven't you come to comfort me? Do you no longer love me? You deceitful liar." Exhausted from her tears, Lin Xia eventually fell asleep on the cold floor, clutching the ring tightly as if Gu Yun were still by her side. "The ring, where is it?" "Yes, where is the ring? Think quickly." Suddenly, a loud bang jolted Lin Xia awake. Before her stood not her own home, devoid of Gu Yun and the ring, only an expansive and dim exhibition hall. And seated opposite her was the ever-sinister smile of Zhuo Feiyu. "Mammon? Zhuo Feiyu?" It seemed she had recalled something. But where was the ring? Lin Xia felt somewhat bewildered, as though she had traversed a lengthy and convoluted dream, one filled with chaos and complexity. She could hardly discern whether she was currently ensnared in a dream or reality. Was Gu Yun alive or dead? And what of Xinyu? Who was Xinyu? It appeared the after-effects of the medication were rather significant. Nevertheless, she would take her time to ponder. After Gu Yun's demise, he had left her a ring, had he not? The ring. Yes. Where was it? It was with me. A sudden voice resonated from the corner of the exhibition hall, a voice that was achingly familiar to Lin Xia. Chapter 62. Regained and lost. Measured and deliberate footsteps approached Lin Xia, the familiar figure and voice causing the images of the two men in her mind to merge. At that moment, she comprehended that this man had always been by her side, never truly departed. Zhuo Feiyu frowned in irritation, pocketing the pendant and rising slowly. "You truly are an indelible presence. Had I known you were alive from the beginning, little Xia wouldn't have had to collapse to the point of requiring psychological hypnosis to survive." Now fully awakened, Lin Xia paid no heed to Zhuo Feiyu's provocations. her gaze solely fixed on the backlit figure of Gu Yun. No, it should be Shen Yu. Apologies for my tardiness. Big liar, you always say this. Lin Xia could not contain her tears. Although the man before her bore a somewhat different visage from her memories of Gu Yun, his stature and voice remained unchanged. Zhuo Feiyu detested anyone fixating on his belongings. Indeed, in his eyes, Lin Xia was his prized possession, an object he had guarded for 2 long years. With a snap of his fingers, the lights in the exhibition hall suddenly illuminated, the blinding brightness causing Lin Xia to squint. Once she adjusted to the light, the scene before her rendered her speechless. The entire exhibition hall was lined with transparent glass display cases, each housing an array of mannequins. Their skin appeared lifelike, their expressions reflecting a spectrum of emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Yet, within the gaze of each mannequin lingered an overwhelming sense of despair and grief. Do you like it here? 2 years ago, I promised that if you ever left, I would bring you to see my collection. Isn't it beautiful? If only one of my treasures were you, it would be utterly perfect. Zhuo Feiyu, this is a pathological obsession. You are seriously unwell. Do you realize that? Zhuo Feiyu paused, then burst into laughter, as if Lin Xia had uttered the most amusing remark. He slowly lifted her chin, attempting to kiss her, but she evaded him. Shen Yu, his expression as cold as ice, stepped forward, intent on stopping Zhuo Feiyu, but a single phrase from Zhuo Feiyu halted him. If you wish to avoid me throttling her right now, do not make any sudden movements. After all, you survived that room unscathed. You truly have a strong constitution. However, today may prove different. Let me see just how deeply you love her. As long as you can quietly listen to everything and ultimately hand over the ring to me, I shall release you today. Zhuo Feiyu grinned malevolently, his expression appearing remarkably sinister under the illumination. He pressed a carving knife against Lin Xia's carotid artery, enunciating each word deliberately. Do you wish to see your sister? Zhuo Feiyu, you beast. Hush. Lower your voice. You might disturb my collection. Do you find them pitiful? Believing that their current fate is the result of my deliberate actions? You are mistaken. Every model here entered willingly, including your sister, Lin Yu. Although I have often labeled her as worthless in comparison to the others, she was indeed courageous. Despite being tormented by Wu Jin to the brink of madness, she steadfastly refused to reveal the identity of the mole within the original sin. I nearly forgot to mention. Your sister was captured because she was the sole individual aware of who the undercover agent from the criminal investigation team was. I shan't divulge how I came to know this. Later, she wagered with me that if she could remain in my exhibition for a single night, I would set her free. In the end, she succeeded. However, she has remained here ever since. Look, she is watching you, after so many years apart. Would you not like to greet her? Lin Xia, with tears streaming down her face, shut her eyes tightly. She could not bear to be indifferent to all of this. At that moment, Shen Yu, who had remained silent and motionless, suddenly scoffed. Do you think I am still the person I once was? That I could still be bound by you? Shen Yu's words sent a tremor through Zhuo Feiyu, immediately followed by the sound of shattering glass displays. What are you doing? Stop. Move again, and I shall take her life. As Shen Yu resolutely shattered every display case with his gun, Zhuo Feiyu's nerves frayed to the breaking point. Lin Xia, listening to Zhuo Feiyu's anguished screams, watched as Shen Yu, with an impassive expression, fired at the cherished artifacts of Zhuo Feiyu, a scene that felt hauntingly familiar. Back when she was held hostage in the CAF, Shen Yu had also acted without hesitation, firing his weapon. At that time, Lin Xia perceived Shen Yu as a man impervious to coercion, unyielding to control. Yet now, as she found herself once again in the role of hostage, with life and death hanging in the balance, Shen Yu remained obstinate, failing to contemplate the repercussions of inciting Zhuo Feiyu's wrath. However, this time, Lin Xia felt no hatred towards him, nor would she cast blame. This was Shen Yu, the one who had forsaken his identity as Gu Yun to be reborn for her sake. He was no longer under your dominion. Indeed, my existence had ceased to be his Achilles heel. Taking me hostage would only amplify your losses. Silence. Command him to cease. Otherwise, I will ensure that you and your ilk meet a most dreadful fate. As Shen Yu shattered the display cases and subsequently dismantled the supports binding the artifacts, each piece fell to the ground, reverting to the state they had been in at the time of their demise. Zhou Feiyu, in a fit of madness, shoved Lin Xia aside and lunged at Shen Yu, tackling him to the ground. He drew a carving knife, aiming directly for Shen Yu's eye. With swift reflexes, Shen Yu hurled the gun aside and seized Zhou Feiyu's wrist as the carving knife hovered perilously close above his eyes. Those eyes, once praised by Lin Xia for their beauty surpassing that of a doll, now found themselves in imminent danger. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and Shen Yu felt the grip on him loosen. He quickly pushed Zhou Feiyu aside. Meanwhile, Lin Xia remained poised with her weapon. Shen Yu rushed over and enveloped Lin Xia in a tight embrace. Thank you, my dear, you saved me. You're a big liar. A colossal liar. Yes, I am a liar. I shouldn't have deceived you, nor should I have caused you such pain. That was my fault. I don't want to hear you talk. You big liar. All you do is talk nonsense. After all these years, what else have you learned besides being a nuisance? I will always love you. With that, he leaned in and kissed Lin Xia, who immediately burst into tears again. I hate you. You odious Gu Yun. You unbearable Shen Yu. It's all your fault. It's my fault. Please don't cry, my little ancestor. Your tears are breaking my heart. All right. You can hit me or scold me to vent your anger. Just don't cry so hard that you hurt yourself. Why are you so annoying? Upon hearing Shen Yu's unprincipled coaxing, even in her sorrow, Lin Xia's heart was filled with the warmth of this regained affection. Just as she was about to lift her gaze to meet Shen Yu's eyes, she noticed a figure looming ominously behind him. In terror, Lin Xia shouted, Shen Yu, be careful. Chapter 63. The truth. Shen Yu gazed at the exaggerated bow perched upon his shoulder, a wry smile gracing his lips as he awaited the tempest that would follow Lin Xia's momentary tranquility. Merely 2 hours prior, Shen Yu and Lin Xia had been at Zhou Feiyu's human model exhibition. The very individual whom Lin Xia had injured, Zhou Feiyu, had suddenly risen and aimed a firearm at Shen Yu. Fortunately, Lin Xia's timely warning allowed Shen Yu to evade a fatal blow, though the bullet grazed his shoulder. Subsequently, the two of them managed to bind Zhou Feiyu to a pillar in the hall, and once the criminal investigation team arrived, the entire exhibition was brought to light. For years, Zhou Feiyu, driven by a morbid sense of self-interest, had subjected his victims to torment until death, subsequently encasing them in plaster to preserve their agonized postures, leaving only their heads exposed, creating a hauntingly lifelike effect. The long unsolved cases of missing women across various regions were resolved in a single stroke. In the aftermath, police officials from various locales sent representatives to express their gratitude to the investigation team and Shen Yu for resolving a significant series of interconnected cases spanning multiple provinces. However, that was a tale for another time. At present, Shen Yu found himself forcibly confined to a hospital bed by Lin Xia, who had taken it upon herself to affix an unsightly bow, so grotesquely vibrant it could make even Mickey Mouse's ears appear subdued, onto his shoulder, which required no excessive bandaging. Lin Xia surveyed her handiwork, nodding in satisfaction. What do you think? My skills are quite commendable, aren't they? This bow suits you perfectly. You must wear it until you heal. Xia, is there any chance I could? No, you cannot. Lin Xia interjected, showcasing a smile reminiscent of the Mona Lisa. You may hit or scold me, but you absolutely must wear this. Lin Xia innocently split a lime in half and affectionately placed it in Shen Yu's mouth. With a gentle tone, she remarked, why would I scold or hit you? You saved me, and I have yet to properly express my gratitude. Observing Shen Yu's face contort from the sourness, Lin Xia continued with a smile. I've heard that lime invigorates the mind and alleviates fatigue, so you should consume more. Shen Yu found himself at a loss for words, wishing to explain that his feigned death had a purpose, and that causing her sorrow was indeed his fault. However, Lin Xia would not grant him the chance to speak. Her anger-laden smile rendered him mute. Watching Shen Yu eat the lime bite by bite, Lin Xia felt a pang of acidity on his behalf. No matter how egregious his actions, her heart still ached for him. All right, speak. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's prompting, Shen Yu poured out his story as if releasing beans from a bamboo tube. Following the explosion, he had swiftly hidden behind the sofa in another room, using it to shield himself from most of the blast. Although he survived against all odds, his body suffered extensive skin damage, requiring skin grafts for survival. His undercover identity had been exposed, and the organization had no knowledge of his fate. Thus, he conferred with Lin Shikai to assume a new identity for survival. To prevent suspicion from the organization, they orchestrated a funeral for Gu Yun, while the real Shen Yu underwent surgery abroad, returning as a rejuvenated man. During that period, Lin Xiao had begun to exhibit signs of depression and a dual personality. Consequently, Shen Yu and Lin Shikai sought the assistance of a psychological hypnotist to ensure that Lin Xiao would forget Gu Yun and all matters associated with him. In pursuit of an eventual dismantling of his original sins, Shen Yu once again ventured abroad. In less than 2 years, he ascended to the esteemed position of a professor of criminal psychology and became a consultant for the FBI. Initially, however, Shen Yu was reluctant, for he held steadfast to the belief that he would never marry anyone but Lin Xia. Despite Lin Shikai's persistent persuasion, he remained resolute. It was only when Lin Shikai suggested the audacious idea of having Lin Xia marry him directly that Shen Yu began to reconsider, believing that this arrangement would facilitate both their marriage and the success of their plan. To his astonishment, Lin Xia acquiesced with surprising ease. He had anticipated that her fiery temperament would incite chaos upon learning she was to wed a stranger for the sake of a scheme. Yet, she agreed without hesitation, leaving Shen Yu with a lingering discomfort. He questioned whether, had it not been for him, Lin Xia might have so readily surrendered to another. As the narrative unfolded, you are already aware of the subsequent events. I assure you, it was never my intention to deceive you. Rather, I sought to spare you from anguish. If you were to forget the past entirely, then I would dedicate my life to loving and protecting you. Shen Yu expounded at length upon all that had transpired. While Lin Xia sat silently beside him, her expression inscrutable throughout, which only heightened Shen Yu's trepidation. Do you believe that, by acting in your best interest, I can simply erase myself from your memory? What gives you the right to dictate the course of my life? On what basis do you presume that my forgetting you would bring me joy? What authority do you possess to determine the trajectory of my existence? Lin Xiao's words left Shen Yu at a loss for words. Although his primary concern was Lin Xiao's safety, he had never sought her consent. I understand that you do this for my sake, but if I were to erase every trace of my existence from your life, as if I had never been, would you truly be content upon learning all this? Do you know that I dream of you every night? For the past 2 years, I have scarcely known restful sleep. Your figure haunts my dreams, yet I remain oblivious to your identity. The sounds of explosions and scenes of shattering always invade my slumber, and in those dreams, I weep inconsolably while you remain distant, far away. I am at a loss, as if I have forgotten something, yet simultaneously, as if I have not. Until that night when you held me, it was the most peaceful sleep I had experienced in 2 years. As Lin Xia spoke through her tears, her pent-up grievances surged forth. Shen Yu, disregarding his own pain, rose to embrace her, allowing her to weep freely in his arms. I am sorry. It was my rashness that brought you such suffering. I should not have left you alone, believing you could move on happily without me. When I learned of your agreement to marry another, I was both elated and heartbroken. Elated because I ultimately got to marry you, yet heartbroken because you truly forgot me, choosing instead to wed a stranger. When I saw you, how desperately I longed to hold you tightly, to kiss you, and to declare my love. Yet, I fear I may startle you. If we were to embark on the journey of love once more, I would strive to love you, even if this time you may not reciprocate my affections. Chapter 64. The list. Lin Xia remained enveloped in Shen Yu's embrace for an extended period, her emotions gradually settling. She leaned against him, her delicate fingers tracing the contours of his face. Though his appearance had changed, the underlying structure remained unchanged. Speaking of which, your current visage is precisely the kind I adore. Truly, it is a feast for the eyes. Shen Yu pressed a gentle kiss onto her mischievous fingers and softly remarked, Did you not say you favored fair-skinned, refined gentlemen? Since I was unable to offer that to you before, I shall seize this opportunity to fulfill your wishes. How could you possibly remember that? Lin Xia stammered, feeling flustered. I was merely jesting. Despite Shen Yu's previous handsome features, which exuded a rugged charm, Lin Xia simply had no defense against those with a fair and alluring visage. Shen Yu chuckled softly, pinching her petite nose playfully. Regardless, I shall endeavor to capture your gaze, hoping that in your eyes and heart there exists only me. Perhaps this could be considered a blessing in disguise. Huh. Spare me your nonsense. What do you mean by a blessing in disguise? Let me tell you, if you dare to frighten me like that again, I assure you, you shall never see me again. Just focus on recovering. There are countless matters awaiting you upon your discharge. And what about you? What did the doctor say? Shen Yu recalled that Lin Xia had been forcibly awakened from her memories, a situation that could easily inflict damage upon her mind. I have already undergone a cranial CT scan, and the doctor indicated that there were no abnormalities. Furthermore, I currently do not feel any discomfort, so it should be fine. However, Shen Yu still felt uneasy. After some contemplation, she remarked, I will reach out to the neurology professor I previously knew. It would be prudent to have him take another look. Lin Xia's words reminded Shen Yu of something important. It seemed necessary to inquire about the drugs during the interrogation of Zhuo Feiyu. At that moment, Lin Xia suddenly conceived a question that lay at the heart of all matters. One thing has always puzzled me. Why are they relentlessly pursuing you? What exactly did you take back then? Shen Yu accepted the apple that Lin Xia had peeled, taking a bite before responding. It is the list of informants infiltrated by the original Sin organization within various sensitive departments. Lin Xia's eyes widened in astonishment. Shen Yu was nothing short of a genius. If that list were to be acquired, it could eliminate countless informants in an instant. Moreover, the original Sin organization seemed to delve deeper with each discovery. If one Zhuo Feiyu could unravel such a significant case, one could only imagine the implications for others. Yet, something did not add up. I recall that in order to save me, you returned the items to them, and they even conducted an inspection. Why then are they still pursuing you? Shen Yu explained. Because it was a one-time affair. Once the list was revealed, I immediately instructed Asun to back it up onto a microchip. The original list remains on a USB drive, but it has been altered by Asun into an unrecoverable, self-destructing format. Consequently, it went undetected at the time. Yet they must have discovered it later. To prevent them from approaching you, and given your emotional instability at that time, your memories were sealed, and you were sent abroad. Lin Xia finally comprehended the entire sequence of events. The reason Shen Yu had hesitated to take action and eliminate the traitors within various departments was to avoid alerting them. The true list must reside within the ring, which is why you repeatedly urged me to safeguard it. Indeed, after you sealed your memories, I took the ring. Firstly, to prevent its existence from arousing your suspicions and provoking you. Secondly, possessing it ensured greater security for both you and me. And what of now? Can we not utilize this list to unearth the traitors? Shen Yu shook his head and replied, It is not yet the opportune moment. The leaders of the relevant units have already been discreetly informed. However, the sudden actions of the original Sin are not merely motivated by the knowledge of my survival. Their intentions to locate the list and mitigate their losses are far more complex. Lin Xia suddenly understood and cautiously inquired, Are you suggesting they plan to instigate trouble? It remains unclear. The list of traitors has been disseminated, and various units will gradually attribute certain charges to them, enforcing mandatory resignations. We shall observe the reactions of their leaders to discern our next steps. Lin Xia nodded and then asked, What shall we do? Are we simply to wait for them to act? You need not concern yourself with that. I will collaborate closely with Team Leader Lin. The execution of Zhuo Feiyu is inevitable, but before his sentencing, I wish to have a thorough discussion with him. Just be cautious. Zhuo Feiyu is evidently a superficial person. Although he has not made any advances towards you previously, it does not imply he is not interested. You truly are incorrigible. Indeed, once this case concludes, let us venture forth for some leisure. Although the two have officially registered their marriage, they have yet to celebrate with a wedding ceremony. They have not found the time to truly enjoy one another's company. Xin Yu's suggestion clearly struck a chord with Lin Xia. Where would you like to go? Lin Xia's smile was so broad it nearly reached her ears, for Xin Yu had struck a tender note within her heart. Although he offered her the choice, his selections were all in harmony with her preferences. Well, wherever you decide is fine by me. I shall ask Tong Bao to craft me a beautiful traditional outfit, along with an exquisite shoa. Lin Xiao has always held a deep appreciation for traditional culture, attire, and etiquette. She dreams of a wedding steeped in classical Chinese traditions, one where she is carried in a grand sedan chair. The mere thought of donning traditional garments while wandering through the ancient city's green-tiled roofs and intricately carved beams fills her with anticipation for this journey. She wishes fervently for Xin Yu's recovery, eager to swiftly resolve the Zhua Feiyu case so they can relish their time together without reservation. Xin Yu's injuries were not severe, and he was discharged from the hospital within a few days. Upon his release, the first order of business was to contact his friend, the youngest professor in the field of neurology, Xia Tian. Summoned by Xin Yu's call back to the country, Xia Tian conducted a comprehensive examination for Lin Xia. After meticulous and thorough scrutiny, he assured Xin Yu that Lin Xia's brain would remain unaffected, which brought him great relief. Initially, Xia Tian thought it best to allow the couple their intimate moments, avoiding any unnecessary intrusion. However, on the eve of his departure, he unexpectedly encountered Li Tong, who had come to deliver clothes to Lin Xia. Chapter 65. A fortuitous encounter. Xin Yu went to the team to interrogate Zhua Feiyu, while Lin Xia was at home awaiting Li Tong, who was to bring her clothes for their outing. Just as Lin Xia reached the entrance of the villa area, curious if Li Tong had lost her way, she spotted Li Tong's car colliding with another vehicle, with Li Tong engaged in a heated argument in front of her car. Lin Xia squinted and couldn't help but chuckle. The individual Li Tong had collided with was none other than Professor Xia Tian, the neurologist who had recently been conducting brain examinations on her. What on earth caused this collision? Lin Xia stood to the side, bemused. Xiaobao, you've arrived. Could you possibly speak to Xin Yu about relocating our home closer to the entrance? I've searched everywhere and still couldn't find it. Li Tong exclaimed as she hurried over to Lin Xia, beginning to vent her frustrations. If you're direction-only challenged, you shouldn't be driving. Where did you procure your driving license? From a second-hand market. My sense of direction is none of your concern. Were you blind while driving? You saw me going straight, yet still insisted on cutting me off. Do you need your head examined? As a neurologist, Xia Tian was incensed by her retort. I believe it's you who needs a checkup. This is a one-way street, and you were driving against traffic. If you require medical attention, I'm the expert. I'll even give you a discount. Oh, an expert, you say? No wonder they say that physicians are the worst patients. A discount, you say? Do you need me to give you a discount on your legs? Lin Xia stood by, somewhat stupefied, as both of them unleashed their sharp tongues. Each of them could easily incite ire in a crowd with their words. Sensing that their tempers were about to flare, Lin Xia swiftly intervened, positioning herself between the two. Stop. Everyone, please calm down. It's merely a minor scrape. Why all the fury? One might assume you two bear a deep-seated grudge against one another. I have no reason to hold a grudge against the scoundrel. Li Tong cast a disdainful glance at Xia Tian, whose earlier tension had subsided after Lin Xia's intervention, only to be reignited by Li Tong's words. You were the one who initiated the breakup. How am I the scoundrel? If it weren't for your ambiguous relationship with your junior, would I have suggested ending things? I've told you, I have no idea how that photo surfaced. I swear I did not touch her. I have not wronged you. Regardless, it's all in the past now. You can say whatever you wish. Li Tong, are you being reasonable? How am I being unreasonable? Lin Xia, who found herself an unsuspecting bystander in this drama, tentatively inquired, Are you two a couple? Who is a couple with him her? A few minutes later, Lin Xia led the two to her and Xin Yu's home. Li Tong retrieved a large box filled with garments crafted for Lin Xia. These are all made according to your specifications. I personally created them to ensure you are the most enchanting fairy in the world. Thank you, Tong Bao. Just as Li Tong set the items down, Xia Tian approached, handing Lin Xia the medical report while stating, All your health indicators are fine. Xin Yu can rest easy. Thank you, Dr. Xia. Lin Xia invited both to sit on the sofa, while she headed to the tea room to brew some tea. Li Tong and Xia Tian sat a considerable distance apart, enveloped in complete silence. Lin Xia helplessly shook her head in the tea room, unaware of the past between Li Tong and Xia Tian. It was likely that the events unfolded during her 2 years abroad. However, given the current atmosphere, rekindling their relationship seemed quite challenging. Lin Xia chose not to intrude further, instead offering the freshly brewed tea to the two of them. "Please add some honey to my cup, thank you." Just as Lin Xia was about to hand the cup to Li Tong, she heard Xia Tian murmur something softly. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow at Li Tong, who, despite her earlier anger, remained silent, her gaze averted as if she hadn't heard a thing. It appeared that their reconciliation might not be as arduous as it seemed. Lin Xia added a touch of honey to Li Tong's teacup. The mild bitterness of the green tea combined with the sweet aroma of the honey significantly improved the flavor. With keen insight, Lin Xia discreetly vacated the living room for the two, retreating upstairs to organize her new clothes. Just as she finished arranging her garments, she received a call from Xinyu. "Are you done?" "Almost. Luo Feiyu still has tea divulged anything. He is probably waiting for you. We must settle things with him before our trip. Just 20 more minutes. By the way, how are those two doing?" At this, Xinyu couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Xia quietly peeked downstairs. The distance between them was evidently less than before, and the tension in the air had eased significantly. "Also, remember to pick up the small ribs and lotus root fritters from Sifang's Hai. I'm craving those," Lin Xia said, playfully reclining on her bed. Whatever Lin Xia desired, Xinyu would always fulfill, especially when it came to matters of the palate. Lin Xia turned over in bed and suddenly, with a touch of sentimentality, expressed her longing for the first bite of chilled watermelon on a summer afternoon, the red bean milk tea nestled in the warmth of autumn sun, and the companionship of someone who could share all 4 seasons with her. So, after all that, she was simply hungry? Lin Xia's earnest and heartfelt confession was utterly deflated by Shun Yu's teasing remark. With that, she abruptly hung up the phone, realizing that their shamelessness was on entirely different levels. Chapter 66. The couple as mediators observing the items in Shun Yu's hands. Lin Xia hurried over to take them from him. He had brought the spare ribs and lotus root she had requested, along with a watermelon and 2 cups of milk tea. Lin Xia handed 1 cup to Li Tong while munching on the spare ribs, saying, "Tong Bao, come enjoy some tea." The 2 sisters sat happily together, sipping milk tea and snacking, while Xinyu smiled indulgently, signaling for Xia Tian to join him in the kitchen. Xinyu placed the items on the countertop and asked Xia Tian to help with the vegetables. He then removed his outer jacket, rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, donned an apron, and began cooking. Since regaining her memories, Lin Xia had grown accustomed to Shun Yu's culinary skills. Typically, they cooked together, but today, it was clear that she had her own tasks. "Tong Bao, you and this Xia Tian. Don't mention him, I don't know him. Come on. Are you hiding this from me? Let's clarify, what is the situation?" Li Tong felt the weight of Lin Xia's direct gaze, making her uneasy. She began to stammer through her explanation. After Lin Xia went abroad, Li Tong, who had been working in the communications department, found herself disenchanted with her job and left the position after her internship concluded. Her attendance at the police academy was primarily her father's decision. While her true passion lay in designing clothing, she aspired to establish her own high-end bespoke fashion boutique. Consequently, after departing from the police academy, Li Tong pursued further studies at a professional design institution and opened a modest ready-to-wear shop. Lin Xia was aware of this, having previously remarked on the shop's diminutive size, noting that even slightly heavier individuals could hardly enter. Later, after Li Tong collapsed from exhaustion, she was taken to the hospital by her employees, where she was examined by the intern neurologist, Xia Tian. The two became acquainted due to her medical condition and soon discovered a mutual affinity in their personalities, leading to a romantic relationship. What they initially believed to be a match made in heaven soon faced challenges, as Xia Tian's junior colleague persistently pursued him, unwavering in her efforts. One fateful evening, after a gathering with colleagues, Xia Tian awoke to find himself in bed with his junior, a situation that was subsequently captured in a photograph and sent to Li Tong. Not one to be easily deceived, Li Tong recognized the scheme at play. Yet it was Xia Tian's indecisiveness and inability to assert boundaries that allowed for such an opportunity to arise. Feeling compelled to teach him a lesson, Li Tong decided to end their relationship. Xia Tian, steadfast in his belief that he had explained the circumstances yet felt mistrusted by Li Tong, harbored resentment. Although he swiftly clarified the situation and severed ties with the junior, he was taken aback by Li Tong's decision to break up. Both were caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Li Tong sought an apology from Xia Tian, while he felt her lack of trust was unjust, leading to a standoff where neither was willing to concede. As a result of his groundbreaking research in neurology, Xia Tian was awarded a special opportunity by the Medical Institute to study abroad for 6 months. He sent a message to Li Tong before boarding the plane. It was not until today that the two finally met, leading to the scene that Lin Xia initially observed. Lin Xia couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, pondering whether these two were simply indulging in their own pride. Both of them were acutely aware of the truth of the situation, yet they insisted on maintaining their facade of dignity, enduring unnecessary suffering. As far as he was concerned, as long as there was no apology or confession from Xia Tian, there was nothing more to discuss. Moreover, with Li Tong's current tenacity in pursuing the matter, it was evident that she was fully aware he would not walk away, which only fueled her stubbornness. Did she truly believe that if he bowed his head, offered an explanation, and apologized, they could reconcile and return to a harmonious life together? Li Tong was evidently struck by Lin Xia's observation, her face flushing crimson as she stammered, Who wants to live with him? He's as stubborn as a mule. You two really are like a pair of stubborn mules. Lin Xia muttered softly, only to be chased around the room by Li Tong upon being overheard. Meanwhile, Xinyu was engrossed in Xia Tian's tasks. You've reduced a pound of celery to just 2 ounces. What's the matter? Do you look down on celery stalks? Xinyu's sudden remark jolted Xia Tian from his reverie. He glanced at the few remaining celery leaves in his hand, then at the discarded stalks in the trash, and offered an awkward smile. I'm not very skilled at preparing vegetables. I see your thoughts lie elsewhere, distracted by someone in particular, aren't they? Spare me your teasing. You know very well. Xinyu stewed the beef brisket with tomatoes, leaning against the doorframe, casting an enigmatic smile at Xia Tian. Must you wear such a sinister smile? It sends shivers down one's spine. Upon witnessing Xinyu's expression, Xia Tian experienced an unsettling sensation of being exposed, an overwhelming discomfort. Do you believe that your integrity absolves you of guilt, that it is her distrust that renders you blameless? Is that why you refuse to concede first? Xia Tian, absently crumpling the few remaining celery leaves in his hand, remained silent. Now, imagine if it were Li Tong Sr. attempting to tear you apart, orchestrating a scheme that left her in bed with him. How would you feel? Xinyu's words left Xia Tian frozen, striking at the very core of his vulnerability. Are you afraid to contemplate it? Do you believe that even if Li Tong is entirely innocent, a knot remains in your heart? If you cannot do so yourself, why should you expect her to forgive you so easily? Thus came the epiphany. Since hearing Xinyu's words, Xia Tian's focus drifted from the kitchen, yearning to speak earnestly with Li Tong, yet he was intercepted by Xinyu, whispering a few words in his ear. Xia Tian suddenly grasped the depth of Xinyu's cunning nature. That evening, Lin Xia dragged Li Tong to drink peach blossom wine, while Xinyu pulled Xia Tian into a beer binge. After a hearty meal and drinks, watching Li Tong sob and lament her grievances towards Xia Tian, he, emboldened by the alcohol, offered numerous apologies and coaxed her until they found themselves embracing and weeping together. The couple watching the spectacle found themselves in a state of bewilderment, yet ultimately, once their issues were laid bare, all resentment and barriers dissipated. Lin Xia tidied up the guest room, preparing it for them, and that very night, they found solace in its confines. The following morning, the two pairs arose in succession, and as the clouds dispersed, Li Tong and Xia Tian reconciled completely. Though they occasionally exchanged barbs, the underlying affection prevailed. After bidding farewell to the two, Lin Xia and Xinyu made their way to the criminal investigation team, intent on confronting the individual known as the insatiable mammon, Zhuo Feiyu, standing in the surveillance room. Lin Xia observed as Shen Yu engaged in a battle of wits with Zhuo Feiyu. Zhuo Feiyu proved to be far more formidable than any of the minor offenders she had previously encountered. He openly confessed to murdering women to satisfy his twisted psyche, yet remained utterly silent on any matters pertaining to original sin, no matter how Shen Yu employed intimidation or manipulation. Zhuo Feiyu maintained an expression that suggested any additional knowledge on his part would be tantamount to defeat. With his hands pressed against the table, Shen Yu towered over Zhuo Feiyu, exerting pressure both through his demeanor and words. If you have any inquiries, feel free to ask. I possess no secrets. Zhuo Feiyu retorted with a sinister smile, his eyes glimmering with mockery. Over the years, he had audaciously kidnapped Lin Xia, yet failed to turn her into a mere trophy. During his time abroad, he had countless opportunities to approach her, even to take her life, yet he refrained. Why was that? Shen Yu's gaze remained fixed on Zhuo Feiyu. And as he mentioned Lin Xia, Zhuo Feiyu's pupils momentarily contracted, a fleeting revelation. She is dead. How could you possibly lure me out? You are the true catch. With a disdainful smile, Shen Yu leaned closer to Zhuo Feiyu's ear and inquired, is it truly so difficult to admit one's love for another? Or is it merely a reluctance to acknowledge one's own failures? Avoiding the issue and shunning reality, it seems you have long coveted my wife. Shen Yu deliberately emphasized my wife, asserting his claim while gradually undermining Zhuo Feiyu's composure. He then stood up, maintaining a respectful distance from Zhuo Feiyu, dissipating the earlier air of intimidation, and merely gestured towards the surveillance camera. In the monitoring room, Lin Xia gritted her teeth and smirked, recognizing Shen Yu's cunning nature. Knowing that a direct confrontation would yield no results, he resorted to emotional manipulation to restrain Zhuo Feiyu. Although Lin Xia felt uncomfortable being used as a pawn, the strategy proved effective. Zhuo Feiyu, who had initially appeared calm and collected, opted for silence to prevent Shen Yu from exploiting any emotional vulnerabilities. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xia exited the monitoring room. Upon entering the interrogation chamber, she shot a fierce glare at Shen Yu. Unfazed, he seemed rather pleased with himself. Since you are unwilling to converse with me, let us have someone else engage you, he remarked before departing the interrogation room. Lin Xia then took Shen Yu's previous seat, looking at Zhuo Feiyu with a mix of resignation and curiosity. It's rare for Captain Shen to be so trusting, allowing you to meet with me. Zhuo Feiyu's face twisted into a sinister grin, his crimson tongue flickering like a serpent's. I am not a police officer, nor do I intend to interrogate you. Rather, I have numerous questions I wish to pose. Lin Xia relaxed her body, leaning back in her chair, crossing her legs as if greeting an old friend, and began conversing with Zhuo Feiyu. Oh, what would you like to ask? Considering how long I have been thinking about you, I am willing to share everything I know. Zhuo Feiyu's words were a blend of truth and deception, making it difficult to discern the reality. Lin Xia decided to temporarily set aside her intentions and engage Zhuo Feiyu in conversation. I have always been puzzled by your pursuit of beauty. Objects akin to works of art are undeniably beautiful, just like your eyes, which consistently carry an alluring expression many times. I have been tempted to uncover them and see if they would still captivate even in the absence of life. Thank you for the compliment. I remember the piece you showcased at the art exhibition. It was truly stunning. Yet, it exuded an aura of horror and oppression, starkly contrasting with your demeanor at the time. Is that why you distanced yourself from me, ignoring my overtures? You make me feel unreal, akin to a demon cloaked in the guise of a refined gentleman. With countless wails echoing behind you. I see now. Upon witnessing the true you, I felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness? Are you not afraid of the real me? After all, it was for you that I suppressed my desire to possess you. Lin Xia shook her head, resting her chin on the table, and gazed at Zhuo Feiyu. Her demeanor was incredibly relaxed, which eased the tension in Zhuo Feiyu as well. This is the essence of you, the authentic you. In truth, there is nothing amiss. Many individuals, in their quest to fit into society, are compelled to don the facade of hypocrisy, living within the judgments of others, and ultimately becoming the very version of themselves they despise. This is what sets you apart from others. There is an irresistible allure to possess you. Never mind, you have triumphed. Lin Xia suddenly felt a pang of guilt within her. She was gambling on Zhou Feiyu still possessing humanity and conscience, even if it was merely towards her. Thus, she exploited the remnants of his feelings for her. Perhaps he merely lacked someone who could understand and guide him. Had there been someone willing to comprehend and enlighten him, his life would not have reached this juncture. There are no winners or losers. It is merely a matter of personal choice. Captain Shun, is it time to enter now that you have seen enough? Shortly thereafter, Xinyu stepped inside. Upon seeing Xinyu, Zhou Feiyu smiled and said, I confess to the crimes I have committed. However, the matters within the organization are not withheld out of reluctance. Rather, I have not been in contact with him for quite some time. The last meeting was in the building across from the hospital. I am aware of all that you have mentioned. I need to know his next move. Then I have nothing to disclose, as I have been forsaken. You are one of the 7. How could this be? Lin Xia found it difficult to comprehend. Is it truly so simple to change positions of leadership? Zhou Feiyu scoffed. In this world, nothing is irreplaceable. Even those who love you to the core may one day abandon you, regardless of the reasons. The outcome remains the same. Zhou Feiyu glanced meaningfully at Xinyu, and upon meeting Xunyu's piercing gaze, his spirits lifted. After that, Zhou Feiyu fell silent. Chapter 68. The map. A week later, Xinyu received news from the detention center. Zhou Feiyu had taken his own life. Upon receiving the news, Xinyu immediately drove to the detention center. According to the guards, Zhou Feiyu was discovered to have committed suicide in the early hours, having severed an artery with a craft knife, resulting in a veritable deluge of blood throughout the room. However, during previous inspections, no implements were found in his possession, and the origin of the craft knife remains a mystery. Among Zhou Feiyu's belongings, Xinyu discovered numerous intricately carved figurines, all depicting Lin Xia. Upon seeing the collection of figurines, Lin Xia felt a complex swirl of emotions. What captured everyone's attention were the microcarvings. Li Lin meticulously gathered the microcarvings onto her desk, becoming entranced as she began to study them, scribbling notes and sketches on paper as she delved deeper into her research. The investigation was once again stalled due to Zhou Feiyu's demise, leaving them with little hope but to rely on Li Lin's exploration of the microcarvings. After 2 days, the papers scattered across Li Lin's desk had accumulated into a mountain, yet she remained without any leads. It was not until midday on the 3rd day that Xunyu suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his face alight with joy as he exclaimed, I found it. Lin Xia hurried over, and Xunyu proceeded to assemble all the flat images of the microcarvings, photographing each one and scaling them down proportionally. The resulting composite image revealed a peculiar schematic. Rather than a mere schematic, it resembled a topographical map. This was undoubtedly a map, though its destination remained unknown. Nonetheless, Zhou Feiyu was undeniably talented, capable of transforming such a complex topographical depiction into a 3-dimensional sculptural masterpiece, with every route meticulously accurate. Xinyu could not help but lament that had Zhou Feiyu not met his untimely end, or had he been afforded a chance for redemption in his life, he would have been an exceptional talent. It is indeed certain, yet we must meticulously examine this map. If we could ascertain its location, it might very well lead us to the next phase of the original sin's implementation. The officers present harbored an increasing admiration for Li Lin. Her exceptional cartographic skills and photographic memory outclassed even the most advanced software employed for restoration today. Upon acquiring the map, Xinyu promptly handed a photograph of it to Ah San, urging him to swiftly determine its whereabouts. Meanwhile, Xinyu directly entered Lin Shikai's office, remaining there for the entire afternoon without re-emerging. When Lin Xia arrived with dinner to offer Xinyu, she was struck by the sight of nearly every member of the criminal investigation team working overtime, the office ablaze with light. Was there yet another challenging case at hand? As Lin Xia placed her belongings in the break room, she inquired of a logistics officer. Not in particular, but wasn't he Captain Shin mentioning the establishment of a team dedicated to investigating complex and intricate cases? Currently, the leaders of various units and departments are convened for a meeting. Lin Xia set dinner down in Shun Yu's office and proceeded directly to the door of the conference room. This brought to mind her first experience standing at this threshold months ago, observing Shun Yu at work. Lost in thought as she gazed at Shun Yu, who was still addressing the group in front of the whiteboard, the door to the conference room swung open. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here? How many times must I tell you not to call me sister-in-law? Do I really seem that old?" Li Chun was met with laughter from the crowd, but fortunately, by this time, Shun Yu's meeting was nearing its conclusion, and he invited Lin Xia in to listen to the final presentation. The Serious Crimes Unit has been established as of today, dedicated to addressing cases related to original sins and intricate complexities. Members Li Lin, Li Chun, Bao Mei, Lu Xian, and Ah Sun have joined the unit and are prepared to follow orders. "Yes, Captain Shun." After the meeting, everyone dispersed to attend to their respective tasks, leaving only Shun Yu, Lin Xia, and Lin Chi Kai in the conference room. "Where are you headed?" Ah Sun inquired, having located the position on the map. Coincidentally, this place is in close proximity to the ancient city they plan to visit, an unspoiled village nestled within the mountains. "What a coincidence," Lin Xia remarked, realizing that the location analyzed from Zhuo Fei Yu's microsculpture was indeed near their intended recreational area. "Isn't this too coincidental?" "Indeed, it seems like fate," Shun Yu replied. "How could someone confined in detention possibly know that you were planning an outing? And how could they carve such a detailed topographical map overnight, only to end their own life afterward? The mystery within this enigma is for you to unravel." Upon hearing this, Lin Xia couldn't help but smile. Her cunning father had always been exceptionally astute, yet managed to feign ignorance. "So what should we do next? Should we head directly to this village?" she pondered. "Moreover, we cannot allow an unknown location to disrupt our plans. The madam has already endured enough. It is vital that she enjoys herself and finds relaxation." Shun Yu's words flowed sweetly, each sentence bringing Lin Xia a sense of comfort and ease. Nonetheless, she understood that their journey would inevitably be fraught with challenges. Upon returning home, Lin Xia meticulously organized the items she would need for their outing. After dialing Li Tong's number once more, it was decided that during their absence, Li Tong and Xia Tian would keep an eye on the household. With all preparations in place, although they were ostensibly embarking on a leisurely excursion, the couple surveyed the map in their hands with an air of heightened caution. The following day, they boarded a flight, heading straight for the ancient capital of the Six Dynasties. Upon their arrival in the city, Lin Xia and her companion chose to stay at a quaint, charming and steeped in history. However, ever since their entry into the ancient metropolis, both had sensed an unseen presence trailing them. Chapter 69. The ancient capital of the Six Dynasties. The next day, they took to the skies once more, journeying directly to the ancient capital. Upon reaching the city, Lin Xia and her partner settled into a picturesque inn adorned with traditional aesthetics. Lin Xia remained preoccupied with the matter of the map, her ancient attire proving troublesome as the Thais refused to cooperate, leaving her visibly troubled. Observing her distress, Shun Yu quietly approached from behind and enveloped her in a gentle embrace, deftly fastening the ties of her garment. "This is how it should be done, my dear. How could such a trivial thing thwart you?" Leaning into Shun Yu's warmth, Lin Xia playfully scratched his chin with her finger, casually murmuring, "I just feel a sense of unease." "What is it that troubles you? Is it the attire's appearance or the lack of enjoyment in the ancient garments?" "You know that's not what I mean." Bending down, Shun Yu planted a tender kiss on Lin Xia's cheek, whispering softly in her ear, "Let us disregard that matter altogether. Had I known your worries would weigh so heavily on you, I would have kept it from you. Moreover, you seem discontent these past few days. What is it that occupies your thoughts?" Turning to face him, Lin Xia buried herself deeply in Shun Yu's embrace and murmured, "The circumstances surrounding Zhuo Feiyu's death are far too perplexing. It feels as though this is merely the beginning, as if an unseen hand is tugging at this rope, drawing us into the abyss. When did my dear Xia become so worry-prone? Even if the sky were to fall, your husband would bear the weight. What is there to fear?" Lin Xia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at Shun Yu's teasing, and she realized she had been overly anxious. The intention was to revel in joy. If this matter were to dampen her spirits, it would be a greater loss. Then you shall bear it yourself. Kindness unreciprocated. I know that my dear wife is concerned for me, unwilling to see me weary. Yet, as long as it brings you happiness, I willingly embrace it. Lin Xia silently scoffed, recognizing that Shen Yu had mastered the art of sweet talk. He often flirted with her, fully aware that he was merely placating her. Yet it brought her immense delight. You said it. I shall dress splendidly and then go out for a meal, perhaps even catch the eye of a handsome gentleman. Shen Yu licked his back teeth, narrowing his eyes at the obviously provocative little lady. If he did not teach her a lesson, she might well turn the house upside down. Very well, if you still have the energy in a while. With that, he swept Lin Xia into his arms and carried her into the bedroom. 2 hours later, Lin Xia awoke, startled by hunger. Glancing at the clock, which now read 3 o'clock, she stomped her feet in frustration. Shen Yu, you scoundrel. Grudge holder. So petty. I've missed lunch. Shen Yu, upon hearing Lin Xia's outcries from the living room, sauntered into the bedroom, leaning against the doorframe to observe her. Well then, let us rise and dine. I have ordered all your favorites. I refuse to eat here. I want to go out. They were heading out for a meal, and I had already secured a reservation at the restaurant. You should get up and prepare yourself. The time is nearly upon us. Lin Xia pouted, sitting motionless on the bed, and Shen Yu was well aware that he had perhaps overstepped. After all, this little lady was unafraid to voice her thoughts. He approached her and began to dress her in the ancient attire she had worn earlier, carefully putting on each piece. Lin Xia resembled a classical doll, the pristine white undergarment accentuating her purity. The bright red outer garment highlighted her fair complexion with a hint of rosy allure. Shen Yu even took it upon himself to style her hair into a simple bun, delicately inserting an exquisite hairpin at an angle. It appeared effortless, yet it rendered Lin Xia all the more languorous and enchanting. Feeling pampered and comfortable, Lin Xia decided to let go of her grievances against Shen Yu. He was admirable in every aspect, albeit a tad too possessive. She had noticed that during his interrogation of Zhou Feiyu, the duo set out lightly, meandering through the streets to admire the scenery. Yong'an, rightfully a renowned ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, showcased its historical architecture with flying eaves, intricately carved beams, and painted columns. The street vendors donned traditional garb, peddling handcrafted delicacies. Modern elements were cleverly concealed, enveloping Lin Xia in a genuine sense of time travel to the ancient era. In order to complement Lin Xia, Shen Yu reluctantly shed his usual attire and donned traditional clothing. The already handsome Shen Yu appeared even more distinguished in the ancient garb, akin to a graceful orchid among jade. Witnessing the myriad young ladies on the street gazing at Shen Yu with sparkling eyes, Lin Xia felt a pang of discomfort. He was her man, and no one else was permitted to covet him. With this thought in mind, Lin Xia turned and wrapped her arms around Shen Yu's neck, planting a kiss on his cheek. At that moment, she had completely forgotten her earlier musings about his jealousy. Observing her assertive declaration of sovereignty, Shen Yu could only smile helplessly beside her. The two leisurely made their way to the restaurant Shen Yu had reserved. After the counter confirmed the reservation, a waiter led them to an elegant room upstairs. Shen Yu had already ordered a variety of delectable dishes, and as soon as they took their seats, an array of exquisite cuisine was brought to their table. Gazing at the sumptuous spread, Lin Xia quickly cast aside her earlier jealousy and began to eat with fervor. Having gone an entire day without food and having been compelled by Shen Yu to exercise all afternoon, she felt as though she could consume the very plates themselves. Watching Lin Xia devour her meal with the gusto of a small incinerator, Shen Yu poured her a glass of warm water, urging her to slow down. As they indulged in their feast, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Lin Xia glanced at Shen Yu, who rose to approach the door, straining to listen. You can't do this. She's my only daughter. But you agreed to use your daughter as collateral. Here is your signature. But I don't want to eat anymore. That is not for you to decide. We have a fair transaction. I have procured the pan yun bone you requested, and it will be ready shortly. As for your daughter, she will be coming with me. Hearing this, Shen Yu furrowed his brow. The voice and tone sounded so familiar. He waved to Lin Xia, who was still engrossed in her meal, as she attempted to pop a fried meatball into her mouth. She stood up to approach the door, curious about the unfolding situation, and upon hearing one of the speakers, her eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Xia remarked to Xinyu, "Tao Yan? How could he be here?" Xinyu shook his head, indicating he was equally perplexed. However, the presence of Tao Yan suggested that his establishment might indeed have a branch in this vicinity. "Do you think this Tao Yan has any connection to the village depicted on the map?" Lin Xia suddenly inquired. After contemplating for a moment, Xinyu summoned a servant. "What is all the commotion downstairs? Such a ruckus." Chapter 70. A stroll through the ancient capital. Upon hearing the servant's words, the two exchanged glances. Xinyu chose not to elaborate further, gesturing for the servant to leave. As Lin Xia tossed peanuts into her mouth, she muttered to herself, "Isn't it peculiar that wherever there's a restaurant, there's a Tao Yan? His name truly is quite irksome. Perhaps it's merely a coincidence." Xinyu replied with a chuckle. Lin Xia shot him a glance, casually tossing a peanut at him. "Why don't you say that the suicide of Zhou Feiyu was a coincidence too? All coincidences are orchestrated by human hands. No, I must seek out that person for answers." "Who are you looking for?" Xinyu sipped his tea leisurely, gazing out at the scenery and the bustling crowd. "Who?" "The one who was selling his daughter earlier. And what was it he mentioned about Pan Yungu? Didn't I also hear something about Feng Tutue in that annoying shop? The names are all rather odd." Seeing Lin Xia's eagerness, Xinyu sighed in resignation and said earnestly, "My dear, we are here to enjoy ourselves. I have arranged countless delightful activities for you. Regardless, this knot remains untied, and it gnaws at my heart. Are you no longer interested in the vibrant lights? Will you not attend the grand ceremony in traditional attire? I had hoped to capture your beauty in a stunning photo collection. I've heard there will be a live demonstration of ancient culinary techniques that are on the verge of being lost to time. Oh dear, you are utterly infuriating. I long to witness and indulge in such delights. Yet, your unwelcome presence at this moment weighs heavily on my heart." Xinyu set down her teacup with a clatter, clicking her tongue in frustration, before ultimately deciding to confide in Lin Xia. "Be good and refrain from using foul language. Well, let me tell you everything. I have foreseen all occurrences, including the emergence of individuals with original sins who will probe into our affairs. Thus, it is inevitable that we shall encounter them. Moreover, investigating now would only lead us into their snares." Lin Xia furrowed her brow, tentatively asking, "Are you suggesting that their annoyance is intentional? Ever since we disembarked from the plane and entered the ancient city, we have been under surveillance. However, it is evident that they do not wish for us to investigate too hastily, since they have already manipulated Zhou Feiyu to bring us here. They are intent on drawing us into their game." I pondered for a moment. We have only heard sounds, but have yet to see Tao Yan truly outside. Therefore, if we rashly pursue an investigation, not only would we be in danger, but we would also find ourselves at a disadvantage. Are you implying we should ignore it for now? Yet knowing there are ill-intentioned individuals while feeling powerless is such a distressing predicament," Lin Xia lamented, twisting the napkin in her hands with a look of discontent. "Rest assured, you should eat, drink, play, and enjoy yourself. I will handle everything," Xinyu reassured her. With such confidence from Xinyu, Lin Xia understood that her brother must have a backup plan. With a slight pout, she casually grabbed another piece of crispy meat. As Lin Xia reluctantly departed from the establishment, having savored her meal, she was greeted by the enchanting sight of the ancient city adorned with the glow of lanterns, illuminating the night. In her exuberance, she momentarily forgot everything else. "Xinyu, come quickly and take my picture." Xinyu promptly retrieved his DSLR, having been well prepared, and after making the necessary adjustments, he entered a fervent shooting mode. His little wife, with every frown and smile, radiated beauty that eclipsed the moonlit sky, while Lin Xia's striking visage attracted the attention of many passers-by, who discreetly captured her image. Xinyu gazed at the lens, captivated by Lin Xia's brilliance, wishing to immortalize every joyful moment of hers, frame by frame. Once Lin Xia had her fill of happiness, Xinyu's camera was brimming with her likeness. At that moment, Lin Xia was holding a candied hawthorn skewer, perusing the local wares by the roadside. Suddenly, A well-dressed gentleman in traditional attire approached, bowing respectfully before her. "Greetings, Mississippi. I am a student from the National Studies Institute. Upon seeing your grace and talent, I felt an overwhelming admiration. Might I have the honor of making your acquaintance?" Lin Xia, tilting her head with an innocent expression, casually pointed to Shunyu behind her, saying, "Oh, you can ask him." It was only then that the gentleman noticed Shunyu and realized that the charming young lady was already taken, leaving him with a tinge of regret. However, he quickly composed himself and continued, "I apologize for my abruptness. If you would not mind, may I extend an invitation for you to visit the National Studies Institute in the future? It is a repository of traditional culture, and I would consider it a fitting apology for my intrusion." Although Lin Xia had an affinity for traditional culture, she found his overly formal manner of speaking somewhat hard to digest. She glanced back at Shunyu, who appeared to be quite intrigued by the encounter. Lin Xia pondered for a moment before consenting, at which point the other party handed over a business card that contained the address and introduction of the National Studies Institute, along with his name, Zhuowen Chan. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the individual before her, and immediately comprehended why Shunyu bore that particular expression. She stowed away the business card and replied politely with a smile, "Thank you. We shall certainly visit when we have the opportunity." After the man bowed once more, he vanished into the crowd, leaving those around them, who had anticipated some gossip, utterly disappointed and dispersing like startled birds. Shunyu had initially intended to join her, but Lin Xia had barred him from entering the bathroom and assigned him the task of organizing photographs instead. By the time Lin Xia emerged from her bath, clad in a nightgown, Shunyu had already sorted the pictures and uploaded them to the computer, even creating 2 separate documents. He gestured for Lin Xia to sit on the bed and view them while he took his shower. Lin Xia lay on the bed, flipping through the images on the computer. It was undeniable that having a husband skilled in photography was of great significance. She often heard classmates and friends lament about their boyfriends or husbands who took photos in a rather simplistic manner, rendering even the most beautiful girls looking as though they were captured in an underdeveloped rural area. Shunyu seemed to have undergone extensive training. In the photographs, Lin Xia appeared nothing short of celestial. Captured from various angles, each image portrayed a unique style of beauty, all thanks to Shunyu's adeptness with lighting and composition. Lin Xia mused that if Shunyu were to ever leave the criminal investigation team, he could certainly establish a photography studio and thrive. Just as she was engrossed in her thoughts, she was suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace. "Do you find them appealing?" Shunyu inquired, kissing the lobe of Lin Xia's ear. "They are beautiful. Have you even taken a moment to consider who the model is?" In a state of bliss, Lin Xia reveled in the myriad of photographs taken of her from every conceivable angle, each one a testament to her beauty. Nestled in Shunyu's embrace, she perused the images until her gaze fell upon an adjacent document. "What is this?" she pondered aloud. "Why not open it and find out?" Shunyu suggested with a knowing smile. With curiosity piqued, Lin Xia opened the file, only to discover it contained photographs captured from Shunyu's perspective. However, these images did not feature Lin Xia or picturesque landscapes. Instead, they showcased throngs of people bustling through the streets. Each frame contained at least 3 or 4 individuals, with some depicting a crowd engrossed in a performance. Lin Xia was perplexed by Shunyu's intentions. "Is there something significant here?" she mused, shaking her head in confusion. Shunyu pointed to several images that Lin Xia had just examined, and her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him, astonished. Chapter 71. Resurgence from the Abyss. Yet, under Shunyu's guidance, Lin Xia soon discerned the underlying pattern. Among the multitude, a select few figures reappeared consistently, indicating that these individuals were tailing both Shunyu and herself. What astonished Lin Xia was not merely the presence of these figures, but the sight of a face she believed was impossible to encounter. "Are we certain we aren't witnessing a specter?" she exclaimed, a shiver coursing through her as she instinctively drew closer to Shunyu. What ghost could there possibly be? Even if there were, it is merely someone orchestrating a ruse. Shunyu reassured her softly, wrapping his arms around her. "Yet, he clearly..." Lin Xia stammered, pointing at the photograph with trembling fingers. Within the image, she recognized the face of Zhuofeiyu, who had purportedly taken his own life while incarcerated just days prior. Thus, we are justified in our suspicion regarding the circumstances surrounding Zhuofeiyu's apparent suicide. The possessions he left behind undoubtedly serve as a means to provoke our investigation. However, the deceased may not necessarily be him. Lin Xia took a moment to compose herself and regained her composure. Shen Yu's assertion was indeed accurate. Originally, after Zhuofeiyu's arrest, the only fate awaiting him was the death penalty. Yet, should he have taken his own life in custody, the execution would be rendered moot. In that case, Zhuofeiyu would simply vanish from this world, while the true Zhuofeiyu could potentially live on incognito. Although the method by which he managed to swap identities within the confines of the detention center remains a mystery, the individual captured in the photograph is undoubtedly a living being. Lin Xia pondered for an extended period before a bold thought struck her. What if Zhuofeiyu's fake death was a ploy to evade those implicated in his original crimes? Shen Yu regarded Lin Xia with a look of confusion, but soon grasped her hypothesis. Though seemingly ludicrous, it is not entirely implausible, especially considering the man named Zhuo Wenchan whom they encountered that evening, who undoubtedly shares a connection with Zhuofeiyu. Lin Xia retrieved the business card given by Zhuo Wenchan and contemplated for a moment before stating to Shen Yu, "Let us visit this location tomorrow. I believe we may uncover some clues there. Indeed, I will contact the team shortly to request an investigation into Zhuofeiyu's remains." Lin Xia suddenly recalled the voice she had heard during their meal and promptly added, "Also, regarding Tao Yan, have Arson look into the locations of his establishments. This may prove somewhat challenging, as he likely would not want to be publicly associated with his legal entity. The inquiry shall yield answers. Presently, the only avenues and clues at our disposal are these. We must commence from this point to uncover further revelations." Lin Xia nodded and instructed Shen Yu to shut down the computer. She then nestled into Shen Yu's embrace, as tranquil as a small kitten. Shen Yu recognized Lin Xia's concerns, which set her apart from other girls. Lin Xia was acutely aware of her responsibilities and intentions, even when faced with daunting challenges. She would not opt for evasion, but instead confront issues with unwavering resolve. "If you are weary, rest," he suggested. "We shall address everything upon the morrow." Lin Xia nodded in agreement, for the day's exertions had indeed wearied her. Before long, she succumbed to slumber. After observing Lin Xia in deep repose, Shen Yu gently placed a soft pillow in her arms to ensure her comfort. He then rose and stepped onto the balcony to make a call. Every member of the homicide division was working overtime. The original Sin organization had existed for many years, yet each time a flaw emerged, they would vanish without a trace, eluding all pursuit. At that moment, the team was buried in a mountain of case files, and with Shen Yu absent, none dared to relax. Suddenly, the dedicated phone line rang, drawing everyone's attention to the incessantly ringing landline. Li Lin approached and picked up the receiver, but before she could speak, Shen Yu's voice resonated from the other end, instructing her to have Bao Mei take the call. Li Lin paused, quickly realizing it was Shen Yu, and promptly signaled for Bao Mei to answer, mouthing that it was Shen Yu calling. "Captain Shen, this is Bao Mei," she responded. "Immediately re-examine the body of Zhuofeiyu. Contact me with any new findings. Have Asen take the call." After Bao Mei spoke, she handed the microphone to the silent Asen nearby. Asen took the call and slowly uttered, "It's me. Investigate a person named Tao Yan, as detailed as possible. Also, keep an eye on personnel from the non-major case division. Identify anyone who has recently changed positions, taken leave, or even resigned, and focus on them." Understood. The following morning, Lin Xia was awakened by the sound of birds chirping. On the second floor of the ancient capital inn, adjacent to a sycamore tree, a bird's nest had been built, which resulted in the morning chorus. Lin Xia, intending to turn and embrace Shen Yu, realized she was met with emptiness. Shen Yu had risen and left the bedroom without her noticing. Lin Xia dressed and sleepily exited the bedroom, only to find Shen Yu peeling a tea egg. Upon seeing Lin Xia, Shen Yu casually remarked, "Awake?" "Not really, just disturbed by the birds." "Haha. Since you're awake, you might as well stay up. We'll have a bite to eat soon, then change our clothes and head out. Where to? Lin Xia asked, scratching her head in confusion, her mind still foggy. Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to visit the Guaxueyuan? Today. The places we plan to visit are quite close to Guaxueyuan. We can go there first, and then have a meal nearby. As Xinyu spoke, Lin Xia recalled that she indeed had plans for the day. She immediately turned towards the washroom, and half an hour later, a captivating beauty appeared before Xinyu. Although clad in a modified traditional outfit, it did little to conceal Lin Xia's remarkable grace. I bought you some buns, millet porridge, and a tea egg from downstairs this morning. Please have a bite first, and then we shall indulge in a delightful meal at noon, suggested Lin Xia, nodding in agreement as she began to eat. As she savored her food, Xinyu shared the news he had received. Last night, I assigned tasks to the team, and this morning, I got the update. Firstly, the body in question is indeed not that of Zhuo Feiyu. Baomei conducted a chemical skin test on the facial area, which quickly revealed a very thin layer of human skin. No one knows when Zhuo Feiyu orchestrated this deception. However, it is confirmed that Zhuo Feiyu is alive and resides in the same city as us. Chapter 72. The Players in the Game. 1. Upon hearing Xinyu's words, Lin Xia finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. She was unafraid of the most ruthless individuals, yet the notion of something unfounded was beyond her contemplation. So, does this mean we can finally meet with Zuo Wenchan? She mumbled, her words slightly obscured as she enjoyed her soup dumplings. Do not rush. I never realized you could be so impatient, Xinyu remarked. Am I? I merely feel unsettled by the fact that Zhuo Feiyu was swapped out in the detention center and has now reappeared here. Is it possible that you felt a sense of guilt upon learning of his death, and now that he is alive, you wish to make amends? Xinyu furrowed his brow, compelling Lin Xia to meet his gaze, his tone laced with curiosity. Xinyu, this is not the time for jealousy. You know very well that I do not harbor any feelings for him. I understand, and I am not acting out of impulse. Xia, I know you all too well. Even if the other party is utterly depraved, should they possess even a trace of goodwill, you would readily extend your belief and offer your assistance. However, it is imperative to recognize that you owe them nothing. You have not exploited their affection for your own benefit, and regardless of their fate, you are not burdened with any obligation. Lin Xia, touched by Xinyu's words, let out a weary sigh. Gently brushing aside Xinyu's hands, she murmured softly, even if you say so, and even if I understand the reasoning. The words he spoke in the interrogation room and the way he looked at me revealed his sincerity. It's just that he never encountered the right person. When I learned of his suicide and saw those small portraits, it would be disingenuous to claim my heart was untouched. This isn't love. It's merely a sympathy towards him and a hint of sorrow. If I could do something for him, it would serve as my apology for not loving him. Xinyu stepped forward, pulling Lin Xia into his embrace, kissing her long hair with an expression of helplessness. As long as you are not in danger, I am willing to accompany you in this. You agree? Silly girl, does my opposition hold any weight? Moreover, your deduction regarding his escape may indeed be accurate. Thus, should you encounter him at the National Studies Institute, remain calm and allow me to handle it. Lin Xia nodded vigorously in Xinyu's embrace, feeling grateful to have such a man by her side for a lifetime. After indulging in each other's company for a while longer, they departed from the inn, making their way towards the National Studies Institute. Near the Guaxueyuan, there are numerous ginkgo trees. During the summer, the ginkgo leaves remain lush and green, but now, in the heart of autumn, they have transformed into a resplendent golden hue. The warm autumn sun filters through the golden leaves, creating a scene as beautiful as a painting. Observing Lin Xia playfully hopping among the fallen leaves, Xinyu envisions a lifetime of happiness shared hand in hand with her. After tiring from her frolic, Lin Xia gathers a handful of ginkgo leaves and tosses them into the sky, her joy reminiscent of a child's delight. Every frame of this moment is captured by Xinyu's camera, as he wishes for Lin Xia to remain forever cheerful. These photographs becoming indispensable treasures for his future wedding preparations. Playfully, Lin Xia soon arrives at the entrance of Guaxueyuan. Upon seeing the simple and unadorned plaque, she is somewhat taken aback. She had anticipated that in this ancient city, where every inch is precious, Guaxueyuan would boast a grand and striking faade. Yet it is surprisingly modest. Xinyu perceives Lin Xia's thoughts and gently takes her hand, guiding her into Guaxueyuan. Inside, there are not many tourists. Some children dedicated to the study of traditional culture are attending their morning classes. The entire Guaxueyuan exudes a sense of simplicity and cleanliness, instantly refreshing the spirit and inviting one to immerse themselves in the cultural ambience. After a brief exploration, they soon find Zhuo Wenjun in the inner hall of the courtyard, busily organizing the books on the shelves. Upon noticing Lin Xia and Xinyu, he promptly greets them with a warm smile. "Welcome, you two. If you have no pressing matters, please come inside and sit for a while." Zhuo Wenjun gestures invitingly, and Lin Xia politely nods and smiles, following Xinyu as they enter the inner hall with Zhuo Wenjun. In the very center of the inner hall hangs a portrait of Confucius, with two grand chairs and a tea table positioned before it. On either side, there are two spring and autumn chairs accompanied by small tea tables, adorned with exquisite pastries and tea, as if anticipating the arrival of guests. To the left, a tall bookshelf rests against the wall, filled with ancient texts and handwritten manuscripts. To the right, the four scholarly friends of the literati, musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, and painting are displayed. Lin Xia, filled with curiosity, approaches. She had previously dabbled in the game of Go. In her childhood, Lin Chikai had taught her to enhance her strategic thinking. Observing Lin Xia's eager demeanor, Xinyu inquired of Zhuo Wenjun, "May I have a try?" "Of course," Zhuo Wenjun replied, somewhat surprised to encounter a woman well-versed in such matters. Indeed, a rarity. Lin Xia, flattered by the compliment, replied bashfully, "I only possess a superficial understanding. My studies have been rather eclectic." "Mr. Zhuo, would you mind guiding me?" Zhuo Wenjun was more than willing. Upon glancing at Xinyu, who bore no displeasure, he acquiesced to Lin Xia's request. The two sat facing one another, with Lin Xia placing her black stone in the upper right corner star position first, a gesture of respect towards her elder. This act garnered Zhuo Wenjun additional admiration and esteem for her. As they engaged in the game, Xinyu casually perused an ancient text, and the three of them enjoyed a tranquil harmony within the inner hall. However, it wasn't long before Lin Xia's options began to dwindle. After all, years of inactivity had dulled her skills, which were never on par with Zhuo Wenjun's. At that moment, Lin Xia seemingly nonchalantly uttered, "Mr. Zhuo, have you ever heard this saying? I would be eager to hear it. A single misstep leads to a cascade of errors, leaving the entire board in disarray." Zhuo Wenjun paused, caught off guard. The white stone he had intended to place faltered in midair. He gazed at the seemingly indifferent Lin Xia, his heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. He had naturally heard that in chess, each move must be as steady as a mountain. A single misplaced piece could lead to a cascade of errors. Even in a seemingly advantageous position, one misstep could result in an utter defeat. You comprehend this profoundly, indeed. No matter how favorable the situation, it requires the strategist's continuous efforts to refine and perfect it. Every piece, no matter how insignificant it may appear, holds the potential to become the pivotal element that alters the course of the game. The arrangement you have crafted is commendable. At this juncture, if Zhuo Wenjun fails to perceive the underlying implications in Lin Xia's words, it would be a grave oversight. If the young lady has something to convey, she might as well express it directly. Chapter 73. The players in the game 2. Lin Xia casually held the black pieces, showing no inclination to make a move. Upon hearing Zhuo Wenjun's remark, a subtle smile graced her lips, rich with meaning. The amusement on Zhuo Wenjun's face gradually faded in response to Lin Xia's words, replaced by a discernible air of caution and hostility. It was merely a game of chess, yet Miss Lin spoke as if the matter were of grave importance. Zhuo Wenjun surveyed the established board and, feeling a sense of defeat, closed his eyes momentarily. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, "How did you discover this?" Zhuo Wenjun was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, since their chance encounter yesterday, and now their game, neither Lin Xia nor Xinyu had ever introduced themselves or mentioned their surnames. A mere name, should one wish to investigate, was not difficult to ascertain. Lin Xia shrugged nonchalantly, gesturing with her chin towards Xinyu, implying, "You tell him." Xinyu leisurely finished reading the ancient texts in his hands before smilingly remarking, "Your followers are rather conspicuous. Hasn't Zuofeiyu informed you that we are quite formidable?" Upon hearing Xinyu's words, Zhuo Wenchan finally grasped the situation. Xinyu's subsequent comment elicited a chuckle from Zhuo Wenchan. "Haraha, you two truly are amusing." Noticing that neither Lin Xia nor Xinyu responded, Zhuo Wenchan felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, he quickly continued, "Since both of you have seen through it, I shall not conceal any further. I am Zuoifeiyu's elder brother and currently a scholar at the National Studies Institute." Having finished her meal and sipped a few more times from the tea Xinyu had offered, Lin Xia clapped her hands and looked at Zhuo Wenchan. "We are already aware of what you've stated. Since you have drawn us into this matter, it is either a trap or a deliberate invitation. If you speak plainly, perhaps my husband still has time to assist you. Or rather, to assist you both." With Lin Xia's words laid bare, Zhuo Wenchan was no fool. He discreetly glanced towards the lecture area in the outer hall, ensuring no one else was present. Only then did he shed the facade of languid tranquility. "I have a matter I wish to request your assistance with, to save Feiyu." Xinyu cast a seemingly casual glance at Lin Xia, who displayed no particular reaction. Yet Xinyu felt a deeper strategical calculation forming within him. How does one save a man who is already deceased? I know both of you possess keen insight, so I shall not beat around the bush. Please follow me inside, and you will understand. Zhuo Wenchan gestured towards the screen at the back of the inner chamber. Where it appeared another room lay hidden. As Xinyu and Lin Xia exchanged glances, a silent understanding settled between them. With that, Zhuo Wenchan maneuvered around the screen and entered the inner chamber. Inside sat a man, poised and dignified. It was none other than Zuofeiyu. Despite Lin Xia's mental preparation, she was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, the surprise faded swiftly, leaving no lasting impact. Zuofeiyu, misinterpreting Lin Xia's astonishment as ignorance, took a deep breath, clearly struggling with his discomfort, and finally said, "I am Zuofeiyu." "I see that. So how did you manage it? And what truly transpired that night at the detention center?" Lin Xia's insatiable curiosity overpowered her reason, prompting a resigned smile and shake of the head from Xinyu beside her. While Lin Xia claimed her feelings for Zuofeiyu were merely sympathetic, her concern for the man undeniably unsettled Xinyu. "Since you are here, it implies your escape is linked to the original sin. Let us clarify matters to spare everyone further exhaustion," Xinyu said, his voice low and gravelly, imbued with an irresistible intensity. Zuofeiyu glanced at the hostile Xinyu and suddenly chuckled. "Captain Shun, do not worry. My presence here is deliberate. I intend to lay everything bare. Initially, after your interrogation, I plan to carve some cherished items each day, awaiting my passage to the afterlife. In other words, I exist within the realm of original sin, devoid of any proof of my existence. This is his usual tactic, sacrificing the pawn to protect the king. I never anticipated a long life. Upon hearing this news, I felt little surprise. Yet, the thought of dying so easily seems to grant them an undeserved victory. Thus, it was you who crafted the intricate sculpture?" Lin Xia recalled the three-dimensional drawing sculpted by Zuofeiyu. "At one point, I feared for my life, consumed by thoughts of embedding their information within the carving, trusting that your capabilities would surely unveil it. To my surprise, my brother discovered my predicament and, under the cover of night, replaced me with a dying individual, seizing the opportunity during a police shift change to rescue me. After escaping, I concealed myself for several days, and upon learning that news of my death had spread, the individuals associated with the original sin withdrew from Xinhai, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief and adopt a disguise to arrive here." Zuofeiyu concluded his narrative, seemingly devoid of any discrepancies, yet Lin Xia remained perplexed by numerous aspects. Nevertheless, Zuofeiyu inadvertently validated her previous hypothesis. The original sin had forsaken him, and he had seized this chance to extricate himself from its grasp. "What purpose does this map serve for us? What lies within?" Lin Xia inquired, her brow furrowed. "This location is an ancient village, steeped in peculiar customs. Have you heard of the phrase to grow fat by breaking one's promise? Ah, indeed, the one entombed in plaster. Lu Mei hails from this village. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia experienced a sudden epiphany, as if a veil had been lifted. Are you suggesting that Lu Mei is from this village? This village has connections to the original sin, does it not? Which implies, indeed, from the very beginning, Lu Mei was merely a sacrificial pawn. Lu Mei and Fu Yu were classmates, yet her romance with Fu Yu, culminating in her demise, marked the inception of a grand scheme. She was nothing more than a piece in the game. Lin Xia felt a disorienting sensation, as if she had been perpetually led by unseen hands, never truly escaping. No wonder everything felt peculiar before. Lu Mei's death marked the beginning. He Ai's Lu Chuan's demise served as a warning, and Zhuo Feiyu's emergence was a guiding force, while his death was initially intended to signify the conclusion of a scheme. Yet now, not only is he alive, but he has also transcended his original sin, an outcome unforeseen by that very sin. In a flawless plot, should a flaw arise, can the results still align with the intentions of the orchestrator? Chapter 74. The Players in the Game. 3. Shili Zhai, a primitive village nestled within dense forests. The villagers, steeped in simplicity and long accustomed to their secluded life, maintain customs that hark back to the Wei and Jin dynasties. As Lin Xia listened to Zhuo Feiyu's description of the village, she couldn't help but recall the tale of the peach blossom spring. However, if that were truly the case, Lu Mei would never have been able to emerge from the mountains and attend university. Allow me to finish my story. A decade ago, a group of individuals arrived here. They claimed to be outsiders and painted a vivid picture of the world beyond the mountains for the villagers. Initially skeptical, the villagers were eventually astonished when shown modern devices and photographs, realizing that the world beyond had evolved dramatically over the years. The village chief welcomed this group into the ancestral hall, treating them as esteemed guests. Recounting that the ancestors of the villagers had fled here during times of war and hardship, subsequently settling down for good. When inquired about their purpose for coming, the group merely stated they were tourists who had stumbled upon this place and wished to linger for a few days to experience the idyllic paradise. Were they merely feigning interest? Shen Yu cast a derisive glance at the speaking Zhuo Feiyu. Unfazed by Shen Yu's insinuation, Zhuo Feiyu continued, saying, the villagers harbored no suspicions. The village chief even offered them lodging in his own home. And Lu Mei is the chief's daughter. Lu Mei longed for the world beyond the mountains, eagerly pestering those around her to share tales of life outside. One day, someone suggested that she venture beyond the mountains, which ignited a spark of excitement within her. Lu Mei was the youngest daughter of the village chief, cherished dearly. Although her father harbored reservations, he ultimately succumbed to her pleas. Lin Xia found the situation increasingly perplexing. Why would they involve this seemingly inconsequential girl? They provided her with education, sustenance, and support for an entire decade. What could they possibly gain? In contrast to Lin Xia's bewilderment, Shen Yu discerned the crux of the matter within these revelations. They were leveraging Lu Mei to cultivate trust among the villagers, paving the way for their ulterior motives. Yet, what could they hope to achieve in such a remote settlement? It was worth remembering that the village chief had mentioned their ancestors fled here from the ravages of war. If they could traverse mountains to reach this sanctuary, surely, over the years, there would be those yearning to leave. Could they truly sustain their former way of life indefinitely? Clearly, there was something of significance within these mountains, or rather, within this village. Zhuo Feiyu was momentarily taken aback. He had always recognized Lin Xia and Shen Yu as exceptionally intelligent individuals. However, to pinpoint the key issue based solely on this information struck him as improbable, and he couldn't help but smile ruefully at his own defeat at Shen Yu's hands. Indeed, this group had uncovered information regarding a colossal tomb beneath Shili village. Furthermore, the ancestors of the villagers had not fled here in desperation, but were among the earliest guardians of the tomb. They had been entrusted with its watch, ensuring that those interred within could rest in eternal peace. This secret was known only to the village chief of each generation. Lin Xia nodded in sudden understanding, casting a skeptical glance at Zhuo Feiyu. As he began to recount his tale, Lin Xia and Xin Yu found themselves once again drawn into his narrative. Let us not dwell on the contents of this tomb, nor on the desires of your former master. What I seek to understand is your true intentions. Zhou Feiyu stood dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words, his hand awkwardly brushing against his nose, betraying a sense of guilt as if his thoughts had been laid bare. Xin Yu, seated nearby, chuckled softly as he affectionately tousled Lin Xia's long hair. His precious Xia was as astute as ever. Allow me to articulate my perspective. Zhou Feiyu sighed in resignation, a wry smile gracing his lips. Lin Xia, swatting away Xin Yu's hand, impatiently interjected, I have no time for your stories. If you cannot clarify your points, we shall take our leave. I have yet to partake in lunch. Observing Lin Xia's exasperated mutterings, as she exchanged glances with Xin Yu in a silent duel, Zhou Feiyu felt a pang of bitterness within. He had believed he had shed his original sins, perhaps granted a second chance to protect the girl he cherished, albeit one already accompanied by another. When he first encountered Lin Xia, it was not amidst the mountainous terrain of the military, but within the confines of the police academy. Lin Xia excelled in every subject, surpassing many of her male counterparts even in practical exercises. He was aware that she was the daughter of Lin Chikai. Initially, he had contemplated abducting her merely for amusement. Finding her intriguing, he relished the feeling of control, particularly over the prey he desired. Yet Lin Xia was akin to an untamed kitten, defying convention and consistently eluding his grasp. He conceded that he was captivated, to the extent that merely catching a glimpse of her could elevate his spirits for an entire day. During his 2 years abroad, he genuinely wished to shed the label of Mammon, striving to embody the person Lin Xia admired. He hoped that as Lin Xia gradually forgot the past, he could softly claim a place in her heart. However, to this day, Zhou Feiyu acknowledges his defeat. Yet, granted a second chance at life, he yearns to live differently. Even if it means merely standing at a distance, watching her find happiness, it grants him a reason to persist. Noticing Zhou Feiyu's sudden daze, Lin Xia furrowed her brows and waved a hand before his eyes. There was an impression that Zhou Feiyu, after shedding his past, appeared somewhat, not particularly astute. Brother, I'm in a hurry to eat. It's fine. We must be on our way, she remarked, her expression conveying a sense of why don't you just speak up. Within the underground tomb of Shili Zhai, there exists a substance known as mist spirit fungus, capable of counteracting the poison of malevolence. I would like to request your assistance in locating it. Xin Yu, with a leisurely gesture, tucked a strand of Lin Xia's hair behind her ear and nonchalantly replied, What does that have to do with us? Why should we assist you? It is not merely for my sake, but for your own as well. Clarify your intentions. Zhou Feiyu, feeling a surge of frustration, was reluctant to converse with Xin Yu. However, considering that this matter pertained to the lives of him and his brother, and that Lin Xia might also be in peril without this substance, he refrained from further conflict with Xin Yu and turned his attention to Lin Xia. The mist spirit fungus is a toxic fungus that thrives only in extremely damp and stagnant air. Yet, due to its ability to resist all poisonous agents and malevolent incursions, it stands as the sole remedy against Tao Yan. Tao Yan's establishment serves as a nexus for the organization, handling a myriad of incoming and outgoing tasks. He manipulates the hearts and minds of others through food. Only those who remain unyielding to his control can bring about his downfall. It won't be long before Tao Yan's information network is updated, and the fact that I am alive will inevitably be revealed. Thus, I must seek the Wulingshan mushroom to ensure my survival, which you will eventually require as well. Chapter 75. The Players Within the Game. 4. Noticing the skepticism etched on the faces of the two, Zhou Feiyu offered a wry smile and continued, I understand that. From your perspective, I appear untrustworthy. However, I could easily bypass my own words and have my brother speak on my behalf. Even if you harbor doubts, it would be difficult for you to outright dismiss him. Zhou Feiyu smirked disdainfully, reverting to his previous nonchalant demeanor. I must say, I would rather be captured by you. At least you would grant me a swift end, ensuring my safety until my last moments. But if I were to fall into their hands, I might endure endless torment before meeting my demise. Lin Xia observed Zhuo Feiyu, sensing that he spoke truthfully. Yet, his actions were too suspicious, and his speech was disjointed. Casually, Lin Xia brushed against Xun Yu's hand, and upon receiving the signal, Xun Yu spoke, "What you propose requires our consideration. Once we reach a decision, we shall contact Mr. Zhua." Even if Xun Yu remained unconvinced, could it be that Lin Xia held not a shred of belief? Zhuo Feiyu fixated his gaze on Lin Xia, hoping to elicit a different answer from her. "I am hungry. Let us first have a meal. The world may be vast, but nothing surpasses the importance of dining." With that, Lin Xia rose and departed. Left with no choice, Zhuo Wenchan attempted to intervene, but was rendered motionless by a piercing glance from Xun Yu. "Within a day, we shall provide you with our response. I hope that during this time, you will refrain from any further actions." After speaking, Xun Yu left with Lin Xia. The room was left with only the two brothers, Zhuo Feiyu and his sibling, gazing at one another in silence. What should they do? Was it truly impossible without them? No, the tomb was exceedingly intricate. With their sensitivity and investigative skills, they could potentially evade numerous dangers. Furthermore, it was highly likely that Shili village had already. As Lin Xia and Xun Yu exited the Guoxue Academy, they coincided with the students' dismissal, where a throng of parents awaited their children outside. Observing the adorable little ones clad in traditional attire, Lin Xia felt a pang of envy. What would it be like if she were to have a child? What? Do you like children? Indeed. Young children are undeniably charming, and their world is so pure. A clean sheet of paper gradually transforms over time into various artworks. Some ultimately become masterpieces, while others are discarded into the trash. Lin Xia couldn't help but think of Zhuo Feiyu. In fact, she had previously perused his background information. Zhuo Feiyu's parents had divorced during his childhood. His brother remained with their father while he followed his mother into his second marriage. His stepfather was a drunkard, who would beat his mother when inebriated, only to apologize profusely upon sobering up. Each time his mother was struck, Zhuo Feiyu would shield her, sustaining injuries all over his body. Yet, whenever his stepfather, after sobering, begged for forgiveness, his mother would acquiesce, never inquiring if Zhuo Feiyu was hurt while protecting her. Eventually, Zhuo Feiyu changed. When his mother was beaten, he would merely stand by, watching as she wept and pleaded for his assistance, while she would curse him as an ungrateful wretch for not moving. As Zhuo Feiyu grew up and resided at school, his family ceased to provide him with financial support. He sought employment at an art studio, striving diligently to earn a scholarship, ultimately graduating successfully and becoming self-sufficient. He believed this would liberate him from his family. However, fate dealt a cruel blow when his mother was hospitalized, suffering from spinal nerve damage that left her paralyzed. Fearing the burden of medical expenses, his stepfather fled. Witnessing his mother lying in bed with tears in her eyes, a profound hatred consumed Zhuo Feiyu's heart. Later, he tracked down his stepfather, who was inebriated and unconscious. Zhuo Feiyu encased him in plaster, leaving only his head exposed. With a utility knife, he delicately carved a cross-shaped incision on the top of his stepfather's head. The records indicated that the man ultimately perished from excessive blood loss and a ruptured brain. Thereafter, Zhuo Feiyu vanished, much like Heisei Rukawa. After Lin Xia finished speaking, she stood in a daze at the doorway, and Xun Yu could somewhat infer her thoughts. Life presents numerous choices influenced by external factors and internal emotions. The path he chose was irrevocable. Lin Xia silently nodded, indicating her understanding, yet a sudden melancholy enveloped her. If he had not deceived us this time, if he could atone for his transgressions, naturally, I would advocate for leniency on his behalf, though I suspect he would prefer a swift end to his suffering over a lifetime of imprisonment. Lin Xia sighed and fell silent. The hunger that had once consumed her was now eclipsed by a lack of appetite. Upon returning to the inn, she sank into the thick bedding, her head throbbing painfully. Xun Yu embraced her from behind, providing her with a profound sense of security. After a considerable pause, Lin Xia murmured, "Once everything is over, you should resign from your position, and we shall leave this place." "Indeed. My dear, what plans do you have for the future?" Lin Xia turned around, burying her face in Xun Yu's embrace. greedily inhaling the rich aroma of ebony and sandalwood that enveloped him, feeling an unparalleled sense of peace. Shall we embark on a journey around the world? Let us first explore every corner of our homeland, then venture abroad. We can settle in whichever place captivates us for a while, before moving on to another. Shin Yu held Lin Xia tightly, kissing her gently by the ear. Very well. If we grow weary, we shall find a cherished place to settle down. We could have 2 little ones, a perfect balance of sons and daughters. I will teach them to be strong, and you will teach them to be mischievous, if that pleases you. Lin Xia's previously somber mood was lifted by Shan Yu's last remark, and she playfully chastised him for his levity. Seeing her spirits rise, Shin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He meticulously unraveled the web of connections related to Zhuo Feiyu's revelations, tracing back from the ultimate objective mentioned by Zhuo Feiyu, and compared it with the topographical map of Shili Village. If we assume that every statement made by Zhuo Feiyu is truthful, then surely within the tomb beneath Shili Village lies something that the original Sin desires. Yet, why has it remained unattainable after a decade? As Shin Yu spoke, he circled an area on the map. Lin Xia, chewing on a meat strip, observed him drawing and suddenly had a moment of insight, exclaiming while pointing at the map, "I understand. It's not that it hasn't been obtained. Rather, it cannot be taken." Chapter 76. The Players Within the Game. 5. Shin Yu glanced at Lin Xia, a look of confusion crossing his face as he asked, "Are you suggesting?" "Indeed, what they seek is likely living specimens or items intrinsically linked to the tomb itself. Once removed from the tomb, they lose their significance. Thus, they must maintain constant communication with Shili Village for immediate access." Shin Yu marked another note on the topographic map, pondering for a moment before articulating. "There are several questions that we must clarify. First and foremost, the credibility of Zhuo Feiyu and his true intentions. Only by unraveling this can we proceed with our subsequent actions. If Zhuo Feiyu's claims hold any truth, all our assumptions stand validated. Therefore, what exactly is Shili Village? And what are its inhabitants guarding? Lastly, the original Sin has been researching this tomb for a decade. What precisely do they aim to acquire? How does this relate to their overarching plans?" Shin Yu meticulously pinned down each inquiry and analysis, while Lin Xia followed his train of thought. As she munched on various local delicacies, she suddenly felt a sense of discontent. Glancing down, she discovered she was holding a piece of something resembling a dried twig. Bringing it to her nose, she wrinkled her face in distaste and discarded it into the trash. Shin Yu looked at Lin Xia with curiosity, lifting the bag of delicacies and inquiring, "What is the matter? Is it spoiled?" "It's dried shiitake mushrooms," Lin Xia replied, expressing her aversion. She particularly despised dried mushrooms, as she believed they carried a peculiar gas-like odor, which intensified with the drying process. Shin Yu, puzzled, was aware of Lin Xia's distaste for mushrooms, making it unlikely that he would have purchased such items for her. However, upon sniffing the bag, he indeed detected a scent reminiscent of mushrooms and fungi. "It seems there was a mistake in the purchase. You should not consume it. Do not waste it. I shall eat it later." Lin Xia waved her hand in disdain, murmuring, "But if you finish it, you mustn't kiss me." Shin Yu was momentarily taken aback, chuckling softly without responding. As he glanced at the bag in his hand, he suddenly noticed a line of text. "Cat's tail mushroom, named for its resemblance to the colorful tail of a cat, flourishes deep within the Shili mountain. Its flavor is akin to fresh mushrooms, possessing a unique fragrance." Shin Yu showed the bag to Lin Xia, who, upon a fleeting glance, was rendered speechless. Her little head spun rapidly as she remarked, "It appears this place genuinely has them, and they are abundant in mushrooms. Indeed, many wild mushrooms in the mountains are toxic. Yet the allure of the fresh, wild fungi draws people in, even with the potential risk of poisoning. Is it not said that in the Yunnan-Guizhou region, hallucinations often accompany mushroom consumption? Although not significantly harmful to the body, it indeed attests to the hallucinogenic properties of mushrooms. May I then infer that perhaps Tao Yin does not possess any rare delicacies, but rather has hallucinogenic ingredients at hand, supplemented with some contraband, making it irresistible for those who partake?" Lin Xia's reasoning was evidently sound. Tao Yin operated solely on a reservation basis. partly because his establishment served as a hub for tasks, and partly because having too many patrons would hinder operations. To maintain control over the influential and to guard against inspections from relevant authorities, the optimal strategy would be to ensure the ingredients were innocuous, while the real issues lay elsewhere. Let us eavesdrop. Lin Xia suddenly grinned mischievously at Shen Yu, resembling a little fox poised to engage in mischief. Shen Yu chuckled softly and inquired, "What mischief are you contemplating now?" "How is it mischief? This is undoubtedly the swiftest and most effective approach." All right. Then tell me, what do you propose?" Shen Yu regarded the clever little sprite before him with amusement, granting her the respect she deserved. Lin Xia discreetly waved at him, prompting Shen Yu to obediently lean in closer. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the ancient capital lay in tranquil slumber. Yet, the lights in the back hall of the National Studies Institute remained illuminated, as Zhuo Wenchan meticulously transcribed Buddhist scriptures onto rice paper with a gilded brush. "There is something I do not comprehend." "What is it?" "I know." "Then why do you still choose to leap into it?" Zhuo Wenchan growled in anger, his brushwork becoming chaotic in his hands. "Brother, you wouldn't understand. What is it that I fail to comprehend? Is it your drastic change in temperament or your covetousness for another's spouse?" Zhuo Wenchan hurled his brush in fury, causing the delicate calligraphy to scatter like the turmoil within his heart. He sighed deeply, striving to suppress the impulse to resort to violence. "Fine. If you choose not to speak, I shall not press you. However, you must eventually reveal your intentions to me, do you not think? Do you believe that based solely on your words today, they will trust you? To sink into a quagmire as deep as the ocean. Do you understand how arduous it is to emerge? Do you realize how difficult it is to convince two individuals you have wronged in the past?" Observing Zhuo Wenchan's agitated demeanor, Zhuo Feiyu appeared to be swayed. He opened his mouth as if to speak, yet fell silent once more. "Forget it. You have always been this way. No one knows what you are truly thinking. What I can do is merely to clean up the aftermath for you." Having spoken, Zhuo Wenjin turned to leave. After taking but a few steps, he heard Zhuo Feiyu's voice. "I intend to sever the organization's mission point. Once Tao Yin is gone, the mission point will require someone to take over. This interim period presents us with a chance to rise." "What do you mean?" Upon comprehending his brother's intention, Zhuo Wenjin felt a stir of temptation. He was well aware of the formidable nature of the original Sin intelligence system, should Tao Yin perish. He could assume control or even absorb this intelligence network, significantly enhancing his own power. Indeed, Tao Yin was a pivotal figure, yet the other two would likely not acquiesce. "As your intentions are far too suspect, I will persuade them. Tao Yin's existence is something both parties wish to avoid." The brothers engaged in a lengthy discussion in the back hall, while above them, the couple listened tirelessly through the night. Lin Xia found her eyelids growing heavy and eventually dozed off in the room. Chapter 77. The Players in the Game. 6. Once Lin Xia was settled, Shen Yu called Lin Shikai. Ever since Lin Xia and Shen Yu had departed from Xinhai for the ancient capital, Lin Shikai had been unable to sleep, plagued by worry. Lin Xia's mother, Chiao Lin, assumed the young couple was merely on vacation, so she remained unconcerned, often going out shopping with Li Tong as if life had not changed at all. However, Lin Shikai was acutely aware that this trip, which seemed like leisure, was fraught with peril. Thus, when he received Shen Yu's call in the early hours, his heart leapt to his throat. Why is he calling so late? Has something gone awry? Shen Yu briefed Lin Shikai on the recent developments, which eased Lin's concerns somewhat. Are you suggesting that there is something they desire within that tomb? He inquired. Our speculation is that if the original Sin sought to enter the mausoleum a decade ago, it would be implausible for them to have not gained access in all these years. Yet, if they did enter, how could they have failed to procure what they sought after all this time? Might there be nothing of value to them inside? If so, why remain tethered to this seemingly futile place? Lin Shikai nodded thoughtfully, parting the slats of the Venetian blinds to glance at the meeting room of the Major Crimes Unit. I have faith in their capabilities. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they concluded the call. Shen Yu gazed out at the pale horizon, indulging in an infrequent smoke. He seldom smoked, But the recent events had spiraled beyond his control, presenting a conundrum he found difficult to navigate. After a moment's contemplation, Shinyu dialed Asen's number. "Captain Shin, how's the investigation progressing?" Asen responded. "Talion has yet to uncover anything. It's deeply concealed. However, there has been a shift within the team. Liu Xian's apprentice, Li Xiaohan, suddenly took sick leave a few days ago. The day prior to his leave, he was present at the station, which does not align with an illness. Send me the details on this individual shortly. Is there anything else? For now, let's set aside Tao Yan's matter. Please investigate Zhuo Wenchan and the affairs surrounding the Zhuo family. Also, reactivate the 2 tracking systems I previously took, including the terrain reconstruction system." Understood. As noon approached, Lin Xia, in a state of half-sleep, sensed someone meddling with her. Irritated, she swatted away the offending hand, murmuring, "Perverse rogue, stop groping, I wish to sleep. The little lazy pig is still dozing? If you sleep any longer, you'll miss lunch." With a swift motion, Lin Xia slapped Shin Yu's face, pushing him away while exclaiming in annoyance, "You've been smoking, so don't dare kiss me. What sort of sensitive nose do you have? I only had 1 cigarette at dawn, and I've already freshened up. Is there still a scent? Indeed. I've told you how much I detest the smell of smoke. Why did you smoke again?" "It's nothing. I just had a conversation with my family, briefly updating them on the situation." Lin Xia nodded thoughtfully, though a hint of confusion lingered as she inquired, "So, what shall we do today?" Shin Yu found Lin Xia's drowsy demeanor utterly charming and couldn't resist pressing a gentle kiss on her slightly pouted lips. "Are you hungry? We can grab a light bite now, and later this evening, indulge in a hearty feast. What do you think? Sounds splendid. Which plump lamb shall we feast upon?" Upon hearing the mention of a grand meal, Lin Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement. In truth, she already knew whom they would be targeting, considering their previous night's escapade. Zhuo's brothers. "I heard there's a restaurant in the ancient city that offers a complete imperial banquet." "An imperial banquet? Oh, how delightful. We must go. Call Brother Zhuo and secure a reservation." The mere mention of food ignited a gleam in Lin Xia's eyes, and even her manner of address changed, leaving Shin Yu both amused and exasperated. Zhuo Wenchan was pleasantly surprised to receive Shin Yu's call so soon, his heart fluttering with a hint of excitement. Upon hearing the mention of the imperial banquet, Zhuo Wenchan immediately grasped the situation. After hanging up the phone, he relayed the events to Zhuo Feiyu, who chuckled and remarked, "If a mere meal could resolve an issue, then it would not be a problem at all. However, such an eccentric idea must have originated from Lin Xia. How is it that you still harbor thoughts of another man's wife? Do you have any idea how exorbitant an imperial banquet can be?" Zhuo Wenchan, incensed, could hardly contain his agitation. How could his oblivious brother be so enchanted by someone else's spouse? What of it? Marriage can be dissolved. And as long as one draws breath, there lies hope in every circumstance, does there not? Zhuo Wenchan chose to disregard him, fearing that continuing this conversation might lead to apoplexy. Rather than waste time, he resolved to hasten to the restaurant to secure a reservation. As Zhuo Wenchan rushed away in a flurry, Zhuo Feiyu's smile faded. The meal would undoubtedly prove to be a challenge. The crux of the matter lay in how to persuade them to agree to collaborate. Zhuo Feiyu was unaware that their dilemma had been overheard by Lin Xia and Shin Yu the previous night, who had already intended to address the matter over dinner, albeit with a semblance of vexation directed at the Zhuo brothers. The imperial banquet, historically a feast reserved for emperors and high-ranking officials, boasts a variety of dishes second only to the Manchuhan imperial feast, yet the culinary techniques required are exceptionally demanding. Consequently, such banquets typically necessitate a week's advance reservation, along with full payment up front. However, Lin Xia and Shin Yu's request to dine on the same day posed a considerable challenge for the proprietor of Yupinju. "Mr. Zhuo, it is not my intention to undermine your prestige. You are well aware that the banquet cannot be adequately prepared on the same day, even for tomorrow. It would be too late." Zhuo Wenjin was certainly aware of the situation, yet that couple insisted on having this particular dish, and they demanded it for today. Should this meal not be served, it would undoubtedly render future matters moot. "Boss, you must devise a solution. Whatever is needed, I shall prepare. It is imperative that we accomplish this today. There are only 2 diners, so we can reduce the portions, but the variety of dishes must remain ample. Boss Yu clicked his tongue, realizing this was quite a predicament. However, Zhuo Wenjin indeed possessed some influence, and it would be unwise to disregard such connections. Thus, I propose this. At 8 o'clock tonight, I will have Chef Lu prepare the banquet dishes in succession, but you must provide the special ingredients. Moreover, while the portion sizes may decrease, the number of dishes remains as you requested, thus the price remains unchanged. Zhuo Wenjin felt a deep frustration. It was his unfortunate brother who had caused this trouble, yet he was the one who would bear the financial burden to resolve it. If this affair ultimately fell through, he would surely deliver a sound thrashing to Zhuo Feiyu. Chapter 78. The Players in the Game. 7. Lin Xia gazed at the exquisite array of delicacies on the table and eagerly seized her chopsticks, indulging herself without a hint of restraint, leaving the 3 men to the side. Shenyu did not interject, quietly serving Lin Xia from the side. Zhuo Feiyu, propping his chin on his left hand, smiled contentedly as he watched Lin Xia devour her meal with such fervor, finding her irresistibly charming. Only Zhuo Wenjin sat alone, his mood notably low as he silently stewed. As Lin Xia savored each bite, she marveled at the imperial quality of the cuisine, noting the meticulous attention to detail in the dishes. Observing the delicate bean sprouts interlaced with tender strips of meat, she relished the experience with delight. She had long heard that the imperial banquet at Guodu Yipinju was unmatched, and now it was evident that the reputation was well-deserved. We must extend our gratitude to Mr. Zhuo for his generous hosting, which has afforded us the pleasure of this exquisite meal. As Shenyu delicately served dishes to Lin Xia, he smiled softly at Zhuo Wenchang. Zhuo Wenchang suppressed his discontent, watching Lin Xia savor each delectable bite, akin to consuming his wealth. Mr. Shun, you exaggerate. It is merely a meal, he replied. Yet, this was no ordinary repast. A banquet at the palace requires weeks of advance reservations, and the exorbitant costs are beyond the means of most. Initially, we thought that if we could not partake today, it would be of little consequence. Mr. Zhuo is indeed remarkable. Shenyu jested, his words igniting Zhuo Wenchang's ire. Had he known, he would not have gone through such trouble. Nevertheless, it was fortunate we could indulge today. Otherwise, an additional day's wait would have wasted everyone's time. Let us get straight to the point. What are your thoughts on the matter we discussed? Zhuo Feiyu inquired with a stern expression. Lin Xia, having nearly finished her meal, set down her chopsticks and began sipping tea. Observing Zhuo Feiyu's impatience, she scoffed. Zhuo Feiyu, this meal is courtesy of your brother, and he was the one who rescued you. Had it been Mr. Zhuo approaching me directly, we might have readily acquiesced. What gives you the right to request assistance with such an attitude? With her incisive remarks, Lin Xia rendered Zhuo Feiyu speechless and crimson with embarrassment. Choosing silence, he feigned interest in the scenery outside. Zhuo Wenchang, observing discreetly, recognized that Lin Xia and Shun Yu were not unwilling to assist, but rather had yet to quell their tempers. In truth, this situation could befall anyone. However, the shared objectives of both parties have prevented them from making definitive statements. If either of you has further requests, please feel free to express them, and I shall endeavor to accommodate them to the best of my abilities. Might you refrain from perpetually shielding your younger brother? To take a hypothetical step back, even if his prior actions were orchestrated under the guise of original sin, now that he has distanced himself, is he not capable of offering a sincere apology? Does he not possess the most fundamental sense of decorum? Zhuo Feiyu, evading issues and refusing to amend his wrongs while relying on the elders in the family to resolve matters. How do you differ from a mere child? Lin Xia, invigorated and emboldened, delivered a scathing reprimand that left the 2 brothers across from her flushed with embarrassment. Given that they were indeed at fault and now found themselves in a position of seeking assistance, they could only sit there like schoolchildren, unable to retort. Having said her piece, Lin Xia cast a glance at Shun Yu, who, calm and composed, continued the discourse. Ultimately, this matter should yield mutual benefits. We do not wish to act out of resentment stemming from previous incidents. However, agreeing to this without conditions would be inequitable for us. Please, share your terms. First and foremost, Zuofeiyu must apologize for his actions towards Lin Xia and pledge that his future endeavors will bear no relation to the original sin. Upon receiving Lin Xia's nod of assent, Zuofeiyu fell silent. Just as Zuo Wenchan was about to interject, Xinyu interrupted. Very well. Let us proceed to the second matter. Although you are brothers, your arduous efforts to rescue him must surely extend beyond mere altruism. Otherwise, why would you permit him to meet us? I fail to comprehend your meaning. The actions previously undertaken by Zuofeiyu inevitably lead to death. If you were to secretly extricate him, purportedly for his sake, why then must he reappear in the public eye? It merely serves as bait to ensnare us, facilitating your ulterior motives. Once your objectives are achieved, his fate will hinge upon our decisions, will it not? If you could articulate your intentions with clarity, it would benefit all parties involved. The era of Zuo's information technology, Mr. Zuo. Zuo Wenchan's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated that within a mere night, Xinyu would uncover his true identity. That you have been masquerading as Zuo Wenchan in the National Studies Institute. You have inherited Zuo's information technology company. To put it plainly, this corporation operates as an intelligence agency, specializing in the sale of information to various dignitaries and individuals operating in the gray areas of society. Consequently, you possess access to a wealth of information regarding high-ranking officials. The intelligence network known as Original Sin has consistently been under the control of Tao Yin, making their movements exceedingly elusive. However, should you take charge of or gain control over this intelligence network, it would prove immensely beneficial to you, or more precisely, to those who stand behind you. With Xinyu stating this, Zuo Wenchan realized that his affairs had indeed been investigated. Should he withhold the truth, it would not only jeopardize Xinyu's willingness to collaborate, but also expose his company to the risk of scrutiny in the future. There are individuals searching for the leader of Original Sin, who remains an elusive figure, difficult to track. Initially, I had no intention of exploiting the Tao Yin connection. I merely contemplated that with Feiyu's departure from Original Sin, I could intensify my investigations into the organization. However, upon further reflection, Lin Xia realized that if Tao Yin were no longer present, his responsibilities would need to be assumed by someone else. And this transitional period presented her with the perfect opportunity. Although she appeared to be listening casually, she was meticulously assessing the credibility of Tao Yan's words, compounded by the fragments of information she had overheard the previous night, which seemed devoid of flaws. Who was the person behind you? Xinyu pinpointed the crux of the matter, indicating that there were others besides them who were also seeking the Original Sin. Zuo Wenchan shook his head and replied, I do not know who he is. Our communication is strictly informational, and we have never met. In Chapter 79, The Players Within the Game, 8. Zuo Wenchan took a sip of tea and continued, Moreover, my patron's affairs are largely unrelated to what I must accomplish, so Mr. Shun, please refrain from being overly aggressive. Xinyu raised an eyebrow, mentally noting this individual, and subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Xunyu's cessation of inquiries, Zuo Wenchan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They exited the private room, allowing the waiter to clear away the meal and replace it with light refreshments and a fresh pot of Biluakun tea. Though both parties harbored their own concerns, they still convened for their respective purposes. The Zuo brothers, seeing no issues, promptly presented the topographical map leading to Shili Mountain. You possess the map of Shili Village, which delineates the dimensions of the underground tomb. However, to enter Shili Village, one must traverse Shili Mountain first. Zuo Wenchan traced the intended route on the map, stopping at the location of Shili Village. A question arises, Lin Xia interjected suddenly, drawing the simultaneous attention of the three men. Was her father aware of Lu Mei's death? After listening to Ran, Lin Xia nodded and gestured for them to continue. The three resumed their discussion about the route for tomorrow's departure and how to persuade the village chief of Shili Village to grant them access to the tomb. While Lin Xia remained silent, Xinyu had already noticed Lin Xia's demeanor and, once their discussion concluded, leaned closer to her and softly inquired, What troubles you? Why does your expression seem so grim? Lin Xia gazed at the ancient city at night, with its flickering neon lights and bustling crowds. Yet a sense of sorrow inexplicably filled her heart, whether for the late Lu Mei or for the village chief who was unaware of his own daughter's passing. What rationale do you plan to use to communicate with the village chief tomorrow? Lu Wenshan, having put away the map, took Lin Sta's question as a sign that she had been paying attention and reiterated, "Once we enter the mountain stronghold, we will introduce ourselves as members of the Original Sin, here to survey the tomb as we have done in the past. Original Sin has been masquerading as an archaeological team to study the tomb for a decade. We cannot approach him under this identity. Why not? Isn't this identity the most effective means to gain his trust?" Lin Xia refrained from responding, instead looking toward Xinyu. "Do you believe this is a prudent approach? Though it carries certain risks, including the possibility of encountering members of Original Sin, it remains the quickest method to establish trust with him. Do you have an alternative perspective? Lu Mei's father deserves to know what has happened to his daughter. He has the right to uncover the truth. We are here to resolve an issue, not to exploit others for our own selfish desires. How does that differ from the actions of those individuals?" Xinyu possesses a profound understanding of Lin Xia. She cannot bypass the moral quandary that weighs upon her conscience. After all, both Lu Mei and the inhabitants of Shili village are innocent, unwittingly entangled in the complexities of the outside world. How, then, do you propose we communicate? If we were to speak the truth to the village chief, he may not readily accept it. Upon hearing Xinyu's words, Lin Xia felt a sense of relief. As long as Xinyu is not driven solely by self-interest, the opinions of others become inconsequential to her. I will devise a means to earn his trust, therefore. Tomorrow we must refrain from approaching the villagers under the guise of the Original Sin. I have a premonition that circumventing this identity would yield better results. The Zhuo brothers, unaware of the intricacies, observed Xinyu's agreement and, needing each other's assistance, chose not to contest the notion. After all, they too must investigate the Original Sin, and any misstep could place them in a precarious position. Once the matters were discussed, there was no further need for both parties to remain seated together. Lin Xia and Xinyu, seeing no further purpose for their presence, rose to take their leave, especially since it was Zhuo Wenshan who had hosted the gathering. Indeed, Xinyu shared Lin Xia's intuition. He harbored a lingering sense that approaching Shili village under the banner of the Original Sin could precipitate unforeseen complications, leading to a disadvantageous position. Have you already contemplated the rationale for engaging with them tomorrow? After Lin Xia finished her ablutions and emerged from the bathroom, Xinyu inquired. Lin Xia, her damp hair tousled, took a seat beside Xinyu and awaited his assistance in drying her hair. The hairdryer hummed softly as Xinyu's long fingers gently wove through Lin Xia's tresses, the warm breeze brushing against her ear, creating a sensation that was both soothing and slightly ticklish. "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." As Xinyu gently dried her hair, he leaned closer to Lin Xia's ear and inquired, "How should we express ourselves tomorrow?" "Just be straightforward," he suggested. "You are a member of the criminal investigation team, and I am your wife. As for how they choose to introduce themselves, that is their prerogative." He continued, "Isn't your concern for Lu Mei and the villagers more than mere sympathy? What are your thoughts? 10 years. What kind of archaeological team takes a decade to survey a tomb without conclusion? Do you not believe the village chief harbors doubts? Furthermore, after Lu Mei's demise, there was no communication sent back to the village, yet there was also no news of her survival. Do you not think the chief worries about this? A single lie necessitates an array of other lies to sustain it. Rather than conceal the truth, it is better to speak candidly." Xinyu nodded in agreement, caressing Lin Xia's already dry hair before switching off the hairdryer and enveloping her in his embrace. While the sentiment was commendable, what if those individuals were already aware of the Original Sin, or perhaps even colluding with them? Wouldn't that reveal their position, leading them directly into a den of wolves? Xinyu chuckled as he spoke, and Lin Xia shot him a glance. Recognizing that he was merely probing her with his words, she pinched his waist playfully, nearly provoking Xinyu to abandon all decorum and engage in more intimate matters before addressing the serious topic at hand. "Cease your probing. If the villagers had truly allied with the Original Sin, the tomb would have been excavated long ago. A multitude of artifacts would have already been unearthed. So why prolong the endeavor for a decade? Moreover, if an agreement had been reached, Lume would not have met such a premature end. After all, she is the village chief's daughter. Offending him would mean they could no longer access many of the tomb's secrets. Xinyu planted a fervent kiss on Lin Xia, for she was always remarkably astute, regardless of the occasion. Your reasoning holds merit, yet every matter possesses dual facets. It is prudent to prepare for both contingencies. No one can guarantee that others within the village have not been swayed. Lin Xia nodded, contemplating the events of the following day. Observing Xinyu's relentless fidgeting, she pointedly instructed him to gather the necessary items for tomorrow. With a sigh of resignation, Xinyu rose from the bed to tidy up. By the time he completed the task, Lin Xia had already succumbed to slumber. Frustrated, he embraced her, silently vowing to properly discipline this little girl once the ordeal was over. Burdened with myriad thoughts, Xinyu too drifted into a deep sleep. Chapter 80. The players in the game. 9. None of the four had ever set foot in Shili village. Even Zhuo Feiyu had merely reached a general vicinity without engaging with anyone from the village. This lack of interaction left them oblivious to the current circumstances within. 2 hours later, they arrived at the mountainside of Shili Mountain, precisely at 7 in the morning. They sought a flat stone on which to rest. Although it was late autumn, the geographical features rendered the mountain's foliage still vibrantly green, with only the occasional withered branch or leaf falling, carrying a hint of chill. Xinyu glanced at the map. It had taken them 2 hours to reach this point, and if they continued at this pace, they would likely traverse the mountain and discover Shili village by midday. Are you fatigued? Shall we partake in some nourishment? Xinyu inquired as he opened his backpack, revealing the provisions and water he had prepared that morning. Lin Xia shook her head and glanced at Zhuo Wenchan, who was looking around in the distance. Can we reach Arson? We should be able to. I have already instructed him to activate the positioning and dimensional restoration system. As she spoke, Xinyu tapped the collar of his neck, where a device was installed. After a brief static in the earpiece, Arson's voice resonated. Captain Shun, the system is online and ready for action. Excellent. According to the map I sent you, please check how far we are from Shili village. Please hold on. To support Xinyu's operations, Lin Shikai had specifically equipped Arson with a studio filled with the most advanced tracking and positioning instruments, as well as flat to 3D conversion equipment. Utilizing the topographic map provided by Xinyu, a miniature version of Shili Mountain materialized before Arson and Lin Shikai. In 1 hour, you will reach the vicinity of the mountain peak. This mountain is not a typical cone shape. Rather, it approaches an obtuse triangular form. Although it may appear as if you are at the mountainside, you are, in truth, nearing the summit. And how far is Shili village from us? Xinyu glanced at the map in his hand, casting a skeptical look at the Zhuo brothers nearby. If Arson's topographical restoration was accurate, then the route provided by Zhuo Wenchan was indeed a detour. Whether this was due to ignorance or intentional deception remained unclear to Xinyu. If we follow my proposed route, crossing the mountain peak and walking for another hour will bring us there. Shili village lies on the opposite side of the mountain. Its obtuse shape gives the entire village the appearance of being situated on a plateau at mid-elevation. Understood, we will maintain contact. After exchanging a glance, Xinyu and Lin Xia both became more cautious regarding the Zhuo brothers. Once their rest was nearly over, the four of them donned their gear and continued their ascent up the mountain. During this time, Lin Xia feigned exhaustion, persistently refusing to advance. She inquired whether Zhuo Wenchan knew of any shortcuts. Yet Zhuo Wenchan insisted on adhering to the mapped route, which only heightened the couple's wariness. As the four approached the village, it was nearly noon. Throughout their journey, aside from taking a longer path, nothing unusual had occurred, leading Xinyu to harbor doubts about the shortcut that Sun had mentioned. Was there something amiss? While Zhuo Wenchan and the others were momentarily distracted, Xinyu discreetly instructed Sun to scan the entire mountain range once more, seeking the reason behind Zhuo Wenchan's detour. With Zhuo Wenchan's intelligence system, it was inconceivable that they would take a longer route unless there was something significant along that path. As they entered the village, the local residents quickly noticed them. A few individuals, upon seeing the strangers, hastily fled before Zhuo Wenjian could approach them, seemingly to deliver a warning. Shortly thereafter, an elder, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, emerged from the village. Upon encountering 4 unfamiliar faces, the elder's expression turned dubious. Cautiously, he inquired, "May I ask who you 4 are? Excuse me, is this Shili village?" The mention of Lu Mei's name served as a key, instantly altering the elder's demeanor. He spoke with urgency. "Do you know Mei Zi? Has something happened to her?" With a sorrowful expression, Xinyu stepped forward, producing his work ID and softly stating, "I am Xinyu from the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. Lu Mei was recently involved in a case, and we need to gather some information from her family." Shortly thereafter, the 4 of them followed the village chief to his home, a quaint low house adorned with green tiles and blue bricks. A woman emerged from within. Dignified in appearance, yet slightly aged, presumably Lu Mei's mother. Upon seeing her, the elder waved his hand, signaling her to acknowledge the guests. The 4 were ushered into the main hall, where the woman prepared tea and snacks before exiting. The elder took his place at the head of the table, and once everyone was seated, he began to speak. Lin Xia rose, her expression tinged with sorrow. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly articulated, "I used to attend the same school as Lu Mei. She encountered an unfortunate incident during her internship. She is no longer with us." Clatter. The teacup in Lu Zhenmin's hand fell to the floor, producing a jarring sound. With tears welling in his eyes and his voice trembling, he exclaimed, "What did you say?" Mei Zi, she. Chapter 82. The people within the bureau. 10. How? How could this be possible? She seemed perfectly well just before. Lu Zhenmin, engulfed in grief, pounded the table, his face a portrait of disbelief. Lin Xia remained cautious, as she was still unaware of the nature of the relationship between Lu Zhenmin and the original sin. Directly confronting the truth could easily place her in a vulnerable position. Lu Zhenmin appeared not to harbor any suspicions, as he began to mutter to himself, lost in his thoughts. "It is all due to this team. Had they not intruded upon our village, Lu Mei would not have been so determined to leave, nor would so many young individuals have departed the village, their fates uncertain. Could you possibly elaborate on the specifics?" Taking advantage of the moment, Xinyu produced a notebook and began documenting the formal investigation. In truth, everything spoken by those present was being received by Asen. "This matter is rather lengthy. Although you claim that Mei Zi has met with misfortune, I find it hard to believe. What truly transpired? How could a well individual simply vanish?" Lin Xia was already aware that Lu Zhenmin would not easily accept their words. Fortunately, their account was grounded in truth. Had they followed the previous suggestions of Zhuo Wenjian and the others, they would likely have found themselves in a far more precarious position by now. After someone murdered Lu Mei, they concealed her within a sculpture. Upon investigation, it was revealed that she had been exploited, and the perpetrators were indeed members of this very team. Though the murderer ultimately faced justice, the team remains suspect, and we seek to gain further insight from you. To my knowledge, the residents of Shili village have lived in isolation for many years. Lu Mei's sudden departure to attend university, with her tuition funded by this team, suggests that you may possess valuable information. With that, Xinyu handed Lu Zhenmin the autopsy report and summary of the case concerning Lu Mei, which he had previously obtained from Asen. After perusing the documents, Lu Zhenmin succumbed to despair and wept, as it is a sorrowful reality for a parent to bury their child. The 4 individuals present could only remain silent, allowing him the space to regain his composure. After weeping for a while, Lu Zhenmin finally regained his composure. He glanced once more at the report in his hands, and then at Lu Mei's appearance, lamenting with deep remorse. "What a sin! What a sin! Yet why am I not the one to suffer the consequences?" At that moment, Lu Mei's mother emerged, initially bewildered by the object in Lu Zhenmin's hands, seemingly unable to comprehend the words. It was not until she laid eyes on the photograph of Lu Mei's lifeless body that she broke down, collapsing into Lu Zhenmin's embrace and weeping uncontrollably. Although Lin Xia had anticipated the scene before her, witnessing it unfold in reality still stirred her emotions. After Lin Xia spoke, Xinyu immediately added, While the perpetrator who murdered Lu Mei has been brought to justice, the true cause of her demise lies with this team. Lin Xia and Xin Yu exchanged words, gradually calming the two grieving elders. Lu Zhenmin slammed his hand on the table in anger, exclaiming, "I always knew those people had ulterior motives. Ever since their arrival, our village has known no peace." He then recounted how the original sin infiltrated Shili village and ultimately led to Lu Mei's abduction. His account largely mirrored what Zhuo Feiyu had conveyed. Yet Lu Zhenmin deliberately avoided mentioning the tomb, steering clear of that subject. However, from his initial expressions of regret regarding sins and retribution, Lin Xia and the others discerned that everything indeed related to the underground tomb of Shili village. Since you claim they are an archaeological team, how could it possibly take them nearly a decade to investigate customs and local conditions in a village of this size? Luo Wenchuan suddenly inquired, catching Lu Zhenmin off guard. He averted his gaze, speaking with uncertainty, clearly attempting to conceal matters related to the tomb. "Uncle Lu, understanding the purpose behind your search for this organization is crucial for us. Moreover, as an officer of the law, I bear the responsibility to ensure your safety. No one can guarantee that those individuals will not pose a threat to you in the future." Lu Zhenmin, observing Xin Yu's earnestness, remained indecisive. Lin Xia, opting for candor, pressed Lu Zhenmin to reveal the truth. "You mentioned that the residents of Shili village fled here during times of war. However, our investigations indicate that no such conflicts were present during your ancestors' time. There was, however, a certain noble who vanished during that period, and your ancestors, along with some soldiers, disappeared alongside him. Given that we have managed to locate this place, we have already conducted substantial inquiries. Surely, you would not wish for the land your forebears have protected for generations to be irrevocably lost due to your actions?" With these words, Lu Zhenmin found himself unable to maintain his silence any longer. The guilt he harbored, stemming from his earlier honesty that had inadvertently exposed long-guarded secrets, weighed heavily upon him. Enough is enough. At this point, I see no reason to continue hiding the truth. If revealing this information can assist you in swiftly eradicating those threats, I shall consider it a form of penance. After a prolonged silence, he addressed the four individuals present, finally confessing, "The existence of Shili village is solely to safeguard a secret across generations." Lin Xia scanned the surroundings, her gaze lingering on Zhuo Feiyu, who appeared bewildered, seemingly unaware of this narrative. And what transpired thereafter? Lin Xia gently encouraged Lu Zhenmin to continue. Later we have guarded until now. It is said that the body of the Prime Minister has remained in the coffin along with the elixir. As long as a matching vessel is found, the Prime Minister can awaken. Lin Xia seemed to comprehend the desires of the leader of original sin, yet after 10 years without retrieval, could it be? What is the vessel? Upon hearing Lin Xia's inquiry, Lu Zhenmin shook his head. "I do not know about that. It could be an instrument or merely a metaphor. After all, this is just a legend. However, there is indeed a coffin in the underground tomb. That group comes every year to study it. Yet they have never opened the coffin." Lin Xia nodded and noticed a change in Zhuo Wenchuan's expression, subtly tapping Xin Yu's hand. After receiving the signal, Xin Yu addressed Lu Zhenmin. "We wish to see the coffin you mentioned. Perhaps we will uncover new insights." Chapter 83. Practicing Tai Chi. Xin Yu's request left Lu Zhenmin somewhat hesitant. In truth, compared to Xin Yu and his companions, whom he had only met for less than an hour, the people of original sin had established a relationship over the course of a decade. Although he was furious upon learning the cause of his daughter's death, this did not imply that he could place his trust in the four individuals before him. The entrance to the underground tomb was known only to each village chief, leading Lu Zhenmin to believe that as long as he remained tight-lipped, even if Xin Yu and his group were officials, they would be powerless against him. Lu Zhenmin took a deep breath and feigned difficulty, saying, "Alas, it is not that I do not wish to take you there. To be frank, you have arrived too late. Not long ago, that group of individuals returned, but upon their departure, the entrance to the tomb collapsed. Consequently, we are unable to locate any other entrances and cannot gain access." As Lu Zhenmin expressed these words, his demeanor was marked by a distinct sense of frustration, as if he felt guilty for not being able to assist them. However, had he known that the couple before him were adept at psychological warfare, he might have refrained from such presumptuousness. Without the need for Shenyu to speak, Lin Xia scoffed, glancing at her delicate, pale fingers. It seemed that once she emerged from the mountains, she could indulge in a manicure. How fortuitous it was. While we were unaware of the entrance's collapse that you mentioned, we stumbled upon another entrance not far above the village. Initially, we had not intended to enter the tomb, so we refrained. However, given the circumstances, we shall navigate there ourselves, no need for you to guide us. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, Lu Zhenmin could no longer remain composed. Indeed, there was an entrance on the mountain, but it did not lead to the tomb. Rather, it was a private cellar of his. For years, every time the original Sin ventured into the mountains for archaeological pursuits, they would present the village chief with various tokens of gratitude, some of which were rare treasures he had never encountered, while others were tangible gold and silver jewels. This was why Lu Zhenmin, despite the potential backlash of ancestral disgrace, had surreptitiously led members of the original Sin into the tomb. Those individuals merely entered without causing any disturbance, and thus, Lu Zhenmin was more than willing to accept such unexpected fortune. However, upon Lin Xia's remark, a sense of unease began to stir within him. After all, Shenyu's status was well known, and over the years, he had gained a clear understanding of the world beyond the mountains. If he were to be discovered engaging in such dealings with that group, the items in question could very well be seized by the police. Moreover, once the truth comes to light, the entire village would be aware, and each villager's disdain could drown him in a torrent of scorn. Please, wait a moment. Lin Xia turned around, her expression one of innocent curiosity as she inquired, Uncle Lu, do you have any further instructions? Given that this matter pertains to a criminal organization, we must certainly delve into the tomb ourselves. Since you are unable to assist, we shall seek out the answers independently. No. That tomb. Are you concerned there might be danger within? Fear not. We are all quite experienced in surveying terrain, and Lin Xia is a graduate of a medical school, well-versed in emergency measures. Zhou Feiyu lied without so much as a blink, his words rendering the old man speechless. Xinyu, observing that the moment was ripe, stepped forward and said, Please, allow Uncle Lu to finish. Lu Zhenmin was singularly focused on preventing them from ascending the mountain. Yet if he did not take them to the tomb, his modest cache of secrets would be laid bare. Generations had been spent guarding a tomb. Yet the Shili village had seen little in the way of prosperity. Furthermore, that group had entered without incident. These 4 individuals posed no significant threat. After much deliberation, Lu Zhenmin found a way to extricate himself from the predicament, his countenance softening as he remarked, You young ones are simply too hasty. The dangers within the tomb cannot possibly compare to those you encounter in everyday life. And what if the entrance you find is a trap? Do you have any suggestions? Then, we are simply eager to solve the case swiftly, so we hope for your understanding. Zhuo Wenshan graciously offered Lu Zhenmin a significant concession, prompting Lu Zhenmin to respond with a hint of hesitation. How about this? It is now noon. You should take a break and enjoy a modest meal. In the afternoon, I will devise a plan to facilitate your entry into the tomb today, if possible. What do you think? Before long, only Lin Xia and her 3 companions remained in the grand hall. As Lin Xia savored the unique large-leaf tea from Shili village, she exchanged flirtatious glances with Xinyu, causing discomfort for the 2 brothers seated opposite them, particularly Zhou Feiyu. You two should tone it down. Don't you ever tire of being so lovey-dovey? It appeared that dumplings were on the menu for lunch, as the aroma of aged vinegar wafted into the hall from the kitchen. Xinyu languidly remarked, which only infuriated Zhou Feiyu, who felt an urge to hurl his teacup. Zhuo Wenshan, growing impatient, lightly chastised Zhou Feiyu, urging him to remain calm. He then turned to Lin Xia and quietly inquired, How did you know there was an entrance on the mountain? I guessed. It seems my intuition was quite accurate. Lin Xia replied with a carefree smile. Is that so? Since we are now in a cooperative relationship, if you have any leads, it would be best to share them. It would benefit all 4 of us. Zhuo Wenshan was not swayed by Lin Xia's words. He had initially thought of her as a naive girl with a bit of cleverness, merely relying on Shen Yu's presence. However, the earlier situation clearly indicated that Lin Xia was not simply attempting to deceive Lu Zhenmin on a whim. Shen Yu fed Lin Xia a peeled chestnut, completely disregarding Zhuo Wenchan's admonition. Once Lin Xia had her fill, Shen Yu teasingly remarked, "All right, don't overindulge. We have lunch to look forward to." Lin Xia nodded in acknowledgement, yet her hand continued to feed herself chestnuts without pause. Observing that the couple had outright disregarded Zhuo Wenchan's words, Zhuo Feiyu felt a surge of irritation. "Even though we are seeking your assistance, is it not excessive to withhold such information after we have reached an understanding? The words you just uttered, I return them in their entirety. Who is it that, despite knowing a shortcut, chooses to take a longer route, deliberately circumventing the area for some reason?" Lin Xia languidly reclined on the rosewood chair, crossing her legs in an exceedingly unrefined manner. Nevertheless, Zhuo Wenchan sensed an impending crisis emanating from her seemingly careless demeanor. "I am unaware of the matter you speak of. If there are any issues, feel free to articulate them directly." With a clap of her hands, Lin Xia straightened herself and fixed her gaze upon Zhuo Wenchan, her expression frosty as she inquired, "As the owner of Zhui's information company, it is inconceivable that you are unaware of a shortcut on the mountain within such an extensive and prioritized intelligence network. Your avoidance of that path must be due to its inevitable passage through Lu Zhenmin's underground treasury. However, this should not concern you. Thus, what is the true reason for your insistence on not taking the shortcut?" Chapter 84. The curse. Zhuo Wenchan furrowed his brows as he regarded Lin Xia, instinctively aware that she and her companions must have acquired some intelligence through other channels. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the route he was leading to raise their suspicions. "How did you come to know about the route?" "Mr. Zhua, this roundabout way of conversing is rather tedious. Given that our objectives align, the absence of trust and the presence of mutual suspicion in our collaboration will only lead to fatigue for all parties involved. What do you desire?" Zhuo Feiyu felt a sense of discomfort as he was scrutinized by Shen Yu's gaze. "I shall not inquire about your true intentions for being here. Yet I implore you not to obstruct our investigation. We each have our own objectives to fulfill." "Naturally. That is reassuring. I hope you will remember what was just said." After uttering these words, Shen Yu resumed whispering sweet nothings to Lin Xia, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a romantic interlude. Angered, Zhuo Feiyu felt as though a heavy stone lodged in his heart, prompting him to step outside for some fresh air, with Zhuo Wenchan following suit. Once the two had departed, Lin Xia slyly remarked, "You certainly have your ways. However, will we truly refrain from intervening in their affairs?" "I merely stated that they should not hinder us. I never claimed I would not investigate them. Besides, there is no need for me to do so, is there?" Sengu? On the other end of the line, Sun felt a chill run down his spine at the mention of Shen Yu. To ensure the safety of both individuals, he needed to constantly monitor the situation and reconstruct the terrain, leaving him no moment to abandon his workspace. Yet, with one remark from Shen Yu, he had been assigned yet another task. "Captain Shen, the exploitation of capitalism is intolerable." Upon hearing Sun's words, the two nearly spat out their tea. It is worth noting that Sun, a technician by trade, was typically reticent, and for him to utter a few additional words was nothing short of miraculous. The fact that such a dry jest emerged from him illustrated the extent of his exasperation. With both hands operating for computers, Sun simultaneously glanced at the dimensional map for terrain reconstruction. He managed a rare wry smile in response to Lin Xia's comment. Immediately following, a remark was made. "Thank you for the remote consolation from the capitalist's wife." At this, Lin Xia erupted in laughter, spewing tea from her mouth, her coughs mingling with her mirth, for the child was undeniably delightful. Shen Yu, stifling his laughter nearby, recognized the effort Sun had invested in this matter, yet could not help but marvel at the child's hidden sharp tongue. The brothers in the courtyard, hearing the laughter, assumed Lin Xia and her husband were merely engaging in playful banter. Zhuo Wenchan cast a glance at the sullen Zhuo Feiyu, shaking his head in resignation. Fate will ultimately reveal its hand. What is not meant to be should not be forced. To release her is to liberate oneself. I am aware, no need for reminders. How goes your preparation? It is underway. The reason they have failed to comprehend the tomb after a decade is primarily due to their inability to locate the true coffin. However, we require Xinyu and his team to uncover its whereabouts. Once found, the means to deal with Tao Yan will also be within reach. The Mist Spirit Mushroom is merely a fade. Lin Xia and her companions likely understand this. Yet, we have not lied. The Mist Spirit Mushroom indeed has the capacity to counter Tao Yan's hallucinogenic substances, but to completely eradicate Tao Yan before Zhuofeiyu could finish. Zhuo Wenjin suddenly pressed a finger to Zhuofeiyu's lips, signaling for silence. Zhuofeiyu glanced around, spotting Lu Mei's mother approaching after finishing the meal. Lu Mei's mother appeared despondent. Yet in this remote mountain village, the words of men held paramount importance, even in the wake of her daughter's passing. With the body yet to be returned, she still had tasks assigned by Lu Jinmin to fulfill. "Aunt, you have worked hard. Please take a moment to rest. We shall dine together shortly." Lin Xia caught sight of Lu Mei's mother outside the courtyard and hurriedly stepped out, warmly grasping the woman's hand. Upon noticing the various wounds on her hands, a result of years of labor, Lin Xia couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. As Lu Mei's mother beheld Lin Xia, her eyes began to well with tears. The sweet and obedient demeanor of Lin Xia invariably reminded her of Lu Mei. Alas, in our village, there exists a curse. All newborns are plump and adorable, yet as they grow, their bodies become increasingly unwieldy. Some children, not yet 10 years old, begin to exhibit signs of bloating, and their fingers turn black. If this darkening spreads to the heart, it can lead to death. So, must one sever the fingers once they turn black? Lin Xia found this hard to believe, her thoughts drifting to Lu Mei's fingers. At that time, she had assumed Lu Mei's condition was related to a folk ritual she had heard about, never imagining it was of such a grim nature. Initially, no one had thought of this drastic solution. It was old Li from the village who made the discovery. Observing his son growing increasingly corpulent and his fingers darkening, he drowned his sorrows in drink. One night, inebriated and in a moment of despair, he severed his child's finger. The child nearly lost consciousness from the pain. Yet by the following day, the swelling had significantly diminished. Lin Xia felt a shiver of fear. Could such a curse truly exist in this world? Moreover, judging by the woman's description, it seemed less a curse and more akin to a genetic inheritance of some virus. Or perhaps the villagers bore some toxic affliction that was transmitted through their blood to the children. When did this curse begin? Xinyu suddenly posed a question, and Lin Xia, with a flash of insight, grasped his meaning. After a moment of contemplation, the woman thoughtfully remarked, "Perhaps it was over 10 years ago. At that time, Maisie had not yet left. She was just in her teens when she suddenly gained weight, and it was through this very method that she managed to lose it again." Chapter 85. A small-scale Hongmen banquet. Upon hearing the woman's words, both individuals felt a sense of clarity. It appeared that this matter was indeed intertwined with the original sin from a decade past. Lin Xia concluded with a serene smile, which significantly eased Lu Jinmin's defenses. This seemingly naive girl, untouched by the world's complexities, reminded him of Lu Mei, stirring a pang of sorrow within him. "You are thoughtful. Come. Let us enjoy a meal together and discuss the matter at hand." Lu Jinmin seamlessly echoed Lin Xia's sentiments and guided everyone to the dining hall. On the classical Eight Immortals table lay an array of delicacies unique to Shilizhai, igniting an irresistible appetite. Once seated, Lu Jinmin took a sip of tea and remarked, "Indeed, I just went to inspect the entrance, and it has indeed collapsed. However, given the dry weather and mountain winds these past few days, it should be relatively easy to excavate. I have already enlisted a few family members to begin the work at the entrance. After our meal, you may visit the site. Of course, if you prefer, you may also rest and take a nap before going to see it." None of the four present were foolish. Yet they refrained from exposing Lu Jinmin's pretext. After all, access to the tomb was what truly mattered. They nodded in agreement and began to enjoy their meal. Just as they were dining, Xinyu unexpectedly tapped Lin Xia's leg beneath the table. Lin Xia, maintaining her composure, discreetly extended her hand downwards. Xinyu discreetly placed a pill-like object into Lin Xia's hand. Lin Xia glanced at Xinyu. who was focused on the dishes on the table and the two brothers across from them. Clearly, there was something amiss with the food. Having snacked on some chestnuts and pastries before the meal, Lin Xia found the dishes delectable, yet had barely taken a few bites. In contrast, Zhuo Feiyu and Zhuo Wenchan were relishing their meals, which was surprising given their usual wariness. It was unclear why they had let their guard down this time. Lin Xia stealthily dropped the pill into her bowl and consumed it with the food. Although she was still uncertain about what Xinyu had discovered, she trusted that his actions would not bring her harm. Throughout the meal, Lu Junmin observed them with a mix of subtlety and intent. Noting that aside from their excessive affection for one another, the couple seemed untroubled. As the meal neared its conclusion, he awaited the effects of the pill to manifest. Gradually, Lin Xia began to sense something was amiss with the Zhuo brothers. Zhuo Wenchan kept shaking his head, appearing quite disoriented, while Zhuo Feiyu rubbed his eyes, seemingly unable to see clearly. Witnessing their peculiar behavior, Lu Junmin couldn't help but smile knowingly. "So, do you wish to go now or later?" Xinyu inquired softly, absent-mindedly touching his ear. "Very well, I shall take you there. However, I cannot speak to what lies within the tomb. According to ancestral teachings, we are forbidden from entering the mausoleum." Lin Xia feigned discomfort, rubbing her nose, and innocently asked, "So when they descended, were you waiting above? You never took a look at what was inside the tomb?" Lin Xia secretly scorned Lu Junmin's hypocrisy. Whether there were terrifying entities within the tomb remained unknown to her. Yet it was a certainty that Lu Junmin would engage in mischief prior to their entrance. "Thank you. We shall proceed with utmost caution," Lin Xia remarked. After her statement, Lu Junmin nodded and rose to lead the way out, with the four of them following suit. As Zhuo Feiyu passed by Lin Xia, he suddenly glanced at her, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips as he winked. Xinyu, with eyes sharp as blades, directed a piercing gaze at Zhuo Feiyu, who, seemingly indifferent, continued forward. However, this exchange enlightened Lin Xia and her companions. The Zhuo brothers, much like them, were deliberately baiting Lu Junmin. Believing his scheme to be successful, Lu Junmin became less cautious, striding ahead with an air of pride, greeting the villagers they encountered along the way. Soon, they exited the village and ascended the mountain on the opposite side. In a short while, they arrived at a shrine. Lu Junmin entered the shrine to pay his respects, and upon emerging, he led them to the rear of the edifice. Behind the shrine lay a modest cave, its entrance showing signs of a recent collapse. Lu Junmin's affable demeanor incited Lin Xia's disdain. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts and followed Xinyu into the cave. Once the four of them had fully entered and silence enveloped them, Lu Junmin turned away with a sinister smile, departing the scene. The four descended deeper into the cave, its walls adorned with withered vines and faded murals that, at first glance, appeared quite alarming. After traversing the cave for half an hour, they reached a clearing. According to their trajectory, they should now be directly beneath the entrance of Shili village. Lin Xia shook off the dust from his clothes and raised his eyes to ask Zhuo Wenchan, "How did you discover that there was an issue with the food?" The food itself was not the problem, it was the utensils. "How so?" He continued, "If the food were problematic, it would be easy to expose the deception on the spot. After all, whether it is the original sin or ourselves, we are not devoid of vigilance. However, if the food is impeccable, most people would feel at ease and cease to ponder further. Do you remember what we mentioned about the misty spirit mushroom? This particular fungus possesses the ability to soothe the senses and clarify the mind. Conversely, there are certain plant juices that can numb the senses. One could apply such a substance to the utensils, rendering it undetectable in the food." Lu Junmin likely employed the same tactic when hosting those associated with the original sin. By impairing their senses first, their mental state would deteriorate progressively. By the time they entered the tomb and encountered the frescoes or peculiar objects, their unstable minds would lead to hallucinations. Zhuo Wenchan patiently elucidated this to Lin Xia, who looked toward Xinyu in confusion, seeking clarification. Xinyu nodded slightly, and then remarked, "Thus, the prolonged inability to uncover the secrets of the tomb is also related to this. The tricks employed at the Taoyuan restaurant are likely similar." Lin Xia suddenly comprehended and exclaimed softly, then turned to face the grand entrance of the tomb behind him. Observing the seemingly flimsy door, he pondered, could such a decrepit door conceal traps? Chapter 86. Entering the Tomb. 1. The four approached the tomb door. Yet no mechanisms were discovered. Shunyu cautiously produced a wooden stick and, with a firm push, the tomb door swung open. The interior was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Zuofeiyu retrieved a flashlight and directed its beam within, but the sight was obscured by thick fog. Lin Xia discarded a glow stick, which illuminated the grave's interior in an instant. However, the moment they beheld it, a sense of trepidation enveloped the four. Behind the tomb's entrance loomed a statue that appeared more monstrous than divine, its fearsome visage evoking dread rather than reverence. Surrounding the statue were numerous spears, their pointed tips aimed menacingly towards the entrance, suggesting the presence of a trap. To enter recklessly would surely lead to dire consequences. Hesitation gripped the four, and they fumbled outside the door for quite some time, yet no mechanism or switch revealed itself. Could this merely be an illusion? Lin Xia observed the glow stick lying on the ground, then glanced at the ominous statue, instinctively stepping closer to the entrance. Shunyu hastily grasped her arm. Do not move recklessly. Lin Xia waved her hand dismissively, indicating that she was aware of her actions. She then proceeded cautiously, leaving Zuowen and Chan in a state of shock, their expressions tense as they watched her. Lin Xia gingerly crossed the threshold of the tomb, maneuvering around the statue and spears to retrieve the glow stick from the ground. The three outside exhaled in relief upon seeing her unharmed, though a sense of embarrassment lingered. Their courage seemed outshone by a mere girl, a fact that would be rather humiliating to admit. Following Lin Xia's path, the trio entered the tomb. Yet the pervasive darkness and mist, coupled with the damp chill, evoked thoughts of a frigid underworld. How did you discern this was a fade? The glow stick was tossed in carelessly. I had no knowledge of what it might encounter. Yet, there was an unsettling stillness about the items within, leading me to believe that those objects at the entrance were likely mere decor. Upon hearing Zuowenchan's inquiry, Lin Xia casually replied while wielding a cold light stick to survey her surroundings. She approached the wall and discovered a lamp fixture positioned every meter along its length. Lin Xia called out to Shunyu, seeking a lighter to ignite the lamps. Shunyu leaned in for a closer inspection of the lamp fixture, taking a moment to inhale its scent. Each lamp was interconnected, yet one solitary light would not suffice. It required a breeze. Shunyu found himself entranced by the darkened tomb entrance, while Lin Xia seemed to grasp the implication of Shunyu's mention of wind. She began searching for a mechanism, realizing that in such a tomb, it was improbable to draw air from the initial entry point. Observing the couple, one tirelessly searching the open space while the other stood in contemplation at the entrance, Zuofeiyu glanced at Zuowenchan, and they both shook their heads in unison. Given that the individuals bearing original sins had previously entered and had done so multiple times over the decade, the situation could not possibly be as it appeared. The only plausible explanation was that they restored the place to its original state before their departures, preventing others from entering. As Shunyu muttered to himself, Lin Xia continued her search. The open area yielded nothing, with the only potential hiding spots being the vines that adorned the walls. Eureka! Shunyu stepped back from the entrance. Shunyu quickly retreated to a corner of the wall, and Zuowenchan and his companion also distanced themselves from the tomb's mouth. Lin Xia pressed down on the protrusion she had discovered, and an immediate, subtle tremor coursed through the ground. Following that, a howling wind erupted from within the tomb, and a torrent of mist was propelled into the open space, stirring up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, the four individuals opened their eyes, astonished by the scene before them. A gust of wind had swept through, revealing the once concealed statue and spear from within the entrance. As the light illuminated the area, they beheld the true nature of the statue. It was not a depiction of the Buddha, but rather the stone effigy of an ancient general. Clad in armor and adorned with a tusked mask, the general was flanked by several spears glinting ominously in the light. The group was filled with bewilderment. Although the wind had been fierce, it seemed inconceivable that such a large statue could have been displaced from the tomb. After a few minutes of silence, they cautiously approached the tomb's mouth, discovering that all the lamps within were alight and the mist had dissipated. Let us proceed, It appears there is no immediate danger. After observing for a moment, Xinyu took the lead and stepped into the tomb. The illumination from the lamps revealed the interior's details. The entrance was a long corridor, culminating in an open space where a coffin rested. They entered, gathering around the coffin. The crimson burial casket rested upon a stone pedestal, its dark, gold-trimmed patterns exuding opulence. However, the coffin seemed to lack any means of opening. The lid was tightly sealed, seamlessly fitting atop the casket. Xinyu discreetly tapped his ear, signaling to arson, and began scanning the entire tomb and the coffin. The others busied themselves as well, inspecting the casket for any potential openings. After circling the coffin, Xinyu found no signs of a way to lift the lid. Captain Shan, there are some gold and silver artifacts within this coffin, along with a cluster of mushrooms growing along the side of the coffin board. However, the value of opening it seems minimal. Xinyu tapped his ears twice, seemingly inquiring about Asen's accuracy. Upon observing the three-dimensional modeling from the scan, Asen furrowed his brows in perplexity. Soon after, he noticed that other objects had been detected within the coffin. The coffin needed to be opened. Beneath it lay something significant. For this coffin was indeed the true entrance to the tomb. Both Xinyu and Lin Xia were momentarily taken aback by this revelation, but soon comprehended the implications. The tomb's occupant had meticulously designed a duplex villa to ensure undisturbed repose and death. They needed to devise a method to open the coffin. The two circled around it for an extended period, yet they could not locate a mechanism. Zhuo Feiyu, observing their fruitless efforts, leaned against the wall, somewhat bored, as he watched them fumble left and right. Suddenly, the wall behind him gave way, and he fell through it, leaving the others no time to intervene. As Zhuo Feiyu tumbled into the wall, the coffin began to stir. Zhuo Wenchan glanced at the wall, which had returned to its original state, then at the coffin. Though concerned for his brother's safety, he recognized that the clues were of greater urgency. After the coffin shifted, a distinct sound of mechanisms was audible, and a gap appeared in the coffin lid. Zhuo Wenchan and Xinyu combined their efforts to push the lid open, revealing an array of gold, silver, and jade artifacts within, which elicited no interest from them. However, Zhuo Wenchan, upon spotting the mushrooms inside, exclaimed, "This is it, the mist spirit mushroom. It only thrives in the cold, damp confines of a coffin. If taken out, dried, and ground into powder, it can enhance one's sensory perception and invigorate the mind." The two individuals refrained from touching the gold and silver artifacts, instead donning gloves to carefully place the mist spirit mushrooms into the boxes they carried. Chapter 87. Entering the tomb. 2. After securing the mist spirit mushrooms, Xinyu began extracting the gold and silver artifacts from the coffin, until only a piece of yellow satin remained at the bottom. He tapped the coffin's base, confirming it was indeed hollow. As he explored the surrounding area at the base, he discovered a mechanism hidden within. With a firm press on the mechanism, the bottom of the coffin abruptly flipped. Xinyu lost his balance and was pulled down, while Lin Xia instinctively grasped him, consequently being drawn down as well. Only Zhuo Wenchan remained above. In that fleeting moment of descent, Xinyu felt Lin Xia fall alongside him and quickly pulled her close to his chest, shielding her in his embrace. They tumbled and rolled until they finally came to a stop on the ground. Once settled, Xinyu surveyed their surroundings and noticed that perpetual lamps illuminated the space. "Xia Xia, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" "No, and you?" "I'm fine too. Let us get up first." They both rose to their feet, and Lin Xia frowned at the perpetual lamps surrounding them. Is this truly the tomb of that noble? Can these lamps really burn for a millennium? In a daze, Lin Xia nodded and scanned the open area, eventually spotting a door in the corner. "It seems we must venture further inside if we hope to find the true coffin." Xinyu dusted off the dirt from himself and Lin Xia, then grasped her hand as they made their way toward the door. Lin Xia, her brow tightly furrowed, followed closely behind. Suddenly, Xinyu halted, causing Lin Xia to collide into his back. "What happened? Why did you stop?" "It should be I who asks you. Why do you appear so dazed after coming down? Did you fall just now?" Xinyu reached out to touch Lin Xia's head and examined her body, confirming that there were no injuries. However, Lin Xia's dazed expression still caused him great concern. "No, I was contemplating something. What is it? You mentioned that if the original Sin individuals truly entered and exited this tomb for a decade, it could not possibly be in such an abandoned state. There must be traces of their presence. Yet now, I share that sentiment. However, if they came here without entering the tomb, what purpose did they serve? Moreover, if they did not enter the tomb, why did Lu Zhenmin lead us here? The more Lin Xiao pondered, the more she felt something was amiss, as though they had fallen into someone else's trap. Xinyu contemplated as well, but could not grasp the intricacies of the situation. Nodding, Lin Xia followed Xinyu forward. Now only Lin Xia and Xinyu remained. They no longer needed to be wary of the Zhou brothers. They directly addressed Ah San, saying, "Investigate what lies behind the door." After scanning the terrain map of the nearby area, Ah San replied, "Behind the door is a passage, but it seems to be rigged with a mechanism. The walls have crevices. It would be best to pass through swiftly. Beyond the passage lies the main chamber, where a large coffin is situated at the center. That should be what you are searching for." Upon hearing this, both Xinyu and Lin Xia grew tense. Arriving at the door, Xinyu pushed against it, but it did not budge. Lin Xia glanced at the door above and below, nudging Xinyu with a mischievous grin. "Shindaxian, this is a sliding door on the side." Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, then noticed the gap at the side of the door, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Ahem, my mistake pulling the door sideways." He effortlessly opened it, revealing a passage behind. The two exchanged glances, silently counting down, and then swiftly dashed towards the exit ahead. Indeed, as soon as the door was opened, the walls of the passage began to constrict. Although they were running at a commendable speed, having undergone training, it was still a race against time. As they barely escaped through the exit, the passage behind them collapsed with a resounding thud, the walls pressing in on either side. They both instinctively patted their chests, hearts racing from the near miss, narrowly avoiding becoming mere remnants. Once they composed themselves, they turned to face the main chamber. The main chamber was modest in size, adorned with stone carvings, and at its center stood a grand coffin, larger and more opulent than the one above. In front of the coffin was a writing desk, upon which lay a scroll of bamboo slips. Xinyu approached, unfurling the scroll to reveal intricate seal script. "What does this say?" "It resembles little worms, haha, that's seal script, not worms. Strangely enough, it's quite similar to your handwriting." Lin Xia had many admirable qualities, yet her handwriting resembled a spider's web, akin to a built-in security code. She wouldn't dare to read it twice, for even she could barely comprehend it. Xinyu chose not to bicker with her. When it came to reasoning, no one could outmatch Lin Xia. "Indeed, my lady holds great affection for me. Does she wish to know what is inscribed here?" Lin Xia shot him an indignant glance, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and nodded in response. The text comprises the life records of the individual interred within this coffin, a minister from the Wei and Jin dynasties, whose past was marked by nobility. However, his burial here was not the result of fleeing from war and famine, as Lu Zhenmin suggested, but rather an act of devotion to his beloved. To escape the treacherous intrigues of the imperial court and to seek a sanctuary, he, along with his family and a contingent of soldiers, retreated to this remote mountainous region, establishing a pastoral existence. Unfortunately, it was not long before the minister succumbed to a sudden illness. His beloved discovered a medicinal formula, which, if crafted into a pill and placed within a suitable vessel, could potentially resurrect him. Yet, ultimately, the minister did not return to life, not due to the ineffectiveness of the elixir, but rather because the living could not accommodate his beloved after his passing. Lin Xia recalled the stone carvings at the entrance of the tomb. Those spears were not intended to guard this resting place, but were instead directed at the statues of generals. Following his demise, turmoil erupted here. Some sought to seize his wealth, while others wished to flee. In the end, they were all slain by the general, leaving behind the ancestors of Shili village, who were loyal to him. The bamboo slips concluded at this point, seemingly pinned by that very general. The stone carvings at the entrance had been tampered with. The statues ought to have faced inward toward the tomb. Even in death, the general endeavored to safeguard the minister's final piece, yet ultimately, he too could not preserve it. After Xinyu finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the two. At that moment, Lin Xia suddenly noticed the coffin shifting slightly, followed by a faint sound of collision. Chapter 88. Entering the tomb. 3. The movement of the coffin caused both individuals to tense up. Lin Xia inched closer to Xinyu, clutching his sleeve tightly. If there were two things in this world that instilled fear in Lin Xia, they would be soft-bodied creatures, such as wriggling worms, snakes, and octopuses, as well as supernatural entities. Although she relished reading supernatural novels and tales of the uncanny, the thought of encountering such phenomena sent shivers down her spine. After a brief period of noise, the coffin fell silent, yet Lin Xia, gripped by fear, clung to Xinyu, her eyes filled with terror. Could it be a case of resurrection? What should we do? It's all right. Don't worry. I'll take a look, Xinyu declared, attempting to approach. Lin Xia desperately pulled him back, her heart racing at the uncertainty of what lay within. Should something unfathomable emerge, she feared she would be the first to faint. You shouldn't go over there. I'm scared. Just then, a scratching sound emanated from the coffin, as if something inside was clawing at the coffin lid with considerable force. The jarring noise echoed hauntingly in the vast main chamber, each scrape sending a jolt through Lin Xia's nerves. The scratching intensified, accompanied by incomprehensible whimpering. As they listened, Lin Xia and Xinyu stood frozen. This sound, it seemed oddly familiar. At that moment, Lin Xia's fear dissipated, and she followed Xinyu to the side of the coffin. The lid bore unmistakable signs of having been disturbed. They exchanged a glance and, with a determined effort, pushed the lid aside, causing the heavy cover to crash onto the ground with a resounding thud. Upon witnessing the scene within the coffin, both individuals were struck with astonishment. Inside the coffin, Zhuo Feiyu was bound to a skeleton, his mouth gagged with black fabric and his hands and feet restrained. Upon catching sight of Lin Xia, Zhuo Feiyu whimpered with fervor, as though he had spotted a savior. Setting aside the mystery of how Zhuo Feiyu ended up in the coffin after falling through the hidden door, his current predicament brought Lin Xia a sense of amusement. Isn't it said that fortunes shift every 30 years? Who would have imagined that you would find yourself in such a plight? Surely, being bound is far from a pleasant experience. Lin Xia leaned over the edge of the coffin, reveling in his misfortune, while Xinyu let out a cold laugh and removed the black cloth from Zhuo Feiyu's mouth. Once liberated, Zhuo Feiyu hurriedly implored, "You must get me out of here. I can hardly breathe." "Is this how you plead for assistance?" Lin Xia retorted, relishing the moment. "It seems the Prime Minister has taken quite a liking to you. Perhaps you should remain here to keep him company." The satisfaction she felt was palpable. After all, Zhuo Feiyu had previously kidnapped her multiple times, threatening her with dire consequences. He ought not to presume that by escaping his original sins, the transgressions he committed could simply be dismissed like turning the pages of a book. Lin Xia harbored a grudge even against those who had wronged her father, let alone those who had harmed her. "Please, you must release me. I have urgent matters to discuss. Speak first, and then I shall set you free." "How can you be so unreasonable? You must at least allow me to exit in order to converse, for how can one engage in dialogue from within a coffin? To share a coffin with a prime minister from the Tang and Wei dynasties is indeed a stroke of fortune. Such an opportunity is beyond the reach of most. So, will you speak or not?" Lin Xia, brimming with triumph, poked Zhuo Feiyu with a wooden stick, inciting a fury within him that rendered him helplessly writhing in the coffin. "You wretched girl, when I escape, you shall not be spared," he exclaimed. "If you do not speak, I shall not hesitate to ensure your demise is even more agonizing." Just as Zhuo Feiyu finished his tirade, Xinyu, from his elevated position, coldly interjected. The chilling aura silenced Zhuo Feiyu instantly. Observing the exchange between Zhuo Feiyu and Lin Xia, Xinyu felt his long-buried jealousy surging forth. Even while bound in the coffin, Zhuo Feiyu's eyes still lingered on the woman he coveted, as if he were eager to prolong his existence. Zhuo Feiyu scoffed, begrudgingly confessing, "My brother is problematic." "In what manner?" Xinyu inquired. "My initial encounter with that mechanism was not by mere chance. It was Wu Wenchan who pushed me. At the time, I assumed he was up to something he wished to conceal from you, which is why I remained silent. However, I never anticipated." "And then what? What transpired afterward? How did you end up here?" As I mentioned, my brother is indeed problematic. After being pushed down, I tumbled into the adjacent chamber. I sought a way out from there, but while searching, I encountered someone. As Zhuo Feiyu spoke, both their brows furrowed in concern. Within this tomb, beyond the three of them, there was a fifth individual. Do you know this person? Xinyu probed, honing in on the crux of the matter. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Feiyu offered a wry smile and replied, "Not only do I know him, but you all do as well." "You mean Tao Yin?" Upon uttering the name, Zhuo Feiyu, Lin Xia felt a distinct chill creep down her spine. An involuntary tension gripped her as she glanced around her surroundings. There was no need for further observation. He had bound me, seized a box from the coffin, and departed. Lin Xia remained perplexed by the intricate circumstances at play. Yet her intuition hinted that Tao Yin and Zhuo Wenchan had forged some clandestine alliance. Tao Yan's access to the main chamber of the next level could not have been through the entrance we had used, thereby confirming the existence of another passage to this tomb. However, if he had been aware of this entrance all along, why had he not retrieved the box over the years? Now that we had arrived, why risk exposure to obtain it? Even going so far as to bind him without taking his life? Xinyu's gaze, cold as ice, fixated on Zhuo Feiyu within the coffin, as if he were observing a lamb awaiting slaughter. Zhuo Feiyu, feeling a surge of trepidation, swallowed hard. "Is there anything left unsaid? What has Tao Yin confided in you?" Xinyu inquired, his eyes steady upon Zhuo Feiyu, who felt akin to a frog ensnared by a venomous snake, unable to escape. "He mentioned that he would inform the higher-ups of my survival, but for now, he has opted not to kill me. Someone else will come to deal with me. Furthermore, he asked me to deliver a message to you." "What message?" "The game has commenced, and there is no turning back. Let us see who will emerge victorious in the end. The master awaits your arrival." Upon concluding his statement, Zhuo Feiyu grimaced and added, "I have divulged everything I could. Please release me. I am bound so tightly that I am turning blue." However, the expressions of the two individuals above the coffin were grave, evidently indicating that Tao Yin was discussing their scheme, while Lin Xia and her companion were adversaries within that plan. Yet, the nature of this vessel remained a mystery to all. The gentleman mentioned at the end presumably refers to the formidable antagonist of Original Sin. How much do you truly know about this gentleman? Alas, he has perpetually concealed his visage behind a mask. Has no one ever caught a glimpse of his appearance? Or is there anyone who possesses knowledge of his background? Chapter 89. Emergence from the tomb. Upon hearing Xinyu's words, Zhuo Feiyu shook his head. The leader of Original Sin has always donned a mask. All that is known is that he is a robustly built man, exuding charisma, and possesses a melodious voice. I have conveyed all that I needed to. Might you not consider releasing me now? Very well. However, what is your true purpose with Zhuo Wenchan? Clarify this, and we shall set you free. Lin Xia leisurely baited Zhuo Feiyu, inciting his anger, his face turning a shade of ashen fury, wishing only to curse. You insolent girl, do not push your luck. This must be clarified. The one who stated not to pursue inquiries was Xinyu, not I. Moreover, he merely instructed Zhuo Wenchan not to interrogate, without mentioning you. Thus, my query regarding this matter is entirely justifiable. It is no wonder that Lin Xia possesses an unparalleled talent for inciting ire. Zhuo Feiyu, already bound, was in a state of discomfort. But Lin Xia's relentless teasing could provoke even the fondest of affections into a fit of rage. What exactly do you intend to do? Would you prefer to end my life swiftly? After all, there is no escaping death. Observing Zhuo Feiyu's defiant posture, his refusal to cooperate, Lin Xia smiled a grin that revealed her teeth, a mischievous gleam in her eyes. How come I never realized before how amusing Zhuo Feiyu could be? Despite his past transgressions that warranted the death penalty, my interactions with him now reveal a certain simplicity in his thoughts, particularly when he engages with Lin Xia. Enough of this charade. Let him go, Xinyu remarked nonchalantly as he reached out to untie Zhuo Feiyu. However, his intentions were not so benevolent. He simply wished to cease the dissonance of Zhuo Feiyu's conversations with Lin Xia, which grated on his nerves. It is indeed true that men often resort to reason. Yet, your handsome visage is undeniably alluring. At one point, I contemplated whether or not to keep you as well. Hence, The adage that villains perish due to their verbosity holds merit. Shinyu found himself the target of a man's teasing for the very first time in his life. Xia Xia, close the coffin. We shall take our leave. Shinyu's lips twitched in irritation, mirroring Lin Xia's expression as if she had just consumed a fly. The couple was united in one singular thought. Is the creature lying within the coffin truly the merciless, pathological demon they once knew? This undeniably appears to be a shameless rascal. Release me. Zuofeiyu, my distrust in you stems not solely from your past actions against us. It is more about your unwillingness to reveal your true self. Cruel, bloodthirsty, astute, foolish, and many more. Aren't you weary of wearing these masks? Which one is truly you? Upon hearing Lin Sta's words, Zuofeiyu's foolish grin vanished. Shinyu untied the ropes binding Zuofeiyu and coldly declared, "Be gone. The next time we meet, it shall be for your apprehension and conviction." Once the rope was untied, Shinyu took Lin Xia to search for an exit, leaving Zuofeiyu seated in the coffin. His expression grave as he watched the two depart. Adjacent to the main chamber were two side rooms. The left side was where Zuofeiyu had fallen, while according to his account, Tao Yin should have entered from the right side room. The two ventured into the right side room, yet found no means of escape. Had Tao Yin truly been here? What if the knots on his rope were all oriented outward? Had he tied them himself to mislead us? They would have been facing inward. This indicates that a fifth person must have been present, yet now this individual is nowhere to be found. Lin Xia nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly she slapped her forehead, a look of chagrin washing over her face. "We forgot something important," she lamented. "What is it?" Lin Xia retrieved a rolled-up paper from her bag, sheepishly declaring, "We have the topographic map of Shili village." Upon seeing the map in Lin Xia's hand, Shinyu burst into laughter. They had indeed been momentarily befuddled, led astray by Zuo Wenchan and his companions, completely overlooking the map they possessed. Lin Xia promptly spread the map on the ground, tracing the route they had taken from the shrine to estimate their current position. "We are now on the second level. Our location is roughly in the northwestern corner of the village's center. To reach the ground level, we must traverse the upper level first." "Not necessarily," Shinyu replied. "The first level is essentially a facade. Aside from the main chamber, there are no side rooms. Thus, there should be no rooms above us." After searching the map for quite some time, the two individuals still could not locate a potential exit. At that moment, a voice echoed through the headphones, Aisen's voice. "Captain Shun, there is a passage behind the wall you're facing, leading directly to a cellar below. However," the word "however" was precisely what the two most dreaded hearing at that moment. "Speak plainly." Aisen continued, "This cellar is not simple. It is quite spacious and appears to house something within. I can only discern the terrain, but not the contents. Could it be Lu Zhenmin's treasury?" Lin Xia suddenly recalled what Aisen had mentioned about a small treasury when they circled around the back mountain. This might indeed explain the reason for Zuo Wenchan's detour. Upon hearing this, both of them displayed expressions of delight, hastily folding the map and beginning to examine the wall behind Shinyu. Yet, no matter how they knocked or pushed, the wall remained utterly immovable, just as they pondered whether they needed to locate the mechanism again. A figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the chamber. "You want to find it this way." Zuofeiyu approached a corner of the tomb where several clay artifacts were placed. He kicked aside all the ceramic jars, and at the very bottom of the jars, he discovered a groove. "Step aside," he instructed, and upon pressing down, a rumbling sound resonated as the once immovable wall began to ascend. The passage was fully revealed before the movement ceased, and Zuofeiyu stepped ahead without uttering another word to Lin Xia and her companion. Lin Xia and her companion exchanged glances, furrowing their brows as they observed Zuofeiyu, who seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. As Zuofeiyu and the others departed from the crypt, they traversed a lengthy corridor and arrived at the spacious cellar mentioned by Asen. However, upon entering the cellar and witnessing its ghastly contents, shock enveloped them all. Chapter 90. The experimentation site. Upon surveying the scene, the entire cellar resembled a macabre exhibition hall. Yet the displayed items were nothing short of horrifying. The display cases contained severed fingers and limbs of varying sizes and lengths. all sharing a common trait. They were grotesquely dark and discolored. Such brutality was beyond comprehension. Lin Xia felt a chill run through her body as she beheld the contents of the display cases. Clearly, someone intended to use the inhabitants of Shili village for experimentation. Why would this experimentation site be located here? Frowning, Lin Xia dared not look further and instinctively moved closer to Xunyu for reassurance. Zhuo Feiyu pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking. So this was their true objective? Xunyu lifted his gaze towards Zhuo Feiyu, who simply shrugged with a grin. Evidently unwilling to disclose his revelations. We should leave this place. Asen will conduct a scan here. Disregarding Zhuo Feiyu's provocation, Xunyu donned gloves and placed a smaller bottle and its label into his bag. He grasped Lin Xia's hand and guided her past Zhuo Feiyu towards the area where the ladder was situated. By ascending the ladder and opening the hatch above, they would find their escape. Xunyu climbed the ladder and pushed against the cellar's cover, only to discover it was indeed locked. Xia, step back from here. Lin Xia glanced at Xunyu, who handed her his backpack and coat. Lin Xia gazed in disbelief at Xunyu, who was rolling up his sleeves, then glanced at the thick iron cellar cover. Tentatively, she inquired, "Surely, you don't mean to?" The thickness is adequate, and the chains outside should be relatively unnoticeable. Otherwise, they would be too conspicuous. Upon finishing her words, Xunyu firmly grasped the inner lever with both hands and, exerting his strength, pushed outward. Following a resonant clanking of chains, blinding afternoon sunlight streamed through the cellar's entrance. At that moment, Lin Xia's heart and eyes were entirely captivated by Xunyu. Although she was aware of his considerable strength, witnessing such an explosive display left her in awe, exclaiming, "Xunyu, you are simply magnificent." Xunyu smiled wryly, peering down to ensure there were no dangers on the ground before descending the ladder. He intended to take the items from Lin Xia and her backpack, urging her to climb up first. Still lost in her admiration, Lin Xia, upon seeing Xunyu approach, rushed forward and enveloped him in a bear hug, planting a big kiss on his cheek. "My man is truly handsome." Receiving such praise, Xunyu felt a rare blush creep to his cheeks, slightly embarrassed as he touched the spot where Lin Xia had kissed him. "All right, let's hurry up and go." Lin Xia cheerfully nuzzled against Xunyu before handing over her belongings and climbing the ladder herself. Once she reached the surface, she took the items from Xunyu and pulled them out. Having spent hours underground, she relished the fresh air, stretching luxuriously under the sunlight. Meanwhile, Zhuo Feiyu, who had been in the cellar, observed the affectionate scene between the two and felt a tumult of emotions within him. A rare expression of sorrow and desolation briefly graced his countenance, only to vanish almost immediately. Once Zhuo Feiyu exited the cellar, Lin Xia and Xunyu had already begun to examine their surroundings. The thought that such a conspicuous figure could be overlooked diminished any lingering sentiments Zhuo Feiyu held for Lin Xia. Indeed, this location was in close proximity to Lu Zhenmin's small treasury. However, it was far more concealed and would not be easily discovered without deliberate searching. Lin Xia surveyed the surrounding woods. They were now situated above the northwest of Shili village, with the entire tomb extending beneath it. Yet, even after their descent, numerous questions remained unanswered. "What's wrong? You look so troubled," Xunyu remarked, noticing Lin Xia lost in thought as she gazed into the distance. He instinctively wrapped an arm around her, gently tousling her long hair. Shili village, the underground tomb, elixirs, laboratories, Taoyan. What connections lay among these elements? And what of Zhuo Wenshan and Zhuo Feiyu? Speaking of which, where was Zhuo Feiyu? Oh, you just let him go without concern for any future mischief? And how will you account for the old fox? Sun Sin is listening in. You know. ISNT that right, Sin Sin? He heard nothing at all. Wait. Are we not searching for Lu Zhenmin anymore? Is it wise to leave so abruptly? Oh, my foolish girl. Do you think that after we descended to the second level, Zhuo Wenshan simply vanished? The two hastily repacked their bags and, observing the rising smoke from the homes of Shili village below, left Shili Mountain with a tangle of emotions. Upon returning to the inn, it was already around 9 in the evening. Lin Xia, utterly fatigued, collapsed onto the bed, unwilling to move even a single finger. Xunyu placed the items he had gathered on the tea table and exchanged greetings with the innkeeper, requesting some food to be brought up. After Xinyu finished washing up, he coaxed and encouraged Lin Xia to leave the bed and prepare herself. When Lin Xia emerged from the bathroom, refreshed and revitalized, the innkeeper had just delivered their meal. As they dined at the table, discussing the events of the day, Lin Xia pondered aloud while glancing at the misty mushrooms and the jar containing a specimen preserved in formalin. Could this experiment possibly be linked to the overarching plans of the original Sin's mastermind? And was the misty mushroom truly as miraculous as it seemed? After savoring a dumpling, Lin Xia muttered, hadn't he already investigated? What more could there be to uncover? Post-meal, Lin Xia settled onto the sofa, clutching a cushion as she contemplated the day's occurrences, while Xinyu made a call to his team. To his surprise, this call unleashed a cascade of events. Chapter 91, A Web of Cases. What has transpired? Sensing something amiss in Lin Chikai's somber tone, Xinyu grew concerned. A bizarre murder case had unfolded at Sakura Academy, with 3 female students already slain. Bizarre cases? Lin Xia exclaimed, her exasperation palpable. It seemed there was no respite. Awake now? How irritating. Why pretend to be asleep when you're already awake? How else would I know that the lady holds such admiration for me? Xinyu retorted playfully. Lin Xia, not in the mood, gave him a light smack before rising to change her clothes. Xinyu lay on the bed, observing as Lin Xia changed from her nightgown into a comfortable t-shirt and jeans. The fitted jeans accentuated Lin Xia's long legs, rendering them even more slender and straight. Complemented by her slim waist and curvaceous hips, her skin as fair as snow, coupled with Lin Xia's signature playful smile. It continued to stir Xinyu's heart after all these years. Why are you still lying down? What are you looking at? Xinyu playfully chided, rising to tidy up as well. Once Xinyu finished his chores, he noticed Lin Xia organizing the clues from the past few days at her desk on the balcony. So, how is it? Any leads? Xinyu inquired as he sat across from Lin Xia, sipping the freshly brewed coffee. It's coming together. You analyze if my deductions hold true. Firstly, there are 2 main clues related to Shili village, the box taken by Tao Yin and the experimental site in the cellar. However, the notion that Tao Yin took the box is merely a hypothesis, as we have neither seen him nor the box. It's all based on Zhuo Feiyu's assertions. What we can ascertain is that original Sin indeed conducted human experiments in Shili village. The specifics of their planned conspiracy remain unclear. Secondly, regarding Zhuo Wenshan and Zhuo Feiyu. Zhuo Feiyu's sudden reappearance after seemingly slipping away is inherently illogical. His return surely signifies ulterior motives. Otherwise, how could he be assured that he wouldn't be apprehended? Zhuo Wenshan is quite elusive. His stance is peculiar. On one hand, he is allied with us, while on the other, he mysteriously vanishes, even manipulating his own brother, Zhuo Feiyu. Thus, his true intentions remain ambiguous. Lastly, there's Tao Yin. Although our recent dealings have all intertwined with him, in reality, neither of us has ever encountered him. Every scene in which he appears is known through the words of others or through hearsay. This alone presents a bias. If indeed it were Tao Yin, there must surely be a connection between Zhuo Wenshan and Tao Yin. Yet, why has this not been addressed for a decade? Only to be brought forth as we entered the tomb? This too poses a question. As Lin Xia spoke, she marked the issues and doubts, presenting her organized clues and a concise report to Xinyu. However, Xinyu accepted the documents without glancing at them, merely smiling at Lin Xia, making her feel somewhat uneasy. What are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't look at me like that, it's strange. My dear, I believe I must have saved the galaxy in my past life. Why the sudden declaration? Lin Xia pretended to rub her arms, clearly taken aback by Xinyu's words. So, with you being such a talented young woman, how fortunate must I have been in my previous life to marry you in this one? As Xinyu spoke, he gazed at Lin Xia with those gentle, enchanting eyes, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. I was discussing serious matters. Am I mistaken? Oh dear, why are you so annoying? If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Lin Xia's heart raced incessantly. Despite their lengthy companionship, she remained impervious to Xinyu's charming words and striking looks. Xinyu chuckled softly, observing Lin Xiao's cheeks flush with embarrassment, and chose to refrain from teasing her further, focusing instead on the analysis she had prepared. All right. Let me ask Tong Bao and the others if they have any requests and make a list. Lin Xia smiled cheerfully, resembling a little fool, relishing the feeling of being pampered by Xinyu, who always anticipated her needs. The two spent an entire day wandering through the ancient city, where Lin Xia purchased an array of unique items to bring home. Although Xinyu reminded her that many of these items could be found online, Lin Xia remained blissfully absorbed in her shopping spree. By the end of the day, she had indulged her shopping desires, while Xinyu bore the burden of numerous bags, resembling a walking delivery machine. However, the weight of the bags was inconsequential to Xinyu. Witnessing Lin Xia joyfully navigating through the crowd brought him a sense of satisfaction. On the final night in the ancient capital, the couple shared tender moments for quite some time. Had it not been for Lin Xia's vigorous protest about the early flight the next day, Xinyu might have foregone sleep altogether. After placing their purchases at home, they rushed to the criminal investigation team with the gathered materials and clues. Although the old case remained unresolved, new cases were already emerging. Chapter 92. The Doll. 1. Li Lin, please continue investigating the matters concerning Shili Zhai. Any historical anecdotes will suffice. Compile a report for me. Ah-san, keep digging into the situations of Zhuo Wenchan and Tao Yan. Inform me immediately of any leads. The rest of you, brief me on the new cases. Half an hour should suffice for us to depart for Sakura Orchid High School. Due to Lin Xia's unique circumstances, Lin Shikai specially sought approval from superiors to allow her to join the major case investigation team as an external aide. Everyone diligently attended to their respective tasks. Yet Lin Xia held back Li Lin. Sister Lin Lin, let's chat for a while. Li Lin glanced at the thick stack of files on her desk and chuckled bitterly. Oh, dear Xia Xia, could you please spare your sister? I just have a few questions, and I shall leave once I'm done. Go ahead and ask. Came the response. A beautiful young woman, of similar age to Lin Xia, had been transferred to the team to fill Li Lin's previous position. She appeared gentle and demure, evoking a strong sense of protectiveness. Upon hearing Lin Xia's inquiry, Li Lin was momentarily taken aback, only to recall their earlier speculation regarding whether Li Xiaoheng harbored feelings for Xinyu. After all, why would a man carry a photograph of another man? It was rather peculiar that Li Xiaoheng had been with the team for nearly 2 years. Initially, he had taken sick leave, claiming to be unwell, but shortly thereafter, he announced that his condition had worsened and that he would require long-term hospitalization, subsequently requesting to resign. Captain Lin had even offered his assistance, but Li Xiaoheng had declined. Thus, Captain Lin did not press the matter further and directly applied to his superiors for a replacement evidence officer, leading to Bai Xion's transfer. Lin Xia cast a glance at Bai Xion, who was diligently examining evidence at her workstation, and inexplicably felt a surge of animosity towards this seemingly harmless woman. Oh, so that is how it is. Thank you, Sister Lin Lin. You may return to your duties. Lin Xia said with a bright smile before leaving. Bai Xion, through the gap in the desk, watched Lin Xia's retreating figure until she vanished around the corner. This perhaps exemplifies a woman's intuition. Despite having no prior interaction, one can inexplicably harbor a dislike for certain individuals. Shall we go now? Xinyu nodded, signaling Lin Xia to gather her belongings. The two, accompanied by law enforcement personnel, drove to Sakura Orchid High School, with Lin Xia engrossed in reviewing the case report throughout the journey. Having acquainted myself with the intricacies of the case, I've learned that Auron Academy stands as the sole female educational institution in Shinkai, reputed for its religious underpinnings. As a boarding school, it accommodates 4 students per dormitory. Regrettably, the 3 deceased girls were all housed within the same quarters, leaving but one survivor, a girl named Mulan. According to Mulan's testimony, the quartet shared a close bond, partaking in daily meals and residing together harmoniously. They would occasionally acquire identical trinkets to fortify their camaraderie. The doll in question was procured during a shopping excursion to a Japanese gift emporium. Its exquisite craftsmanship and distinctive aesthetic immediately captivated them. However, owing to its exorbitant price. Milan, whose family's financial circumstances were modest, refrained from purchasing one, while the other three each acquired one. The proprietor of the establishment disclosed that the doll, known as a Zashiki Warashi in the Orient, is a specter embodying the visage of a doll, capable of safeguarding the household's well-being. With prolonged interaction, the doll purportedly gains sentience and becomes receptive to supplications. However, in light of the successive demise of the three girls, Mulan has been overcome with trepidation and has remained at home on medical leave. Shinyu and his colleagues initially proceeded to the school to inspect the crime scene. Perhaps the novelty of male presence within the all-girls school aroused curiosity, as numerous young ladies surreptitiously observed Shinyu along the way, some even snapping photographs and giggling amongst themselves. "How is it that you invariably attract attention wherever you go?" Lin Xia remarked with a hint of displeasure, casting a glance at the surrounding young girls. To appease Lin Xia and dissuade the young ladies from coveting what was already claimed, Shinyu bestowed a kiss upon Lin Xia in full view of the onlookers. Lin Xia, mollified by this gesture, ceased her complaints. A group of individuals arrived at the dormitory of the unfortunate girl, where the entrance had already been sealed. Upon entering the dormitory, they donned shoe covers and gloves. The crime scene remained untouched, with the curtains drawn, casting a dim shadow over the room. When Shinyu turned on the light, he observed 4 beds, all situated on the upper bunks. Beneath each bed was a study desk equipped with a computer. 3 of the beds had been cordoned off, and Lin Xia climbed the ladder to find that a white line marked the position where the deceased had lain. On the unsealed bed, an unmade quilt lay scattered. It was said that Mulan awoke to find the other 3 deeply asleep. She had been so frightened that she seemed to lose her sanity, and it was only after receiving a sedative that she regained composure. To avoid further distressing her, the school agreed to her leave of absence. Lin Xia and Shinyu surveyed the entire dormitory, finding nothing particularly unusual. Shinyu gazed towards Mulan's bed and uttered, "Why is she the only one who survived?" I too pondered this question. The doll merely served as a distraction. Shinyu approached the curtains and lifted them, peering outside. Everything appeared sealed off, and the only one present during the time of the incident was Mulan. While this was indeed the case, the school not only refrained from suspicion but also consented to her leave. The local police station sought to question Mulan, yet her mental state rendered her unable to undergo interrogation. "It seems imperative that we meet with Mulan, along with the proprietor of that shop." 3 lives extinguished in silence overnight. The danger posed by this doll is indeed considerable. Chapter 93. The Doll, 2. Mulan resided in an aging neighborhood, and upon arriving, Lin Xia and her companions spent a considerable amount of time searching for her building. The sight of the autumn-clad ivy, which enveloped the entire structure in hues of yellow, instilled an inexplicable sense of oppression within them. Lin Xia glanced at the address and, accompanied by Shinyu, ascended the entrance of the building. Due to the dilapidated nature of the complex, there was no elevator, compelling them to climb the stairs step by step. At long last, they reached the 6th floor, where the meager security door awaited them. Lin Xia confirmed several times that this was indeed Mulan's residence. She noticed the police officer stationed at the entrance and was taken aback by the woman's expression, which was tinged with annoyance as she snapped, "Are you all done? My daughter has suffered enough already. Must it come to her demise like those others before you cease your incessant inquiries?" It appeared that local authorities had frequently visited, yet they had all been met with resistance. Lin Xia gently pushed past the officer, her demeanor brightening as she addressed the woman. "Auntie, you misunderstand our intentions. We are not here to investigate." The woman scrutinized Lin Xia with a skeptical gaze and inquired, "Then who are you?" Lin Xia lifted the carefully prepared gifts. Gesturing as she spoke, "We sincerely apologize for the disturbances caused by the police in the past. They were only acting in pursuit of a swift resolution to the case, and we hope for your understanding. Today, we have come to see Mulan, as the investigation has nearly reached its conclusion. She is also a victim, and I have arranged for a distinguished specialist in neurology to examine her." As she spoke, Lin Xia pointed to Shinyu. Lin Xia spoke the truth. Shinyu was indeed a psychologist and held a professional license in mental health. After a conversation, the woman's demeanor softened considerably. observing the expensive gift in Lin Xia's hands. Her expression lost its previous tension. "Well, you may come in. However, rest assured, we are merely here to check on you and Mulan. We will not press her to discuss matters she prefers to keep private." Lin Xia's words left the woman at a loss for response, prompting her to allow them entry. As Lin Xia stepped into Mulan's home, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. The reality was that Mulan's family was not well off. Her father had tragically passed away due to a work-related injury, leaving behind only this modest two-bedroom apartment. Her mother, lacking stable employment, occasionally took on short-term jobs and engaged in domestic services. Yet, through sheer determination, Mulan had managed to secure a place at Sakura High School. After surveying the surroundings, Lin Xia placed the gift on the table and warmly engaged in small talk with Mulan's mother, discussing trivial family matters. Meanwhile, Xin Yu's gaze remained fixed on the tightly shut bedroom door, which was even locked. "May I see her? She might just be frightened. And perhaps I could help her feel at ease," Xin Yu gently inquired of the woman, his tone imbued with a hint of pleading. It was no wonder Xin Yu was adored by all. His innocent, doe-like eyes were irresistible to anyone. Lin Xia swiftly took the woman's hand, affectionately interrupting, and said, "Auntie, please don't feel like an outsider. The doctor is someone I have invited, and there is no need for you to bear any expense. Primarily, I wish to assist this poor child Mulan." Lin Xia, employing her emotive rhetoric, rekindled the woman's sentiments, prompting her to lament the hardships of a widow raising children. After a considerable period, Xin Yu discerned the sound of the door lock being disengaged from within. Cautiously, she turned the doorknob, and the door swung open effortlessly. The bedroom remained shrouded in darkness, heavy drapes obscuring the light. The room was even dimmer than a dormitory, as Xin Yu reached out to illuminate the space. A voice interrupted her. "Do not turn on the light." "Why not?" They are all here. If you turn on the light, they will take me away." Seeing Mulan teetering on the brink of madness, Xin Yu hastily responded, "All right, I shall not turn on the light. May I engage you in conversation?" "You? Who are you?" "I am Xin Yu, here accompanying the girl outside. Knowing you are alone, I wish to chat with you." The room revealed itself only through the faint glow from the hallway, outlining a simple wardrobe, a vanity, and a frail girl seated in one corner of the bed, surrounded by an array of plush toys. The dim light allowed Mulan to glimpse Xin Yu's profile, perceiving the man by the bedside as handsome and gentle. "What shall we talk about?" Mulan, clutching a stuffed toy, her long hair veiling her face, spoke in a muffled tone. "Anything at all. Do you have a fondness for dolls? I see you have many here." "Yes, it feels comforting to be surrounded by them." "Indeed, it does. You mentioned that someone wants to take you away?" "My roommates. They're all dead." "Do you know the reason why?" Mulan clutched the doll tightly in her hands, her voice trembling as she spoke. Because of the doll." Xin Yu immediately seized upon the crucial point and inquired, "What kind of doll is it? Can dolls really grant wishes?" "Indeed. They purchased a beautiful doll with large eyes, but it was rather eerie, and I did not like it. They secretly made wishes to the doll, wishing for each other to disappear. Then, they all vanished." Xin Yu furrowed his brow. Although he could not discern Mulan's expression at that moment, her tone and body language clearly indicated that she had endured a significant shock, an undeniable truth. If this were genuine, then she certainly did not resemble a perpetrator. Why would they wish for each other to vanish? Aren't they all good friends? Her voice was soft yet laced with confusion, and Mulan found herself unwittingly guided in her thoughts. They were not fond of each other. They constantly compared themselves. Even the boys they liked became a point of contention, as they both fancied the same one. I liked him too, but I felt inferior to them. So I could only harbor my feelings in secret. Yet they, in their quest to be with Chu Yang, resorted to all manner of schemes. Though they appeared to be good friends on the surface, they truly loathed one another. I was merely a garbage bin, a repository for their grievances. And then, what does this have to do with the doll? The doll was exquisite but also expensive. The shopkeeper claimed it possessed a spirit capable of granting wishes. Sincerity would invoke its power, and the wishes would come to fruition. Then, the very next day, they all died.